Time for Mully and Haugh right now. This is 104.3 The Score.
Yeah, we're done.
Wake up! Wake up! Mike Mulligan, David Haugh.
I'm excited about the Tiger series because they don't come here very often. I like that matchup, and they're not having the greatest of years themselves. So they're somewhat disappointing just because there were high expectations in Detroit.
It was a rough place, the seediest dive on the wharf, populated with every reject and cutthroat from Bombay to Calcutta. It's worse than Detroit.
Can the Cubs do the White Sox solid and beat up on these guys? Bury them. I want you to say, well, they're done. They can't win the division.
It's not the same Detroit. It's not the same Detroit. It ain't the same Detroit.
I want to be able to say when we come in here Thursday morning, they are done.
I never liked Detroit.
They took the Tigers by the tail. They are finished.
That sounds like a plan.
Start your mornings with Mully and Haugh, 5:30 till 10 a.m. on 104.3 The Score.
This is not Detroit, man. Let's go.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. The best laid plans of mice and men.
Morning, Mully. Happy Thursday.
Is it happy, David?
No, it's not.
I'd be
Detroit
happier.
Returns to Motown. Or where are they going next? Who cares?
What are they doing?
They're not wounded. They're not discouraged.
They're taking Skubal with them.
They're taking Skubal with them. He's going to go to the mound, and he's going to try to pitch them back into contention because every night's a Game 7 again for the Tigers. After last night, what happened to the Cub bats? What happened to the Cub momentum? What happened to the winning easy?
I'll tell you what happened.
What happened?
It was the relievers the night before lured them into a false sense of security.
I think you're right. Cater Montero was dealing. That guy was throwing hard. The Cubs he was missing bats. They couldn't muster any offense after a night earlier. They had an embarrassment of riches, and they lose the series.
That was embittering. It was embittering.
What's embittering and what's discouraging and what's confounding, and we're going to have to get out the thesaurus and find out different words because this Cub season, again, takes another turn. Day by day, the days of our lives.
Do you want the good news or the bad news, as they like
both.
to say?
I like both.
I'll wrap them both in one.
I need both.
The good news is the Cubs are so streaky. They could win a World Series. They could get on a roll, and they could crush it.
See, before you get to the bad news,
the Cubs are so streaky.
Yeah, that is the bad news.
They might not even survive a series.
They might not get past the first series of the playoffs. But the first thing you said,
that's true, though.
The good news is the tempting news. It's what reels us back in. It's what's going to, after an off day, tomorrow we're going to watch the Cubs again, and if they win, it's going to be like, well, I could see where they could beat the Braves. Oh, they could do that against the Phillies. Oh, I could see them getting to the NLCS. And then a day later, it's like, nah, they're not beating anybody.
They are Dustin Zayer's underwear back when he was in his corduroy pants. They're just very streaky. Huh? Good morning, buddy. How you holding up?
I think streaky is a good way to describe these Cubs.
Yeah, they're streaky, all right.
They are. Yeah.
But it really did make it look like A.J. Hinch was right to do what he did that most of us did not like because his bullpen was very effective following his starter as the Cubs struck out 12 times.
You're linking that to that? You're linking one game to the next? I don't want to give him that much credit.
That's usually how it works. I mean,
Yeah, I suppose. Their starting pitcher was overpowering. Cubs had no answer. Montero was great.
Say I had a short answer. It didn't.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, they get up 1-0.
Yes.
The Tigers respond immediately with another home run, so it's even. Then we go through a bunch of just typical baseball, and then a 3-0 pitch with two guys on, and Colin Ray just puts one right down Main Street.
What did Craig say? The 3-run homer is a big deal.
Yeah.
Well, a 3-run homer is one thing. A 3-run homer on a 3-0 count is quite another. You knew, or you should have sensed, I don't know. That's probably asking too much. But right down Main Street, boom. Okay.
But
Thank you very much, Colin Ray.
10 years ago, the percentage of guys swinging on 3-0 was probably 30% or less. It was just almost like a courtesy. Like, okay, go ahead, get your strike. I'll sit here with the bat on my shoulder just in case you don't. And that has definitely gone away, which is...
don't one of their computer science majors in the analyst division tell them this stuff?
If I can notice it, they've got to notice it, right?
Well, what did Craig say? That's why you swing at a 3-0 pitch?
Yes.
That's why we swing at 3-0 pitch.
That should be why you don't throw a batting practice fastball down the middle of the plate on 3-0 pitches. You throw something different. You throw it out, make them chase, load the base. I don't care. But you don't lose again by a 3-run homer.
But then the game would still be tied at 1, right?
Because there never
well, you never know.
Run.
Montero did. You got to give him credit. Even though, yes, the bullpen for A.J. Hinch was well rested after the farcical display the night before. But Montero set the stage by going 5 1/3. They were 1 for 17 against him.
Yeah.
After
and how many strikeouts?
Bush and Suzuki.
How many strikeouts they hit? It just felt like there were strikeouts all night.
So there were a lot of swing and misses too.
Yes.
They weren't making contact. They weren't really locked in, and there weren't many 3-0 pitches or counts.
They were
during their at bats.
They were striking out like the Rangers. They also struck out.
Yeah, I mean, Cubs batters struck out 12 times last night.
12 times.
That's a lot, isn't it?
12 times.
And their starter had 8 of the 12.
Well,
that's pretty good.
That is a pretty good night.
That's pretty
and
good.
The top
Montero.
your top 2 hitters struck out 4 times. PC and Suzuki 2 times each.
So when the Cubs trade for a starting pitcher, or when they get Edward Cabrera back, or both, can we agree, or is there any debate over where Colin Ray will head back to? And that would be the bullpen, correct? Because the Cubs bullpen does need a little bit of reinforcement, and I do think that there's enough evidence to suggest that's not such a bad idea.
I mean, with all the injuries and everything that's gone haywire this year, Colin Ray is not only available, but, I mean, hasn't he had like a pretty good year in terms of being able to help you out immediately?
Okay.
And I'm just saying, ideally, do you want him in your starting rotation is your question.
This is the morning after. This is we're not to the cooling off period yet.
All right.
This is still the reaction phase, all right?
You're allowed
this
to
might
overreact.
be the overreaction phase.
Okay,
I'm
that's
acknowledging that. And I'm apologizing to the Texers that are agreeing with Dustin. This is totally raw frustration still because we're in the aftermath. This feels like the post game.
How are you so composed, sir? That's my question to Dustin. He always comes in here kind of spitting fire after a Cubs loss.
I seem very calm.
I'm letting you guys have it this morning. You guys are doing it for me, and you're doing a fine job. I'm not happy with all those strikeouts. I mean, like Michael Conforto, he's been a nice story. But now all of a sudden, you kind of lean on him too much. He strikes out 3 times.
Yeah,
last night
I don't mind him though.
But he was a great story as of yesterday, and now he's a nice story. Boy, that's a
3 strikeouts against a good pitcher. I like the fact that he was in the lineup. I thought that was responsive from Craig Counsell, a guy who hits a pinch hit home run, his 4th of the year. A guy who had a very good pregame interview with Zach Zaidman, by the way.
Agreed. I heard that as well. But the point is that the Cubs should have a better DH.
I don't know about that. I think, well, you know what?
He's a pinch hitter. He's not a DH.
So you add that to the list of things you want at the deadline? Because I think he is a pinch hitter, but every now and then good pinch hitters have a spell as a designated hitter. And that's okay with me, especially when your left-handed plan is in Des Moines. Trying to learn how to, not chase, and that would be more baller, less baller. So I understand Conforto.
Yeah, I understand your frustration too.
He's striking out at an alarming rate out there.
Yeah, he is.
28, 29%.
What happened to him?
Well, I think his confidence got just cut out. Right? Can you imagine? You get to the big leagues, you're catching a little bit, you're DHing. And all of a sudden, you get sent back down. It's got to be month. It's got to be a really gut punch.
It's got to be. It's got to be a blow to his confidence, no doubt about it. All right, I got that out. I'm fine. I'll be okay now. I just feel like it was a real frustrating game to watch after what we saw a previous night.
I just looked this up just because I made that flippant comment about watching so many strikeouts.
It was flippant.
I didn't realize there were 12. But guess how many times Texas struck out in that game?
The Rangers?
Yes.
Was it 12?
12. Is that 12? Wait a minute. That is 12.
Against the White Sox?
Yeah, they struck out 12 times against the White Sox.
Well, now we're talking about...
You know why? Because Grant Taylor struck out 5 of them. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, Grant Taylor is...
In 2 innings, he struck out 5 of the 6. I actually thought they might bring him in
Grant Taylor
for the third.
Is the real deal.
Oh.
Grant Taylor is a big reason why this bullpen has stabilized after losing... Or after having to switch from Plan A. Plan A was Sir Anthony Dominguez, right?
But I feel you're right. I feel the use of the word losing was correct. I feel like they lost him. He is not on the IL, but he may as well be.
Mm-hmm. Well, he might as well be because he's got a damaged psyche.
I just think 12 is a lot of strikeouts, and for 2 teams to do that in the 2 games I was watching.
The swing and miss league.
Yeah, you're right.
A lot of swing and miss.
You're right.
Your guy Jake Berger struck out twice.
Did he really?
Former White Sox first baseman.
I'm aware. He
third
homered
baseman.
the other day.
Fine young man. Good interview.
Oh, lovely.
Remember when him and Gavin Sheets were palling around?
I do remember that.
Those are the days.
Yeah.
That's when things were looking up.
That's when you didn't have to worry about prospects.
Well, suddenly the White Sox are worried about winning versus development and having that debate. And here we are near the end of July, and it's a valid conversation to have for a team that looks like after 2 series in a row winning on the road, the Sox are legit. Not that you needed that, but it was further confirmation that this is a team that is a very good team.
You know, we talked about the difficult stretch that is upcoming. I was really heartened by the fact that they went on the road and they won both of those series. That's pretty incredible, really, given their road record and how they have struggled on the road most of the season to come off the All-Star break and to go on the road and win 2 series.
What an answer.
It really is a good answer.
What a response.
I totally agree.
What a way to come out and to prove or to just announce to people that you are going to be here for the long haul. Because when they come home now, they're a different team here.
Yeah, you would hope so. Again, the problem is they got a lot of tough games coming up.
I hope that during the All-Star break they move the right field fence in so Mooney can hit a homer again.
Oh, boy. See, I really felt like it was going to happen yesterday after all the things he was saying and everything they were talking about.
Yeah, but which one of your 3 strikeouts was your favorite?
Oh, boy. There you go.
I'm just saying.
I understand. I watched the game. I know.
I like that he's working his way back and they're not having him. Look, I would rather him strike out 3 times against Major League pitching than be spending this time down in Charlotte rehabbing or getting his timing back. This is good for him to do that. And it's even better, Mully, in all seriousness, that they're winning these games as he's trying to regain his timing. But it clearly isn't there yet. And you can see that. But I think they have a lineup that's long enough and deep enough to afford to keep him in there in the middle of it.
Yeah, I would. Chase Mydroff won that game. He went 4 for 4 and picked up a couple RBI. And Andrew Benintendi, he went 2 for 4 and he picked up a couple RBI.
The quietest contributor on that team.
There was nobody else in the lineup that was doing anything.
No, they had all 4 of the runs driven in by 2 guys.
Yes.
And it was Benintendi and Mydroff.
And how many hits they have? Those are the guys with the majority.
They only had 7 hits. They had 6 of them.
So how about that? They got 1 other hit.
Braden Montgomery, the only other guy that got a hit. 3 players had hits last night.
That's amazing that they won that game.
It was.
It was good pitching.
This is what good teams do. They find ways to win on off nights. They had an off night offensively as a whole collectively, but they had a couple players step forward. And Andrew Benintendi is the most overlooked, consistent contributor to that group.
I think we've talked about him a couple of times and complimented him a couple of times, which early in the year I wasn't doing. And we've complimented Acuna a couple of times, and earlier in the year I wasn't doing that either.
Nice pitcher. He's got a good arm.
Do you know, I know we're joking about it, but he was throwing like 38 miles an hour or so. Did you see his ERA? Do you see how well he did?
Acuna
got 3 outs.
He apparently threw something with enough spin that it registered as a slider.
Oh, my God.
On StatCast.
He wasn't even hitting 40 miles an hour.
He's got all kinds of versatility. Yeah. He played no, Montgomery was back at shortstop last night.
Yes.
That's good. Colson was back.
Great.
That was a nice sign.
Just good to have him back.
Yeah, it was good to have him back. Edgar Caro in the lineup, back from Charlotte, committed to doing what he didn't do before they sent him down, and that was hit with some regularity. They really need that if they're not going to go out and get a catcher. They still might go out and get a catcher. But I like Edgar Caro. I liked him a lot in the heading into this season. I think we identified on opening day guys who we thought would be breakout players. I thought it would be Edgar Caro this year. And that didn't go so well.
No. What did you think of the good news that you heard from, it was from Kyle Till? He let everyone know that he wasn't planning on not coming back.
I admire his moxie.
Yeah.
I think if you're in that position after his third injury this season, you have to be positive, and it's a challenge to come to the park or go to rehab every day with so little to show for your hard work this season. But I think that players are always going to be overly optimistic and oversell how quickly they can return. I guess that's a long kind of...
You're not buying it.
I'm not buying it.
That's fair.
I'm not buying it.
I mean, it's funny about it, and I don't know if funny is the correct word, but what's more funny, like odd thing about it is the guy, at least, if you're looking for positives, we talk about compartmentalization. The other positive would be at least he was hurt while you could do something about it. In other words, before the trade deadline.
Well, that is the bright side.
But
that is something
he seemed interested in pouring water on that.
He's got to.
I know.
He's got to. If you want him to attack rehab the way that young, professional, driven players will, he's got to believe that he's moving toward a goal, and that goal is to be back in uniform in a way in time to contribute to a pennant race. Now, if you're Chris Getz, you appreciate and applaud that kind of attitude. You also have to ignore it.
Well, you have to be talking to the doctors and to the trainers as much as any player.
And listening to them and heeding their advice over any player.
Right.
So I think once that happens...
Oh, the player knows his body, David.
I know the player knows his body.
I'm joking.
But you're going to overestimate,
so do the
as
medical
you know,
guys.
They're going to overestimate their ability to return. So I hope Kyle Till is back in September. I hope he contributes, like you said, a la Kyle Schwarber. But you're the first to kind of douse these ideas sometimes. You call it the Beowulf syndrome, and somebody comes in and waiting for someone to save the day.
Isn't that exactly what it is, though?
Yeah, it is.
I really do think we often, and it's Rick Sutcliffe's fault. Because it happened once. I saw it.
It's Sutcliffe's fault. I don't think it'll dissuade Chris Getz from checking out what catchers are available.
He's going to turn the bananas around this weekend, fella.
I can't wait for that. Let's wait and see. Rick Sutcliffe going to strike out Mark Grace. Is that the matchup that everybody's waiting for?
I don't know. It seems silly.
I just hope that they don't trample Wrigley Field in the way that all those concerts did over the All-Star break. Wrigley Field not in great shape.
Now you're taking shots at
not taking shots.
Elder gentlemen that get some size on them.
I don't.
And we learned that we can blame like Craig Counsell and Nico Horner as part of the concert crowd. I found that interesting on the afternoon show.
What part?
Both those guys were in attendance to the Noah Khan concert.
Oh, were they?
Yeah.
Okay.
So they're part of the reason the outfield
I don't think they were probably trampling the outfield.
Was trampled.
So you're calling them both a couple of con men.
Well,
Is
it's
that
just
what I'm hearing?
you can't complain about the condition of the field if you're partaking in the concerts at Wrigley, right?
I don't know.
Be hypocritical.
You can if you sat in the seats. You're not trampling the field. I don't know. Maybe they were on the field. Anyway, Cubs made money, but there was a price to pay, figuratively, because the field was in poor condition.
They were in the mosh pit. Really going wild.
Would Counsell be the mosh pit type of guy?
I would pay top dollar to see him in a mosh pit.
I didn't see him at the Rush concert last night. Not that I was there, but I was walking out and seeing the crowd file in. He was not in line.
Did you hear any like mic checks or anything like that?
Did not. We talked about going out and trying to see if they were warming up, but no, I did not. And we had to inform our 8 o'clock guest, Clay Harbor, just exactly who Rush was again. He was like,
funny.
Yeah, it was kind of funny.
Didn't connect, huh?
Did not connect.
That was very funny, talking to Mark Grote about it, who was disappointed he didn't get a ticket. Was kicking himself.
I wonder if he ended up there. I wonder if he ended up going.
If he did.
We'll find out.
I'm sure he got a
Can't
phone
wait for
call.
transition, 9:40.
Yes.
Who else we got before then? Oh, we got Bruce. We got Chelly. We got Clay. Connor McKnight coming back.
I can't wait to
He did
talk
a nice
to Connor.
job.
Yeah, he does
He
a
does
great
a terrific job.
He does. He knows his team inside and out.
And that was a big series victory because the Rangers went into that series in first place.
Now they're 500. That's
and
what
they're
happens.
not. They're not in first place. Aren't the Mariners now back in control?
I know the Rangers kind of fell to mediocre.
It's going to be back and forth. It's going to be back and forth.
The Sox are back to the high water mark and a game up. Yes.
They're a game up on Cleveland.
Yes.
And it's going to go back and forth as well. There's so much now, I think. I do wonder, as a Sox fan, when you look at the trade deadline, how are you looking at that in terms of help on the way? You're going to be fine if you do nothing. Where are your expectations as we get within a week of the deadline?
It just depends on which reports you believe.
But you want something to be added.
If you believed everything you were reading, you would be like, "Wow, they're going to make a huge move."
If they make no moves, how do you feel about the Sox?
It's a very good question, and I think we'll discuss it hopefully moving forward. I think they're going to make moves no matter what, because I think they have people that are on the mend and that are coming back in various ways. So I think there will be moves that they make, but you're saying, like, what kind of move do I expect? And it's a really interesting question because I want to know what kind of move the team expects. Like, one of the things we can talk to Connor about is there an expectation from the team? You know, we always say they've done so well. Do they deserve the team to try to give them a push? Or do they not want that? And are they worried about anything changing their...
See, I think that's a fascinating question because that's something that we rarely talk about. We look at it from the outside as when we're watching this team and evaluating and analyzing, what do they lack? What do they need? What can they get? And I wonder if it's just as powerful to the players within the clubhouse to see their front office try or deliver, and what message that sends to a bunch of guys who have overachieved this year.
Yes.
And I think that it can be a powerful message. And likewise, if there is no activity, how deflating that could be. I think we saw some of that with the Cubs last year. The Cubs at the deadline, largely disappointing. Michael Soroka, Willie Castro, Andrew Kittredge. And you're waiting for, like, okay, who else? What happened here?
Do you know, the other thing, and maybe it's more pertaining to... Well, it's pertaining to every baseball team. Do these labor strife, the potential lockout, whatever way you want to look at it, does that alter any desire to go for it or not go for it? In other words, if you're not going to play next year, then what the hell does your chemistry this year mean?
I think I understand the question. And you have to respect the fact that some front offices and ownership groups will view it that way. But if you are in the business of sports, you've got to look at a season like the Sox are having in this example, or other teams might be having, is like, why wouldn't you try to seize that opportunity? Because
especially if you're not going to have to pay some of the salaries that you could take on that you'd have to pay.
You could look at it the other way, too, pessimistically. It's like, there's not going to be any revenue.
Well,
so you want to not waste overpaying this year. So I think it depends on the outlook.
If you're a general manager, is it in your thought process at all?
I think it's in your thought process only to the extent that if you bring on a rental, are you willing to pay top dollar for the remainder of that contract? Because you might not get anything back if you do win, or next year the revenue is going to be lost. I think it does factor in. I don't think it can control you. No. I would hope that it wouldn't.
No, I hope it wouldn't.
And no fan base should ever want
You should hope it doesn't matter.
You should hope it doesn't matter. And I don't think any fan base should ever want their ownership group to be that responsible.
But do you think there is an ownership group that isn't aware of it?
I think every ownership group is aware of it.
Well aware.
It's part of the conversation and maybe part of the give and take between the front office and the owners.
Totally agree. That's really a very interesting element of the whole thing.
All right. Little sidebar.
We got the pick six next. We're going to pick apart all the stories of the day. Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
With training camp coming up fast, the Bears will once again be a hot storyline in Chicago. And 104.3 The Score will be covering it all.
You want to know how good Ben Johnson is and why he's going against the grain in the NFL? If you're a defense and you're trying to figure out, well, what look is he going to give us? You have no idea.
And now they're armed with 3 tight ends.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears. We are Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and live on the free Odyssey app.
Party is staying during the spring.
No, nor do I really care to share where I'm staying.
Exactly.
I'm in the state of Arizona. How's that?
Yeah. I sometimes think that question is put to you only so that they can then tell you where they are staying.
Yeah, I'd go with that.
Yeah, we're staying over in Scottsdale. Real fancy place.
Uh-huh.
Well, good for you.
Yeah.
I'm staying over in the Mud Flats.
Yeah. Oh, solid. The old Mud Flats.
Yeah, the Mud Flats section
of
the Valley of the Sun.
Glad I haven't been over there lately.
Nah, you wouldn't want to be. And then those of us that arrive in spring training, did you have a good winter? And I'll tell you why it confuses me. How much detail do you want? Here's the pitch on the way, a swing and a chop foul. Most of the time you just say, yeah, great.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Sometimes you feel like discussing things in detail.
Do you ever go into detail about your winter?
Well, our dog got sick and had to put a bandage patch on him for a while. The last one is always, well, have you lost some weight? You look good. Have you lost some weight? I like to say, no, but I've gotten a little taller. I have. I'm working with a trainer and some real good stretching. And as a result, I'm actually much taller than I was a year ago. Thanks for asking.
I didn't know at our age we could get taller.
But it's a lot of stretching.
Yeah, a lot of stretching.
That's what it is.
Yeah. I need to get one of those machines for the house.
Mm-hmm.
Very first day I got into camp, I wasn't thinking about your 4 questions, to be honest with you, but I got blasted with the first one really before I even got out of my car.
When'd you get in?
Right now. Because I pulled into the lot, saw somebody in it. That was the first question. And I'm like, well, I still got stuff in the back if you want to help.
Sure.
Yeah, right now. Yeah.
And next year I'll send you my itinerary, so you'll be waiting for me.
He's not wrong about the questions. It's
not at all.
Right?
As somebody who's been to Arizona, those are generally, and they might be different variations of those 4 questions. That's great.
When'd you get in is the best.
When'd you get in?
And did you notice Pat tried to be formal about it the first time? He said, when did you get in? And I'm like, nah, Pat.
When did you get in?
But then it became, when'd you get in?
I don't necessarily ever remember it always being the Southern accent with the when did you get in part. I love that that's what it is because that really makes the whole bit. But I don't necessarily remember in my 3 years of covering spring training full time having an extra amount of Southern accents.
The underrated one. The underrated question in there was, how was your winter? And it's usually, how was your off season? But that's a big question that people ask when I haven't seen you since the postseason.
Yeah, the weight loss thing too is real.
I definitely ask about the off season.
See?
I ask how people's off season.
How was your off season?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you staying?
That's a safety concern. I don't know if I like that one. Huh?
Yeah, don't tell him which hotel.
Coon was on to something. It's like, I really don't want to tell you.
Nick, Mark Grote is a treasured member of our air staff and is terrific at impressions. He does a great Les Grobstein. Of course, a phenomenal Harry Carey, but his Harrison Ford in The Fugitive is just remarkable. Today, during transition, we told him you were coming on, and he added to his roster.
Nick Friedel is going to be on because if you have a Tibbs story, you are obligated.
Let me tell you about Tibbs, Lawrence.
Wow. Very good, Friedel.
We're going in.
Limited.
Limited is what we go for.
We just needed to be a little deeper, guys. That's all. I didn't realize I was that slow, though. Hey, Lawrence. Hey, Steve. What's happening? Yeah. It's crazy down here in Florida. I miss Chicago. Tibbs is a madman, but the Knicks made a big mistake. I mean, come on. Let's rev it up just a little bit.
I got to say, I think Grote's Friedel might be better than your Nick Friedel.
Tell you about Tibbs, Lawrence.
Very good, Friedel.
We're going in.
Limited.
Limited is what we go for.
Tibbs.
Oh, boy.
Flattery, baby. Flattery. That's what it is.
That's all it is.
Yep.
That's all it is. Look. I think that when you're that good at the Les impersonation, everything else can kind of be on the side. But when you go back to number one in that case, and you can keep going to the well, more power to Grote for trying at least to broaden his horizons a little bit.
I like it. I like the response.
I miss you guys. I'll see you later.
See, look at him. He's doing Friedel on the way out. See, now you're doing an impression of an impression.
I know. It gets bad.
And it almost felt like Danny, like you were doing like a little bit of, but
really,
two Syracuse guys though, right?
I slipped into Joe Bonino there.
This is a disgrace.
And I imagine at some point those two
crossed over
paths.
I think Nick's a little older.
Yeah, but
Danny.
But at the places that they worked, I think they probably crossed paths. Like maybe when Danny was interning, Nick was working. We'll figure the math out on all of it.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah.
Have you ever heard Grote's Baby T impersonation? This is very inside, and I don't care, but it makes us laugh on this side. You guys
wait.
Yes.
Wait, is Tyler Farringoul impression?
No.
Yes.
Really? What?
It's
I'm shocked he hasn't heard this.
Let's do this.
Hey, Grote, what's up?
It's pretty good,
That is
Baby
pretty good.
T.
Yeah, it's very inside. I don't think even Tyler Farringoul gets it.
It's very inside. It's very limited also to this point. He's workshopping it, but I think we have a basis of a good impersonation.
That's good.
The day that happened, the next day, I was working with Baby T on the morning show, and there was only one cut left on our monitor from the night before, and he looks at it, he's like, wait, Grote did an impression of me? And I saw him listen. I saw him look at it, click on it, listen to his, and he's like, no. That is accurate, though.
It's pretty.
Hey, Grote, what's up?
Get on the plane. We're heading to DC, and I'm not looking where we're going. We're sitting first class. I'm like, I got my headphones on. They didn't tell me to turn it off when we took off because I'm with my pops. And I'm
Pick Six with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick Six with Mully and Haugh starts now.
All right. Are the Cubs a good team prone to be bad games and stretches, or a bad team that every once in a while gets hot enough to convince everyone they're competitive? Pretender or contender?
Yeah, I thought we handled this already in a way with the word streaky. They're the streakiest team we've seen in such a long time. Pretender or contender depends on the day, or depends on the series of days. It depends on the series, let's say. We've seen them win 10 in a row a couple different times. We saw them lose 10 in a row. We saw them win 15 in a row at home. I mean, they're good enough to get red hot and be able to beat people. But at this point, I think they need reinforcement pretty desperately. And they might need it more in the bullpen right now than in the starting rotation. And I think we've decided they've got to get at least one starter. I think it's a really difficult team to pinpoint on a day-by-day basis because of the incredible inconsistency. But I do think that if they catch lightning at the right time, they're good enough to do serious damage. It's just, you got to, and I don't know how you do it. You got to somehow figure out how to get them when they're going up, not when it's slipping down.
Never been so confused by a team that's 12 games over 500. If you tell me the Cubs were 12 games over 500 right now, I would be thinking big purchases at the trade deadline, which is August the 3rd. But the Tigers come to town, and A.J. Hinch said every game's like a game 7. And it was ha after they used positional players in a bad loss. And, that's how you treat a game 7. Their starting pitcher couldn't even get out of the first inning, Framber Valdez. And then they turn around and they strike Cubs batters out 12 times. It's damning. And again, you can say what you want about Michael Conforto, but the Cubs should have a better DH. The roster is a bit flawed. It is. And now injuries have been a thing, but not injuries on the offensive side. Bregman struck out last night as well a couple of times. In the top of the order, 4 strikeouts from the top 2 hitters. It's a mind-boggling team. They'll probably go to Pittsburgh and take 2 out of 3 because that's what they seem to do. The division's not very good. It's not. If you can get another really good start Friday from Matthew Boyd, you're going to feel pretty good because they'll be 13 games over 500 and hopefully 6 games behind the Brewers, who are the best team in baseball basically every other night, depending on what the Dodgers do. So I've never been so confused by a team 12 games over 500.
This is baseball. It's a long season, and it is frustrating to watch night in and night out the inconsistency that the Cubs tend to show every series. Every time you think you're back, they take a step back. Every time you think they're fixed, they look broken. That's just the nature of it when you have, I believe, a season where they're the Dodgers and the Brewers and everybody else. The Brewers find a way, the Dodgers spend their way, and the Cubs try to figure out how to compete. Now, that doesn't mean that they can't be more contender than pretender. This is a good baseball team prone to inconsistent stretches. Michael Conforto isn't the problem. He's a bigger part of the solution. He's a professional hitter. You need guys like that on your bench and then occasionally in your lineup. And coming off a pinch hit home run is not the worst time to have him in your lineup. Just wasn't their night. They faced a hot starting pitcher and a team that had more urgency on that given night. It's only July 23rd. They do have plenty of time. The thing that I want Jed Hoyer and the Cubs to avoid is going into this deadline and explaining after the fact if they are idle or less aggressive than I think people want them to be, but the odds told them, what the percentages told them, what teams that don't have a bye, face in the postseason. You made a determination back in December and January to be aggressive, and you spent on Alex Bregman, and you traded for Edward Cabrera. Now is not a time, I think, to change the plot or to alter from that commitment. Now is the time to figure out a way to make sure that that was the right decision. So you don't want to be talking about consolation prizes, and please learn from the lesson of last year's deadline when they prospect hugged all the way to second place.
They're trading the prospect.
It's a good team. Now they need to start playing more like it.
I understand the question.
Did you enjoy Craig Counsell's answer when asked on the afternoon show of Spiegel and Holmes to describe the growth he's seen in PCA over the last couple of months?
I mean, he's just playing out of his mind. That's the fact. I mean, that's whatever growth you got. He's just playing out of his mind right now. It's been fun to watch. He's the best. He's the best player right now in the game, playing in the field. There's no question about it. So, it's just been great to watch. I've never seen a player whose kind of swing decision profile has changed this fast and this abruptly, but it's testament to just a great athlete at a young age kind of moving forward in the game.
Your reaction to what you just heard there from the Cubs skipper?
Well, I think that Pete Crow Armstrong has a legitimate shot to make a run at an MVP. I think that Shohei Ohtani has some knee issues, which are going to limit how much he pitches, if at all. It's going to limit how many bases he steals. Might limit him at the plate. And Shohei Ohtani right now is the main competition for Pete Crow Armstrong, or maybe you should put it the other way, out of respect for Ohtani, and nobody disrespects Ohtani. But Pete Crow Armstrong's having a good enough year to suggest that is legitimate as a possibility. I like the fact that when he said the swing decision profile has changed as dramatically as any that he has seen is a mouthful. It also speaks to just how much Pete Crow Armstrong has helped with John Mully and all the instructions and all those things help himself become better. He's disciplined. He's dangerous. He's as good of an all-around player as there is in baseball. Playing out of his mind, I know what he means, but I almost wish he would have said, if we're splitting hairs here, he's playing up to his potential. I don't think he's out of his mind. This is you play out of your mind. It's like this is rare. This is like, oh my gosh, I didn't see this coming. I think he's playing up to his potential. And when a superstar with that kind of raw talent plays up to his potential, this is what you get.
I don't think Craig throws around compliments, though. So that's why, to me, this kind of jumped off the radio, if you will. Why my ears perked up when I heard this live yesterday. Because he just doesn't – he also doesn't throw guys under the bus, but he's also very even-keeled, which is probably why he's been able to do what he's done for this long. The PCA MVP debate, if you will, is almost like the first question. How are the Cubs good, or are they just okay? Like, PCA has these unbelievable nights and then kind of has these duds. Like last night was a dud. And it's almost like he goes, they go. Going back 2 games. We talked about it a lot yesterday. The leadoff triple, right? And that got the team going in the right. But then, last night, a couple of strikeouts. And he, after the game, overall, I'm happy with my game, but I'm not happy with it last night. And, again, you've got to, they all count. So when you have the kind of clunker, if you will, it makes you, I don't know how good. So, but Craig doesn't throw compliments around, so this stood out to me.
He called him the best player in the game among position players. You know what kind of compliment that is? He's calling him the MVP, okay? And Ohtani, if he's not pitching, I'm sorry. I know how great he is, and I appreciate the things he has done, and he is the unicorn. The fact that he can pitch and hit, the fact that he can win an MVP when he's got a bad shoulder that can't help him pitch and he has to be a DH and still wins the MVP. The guy is unbelievable. He's an unbelievable talent. But PCA right now, what he's doing, what's extraordinary is to kind of watch the season he's had, and then when Craig talks about the profile of his decision making, that's almost like when you moved him to the leadoff role, he took on like a different profile as a hitter.
Like he was waiting for it.
Like he adapted to that role, and this is what you get as a result of it. I mean, take a bow, Craig. You're part of the
because he put him in that role.
Good, you did.
Yeah,
and it really
nothing else was working.
It's been unbelievable how well the guy has played. So yeah, I think it's.
I think you're saying
great to appreciate
that
it.
Counsell was managing out of his mind.
I I don't have a problem with that because it's kind of a euphemism to me,
It
just
is.
like
Yeah,
an expression,
it is.
and I don't think he meant.
I don't think he meant
that. He was.
It was
literally.
I think he throws around compliments so rarely, though, that
I
when he
know.
does, it's kind of awkwardly
That's
done.
why this was, and they, it was funny because he, in the midst of it, he said something about Grote. Like he was asked if it was. I think Matt asked him a question about whether this was growth for the play, something like that, and he talked about how you're seeing, a young player that is a great player, a great athlete coming into his own as a player. And I think you could listen to him all day explain what he likes or what he's seen from PCA, because the guy is a very articulate person and he's a great baseball guy, and it's a great combination.
I am so glad you asked, Mully.
How about Kyle Teal saying on Wednesday that he received news on Tuesday night that his left ankle sprain wasn't as high as originally thought, and he's optimistic for a return in 5 to 8 weeks, which would mean his potential return would be in early to late August or mid-September before the start of the playoffs. Should that influence any potential trades?
Yeah, we kind of chatted about this briefly, and it is his role as player to paint the best picture for himself and to give himself goals and to feel like he's going to surprise you with his incredible, the healing powers of a professional wrestler, or whatever way you want to term it. The guy's still in a walking boot. He's got a left ankle sprain. He's not going to be back anytime soon. But, 5 to 8 is a lot better than, what was it, 8 to
6 to 12.
6 to 12.
6 to 12.
It was insane.
It's a wide range.
Wide range.
Pretty big disparity.
But there's still a few weeks disparity. So I just for safety's sake, will think of it more as the back end. And maybe he's back before the start of the playoffs, but I don't know that he's going to be back and capable of really making an impact. So I think that it should not influence any potential trades. I do have a question for you, though, which I can hold for later.
Okay.
I'm just wondering.
I can't wait.
Okay, I'll hold it.
Hold for later now. Over now.
I want to blurt it out.
Okay, blurt it out.
Do you think the Cubs need to get a catcher?
Oh, I need to think about that one.
Do the Cubs need to get a catcher?
That was the question.
No.
I don't know that I'm that quick to agree. This is a good topic. I'd love that you asked that question. It crossed my. Okay, I'll explain later.
Yeah,
I will explain
I'm
later.
intrigued. I'm intrigued why
we'll
you
get back
think
to it. I love that question.
It's about the last thing they need. Why not be optimistic if you're Kyle Teal? Why not be optimistic? I have no problem with it. Be optimistic. The whole process has seemed a little confusing. As I said yesterday, first it's a 10-day IL, then their Will Venable talks, and he's the one who put that timetable out there first, and then Kyle Teal echoed what his manager said, and now the next day it's not quite as high as we thought it was going to be. But to your point, Mully, he's still in a walking boot. When you're in a walking boot, it's serious. He's going to miss a month. He's going to miss a month. But they just won another road series, something they do not do. Now come home, take care of the Astros. If you can get Mully going in the right direction, you might have cover there. So if you keep winning, I don't think you need to mortgage the future, that's for sure.
19 games. That's how many games Kyle Teal's played in. Sox are in first place. They have won 2 road series after the All-Star break, with Mully Murakami really contributing nothing. And they are doing this with a lineup that is long and deep and has some slug. And they're doing it with a pitching staff that is better than expected, with 3 starters at the top of the rotation that are overachieving, and whatever the reasons are, they need another starter, they need another reliever. Kyle Teal coming back. Great attitude, young man. This is a leadership quality that we know that you have. You are somebody that we are going to win with. You are always going to be at the center of everything when you are healthy. Go get healthy. But right now, it changes nothing for Chris Getz. It can't. You need supplemented hitting. You need a catcher with a bat. You need something that you don't have right now. And maybe he didn't have with Kyle Teel because, in fairness, as high as we all are on him, he didn't really hit in those 19 games that he played. So if you're Chris Getz, you're looking to fortify your offense with at a position that is really providing nothing offensively. So I want Kyle Teel to think that he can still come back and contribute in September, attack your rehab with that kind of vigor and commitment. Maybe you'll be in a position to do so. Maybe you can pull a 2026 version of Kyle Schwarber. And you can, I'll tell you what, if you can do that, young man, we will write you into the lineup in Game 1 of the World Series. But to get there, we're going to have to go out and get your replacement. That's Chris Getz's mantra or approach.
It's a good question.
That is the voice of Chris Chelios. He skates in at 8:44 to talk Blackhawks with Mully and Haugh. Yesterday, Kyle Davidson talked Blackhawks with Mully and Haugh. Had this to say about the possible pursuit of Patrick Kane.
We're looking to improve the roster. We're looking to get better. We're looking to continue to take steps. And, adding is some offensive talent is essential to that. Now, I don't necessarily think it's productive for me to advocate one way or another or kind of disclose anything publicly. I think Patrick knows where we stand, and his understanding and the path we've taken over the last number of years has been something that was obviously communicated to him when he was here last time. And I think everyone was just in a different place at that time in terms of what we were looking to accomplish, what he was looking to accomplish. But, as of now, it's again, Patrick Kane's seen as a Blackhawk. We feel he's a Blackhawk for life.
Blackhawk for life. Okay, did you believe that sounded like the Hawks were more or less likely to sign Kane?
I thought it sounded hopeful. I know we got some texts afterward that said that was Kyle Davidson basically telling you that it's not going to happen. I don't think I heard that. I heard that they wanted it to happen. The door was wide open. They appreciate Patrick Kane. And if anything, he went out of his way to make sure that he didn't say anything that closed the door or that made it seem like he wouldn't be welcome or that there was still the same type of approach or mentality when they traded him and wanted to kind of clear the runway for another leadership group, a younger, the Bedard era, if you will. So, no, I think this sounded hopeful. I liked our conversation with Kyle Davidson. Got some decent feedback from hockey people that thought that, his explanations were pretty valid as far as Byram and everything else that he did this offseason. So, no, I feel like Patrick Kane, it's still in play. The Hawks would welcome him back. I believe that.
He sounded, of all the questions that he answered a lot of questions. I appreciated him coming on, obviously. But I don't know if the approach was he didn't want to upset Kane or Kane's agent. He seemed kind of meh on it. I was hoping for more enthusiasm. Like, could you imagine what it would be like to see Patrick Kane skating on the same line with Connor Bedard? That's what I was looking for, and he didn't get anywhere near that. He didn't nowhere near that. Obviously, if he came here, it would help us score more goals. Okay, well, no doubt. I mean, no kidding. My aunt knows that, right? I mean, okay, thanks.
The one in Australia?
I thought...
Her too, or the one in Vegas. Oh, okay. Thanks for paying attention. I appreciate that.
We love your family and your Zayres collection back in the day.
And your takes.
Yes.
Except for the Michael Conforto one.
But today. But I would say... I thought he answered pretty much every question with some wisdom. I think he's been at it long enough to know that you don't set yourself up for failure. You don't ensure, we're definitely going to make the playoffs. That is our goal. That's our stated goal. He says, we definitely want to do that. That's what we're hoping to do. You're not making declarations about Patrick Kane. Oh, yeah, he'll be here next week. Oh, we think it's just a question of time. I don't know how Kyle Davidson feels about it, but I feel impatient with this situation, which is really a character flaw for me. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Whatever Patrick Kane is weighing or deciding, I am getting irritable waiting. I'm getting slightly frustrated by the fact that when I Google his name, I don't have the conclusive answer as to what he's going to do. And I've also Googled LeBron's name a few times, and I've got to stop doing that because I don't care as much, but I'm just curious. And now I feel like I'm getting myself into some kind of weird rabbit hole that the guy is just having fun. Like I'm being I'm on a string with a guy that is a drama queen. And how did I get involved in this thing? Why do I really care? It's just weird. But I think there are different people. I want to know what's going to happen. I want to know how this is going to happen. I want to know if he's coming, and if he doesn't, what's the counter move? What then? If you believe you need help while you're waiting for Bedard to come back, so what else are you going to do? Then it's just internal? We got one external chance and that's it? I am very curious to see what happens with this.
Me too. Sooner the better.
Are you impatient with it?
No, I really am not impatient with it. It's July 23rd. I am not really in any hurry. If Kaner needs to take until August, take it till August. If he needs to take it till training camp, what's he going to prove in training camp? He knows where to park. He knows how the ice works. He knows what number he's wearing.
What if you found out today? Wouldn't that be nice?
Woohoo!
Before the show is over?
Yes! That would be fantastic.
Or would you rather find out tomorrow?
Either. I'll take today. I'll take tomorrow. I'll take a yes.
That's about as long as I got for this. All right. We'll be right back, continuing the Pick Six. Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Hey, Chicago baseball fans. 104.3 The Score is your MLB trade deadline headquarters.
Will Jed Hoyer make a splash for the Cubs and acquire some much-needed pitching?
You can't have enough pitching. You never have enough.
Will Chris Getz and the White Sox be aggressive as they contend for a playoff spot?
We're going to look for opportunities to help this future now.
Keep it here as we approach the August 3rd MLB trade deadline on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment of the show brought to you by Packy Web Ford.
End up getting to DC and we get our bags and there's a black car waiting outside for us. And like 20 minutes after that, we show up at the White House and sitting there. And then about 10 minutes after that, it's just my dad and I sitting in the Oval Office and we're just sitting there. And next thing you know, the door opens up and H.W. Bush comes out and he's like, Wally. And I'm just like, what? And he gives my dad this huge hug. He gives him a huge hug. He's like, you must be Jared. Let me take you around my house. So we start walking around the White House. He's showing me all the rooms. And then he looks at me. He's like, it's lunchtime. He goes, what do you want to eat for lunch? And I said, man, hot dogs and pancakes. And my dad looked at me with this side eye, like, what are you doing? So they made me hot dogs and pancakes. Then we go outside. He's showing us the renovations that's going on in the White House. And then a little bit after that, we jump on Marine One and we go to a golf course and we're golfing. And it's somewhere in Baltimore. I don't know where it was, somewhere in Maryland. And next thing you know, it starts raining. So I'm driving around this golf cart. I'm like 11, 12 years old. I'm driving around this golf cart and it's raining out, Secret Service everywhere. And the president hits this ball on the side of this elevated green. And he jumps into my cart and he says, young man, take me to my ball. So I'm driving him and I get on the on the side of the elevated green and the cart starts to slip and the Secret Service jumps out and they grab the golf cart. My dad is trying not to yell at me, but he's giving me that look and I get over by him. He goes, you are not driving anymore. No more. And the president looks at him and says, Wally, let him drive. So I didn't know who to think. I'm talking about the leader of the free world or my pops, right? And my life was a movie. Crazy, crazy story.
Where were you when you heard the big news, Wally?
Oh, it's amazing. That's an all-timer.
Don't call me Wally.
Your dad did not let Mike Murphy call him Wally on the score.
Dude, but HW has more pull than
gets to do it.
Murph.
Sometimes our old friend Doug is roused to share his anger and his thoughts on a horrific Bears law. Doug, is that you?
We are live from 6 Heavenly
and 6heavenlythescore.com. I don't stuck the phone up here running around with a Ron Santo who's been clicking his heels all week because he's as mad as I am.
Wait a minute. Santo has heels up there. Oh my
You get your legs back when you get up here. That's not the point, boys.
What is the point?
I've had it. I could kick a tomato can down a grocery aisle and pick it up before the Bears finds a win at the end of that game.
Hit the bull in the ass with a banjo.
I don't even understand.
Oh, you couldn't hit it. If it was stapled to your hand, you couldn't hit it. And I'm mad at the coaching, okay? Like a nice woman at Blackjack's Gentlemen's Club, it starts at the top. All right? You start with the top.
When you saw Tyreek Stevenson with his back towards the line of scrimmage,
Yeah.
how did that make you feel?
Okay, his Stephenville kid, whatever, his Stevens Center, Convention Center guy, I don't care. He's out here waving around like a T-ball player picking dandelions. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to come down there this week. I'm going to dig up Chris Conte from whatever Circuit City he's managing, and I'm going to get him back out on this field.
All right, Doug, it's really good to talk to you. It's really good to hear you. We're glad you're doing okay. You know,
Doug Buffone's thoughts on the games are brought to you by Zares. Come into Zares this holiday weekend. We'll take care of you. And don't forget to stop by Marshall Fields. We're going to Marshall Fields. Look in the window. You know what? If you're a Bears player, look in the window and see your own reflection. Who do you want to be?
I actually go by Haugh nowadays. I don't know if you guys had heard that, but Haugh is what I like to be referred to as. Or Hall. Hall is good too.
Not Mark Grote.
So,
Where's
not
the
Mark
K in there?
I've had enough Mark Grote in my life. I got to tell you.
Did you ever think about putting a little accent on it, and make it Mark Grote?
Oh my God! See now you don't even know what you just did, Marshall. You don't even know what you just did.
Did I unlock something?
You just walked me right into one of my favorite stories, personal stories ever.
Okay, well tell it.
And you're gonna love it. You're both gonna love this. So back in the day when Shaquille O'Neal was a member of the Miami Heat, I was covering that Bulls playoff series in which Shaq was part of the Heat. So I was assigned to, and I'm sure you guys have done this too, I was assigned to the shoot-around at the United Center to cover the Heat, their shoot-around. And one of the good things about these things is you get great access when you're there, because it's just the beat reporters and maybe a few stragglers as well. So I see Shaquille O'Neal, and it's just like he's there, and just a couple reporters. He looks at my credential, and he's like, who's that? Mark Grote? Is that your name, Mark Grote? I said, actually, it's Grote. He goes, no, I like Grote. Grote's better.
Not him strong-arming you into changing your name.
Yeah, well, here's part of the reason why is because I did ask him. I said to him, this was that he was starting to age, and Shaq and I are the same age. So I felt comfortable in saying, you're getting a little bit older now. Teams are defending you differently. And he looked at me. He goes, you're getting older too, Mark Grote.
Oh, my God.
I do love that. I'm not going to lie. I like that story was worth telling, yes.
I was like, yes, sir. Yes, sir. There's more, but that is the Grote-ness of it all. Shaquille O'Neal making sure that I was Mark Grote.
I would almost do what Joe Theismann did, just go with that pronunciation.
Never cost a fortune.
Welcome back to Pick Six with Mully and Haugh on 104.3 The Score and the Odyssey and iHeartRadio app.
The question at that time will be...
Bruce Levine will answer questions at 9 a.m. with Mully and Haugh. How about Mune Murakami telling our friend Scott Merkin before last night's game that he's close to being where he wants to be at the plate? Murakami is still getting his timing and the power back. He missed 35 games with a grade 2 right hamstring strain. Quote, overall, it's getting better. I've been seeing the ball very clearly, and I'm getting good at bats. Overall, it's good, end quote. Your thoughts?
Well, overall, I'm hoping for a little bit of thunder, a little rumble of thunder. I mean, get the guy extended. This is a perfect time to take advantage of the fact that his power is
But he
diminished
can't demand more.
briefly. Yeah, try to get something done. I love Mune. I love the influence he's had on this team. Again, since his return, they've been winning. And they went on the road and they won. So I am not complaining about anyone. The Sox have they got some left-handed thump to their lineup, among other things, and that is a good thing. Am I growing impatient? I've mentioned earlier, it's probably a character flaw, but I will not let this get me. I will not Google, did Mooney hit a home run yet? I'm going to watch the games and enjoy it, and I will be as excited to see him at the plate as I was earlier in the year. Loving it. Love the guy. Let's go.
Again, much like his teammate Kyle Teal, and nothing wrong with having some confidence. That's a good thing, saying positive things. But so far, we haven't seen it, right? So let's get back home. They're flying back to Chicago. They're going to be at the rate on Friday night. It's supposed to be a steamy weekend again, and let's see some of that slug from him, Mully. It'll be interesting to see. Him and Yordan Alvarez could have like a home run hitting contest over there.
He's hitting a ton. Alvarez, wow. I think I want to give the Sox credit for having Muney Murakami work this out in Chicago with the White Sox at the major league level. There would be a lot of teams, maybe that's overstating it. There would be some teams that would be with a rookie, and he still is a rookie, adjusting to major league pitching and a new league and all those things, that after that big of a layoff, 35 games, 6 weeks, that was a long layoff.
Very long.
He would still be in AAA, maybe trying to time things up, get some confidence back, and then return. I like him in the middle of the Sox order, where he belongs, where he will be when they are in the playoffs. I think they're headed there. And they're headed there because of his production before the injury. He's somebody whose swing you trust, whose mechanics you believe in, and who I think confidence-wise is going to get back to where he was before he got hurt. So it's going to be gradual. It won't be immediate. The good news is, while you wait, others step forward. And Chase Mydroth getting 4 hits, or maybe Braden Montgomery will have another big night. Heck, Randall Grichuk tripled the other night. This is a long, deep lineup full of hitters that have slug that the White Sox have benefited from. Mooney will be back to being Mooney again. I think this is the right place for him to kind of regain his stroke. At least it's not in Charlotte.
Maybe fly in his personal hitting coach, because he's kind of available more often than not these days.
It's a long flight.
Shohei.
He is the most valuable professor.
Do you remember that? We saw that at the World Baseball
They're the hands.
Classic.
Put him there. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Shohei.
wonderful.
But here's a question I want to ask you.
What did you make of CBS Sports saying that the Mets and the Cubs are likely trade partners on, quote, multiple pitchers, including Freddie Peralta and a handful of relievers for Cub young prospects? How many do you think the Mets can get, and do you like that idea of Mets and Cubs as trade partners?
They've already gotten one. David Peterson. They've already struck a deal. They've already shaken hands. Good. If Freddie Peralta becomes a Cub, he's the guy that makes the most sense from a managerial standpoint, from the Craig Counsell understands what he's getting standpoint, from a guy who you would believe that a change of scenery could benefit standpoint. I don't really look at Freddie Peralta's time in New York and say, oh, stay away from him, damaged goods. I look at Freddie Peralta in New York and say, wow, like a lot of people who have gone to the Mets, he didn't like being a Met, and he hasn't flourished. These other guys, A.J. Minter, Brooks Raley, fine. The headliner would be Freddie Peralta. If Clay Holmes ends up with the White Sox, terrific. But I don't know. I'd take Clay Holmes on the Cubs too, but I don't know that he's going to be part of that mix. Keep your eyes focused on Freddie Peralta. That is a guy who makes more sense and maybe and is more realistic than Tariq Skubal. Maybe Robbie Ray is in there, but Freddie Peralta, I would be thrilled if the Cubs could land him.
I'm on board with that. Again, the question is who? Where does this conversation start with? There is some audio that we could listen back to from Bob Nightingale talking about what exactly teams would have to give up, in his opinion, for Freddie Peralta. And the price tag was much less than I expected. And if that's true, then I say, why not? Especially if the Brewers are involved. You can't let the Brewers get him if you're the Cubs.
Yeah, I think the same article had the Brewers getting Skubal, so I'm not sure.
Well, this was Nightingale on the air yesterday versus Nightingale in print.
No, I'm saying
Sunday,
CBS.
Yeah,
I'm
CBS.
talking about the
CBS
article.
column.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
No, I mean, I don't know that. I think this is just, you're looking to match people up. And of course, the Freddie Peralta thing makes perfect sense for 1,000 different reasons. Guy knows the division, knows the manager, knows the people he'd be pitching against. The other thing about Freddie Peralta, and I don't know if we have really spent a lot of time on this or if we care, but that he's like a really good dude. Everywhere he goes, people love the guy. He's like meant to fit in really well. He's not a problem child in any way. He'd be a real addition, and he'd work with everybody you have. And I don't even know if that matters or if they look at that. But if you're looking for kind of a character guy, high character guy, I think that's Freddie Peralta. I think he'd do very well here. And I think you're right about the change of scenery. That Mets thing just seems like it's toxic. It really does. And they've just got so much pressure, and they have folded underneath it, and so many different guys don't seem to get along with each other. It must be a very difficult place to have to be and to try to be the one guy that kind of turns them around. It must have been very difficult. So I'd love to see it happen. I think he'd do great there. And they mentioned a couple of relievers too. I think those guys are solid, and that would help you. No doubt about it. The Cubs need some help in that area with 7 guys currently on the injured list.
7 guys.
7.
Wow.
All right. We'll be right back. We've got the extra point next. Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Pete Crow Armstrong plays here.
Hey, Chicago. This is Pete Crow Armstrong.
Back toward the wall, Pete Crow Armstrong makes a great catch. He made it look easy, and it was not at all easy.
Defensively, there's just plays that he's making that nobody else is making the plays. You're going to have to watch baseball a long time to find someone who's going to make the plays. That's how good it is.
Listen to every game with Pete Crow Armstrong right here on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
Speeding catches up with you, paid for by Nitzer. Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. The Packers will be a playoff team once again in 2026. I have my doubts about Matt LaFleur's play calling in playoff games, but they're as solid of a team as they come in the regular season. I'm picking Jordan Love for the second straight year to win the MVP, so yeah, I think their offense will be incredible. Tucker Kraft, healthy off the torn ACL, will be a beast. Micah Parsons only expected to miss the first few games of the season. Green Bay to make the playoffs is minus 140 odds right now. I like it. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The PGA Tour is coming to Chicago. Join us for the President's Cup at Medina Country Club, September 22nd through the 27th. This must-attend team golf event brings together the best international players from around the world to compete against the top United States players in high-energy match play competition. Don't miss the epic moments. Kids 15 and under get in free with a ticketed adult. Tickets are on sale now at presidentscup.com.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus $1,500 bonus cash on the Hyundai Santa Fe. Or get up to $3,000 total savings on the Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid. Offer ends August 3rd. Call 224-661-0068 for details.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, especially if a man that is 7'2", 350 pounds says your name is Mark Grote, go with it.
Mark Grote. Like, can't you hear him say that?
Yes, he's got a very deep and unique voice, Mark Grote.
Monotone.
Yeah, I do like calling you Mars Hall.
Mars Hall is one of my many I have a lot of nicknames, and Mars Hall is up there. one that a lot of people call me, or just straight Mars.
Didn't it come from grade school?
Came from grade school, kindergarten, first day of class. We all have name tags on. This girl, super, thinks she's smart, walks up to me, points at my name tags like, Mars Haugh. I was like, it's actually Marshall.
I just got it. So that's what you were doing earlier. I just got it. It took me 3 or 4 times. That's the way it works. I'm a slow learner.
Sometimes it's shortened to just Mars.
Yeah, okay.
I call him Mars a lot.
I like it.
So, Studs, did you end up finding the V. Stiviano stuff?
Can you tell me what your relationship with Donald Sterling is?
I'm Mr. Sterling's right-hand arm. Man. I'm Mr. Sterling everything. I'm his confidant, his best friend, his silly rabbit.
His what?
His silly rabbit.
His silly rabbit?
Yes.
Is that what he calls you?
No,
That's
I
what
call
you-
myself
I
that.
see, okay.
I joke around and I make him laugh. I do things that some people find very silly, or I do things that sometimes people can understand our relationship. I'm his everything.
She gets it.
Barbara
She
Walters'
took-
reaction. Sorry, go ahead, Layla.
No, that woman took down $1 billion business.
Barbara Walters' reaction to
You're what?
I'm his silly little rabbit. You're what?
You're what?
What did you just say?
Right-hand
I'm
arm.
Mr. Sterling's right-hand arm.
Man.
Man.
How is that not an obvious shirt?
I'm Donald Sterling's right hand arm, and then a bunch of space, man.
Man.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is the pause is really what sells it.
You got to
I'm
go
Mr. Sterling's
ellipses.
right-hand arm. Man.
Since we're talking about V. Stiviano, let us also make sure to mention that woman, although she did have the paparazzi following her around, she was walking around with that big visor thing.
Yes.
That was quite the scene.
COVID.
Way before COVID.
When she was a trendsetter.
Sterling's right-hand arm. Man.
Man.
But coming out of the football season, I was kind of just talking about a few different things. We were here in commercial break at one point, and we started talking.
It's time for the Extra Point with Mully and Haugh on 104.3 The Score.
Both the White Sox and the Cubs are off today. Which manager do you think will have a bigger impact on his team's success or failure the rest of this season? Will Venable or Craig Counsell?
It's just great that on July 23rd, you can ask this question, and it's a debate, and it's a debate worth having because both teams in Chicago are on their way to the postseason, or as we sit here this morning, have a very realistic chance of playing meaningful baseball in October. In that context, you have to be objective, and I think objectively speaking, Craig Counsell has done a terrific job with the bullpen that has been ravaged with injuries. And he's done a nice job of keeping the Cubs where they are, 12 games over 500, in contention for a playoff spot with a pitching staff that has just really had one of those years. But I think that Will Venable deserves just a little bit more credit for doing more with less, for doing things that have direct impact on the outcomes, and shaking up a lineup and using versatility to his advantage. Now, if the Sox weren't in first place, if they were mired deep in the division and 10 games under, I think I would have a much different opinion of the way that he mixes and matches his lineups. I'm not a huge fan of that, but I also can't deny the results. And the results are, with this young team that doesn't care where they play, just that they play, it's working. And he's also pushing the right buttons in the bullpen. He did respond to a problem with the closer, and he wasn't shy about making a change. Will Venable right now is the favorite for manager of the year. It's got to be him. So I think it's Will Venable.
That's really interesting that you said that, David. I mean, obviously the White Sox this morning are in first place, so they're going to the playoffs. The Cubs are the top wild card team, so as of this morning, they're going to the playoffs. They're 4 ahead of the Diamondbacks, who are the third team, Philadelphia Phillies, are behind the Cubs and as the second wild card team. But as far as the team's success or failure the rest of the season, part of this might have to be put on hold until you see what each team's front office does at the trade deadline. I think for the Cubs, it's the mixing and matching and the use of the bullpen. As David pointed, Craig's not really changing his lineup, and we can talk about that. That's not what he does. But he and Tommy Hotovy, I'm assuming, are working together on that use of that bullpen, which has been, you talk about Band-Aids, and what did Tommy tell us yesterday? 34 different guys have thrown a pitch for the Cubs this year.
That's incredible.
Right?
Yeah.
Already more than had pitched for the Cubs in 2016 when they were the champs, obviously. Thought that was a staggering number. So I think it's Craig Counsell because he's going to either push the right button or not push the right button. To David's point about Conforto, he's either going to do the right thing or not do. DH, he's going to be juggling DH. There is no obvious DH on this team as it stands today. Maybe when Matt Shaw gets back, assuming he doesn't get traded, maybe the obvious choice is Seiya Suzuki, but maybe not, or it's Matt Shaw. But that's not available to Craig right now. So I think Craig's juggling of this roster on a daily basis is going to be more important.
You know, I love this question for a lot of different reasons. I think that I find this fascinating because Craig Counsell has been there before and has been through this. Will Venable is a relatively young, new manager who has a team that is overachieving and is in a position that we did not anticipate that they would be in. And I think you're right. When you have a surprise team, you're more likely to get credit for the success than just because no one can believe you're even in a situation like this. It makes you wonder about the relationships within the organization between the general manager and his group and the manager and his group. And I'd be very curious to know how resistant or accepting of different ideas either of these guys are. I think we know that Craig Counsell he's making a lot of money and he's in a really good position, and he's kind of a guy that you how do I put it, keeps his own counsel. I don't know that I don't know that it would be fair to compare that, but I don't know what relationship Will Venable has with the front office, how open they are, how willing they are to offer ideas. Does he accept that? Does he need them? Is he making every call? Is it more of a team type of thing? I don't know the answer to those questions.
Isn't it your sense that Will Venable makes all of these moves and all of these different lineups in concert with the front office?
Absolutely.
Don't you think he has to?
But I also think that he's like a really bright guy too.
No doubt about it. Which is probably why he does lean into that.
Ivy League educated guy.
Which is why he probably is a collaborator.
They're all people. I'm talking both sides of town that are strong personality, bright idea people.
Princeton and Notre Dame.
It's pretty good.
Pretty good.
You could do worse.
Last thing, do you think that Counsell doesn't receive sometimes the credit he may have earned with the pitching staff or as a manager pushing the right buttons because of the salary?
Yes. I think because of his salary, is too much, to whom much is given, much is expected. I think if he missteps, it's like, why are you paying him that? It's not like, everybody, you put a guy in and he doesn't deliver in the way you thought he might.
You're right.
So yeah, I think he's held to a different standard. Listen, I love what Will Venable has done, although there are times when I don't necessarily understand it. And but I think he's really a good baseball guy. I really think that that he has that sort of like North Star consistent. Both guys do consistency, strength of personality thing going that makes you think, well, You know, like how often has it been where you've said of a White Sox manager, like, wow, this young guy's really going to be something in a year or two. This guy's going to grow as much as any player. This is going to be, that's a really good hire.
If you're talking about young managers, you'd have to go back to Ozzie Guillen.
You know, that's a good one. I was thinking Tony La Russa the first time.
Okay.
I mean, that, like, I
was thinking Ozzie Guillen in 2004.
Ozzie's very good. He was a lot better, I think, than anyone anticipated he would be because he's such a baseball guy.
It's fair to say, in the words of Craig Counsell, both managers are managing out of their minds.
They are. There's a lot of out-of-your-mind managing. And this time it's in a good way, Jim Fregosi. All right. It's Mully and Haugh. We're going to open up the phone lines, 312-644-6767, 1043 The Score.
As Pete Crow Armstrong continues to shine for the Cubs, his manager Craig Counsell joined Spiegel and Holmes and had this to say about his all-star center fielder.
You know, he's just playing out of his mind right now. It's been fun to watch. He's the best player right now in the game, playing in the field. There's no question about it. So I've never seen a player whose kind of swing decision profile has changed this fast. This is a great athlete coming into the prime of his career.
Listen to Cubs manager Craig Counsell bi-weekly with Spiegel and Holmes on the official radio home of the Cubs, 104.3 The Score.
Tomorrow, the White Sox are back at
baseball. And a discussion that really fascinated me with the two of you and the entire crew when I was on the afternoon show broke out. And I felt like it was worth revisiting.
I do have a quick question for Lawrence. I know we are getting short on time, but if Nico goes to San Francisco, do you think he'll still come on the show once a week?
Grote?
Not once a week, but I suspect he would still come on the show occasionally.
I bet he would.
Just who can you count on week in and week out to deliver?
Now,
It's
PCA
Nico.
could turn into that, I think. I think that he's capable of turning into that when you look at how good he was defensively, but he goes into these slumps where he doesn't hit the ball for a while.
I doubt he'll ever be. I doubt PCA will ever be as consistent as Nico. Bregman is obviously incredible. I don't know that he's the level of multiplier that you say adding him means get rid of maybe your best player as well. I don't think he multiplies you by, that exponential degree where losing Nico is worthy of the fact that you added Bregman just to avoid the tax.
No.
I don't think they're getting rid of Nico. I think this organization has shown themselves in recent seasons to try and operate. You think it's happening? Yes, dollar bet.
Would you like to make a dollar bet?
I'd love to. Yeah. You think this is happening? I don't think so. I think the Cubs have shown themselves to at least try to operate with a level of logic in their baseball decisions here. And it's sometimes flawed logic, sometimes less aggressive logic than we want. But I don't think they're getting rid of Nico.
You want the logic to be greater than the value of $1.
I think
that's not happening with the Cubs.
I'm the smartest man alive.
Did we make a bet? Did we make the bet?
You just heard it. What do you mean, did we make a bet?
I didn't hear us agree on a bet.
Yes.
We did
the
make
answer
a bet?
is yes. Yes.
Okay, then I owe you
there was Tyler Buterbaugh put a little bit of a longer version together of that, but for timing purposes, we had to condense it a little bit.
Hey, Ray.
Can't break up with you if we
Ray.
were never in a relationship.
Hold on, Layla.
Did
Ray,
we make a bet?
tell Ant the bad news, though, about him getting his money.
I don't even know the bad news. What do you mean?
I'm sorry. How many times have I come in that room today for something?
Oh, that's right. This man, Marshall Harris, doesn't have his wallet
walking the streets
today.
without a wallet?
Luckily for you.
You grown adult walking the streets without a wallet? You better run that dollar, Marshall Harris. Run it.
I think this is hilarious because, Ray, how torn up was I when I walked in today?
Marshall was devastated today when he came to work because he couldn't find his wallet anywhere.
I couldn't find my wallet at home, so I left. Because I need the ID just to get where I need passport.
Okay.
I don't have my wallet. I don't have my ID. I don't have $1. I don't have $1.
You had a feeling this was coming. Like the
I
hairs on the back of your
didn't.
neck were standing up.
Is that what we're talking about?
Your ears were burning.
Meanwhile, you
something
got
was going on.
She's digging through folders looking for $1.
No, because I got one from the ground again, and I was like, this is
Yo,
guy
you and your
paying me
streak-
off
Is there a
all
slice
these
of pizza
bets
in there
I made.
too?
There was no ground pizza. I told you I'm close to the ground, so I find things there.
I'm glad that the Cubs did not trade Nico Horner. Let me. What date was that? I'm trying to figure out how far.
Like
that was
3
right
weeks
after
ago.
Well, actually, it was right after the Bregman trade. That's what kind of spurred the conversation because the Bears had just lost in the playoffs, and the Bregman trade happened, and then we just kind of in transition. We're talking Nico. I was like, there's no way that anybody's trading Nico. And you were like, yeah, they're going to trade Nico. I was like, no, they're not going to trade Nico. And that is actually the first time I wanted to yell at you on the air. So
Yeah,
that's
that's
probably
fine. That's
what
fine.
It wasn't when
the
he
time
said
I
the Bulls were gonna
officially
win
yelled.
I knew it
45
was a long
games.
time ago, though. I knew it was a long time ago because once they told us about how much money they made and that they were putting their money back into the product, I was like, oh, then they're definitely not trading Nico now.
Yeah.
But until then, I was very much they might trade Nico.
What
Because
show was it with the "Give me my $2"? Was that that was
I
like
want
a,
my $2.
Yeah, was that
Better
a
off
Cusack
dead.
movie, right? Better Off Dead. There we go. Yeah.
I'll have
Wait
your
a sec-
dollar the next time I see you. If I find my wallet. If I don't
Better
find my
run that-
wallet,
better run that dollar.
I might be in trouble because
Run that dollar, Marshall.
Austin Rivers said what he said about being bewildered, and then Draymond did, well, Draymond things.
I don't like to get in these back and forths because, quite honestly, guys that you usually get into the back and forths with, they become back and forths because it's like one of them like severely tips something this way and the other is just like kind of so far down that it kind of pulls you back a little bit. And so, speaking of Austin Rivers, I saw he said he's bewildered and it's ridiculous of what I said. And I just find it interesting that a guy who was the 10th pick in my draft, I was 35, who's on his second act, still on act 1, he goes, Draymond, never been a scorer. Austin, you and I averaged the same amount of points in high school. And I say high school because that's when you were at your best. And then in college, he was still good. He was very featured at Duke because NBA careers, should he really talk about my NBA career? I'm still with my first team. He was gone from his first team in 2 years.
You know what he did? He played defense.
yes. He played better defense than Austin Rivers. And I think Austin Rivers would tell you that. In fact, Austin Rivers had a lot to say in response to Draymond, correct?
Come on, Draymond. This is ridiculous. Seriously. Ridiculous. But you know what? I'm going to address it because you crossed the line and you were mad disrespectful for whatever reason. You've been around too long. We both were drafted in the same class. The fact that you don't have the wherewithal to do your due diligence and actually understand I was being highly complimentary of you on the Dan Patrick Show. But it's you, and I shouldn't be surprised. You always act irrationally, emotionally immature, and your anger always puts you in hot water. So here I am having to address a video of you belittling my career. First off, Draymond, we weren't the same players in high school. I don't care about our numbers being similar. I did it at the national level, the top level. Hence why I got the Naismith Award, and I got pretty much every award you can think of in high school. I was ranked number 1. You were ranked, I don't know. So cut it out. Next. College, you actually were you actually a really good college basketball player, but it's hard to compare because I was only there for 6 months. Something you could never do. Talk about I was, one
The first in time, and the ball game is over. The Detroit Tigers have beaten the Chicago Cubs 5-1.
This could do it. Weak ground ball to second base. My drop makes the play. Ball game. White Sox win the finale here in Texas 4-2, and they will win this series over the Rangers, their 3rd straight series win.
Yeah, their 3rd straight series win, their 2nd straight on the road. Sox win on the road. Mully and Haugh, 104.3 the score.
Do it again.
Come on, that's pretty awesome.
You know that it's special when Brandon Fryer pulls out the up-down music from Florida Georgia Line. Sox are up, Cubs are down. One of those nights. Sox 2nd series in a row on the road. It's impressive. What did you ask during the All-Star break? The one question you had that concerned you maybe more than others about the White Sox. Can they win on the road?
That was a big deal.
You looked at the numbers.
Yep. Didn't make sense. Why were they so bad? What is it they're missing? Well, we've seen a lot of.
We had theories
of the good stuff.
We offered ideas.
Yeah,
it was like, all right, this is a young group. We compared them to like a college-like atmosphere. They feed off the crowd. They got that little Javi Baez thing in them. They need the home crowd to energize them. Maybe that's it, and it makes sense. And maybe it's still true because they are much better at home than on the road. But I think maybe they went out committed to being different in the second half. That's a big step for a young team to prove that you can win on the road.
Yeah, that is. It shows you they're learning something, and I don't know. We've seen nothing but growth from this group all year long. Early in the season, if Mooney hadn't been there hitting the home runs, I'm not sure everyone would have kind of followed suit and been able to kind of erupt in their own little way throughout this thing. I think now that Mooney's not doing it, his teammates are still helping him out, and that's a cool thing to see.
Well, what's really interesting is that without even maybe acknowledging it or feeling it himself, Mooney Murakami's presence early in the season took the pressure off his teammates because so much focus was on him, the stardom,
yes.
Would he, can he, will he, all those questions about his ability to make the adjustment and be the power hitter he was in Japan in the American League. Now, he did do that, and then he got hurt. But by then, the Sox team had rebounded from a 6-13 start, regained some confidence, and had their own kind of approach and identity and personality. So that's what they're feeding off of now. They've got confidence, and a confident young team is a dangerous young team.
It's amazing that they start 1-6 at the start of the year. I remember being in like, oh my God, how can this happen again? How can this go on? And I believe it was Murph who was the one after they swept the White Sox in Milwaukee who said that's a good young team. They're going to be a good team.
Well, I remember that too, but I remember thinking that
he was saying things to
this
be
is
nice.
being polite. This is Pat Murphy kind of, this is a good young team. They're going to be fine.
Doing what I like to call the David Haugh.
I wish you wouldn't call it that. I wish you wouldn't call it that.
I accused you of that the other day.
I felt like he was maybe being a little patronizing at the time.
Really?
Or I wondered about that.
I thought he was sincere.
I think he's always sincere, which is something that, again, my interpretation.
Sometimes he's just funny.
He's
like
sarcastic.
The blue-haired kid.
Yeah.
Or the guy with the
He's
big feet.
sarcastic.
He's very funny.
He's got a great sense of humor and wit. But I didn't think that he was saying that because he saw this coming. I thought he was trying to maybe boost somebody who he respected in Will Venable, boost up a bunch of guys who he liked how hard they played, but saw maybe limitations in their talent. I didn't think that he took it. I didn't take it and think, well, they're going to be the team that's going to be in first place in July.
No, you're right. I don't think anyone knew that. But I think that Mooney helped get them started on that road to it.
He did. And now here they are waiting for guys to get healthy, pitchers to come back, waiting for the trade deadline to see how Chris Getz will approach it, and maybe waiting to see, is this a fair way to look at it? Because I think with both teams in town still in contention, I wonder how they view what their general managers will do. Are the Sox waiting for confirmation from Chris Getz that they really are good, and they will find it if they go out and get help?
We've asked that question. We talked about that a little bit earlier. Do you deserve it? And do players look at it that way? I'd be very curious to know.
I think the Sox probably think they've earned it.
Well, I'm sure they do feel they've earned it, but not if it's taken away someone that they think should be part of what they're doing. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean.
Like, what happens, seriously, if Mike Vassell comes back next year, they actually have a season, and he doesn't pitch well enough to stay with the big league ball club?
Well, as long as he leaves the magic wand, I think they'll accept it. I think, but yeah, he's one of those guys that's been injured. He's fun. He's part of this. But I believe that when you look at what they have ahead of them, are they waiting for that kind of validation internally? Because it's one thing to get outside, noise, and the fans are showing up.
Or
attendance is up.
Even care? Are they just attacking every game? Are they just going to the ballpark and having a good time? And
that's what I think.
They're doing the double dutch in the outfield. Did you see that after they got the victory?
Great.
They've been doing that.
That's great.
And after the win yesterday, they did the double dutch. I find that hilarious.
The Sox have earned the right for Chris Getz to go out and be aggressive and add to the mix. They have earned that. I think they deserve that.
Yep.
Meanwhile, the Cubs, I'm not sure if they have, but I think they need that, or they might be relying on that more so than the White Sox.
Listen,
because it's a veteran team. And veteran teams tend to have that sort of mentality at the deadline.
I don't know if they've earned it, but I think their situation has demanded it since the early part of the season when you obviously lost your best starter. I think the same thing happened a year ago, and did they ever do what they ended up doing? They need to get something done that's going to help them, that's going to make them feel like, okay, that is a guy this is a winning move. They want us to win. It doesn't matter how veteran you are or how good you are. I think we're talking differently here. We're talking about replacement players to an extent for the Cubs, and we're talking about additions with the White Sox.
I think that's a good way to look at it, but I also believe that if you learn from history, recent history, and I'm talking about last year, if you learn from last year and you're Jed Hoyer, you've got to remember a couple things. Number one, that when you were resistant to making a big move because you believed in your prospect in Owen Casey and you didn't want to move him out of the system, and so you took a modest approach. They weren't that aggressive. They didn't add very much. I think a couple things happened. One, you needed that boost in the playoffs because you were probably one starter shy of challenging the Brewers.
Yep.
And two, immediately after, I think that it was deflating. The Cubs players, I think, played like they didn't. You're looking for a spark at that time of the year. August really, truly is. They are the dog days. And you're looking for something to ignite your clubhouse, to show are going to be aggressive. And maybe if you don't get it, a veteran team might have a letdown. I think you got to be concerned about those things.
It's interesting because you're so right about it. I had a friend who's longtime Cubs fan, and he's moved out of Chicago, and he's watching everything from a distance. And I was talking to him yesterday, and he was saying, why do they go through the same thing over and over again? And I'm like, how are they going through the same thing? Are you talking about injuries? Or he goes, no. Like, now it's Bregman. It used to be Tucker. Before that, it was, Mr. New York Yankee. Bellinger. And I'm like, well, I don't think that's what they're doing. He's like, no. They've imported one superstar all the time, not a particularly likable superstar. And then
Bellinger was likable.
That's what I said.
Bellinger was likable.
I thought. I guess he thought he was quiet.
I love the belly bombs.
Yeah,
I thought Bellinger was an easy guy to like.
In retrospect,
he was so effortless.
He was probably the most likable because he kind of regained something to a point where then he could leave.
What is it about Bregman that people don't?
I don't know.
Production?
No, honestly, I think it's the mercenary thing. I think it's the same thing that happened with Tucker. There's a feeling the guy came here for money, and he's just a guy you don't know, but you're relying upon him, and you're expecting him to perform here like he performed somewhere else, and he hasn't done that yet. So therefore, he's unlikable.
I think that's part of it.
Whenever a guy is a star,
but
that is imported,
if he was sitting on 28 home runs,
they'd love
and 74 runs batted in, he'd be like
at least had the
most likable mercenary in the National League.
Yeah.
And Tucker in the first half was celebrated as a difference that made the lineup long and dangerous.
Then it became he doesn't want to be here.
Then it's like, oh boy, did you see how
did that guy not connect?
Was he the first one to leave the clubhouse? Did you hear about that one? No.
Right.
All the things about Kyle Tucker that were whispered after he left.
Well, that's how life is.
I know, that is how life is. So I think that the Cubs now, whatever situation they find themselves in, and we debated during the Pick Six, is this a good team that prone to bad stretches or a bad team that finds a lucky streak every now and then? It's confusing, and they're 12 games over. So I think what you're looking for at the deadline is to get somebody in to remove the doubt.
Yeah.
A starting pitcher, Peralta, Robbie Ray. I don't think they're going to get Skubal. Maybe a reliever. Did you hear the conversation yesterday? I don't think it was with Bob Nightingale on the midday show. He had a lot to say. We should get into that. But there's a lot of chatter on the Twitterverse, if you will. Josh Hader with the Astros will be in town Friday in Chicago. has 2 years left, $19 million per year, and he has a familiarity with Craig Counsell.
Yes.
And the Astros might be determining, like many teams in the American League, whether to contend, whether to buy or to sell.
Let's hope that the Sox do a better job of convincing them one way as opposed to what the Cubs did against the Tigers.
I would love to have them sweep the Astros and have the Astros enter the trade deadline in sell mode.
You know, it's interesting, though, because I know this is baseball, but I wonder if you, depending on who you are, and with the Cubs, it's different than with the White Sox. But I wonder if you are interested in getting a reliever of that caliber and that price for more than a brief lift. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you were to trade for Mason Miller and all you would have to give up, why is their general manager, A.J. Preller, trying to get out of that?
New ownership, different direction,
okay,
shedding salary, bad investments.
He's already made a couple deals with you, not the least of which is, how's Dylan Cease doing? How was that payoff doing? I mean,
speaking of Dylan Cease,
yes,
the pitcher that the Sox got in return, Drew Thorpe, that was news yesterday. He is going to be pitching tonight, is it?
I think he's got a really weird schedule. Is it like an 8:30 Saturday morning or something?
10 o'clock.
10 a.m.
10 a.m.
It's like a weird time.
Yeah.
And that'll be he's in Class A, and I think he goes 3 innings, and then he would go to Charlotte and have a couple of outings for 4 innings. And then the idea is you'd reevaluate, and who knows where he would go after that.
Now, Drew Thorpe was the centerpiece of the Dylan Cease deal with the Padres. Drew Thorpe is a guy that when he came to the White Sox was immediately impressive. When he was on the mound, 9 starts I think he made, and it was like, wow, you could see him being a contributor. Wow, I remember being impressed by him. And then he was injured.
Tommy John, and then a setback. He hasn't pitched since 2024.
2024, when he made those 9 starts, and that was a team that was very bad, and he was a bright spot, and then he got injured. And so it's been a long road back. He's got major league stuff. If he can stay healthy, you wonder how he might factor into the mix, because he does want to be back, and he does want to contribute. And they didn't rule that out yesterday talking about him. So he might be a September addition to look at. He's more likely, let me ask you this, do you think he's more likely to contribute or Kyle Teal to the pennant race?
Let's let the guy have a rehab start before I make that determination. I need to see the medical report.
Why is that a bad question?
Because
Brandon's laughing at the question.
I think you're going back to your idea that the Sox got to give up everything for a catcher.
No. I wasn't saying the Sox need to give up everything for a catcher. I would be willing
Why did I hear it that way?
I think it depends on the catcher.
Who are the Cubs going to get a catcher? Dustin snapped.
That's right. That was a conversation. You said, do the Cubs need a catcher? You asked me that question.
Why is that a bad question?
It's not.
Why would they need a catcher?
It's not a bad question.
What's wrong with Carson? Carson Kelly is like 2 years running like an unsung Cubs hero. The guy hits the heck out of the ball with the runners in scoring position, should be batting probably 5th every night.
I think they could use a little bit oomph from the left side, and if they had a left-handed hitting component to their catching
They've got the great Michael Conforto, David. There's your oomph from the left side.
I said at the catcher position. Why do you have such a thing with Conforto? I don't know why.
I have a thing with the Cubs roster at DH. That's what I have a thing with.
Because, but don't you do? I'm sure you understand that Moises Ballesteros.
Why they played him last night? I get it.
Moises Ballesteros was supposedly going to be the answer.
He was going to bat third,
and he was going to be the left-handed pop, and he's not been popping, so he's had to go to Iowa.
Popping his belt.
Wow!
Holy cow!
Michael Conforto is a professional hitter. He's got 4 pinch hit home runs. I think that he can run into one every now and then. So him batting as a designated hitter from the left side is so consistent with Craig Counsell's approach. He trusts veterans.
There's nothing wrong with the Cubs. So you want a lefty bat in the Cubs lineup, so you go catcher.
It wouldn't be the
Cubs
worst
catchers
thing.
are fine.
Okay.
That's like a position of strength for this team.
Let's squeeze in our guy John. He's listening on the Odyssey app. Hey, John.
Hey, John.
Hey, guys. Enjoy listening to you. Two couple quick things. We had to suffer through all the cheese heads been stuffed down our digestive system, being in second place. Now they stuffing Brockworks sausage down, and we as Cubs in second place, never win the division. I'm tired of second place. And then I can think of 10 games this year. This is why the Cubs, I like the White Sox better. They're scrappy, and the manager's better. Because the Cubs, I can think of 10 games the Cubs have lost this year that the manager has lost because they failed to move the run around, hit a fly ball, or squeeze a run in. 10 games. Just think of the last two series. And this is why I like the White Sox better. I'll hang up.
First of all, I don't think someone shoving a bratwurst at you is a bad thing. Those are delicious.
They are delicious. Gotta love a good brat. Mustard or no mustard? Definitely mustard. Yeah.
I like a little sauerkraut in my brat.
No way.
I do.
Yeah.
I can understand why you'd say that. I like to boil them in beer, and then I like to let them get
little mustard.
Really
save the sauerkraut.
drunk,
Yeah.
and then throw them on the grill, and they're like these gigantic, enormous bratwursts.
Drunk bratwurst.
Oh, they're so
They're the
hammered.
best. They're so hammered.
And they don't even realize you're eating them.
And then you eat them and you've got a buzz.
You have like a slight, you can hear.
Is that
them.
a brat buzz?
I did have bottles of beer. We're going to bring in Connor McKnight next. We're going to talk to our guy. He's doing a wonderful job, and it's a delight to talk a little winning baseball with him. Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh, the most trusted morning show in Chicago sports. Get the latest Bears news with Brad Biggs. Ron Coomer breaks down the Cubs every Friday.
There's a chance that we're going to see Pete in the very near future win an MVP, and I don't disagree with that.
Plus, Cubs pitching coach Tommy Hotovy joins the show twice a month. White Sox legend Ozzie Guillen checks in Wednesday mornings at 8 to talk Sox.
The starters, they're not going to pitch 6-7 innings every night. No way. We've seen it before. They need those guys to step it up.
From Hallis Hall to Wrigley Field, the United Center to the South Side, Mully and Haugh cover it all. Start your day with Chicago's most complete sports conversation. Weekday mornings from 5:30 to 10 on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
This segment of the show is sponsored by Toyota on Edens.
Hey, Chicagoland, your new favorite service team should be the new Toyota on Edens. Offering extended service hours, Uber pickup and drop-off, and every Saturday, Toyota oil changes are just $29.95. Visit the new Toyota.
I was the guy. I led my team in scoring. I was first team All-ACC, freshman player of the year, lottery pick. Stop. Next. The NBA, hey, man, you got it, Dre. I mean, listen, I played in the NBA for more than 10 years, more than a decade, but 11 years, but I'm not a Hall of Famer like you. So I'll give you that credit. All right? You got it. But let's peel back that onion and understand why. Easy, Tiger. Okay? You have the delusion, the non-wherewithal, the irony of you saying I'm part of the biggest bailout in NBA history. Draymond, you were the luckiest basketball player I think I've ever seen, especially in modern day history. Let's talk about that. You were drafted to a franchise with a Hall of Fame front office, Bob Myers, Hall of Fame coach, Steve Kerr, the greatest shooter of all time, and perhaps the top 5 player of all time, Steph Curry, Hall of Famer. One of the greatest shooters, top 5 shooter of all time, another Hall of Famer, Klay Thompson. The Swiss Army knife himself, the guy who could do a little bit of everything on the floor, Andre Iguodala, another Hall of Famer. I know, keep up. It's a lot of talent. Not to mention one of the most lethal scorers of all time and arguably a top 10 player of all time, Kevin Durant, the same guy you chased off because of this, your mouth. You talk too much. And that's not even counting the plethora of talent around those guys. The Sean Livingstons, the Barbosas, the Andrew Wiggins, the Jordan Pooles, who you also chased off. Cut it out. Draymond, you're the backpack jump shooter. You're the guy that everyone leaves open. No one guards you. There are hours and hours and hours of film of just you being left wide open. In fact, anybody can just YouTube or Google or watch any Draymond game ever, and he's open all game. There are clips of you getting a rebound and just driving in a straight line and just getting a wide open layup because everyone's fanning out to guard the actual talent on the team. Talking about Steve Kerr ended your career. Bro, Steve Kerr made your career. How dare you? coming at me. Are you kidding me? I wish I could give my son $200 million if I was a coach. Yo, the NBA doesn't give coaching jobs to guys who may or may not sucker punch one of the players and staff. You need to fall back, Dre. Let's just be frenemies.
Let's just be frenemies. You know, backpack jumper is what really just woof.
Because imitate yourself trying to shoot a jumper with a backpack on.
Austin Rivers told no lies. He left no room for notes.
I was ranked number 1. You were ranked, I don't know.
The pointing to the Naismith trophy.
Yeah, it's in the background. So when he's talking about his high school career being different, he literally has the Naismith trophy for top high school player in the country directly behind him and references it.
I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like God is in control of everything. When God has a plan for you, you know, he gonna put you in the plan, and he gonna make you go through the ups and downs and the trials and tribulations. But, you know, when it's your time and he put you in position, you just got to go execute it and make the best of it. So that's what I plan on doing.
Were you kind of shaking your head at God for a second, though?
Nah, not really. Because,
Hell yeah.
I mean, honestly, I've been in this situation a lot in my life. This is not my first rodeo. This is not my first go-around. I've been thrown in the fire plenty of times, and I've excelled. So, I mean, I'm taking the same approach, and I don't expect anything different.
Mike Wallace Grote. Were you shaking your head at God?
Just surrounded by heathens everywhere.
Oh, my
everywhere.
God. I heard that one, Grote. I heard that one.
I was serious when I said you need to listen to this.
I heard that one.
I was walking out of Hallis Hall today. I'm walking out of Hallis Hall. I knew the question was weird, trust me. But I was kind of like, I had to do my work.
Not weird.
I had to get out of there. So I wasn't really like, I know other reporters were talking about it. I figured I walk out. There's Herb Howard. There's Herb Howard. You kind of shaking your head at God.
You asked 4 questions in a row. There were other reporters around there?
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Were you shaking your head at God?
Were there shaking your head at God?
Were there any snickers? Were there any?
There were smiles when I said that, because it's a very weird thing
What
to
happened
ask.
with Deontay's face when you posed that question?
No, he was straight face,
Very
man.
straight face.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm rushing out of Hallis Hall. I come up the stairs. I see Herb Howard and a bunch of his coworkers from the Bigs, and they're looking at me. They're shaking their head. I'm like, what? They're like, yeah, we're looking at you. They go, you better be careful driving home, man. Hands on the wheel. You are cursed. You talk about God like that.
Oh my God! Right, looking out this window.
I'm like, oh, okay. I guess that one did hit. Do we have Mooney?
Yeah.
You're kind of shaking your head at God for a second, though.
What's that?
Were you kind of shaking your head at God for a second, though?
Meaning what?
Were you kind of shaking your head at God for a second, though?
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on that.
Oh, it's so great.
You gonna ask Flus a God question next time?
Please do.
I think I
Please
get one
do.
God question a year.
No.
Or I'd get it talking to.
No,
you know?
work it in. Work it in.
Yeah, I'll
that
see
could
what
be
I
your
can do.
beat.
They have a chapel at Hallis Hall, so maybe I need to spend some time there tomorrow.
go
All us
Yeah,
God
just-
guys are accustomed to you types. We're used to it. We'll
I
deal with
understand. Hey, look, you know, well, I'm not going to give you my church resume. Forget it. I stand by what I asked.
Can you see us? Because we have some stuff in the studio here, Nico.
Yeah, I can see you.
All right, good. There's this picture of Pyomai right here from season 4 of The Sopranos.
I can't believe that we have this.
Yeah, we thought maybe you'd enjoy.
No,
Yeah,
not Pyomai. That's a sad death.
Yeah. What happened was
Spoiler alert.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Seriously.
spoiler alert. The horse dies, everybody.
The White Sox tonight here with Chase Madrath, 4 hits. You guys went 4-2 on the road trip, though. How good does it feel to start it off this way?
It's a great road trip right there. Those are 2 good teams, 2 tough places to come into. So going 4-2 and going back home is great.
You guys have won each of the last 3 games. You've had an opener face you. There was a 22-1 win, a 14-1 win, and now this one. Anything about seeing an opener that you like putting up some runs?
No, it's just, sticking with the approach, staying short for me and getting the next guy up there with a runner on.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 the score. So much fun to watch Connor and see. We're proud of you, buddy, and to see him interviewing maybe a juggling man. And
He
never
inspires
breaks
people
stride.
to juggle.
Yes, it's extraordinary to see. Connor McKnight joins us now on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time. Shout out to everyone watching on CHSN. You know Connor well. You watch him, and you see that he never breaks stride no matter who juggles what. Connor, good morning. Great to catch up with you, buddy. How you doing?
Good morning, boys. Good morning. It's always better when you're winning, and the White Sox are 4-2 coming out of the break. And like Chase said when I was talking to him last night, I had never been to a ball game in Toronto before. That is a very tough place to play. It's 40,000, feels like every night. And then here in Texas, you spend any time outside, it's about 115 degrees. That takes a little bit out of you when you get to the ballpark. And that's a tough place to win, too. So it's nice to get the White Sox winning on the road.
Connor, was there any conversation, or do you think there's anything to it that the Sox were focused on having to win on the road in the so-called second half of the season? Because that was one thing that we had talked about during the break, was the missing element. And here they are having won 2 series now.
Yeah, I asked a couple of guys about what was it that let them not skip a beat, that got them out running pretty quickly. They did get some favorable pitching matchups. They didn't let up at all in a couple of those games, that huge blowout win against the Blue Jays and another one against the Rangers, both of them first games of the series. So I think that helps you a little bit. I think the other thing, too, is this team, this offense specifically, has been able to win games in a couple of different ways. And they lose a 1-0 game on Saturday in Toronto when Davis Martin pitches pretty well.
Right.
Nice to see Davis get back to the way he'd been pitching. That's important. And then they won a 4-2 ball game last night. There were a couple of opportunities in that 1-0 loss, too, where, you're just looking to move a runner. I think they had 3 leadoff doubles. Was doing the game with Dan Plesac. They just couldn't quite move the runner across. But for the most part, they were able to hit situationally in these 2 series. So that matters. I think when this offense can play kind of multiple games like that, David, you're more suited to win on the road. You're more suited to take down a couple of different kinds of pitchers, unless they've got an extreme amount of swing and miss like Kumar Rocker did the other night. I think being multiple in their approach really helps them, whether they're home or on the road.
And I know I'm making bad jokes about the fact that you interviewed Sean Burke while he was juggling, but I got to tell you, it's one of the most mesmerizing things I've ever seen. Like at one point later in the night, I started just crowing and doing. I think I was hypnotized. I don't even know what he said. I don't know how you kept asking him questions. That guy, he's juggling away, and it was the most, honestly, it was about as distracting as anything I've ever seen.
He's sneaky athletic. One of the more athletic guys that and it's 6'6" too. I found out when we were in Sacramento months ago that Sean could juggle, and I looked at him and I said, "Listen, here's my dream. You get on a heater, and then we'll do the whole interview pregame. You're just juggling the whole time, and then we'll see what happens after that. We're not going to even talk about the fact that you're juggling till the end of the interview." And he looks at me and goes, "That's fantastic. We'll do that." And I go, "Okay, great. Get on a heater." So sure enough, Sean Burke's on an epic heater. And I looked at him when we got to Texas, and I said, "Hey, here it is. You're pitching as well as ever. Do you want to do this?" And he goes, "Oh, the juggling thing?" I'm like, "Yeah, the juggling thing. Let's go do the juggling." He's like, "All right, cool. Let's go do it." And he smoked it. And at the end of the interview, I didn't know exactly how I was going to get out of the thing. And I said, "Can we talk about the elephant in the room or whatever?" And Sean drops the epic line of, "I picked it up this morning. I didn't know it was coming." He made me laugh. I somehow threw it back to Chuck and Ozzy. I mean, he's a lot of fun, and man, is he pitching well.
It was so well done, Connor.
And he's on a heater. I mean, we were talking about who's the better pitcher, because Davis Martin was all year, but Sean Burke, his last 6 starts,
but he's been one of the best phenomenal in the American League, not just on the White Sox.
I mean, listen, the two of them together, I keep saying to David, Connor, and maybe I'm wrong, that they need to look for a third starter. They don't need to break the bank or trade every prospect. I'm accused of being a prospect hugger. I just don't know how. I guess this is the simple question. Do the players feel that they deserve an upgrade, that they have played well enough that the team should respond by helping them, or are they too busy, double dutching in the outfield.
They do a fair amount of double dutching, and they like it. I think, we get to the point now where we've talked all year so far about how the White Sox clubhouse is a strength of this ball club, which is fantastic, and it helps them endure nights like when you get absolutely shut down by the Rangers 2 nights ago, right? And you bounce back the next day because you love your guys in the clubhouse and you're out there to fight for them. All that stuff it's very, very true, and it's very real. On the other side of that is, if you're adding to a clubhouse at the deadline, you are by definition subtracting something from that clubhouse. You've only got 26 spots. So I think the White Sox want to be judicious about who and what they're adding and removing from that clubhouse. Injuries happen, of course, so perhaps it is that you're just kind of like, kind of pacing over a couple of different spots here and there. Lord knows the White Sox have been through their fair share of outfielders. I think what's fascinating about this team and what makes it such an interesting case study from a front office perspective is, kind of the new phrase in baseball is threading the needle, right, for a front office, being able to add a little bit, take a little bit out. I think maybe the Tigers, when they traded Flaherty, Jack Flaherty, a couple of years ago, they move him out, they go make on this big run, they add some things into the system, and they make the playoffs. That's kind of the prime example of threading the needle a little bit. I don't think the White Sox are in that situation necessarily, but you do want to hold on to all the things that you've been building, or as many of them as matter. And also, I think it's pretty clear that you could add in a few different spots now, especially with Kyle Teal's injury, and help this roster along quite a bit. I like the pitching side. I like being on the controllable side of that pitching too. But man, is that going to cost you here? And then the other factor is just how much teams who are selling want to get wild, right? With a guy like, I don't know, Mason Miller, if you wanted to dream big. Well, do you want to do that ahead of a very uncertain offseason? Right. I think it'll be really fascinating to see what actually shakes loose when we get to the deadline here. But I do think the White Sox are very cognizant of being careful on the chemistry side of things.
Connor, what is the appropriate level of concern with Mully Murakami and the fact that he is not homered since May 27th?
I'm not concerned about it. I really am not. I think, I brought this up in a ball game the other day. The walks are still there from Mully. In fact, he's walking at a higher rate now than he was in his first 50 games or 55 before he got hurt. 47 walks in those games, and now he's walked in 8 straight with 9 total since coming off the injured list. I mean, it's the swing decisions are there. And if you or White Sox fans trust anything about this team, it ought to be the offensive approach team-wide, right? And that gets preached over and over again. Where are your swing decisions? Mully's are still pretty good. Yeah, there's going to be some chase, right? But I think you even saw it last night. He fell behind 0-2, guys, on a couple of breaking balls. And then I believe he was still facing Tyler Alexander. Took 3 straight high fastballs that were designed to get him to go up and out of the strike zone. Would not work to walk. White Sox end up scoring a little bit later on. That kind of thing is the buoy for Murakami and the buoy for really any big time swing and miss slugger that can still draw his walks and get on base. I will worry when the walks stop coming around, I suppose. I really do think it's a matter of time before the timing and structure kind of fits back into Mully's game.
Connor, if you had told me at the beginning of the season that the Sox would be in this position, I honestly would have figured, wow, Noah Schultz a lot better than I thought he was. Hagen Smith's pretty good. Did Shane Smith do it 2 years running? Is McDougal in the rotation? I don't know that I would have thought you still had Anthony Kay, you still had Eric Fetty. I'm just wondering how they've managed to do this. Burke, I understand what's going on with Davis Martin. That's been really fun to watch. But for the most part, it feels like none of the people that you imagined would be. I thought it was a developmental year, and we were going to see a lot of these kind of younger dudes coming up, and you're giving them a chance, and you're going to suffer through that.
Yeah, I think it kind of goes to show you that, what's the old line, right? We've been doing this in this town for a while. Development's not linear. But you got development from a guy like Miguel Vargas making the All-Star team and Tristan Peters kind of coming out of nowhere to make the All-Star team matters a ton. And obviously, we were just talking about Mooney, but what he did in his first half was obviously really impactful. But guys, the other thing here too is while the White Sox are hurting on a starting pitcher front and starting pitcher development front, because of obviously some injuries throughout, some up and downs from Noah Schultz as well. If you look at what this bullpen has been doing in the last 5, 6, 8 games before the break, and now in the 6 games coming out the break, they're untouchable. Grant Taylor has been absolutely fantastic last night with 2 shutdown innings. Jordan Hicks is aces right now. And then Brian Hudson comes out of nowhere in this season to not just be a shutdown lefty, but a guy that you can throw in pretty much any situation, open, middle, leverage, and close like he did last night against the Rangers. This bullpen right now, especially for as troubling as things were in the first 2 weeks of the year, has been one of the better units in baseball. And when you've got that, you can suffer some growing pains in other places on the roster. And certainly the White Sox have, but you get chip-ins along the way. And I think, too, as much as we, going back to Miguel, as much as we kind of, and should, talk about the big-time prospects and, hey, when's Brader Montgomery going to get up? And how is Colson going to debut, can show in his first full season and all these things? Miguel was a guy they got for a reason. Miguel took that next big step, maybe even 2 steps this year, and that's mattered a ton. It feels a lot like, in the National League side, Jordan Walker, right? It was a big-time prospect, huge kind of stuff, and was almost a zero for 3 straight seasons. Now an all-star and a home run derby champ, right? That sort of stuff still happens in this game when they're afforded the opportunity to do so, when the team has the runway to give it to them, and Miguel fits that.
Quickly before they let you go, how do you expect Chris Getz to address the catching situation in light of the Kyle Teal injury, the uncertainty about his return, and the need to have offense at that position?
Yeah, I think you got to look at it a little bit. I don't know. I would be surprised that one of the 3 big-name catchers that are theoretically out there, your Shea Langoliers and so on, is really a target for them. The belief in Kyle Teal is very, very high still in this organization, injuries notwithstanding. I know they'd love to get him back, and I know Teal would love to be back before the end of the season as well, of course. But I think you've got to address it some. The issue is balancing just how much you want pitching and how much you want catching and how much you want to give up. I do think they're looking at it. I would not be surprised if that's something they can try and backfill a little bit with Drew Romo and Edgar Carroll in the mix and kind of, finding a guy who best fits the complement and going forward from there. I think it's on the table very much.
Great stuff, Connor. Thanks a ton. Really
Thanks,
appreciate
Connor.
your time, buddy.
Anytime, boys. Anytime.
Great stuff.
That is Connor McKnight. Does a wonderful job.
He does a terrific job.
And he does everything.
Juggling all his responsibilities.
Incredible. Yeah, he's great.
So to speak. Keep listening to this show all morning long for your chance to win a pair of tickets in the 8 o'clock hour to see Guns N' Roses with special guest Public Enemy on July 29th at Credit Union 1 Amphitheater, provided by Live Nation.
It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Right now, you're listening to Mully and Haugh on your way to work. And what should you do once you get to the office?
It's a very difficult question. It's a very difficult one to answer.
Tune into Mully and Haugh on your smart speaker or the Odyssey app, or watch the show on YouTube or Twitch. Then keep listening to Chicago's #1 sports station all day long. We are Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
This segment of the show brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Confidence, it should never cost a fortune.
Okay, Chicago. Now, did you know Geico has a 97% customer satisfaction rating? I mean, with service like that, choosing any other insurance is like putting ketchup on your Chicago dog.
What'll it be, boss? Can I get a dog with the works and some ketchup?
On your left is a neo-Gothic building. On your right, some guy who asked for ketchup on his Chicago dog? Wow, I'm sorry you had to see that, folks.
What? Well, there you have it, Chicago. It's time to switch and save with Geico.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
You've got a big day. So you use unstoppable scent boosters to give your laundry nonstop.
The truth is that Danny Parkins got this picture of Pie-O-My as a gift for Chris Tannehill, and Tanny didn't want to put it in his house. So it lives here in the studio. And then Lawrence is holding a canvas that a listener made of me looking at the picture of Pie-O-My. So now all we need, now all we need is a canvas of you looking at the picture of me looking at Pie-O-My, and then we're really getting somewhere.
I think we got the clip art to be able to pull that part of it off right now, off of the 3-shot.
Yeah, that's just one quick AI ChatGPT request away. Yeah, and Pie-O-My is the sad one. I mean, Tony and his animals, he's always had a strong bond, and nothing sets that man up like a departure or death of a four-legged creature or a duck or whatever it is. So yeah, interesting psychology going on there.
Yeah.
R.I.P. Pie-O-My.
Our pal Boog Shambi reported this morning that he met a kid in St. Louis whose favorite player is Nico Horner.
That's huge.
And it's huge. You got one. And
got one.
And he went out and he got himself a dog, and he named the dog Nico.
Wow. I will say that's not the first. I'll brag on that. I've gotten a weird amount of DMs saying we named our dog Nico. And I don't know I guess it's a good thing, but it feels a little like, I don't know if it's a dog name.
I think that you should take it as a compliment
it's a good thing.
because I mean, like, if they went with usually the child name is connected to a family member. So, you know, if someone did want to name their child Nicholas or Nico, I mean,
that's a good point. A kid name would be weirder.
I think a kid name would be a lot weirder.
Yeah. I feel kind of, yeah. I mean, it goes back to the animal thing, right? I'm kind of more excited about the dog.
At what point do we have to bring in Malort so Dustin can chug it? Or
I brought it up and I was accused of never making a wager. Dustin is showing.
No, you
that
changed
he's
the
got
bets. You said
heart-
I have to drink a half a bottle of Malort.
No,
it's 2
I
shots.
said I
Two
think
shots.
he said he was guzzling half a
I
bottle.
think the 2 shots is fine, but it isn't something you're necessarily going to make that a memorable. I think I have a better. If Moises Ballesteros catches one more game, I think that Dustin's going to have to come in the next day and do the show tarps off.
Oh, God.
I love that one. I
like that. Anthony Rizzo.
I'll look better than his friend with my shirt off, I'll tell you that.
Boys on
You know,
How about that?
I got to tell you, it was kind of wild to see him in the crowd just having a drink.
Mm-hmm.
But there was one point where they were showing him and he was taking a photo with some lady. She seemed delighted to be there. And some dude may have hit him or something. And he turned around and looked, and it was just a fan, like, hey, you know. And he didn't look thrilled that the guy had you know what I mean? Like, you got to be a little bit careful about.
Well, I think about boundaries with guys like that.
I think that you're out there and everyone just thinks, hey,
I think Anthony Rizzo puts himself in the middle of a lot of these situations because he wants to be a man of the people.
And he
I give him a lot of credit for that.
Incredible.
But you're right.
That he's
People
doing
will
that.
give him an inch, he'll take a mile.
Well,
hey, buddy.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Anthony, remember that time I watched you and you hit that home run and we had that moment? Except for you weren't part of that moment. So all these people think.
I would think they kind of swim in those waters and try to get a frontline guy.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 the score. That is Bob Nightingale. He was on yesterday and had some interesting things to say.
Cubs and Sox. Cubs, frontline starter, yes. Sox don't want to part with prospects they've accumulated, okay. But the Sox need a starter as well. And the Cubs are shopping in a different aisle.
Yes.
And the Cubs have to pursue Tariq Skubal up until the point where the Dodgers pluck him away from Detroit. That they have to at least make the effort.
See,
and if they settle for Freddie Peralta, it's a good thing to settle for. Robbie Ray makes sense as well. I think you need somebody like that. I think there are too many nights like last night where Colin Ray throws a 3-0 fastball right down the middle, 3-run home run, you're done. You need to act like you need an ace. and they do need an ace.
So let's say, as you say, the Dodgers then jump in and pluck him away because the Dodgers
fully prepared.
They've got everything. They've got
prepared.
Nothing but money. They probably could re-sign him for a massive contract, and they've got prospects galore. It's an embarrassment of riches. We know that. But if they get Skubal, will you choose to look at it? Well, if they got Skubal, they're not going to pitch Ohtani, so PCA gets the MVP.
I love the way you're looking at that because that's like the silver lining. No, not enough.
I'm trying to give you a happy
No, that would be
moment.
deflating. It would be deflating to see Skubal go to the Dodgers, and everyone in baseball would bemoan it, I believe, except for the LA Dodger fans.
And Bob also talked about a certain New York Mets pitcher that could wind up somewhere in Chicago.
They certainly are, yeah.
Well,
and he was supposed to pitch last Saturday, but he rained. So then they did a side session. So his next start is, in a day or two from now, and the White Sox will be there watching him.
That is Clay Holmes.
Clay Holmes.
Who would fit perfectly in with the way the Sox are trying to put it together.
They broke the mold when they made Clay Holmes.
Oh, boy. That's so...
I think he would help. He would fit the profile.
How do you heat a Clay Holmes?
I believe that he would be the kind of pitcher that you described that you want. Not necessarily overpaying for a guy who's a clear-cut ace. Somebody who would definitely take the ball every fifth day if he's healthy and be an above-average starter. Middle of the rotation type of guy.
Coming back from a broken leg.
And able to, before the broken leg was pretty good.
It's not an arm issue, is all I'm trying to say.
And I am grateful to Clay Holmes, as every Cub fan should be, for helping Ben Brown work on his grip in the offseason and develop another pitch. Even though Ben Brown hasn't been around lately, you do not forget his contributions before his injury.
That has nothing to do with what Clay Holmes did to him.
I know.
It's not like he threw something past his neck and he turned quickly.
How would you feel about Clay Holmes?
I'd be happy with it because I don't feel like it would be too expensive a piece. I think it would be
a modest price.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I think the Mets are in sort of a...
the Mets flea market has begun.
Yeah. That's exactly how you look at it.
Definitely. You want to get in on that because they do have some talent.
They got a lot of talent. For whatever reason,
their catcher as well, maybe. I wonder if it's a package deal.
Well, there was a suggestion of that with, is it Jeffers, right? I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know. You know
Torrens.
what I like?
Torrens is the catcher.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Luis Torrens is the catcher defensively.
Who is
would give you some certainty?
Who's the backup catcher for the A's? Isn't there don't they have a second catcher that might?
But don't you want to? If you're going to trade for a catcher, don't you want more than a backup?
No. I think he would be more than a backup here.
You're talking about Ryan Jeffers from the Twins.
No, but I'm talking about who is behind Langoliers with the A's. I think they have someone that they have two catchers.
I also heard the name Caratini mentioned. I don't know.
Really?
Yeah.
That's yesterday's hero. Go ahead.
Yeah, very much so. They're just so expensive. No, if you want to talk about a Victor Caratini or something like that for the Minnesota Twins, so be it. I wouldn't say a Ryan Jeffers, but like a Caratini, that sort of thing. I think they'd be all in, but not for one of the big names, particularly when they have, Teal coming back at some point. I mean, certainly he should be healthy for, coming to spring training in 2027.
So there you go. That's Bob Nightingale. It doesn't sound like they're that optimistic or ambitious.
Breaking news on the score. Sponsored by IDOT. Running late, speeding won't save you time. No need to speed. It's not a game. Elliot Friedman, highly respected hockey source.
Here we go.
Is reporting that Patrick Kane is rejoining the Blackhawks on a 2-year deal.
Woo-hoo-hoo.
Patrick Kane back in Chicago.
Did we not talk about
according
getting it
to
done?
Elliot Friedman?
Let's go.
We got it done. Kaner's back.
See? Impatience works.
88 next to 98 equals one goal is back.
And $8 million.
$8 million?
Yep.
That's his deal?
$8 million.
At this stage of his career,
$8 million a year.
Patrick Kane at 37 years old and I think he will turn 38 in November 19th, I believe. I think Patrick Kane to the Blackhawks is magic. It's great. This is great news for Hawks fans.
Yeah, that's great breaking news. We're going to bring in Clay Harbor, and we're going to talk some football next. But that's great. We'll get to this as we move forward here. We'll talk to Chris Chelios at 8:44. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Breaking Blackhawks news. Patrick Kane returns to the Hawks, signing as a free agent. Keep it here as we continue to cover this big news for the Hawks on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Breaking news on The Score is sponsored by IDOT. Running late, speeding won't save you time. No need to speed. It's not a game.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Joint pain is awful when you're the person who's fighting through it, but it isn't much better when you're someone affected by it, impacted by it. Maybe you love someone who's struggling with joint pain. They don't want to say anything, but you know they've slowly stopped doing the things that they love. And it's July. It's time to be outside, moving and playing and living. Maybe they're sitting it out. Hey, it's Mully here. Let's talk about getting that life back. At QC Kinetics in Chicago, that's what's happening every day. People who are stuck in a cycle of pain, whether it be because of their hips, their knees, their shoulders, or their back, they're finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right there in the office by Dr. Caravelli and the QC Kinetics medical team. No surgery, no long recovery, and no putting your life on hold, just real relief. The inflammation eases, the pain goes away. We hear it all the time, not just from patients, but from the people around them. They'll say, hey, he's back. She's herself again. If it sounds like you or someone you love, go find out what's possible. QC Kinetics offers a free consultation, even weekend appointments, and you can figure out if you're a good candidate. You likely are. QC Kinetics. Give them a call. 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347.
New shoes, new clothes, brand new grade. Switch to Verizon to make sure their tech keeps up. This back-to-school season, buy or bring any Android phone and get a Samsung Galaxy tablet on us. Get your kids ready for the school year without breaking the bank. Visit Verizon.com or your local store today. Bring an Android phone or purchase a new phone with device payment on postpaid service plan required. $329.99 tablet device payment purchase with new line on $20 per month tablet plan for 36 months required. Less $330 tablet promo credit applied over 36 months. Additional taxes, fees, and terms apply.
Plumbing emergencies happen. Burst pipes, backed up drains, some pump failures, and water heater issues can wreak havoc. When they do, depend on Plumbers 911 for fast, reliable help. Available 24/7. Plumbers 911 connects you with licensed, highly skilled local plumbers ready to fix the problem quickly and correctly. Backed by the training, expertise, and professionalism of Local 130 Plumbers. The experts who keep your home running smoothly. Call 833-PLUM-911. Local 130 Plumbers get the job done right the first time.
The Evans Scholars Invitational returns to the Glen Club July 23rd through 26th. Come watch golf's rising stars compete for a coveted spot on the PGA Tour. Complimentary admission is free this year thanks to BCU. Visit esinvitational.com to claim your tickets and get all the event details.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Bears fans, the anticipation is high as Bears training camp practices are almost here, and we'll be covering it every step of the way. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented to you by your local Hyundai dealers. This is where Chicago goes to talk Bears. We are Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, an Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. From Blackhawks social media, ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment you've waited for. Welcome back, 88 Showtime. Elliot Friedman, Sportsnet Canada, had it first. Patrick Kane is rejoining the Blackhawks. 2-year deal, $8 million annual average value. So Patrick Kane and you believe Connor Bedard would be paired on that top line for the Blackhawks when they get going in October. White Sox back in first place after a series win down in Texas against the Rangers last night. It was 4-2. Chase Maidra, 4 hits in that one. A day off today for the Sox. They're back at the Raid on Friday, hosting the Astros. Davis Martin will be throwing. The Cubs, they lost to the Tigers 5-1. They struck out 12 times, managed just 4 hits. Seiya Suzuki, a home run in the top of the first, put the Cubs up 1-0. Off day for the Cubs today, who are 7 behind the Brewers in the standings. They are going on the road to Pittsburgh, taking on the Pirates Friday night. Zach Saban's pregame 5:05. Matthew Boyd follows. He's on the bump, 6-1 with a 4.15 ERA. 48 days until NFL kicks off. The Bears rookies report to camp on July the 25th. Clay Harbor in studio next with Mully and Haugh to talk all things Bears and NFL. And October the 11th, the return of the Bank of America Chicago Marathon, and both the men's and women's defending champions will be there to defend their title. For more information, visit ChicagoMarathon.com. This hour of the program brought to you by Jewel Osco.
What times? I actually saw a clock over. Oh, time for
Clay Harbor.
Handle it with poise and class befitting a veteran.
Football analyst for Chicago Sports Network. Former NFL player.
Not a quarterback. I'm a tight end, but I've watched a lot of tape. I've been in meeting rooms with Tom Brady. I've been in meeting rooms with Drew Brees. I've been in meeting rooms with Michael Vick. Quarterbacks know what they can do and what they can't do, and I know what a quarterback can and can't do, and when you're supposed to expect them to be able to be successful.
Clay Harbor with Mully and Haugh on 104.3 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. Always a delight to have Clay come into the studio. He is here now, and shout out to your employer, CHSN. You're wearing the colors.
Nice
looking
shirt.
Good.
Yeah, man.
Everyone watching, thank you for viewing.
Yeah, I wanted a little bit smaller of a shirt. You know, the summer's out, sun's out, gun's out. But unfortunately, I got a double XL. But you know,
yeah, you look pretty
works.
lean in that shirt now.
I know. I'm trying to use a smaller shirt.
Usually,
maybe
it's
look
hugging
bigger.
your physique a little bit more than that one is.
You
That
know,
must
I
be
might
a
have to-
2 or 3 XL.
I might have to go to the tailor after this.
Okay.
The good news is you're still filling it out, buddy. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not like
Yeah.
it's too Smallfree or anything. The Guns show is still on.
Works.
We are going to
Perpetually.
talk Bears because they report Saturday, but we need to let people know, reinforce the big story
Breaking
of the
news.
morning.
He's back.
Breaking news. The Hawks have made it official on all their social media platforms. They say, welcome back, showtime, and Patrick Kane returning to the Blackhawks, 2 years, reportedly $8 million per. That is a good price for somebody who's going to help them from a hockey perspective. This gives them offense while Connor Bedard gets back. When Connor Bedard is back, look out. And then from a box office perspective, from a sports landscape perspective, this is arguably the best player in Hawk history coming back to finish his career the right way where it all started. This is exciting.
He's coming off of shoulder surgery, too, so we're not sure he's going to be ready. And I think this is good because the Hawks
Bedard is. Kane's healthy.
Kane's healthy.
Kane's going to be healthy. Bedard's coming back as early as...
And Bedard has said he wants him, so he's
the
looking
stamp of
forward to
approval.
it. That's right.
Kane doesn't have to be the 2015 version of Kane. He has to be the 2026 version. And what he brings is elite hockey IQ. He's a guy that's seen everything. He's seen the game in ways that these young kids haven't. And that means something. Say if you're a tight end or you're on the field and you know there's a veteran out there that's been through this before, it brings confidence. He's a power play quarterback, mentor for Connor Bedard, pressure relief, credibility. He brings credibility just because he's been in these big games. He's won championships, and I think it's
Hawk
good for the
power
Hawks.
play with Bo Byram, Connor Bedard, Tyler Bertuzzi, and Patrick Kane. That's a thing. That's going to be something that is immediately improved. Yes, he needs to stay healthy. Yes, a lot of things people will say about his age and decline, and it happens to the great ones, all of them. But he can help, and this is a smart move by Kyle Davidson, who yesterday with us...
We had him on yesterday.
Didn't shut the door on it.
No.
So we talked about what it meant and how he worded it. He had to have known. And Kaner picks the Hawks over Buffalo, his hometown team, who might be closer, arguably, to a playoff spot or playoff contention. But now the Hawks have to be, as he said, Kyle Davidson said yesterday on the show, they want to make the playoffs. That's the goal every year.
Yes.
Right now, this move brings them closer to that goal.
So is this still a rebuild? Would you call it a rebuild even after this?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they still have to rely on a lot of young players. They have a lot of prospects that have to develop, mature in real time. So, yes, they're bringing over Roman Kanserov from Russia, the best player in the KHL. They've got Anton Frondel. They've got Frankie Nazar. They've got Connor Bedard, 21 years old, entering season 4. And this is when you want to see that real dominant growth.
I was watching some video yesterday of Kanserov. I just haven't seen enough of him. Boy, does he look pretty good.
He's really comes with a great reputation. It is the KHL, but you have a history of players who come from that league after dominating that league, and the transition is pretty seamless. Let's hope that's the case in Chicago.
All right.
Let's go to the Bears.
Yeah, let's get
very exciting time for Hawks fans.
It's going to be a really big fall. Can we say it that way for everybody? With Kaner back, but obviously the rookies report on Saturday. It is that time of year. Do you start itching a little bit? Do you feel your muscles twitching? Does the old body want to get out there, Clay, when you get to this time of year? This is training camp. No one loves training camp, but it's a necessary evil. And when the young guys report, the veterans come shortly thereafter, and you start digging into next year's season.
I don't want to sound like a grandpa telling war stories, but if this was my training camp, I wouldn't mind it at all. Back in the day, David, we had 2-a-days, full tackle to the ground, and then a third special team practice. Nowadays, you get 3 days of practice as an off day, no 2-a-days. But yes, even in this format with the new CBA and how they take care of the players, you do have that pit in your stomach a little bit. It's not because you're dreading it. Most of the guys appreciate football. They like football. They want to get out there. It's more of you're just excited to go and do what you do. You're excited to see where the season takes you, and you're going to work hard. And you obviously don't know if you're a rookie. You don't know what you don't know. You've never been there before. That's why it's so impressive when I see guys like Luther Burden last year, Colson Loveland last year. When they're watching film from the Bears, they're not on that film. They've never played an NFL football game before. You don't know what to
Right.
expect. You don't know how the press coverage looks. You don't know how the safeties are able to really roll late and to switch coverage on you. And for them to go in and be as good as they are, that's impressive. And that's what I think about this rookie class. I think they're intelligent guys. You got a guy like Dylan Thieneman. He's played in multiple systems. He's a smart guy. He's a guy, if you took football away from him, like Ben Johnson said, wouldn't know what to do. Logan Jones, all football, all the time. So I think this rookie class, yes, they don't know what to expect. They haven't seen it before, but these are all guys that love football. They're all intelligent. They're all going to be all bought in, and I think we're going to be surprised at how many of these guys make an impact. Not to the level of last year, but more guys will make an impact than you think.
Well, last year, the Bears' success largely came as a result of the rookies stepping forward and contributing in a way you could not expect or shouldn't have. Kyle Monangai, 7th rounder. Who saw that?
Yeah,
You look at the way that Burden and Loveland developed after starting slow because of injuries, and you look across the board, Clay, I agree that you can't expect this rookie class to match last year's in terms of production, but haven't the Bears positioned themselves almost by drafting Thieneman, a need position in the first round, and then looking at Sam Roush, they're like the third tight end. Durham Smythe isn't there. Haven't they almost positioned it so they will be in a spot to rely on these guys immediately almost?
Yeah, these guys will have an opportunity. And I think you bring up a great point, too. If it doesn't happen right away, it's okay. I think you look at last year. We talked about this yesterday in the Big Pro Football Show, David, on CHSN. You look at Luther Burden. From week 10 to week 18, he was first among rookies with 34 catches. He was first among rookies with 481 receiving yards. He was first among rookies in yak yards with 250. First among rookies with 23 first downs. And this is even more interesting, Mully. Among all receivers, he was third in yards per route run and second in catch percentage. That's from week 10 to week 18. So early in the year, we didn't see much from Luther Burden. You remember the same with Colson Loveland. From week 9 on, he was the second best tight end in receiving yards per game. All 6 of his touchdowns came from week 9 on. So we got to have some grace and let these guys develop a little bit, but I think when the season gets moving, you're going to see a lot of Sam Roush. I think Xavier Thomas, it might take some time, like you did with Luther Burden, but I've seen it firsthand. OTA's minicamp. I thought this guy was a gadget guy. He can catch the ball smooth, great transition from catch to run. The thing's going to be, can he learn the offense? In this Ben Johnson offense, there's a ton of motion and shifts. They were 10th in the league last year in motions and shifts. I think they're top 5 this year because now they're not learning this system. They're excelling at this system. They're making sure they know it even better. It's not just learning it, they're knowing it now.
I think Loveland is really in for a hell of a year because he had his shoulder repaired. That cost him an off season. We saw that guy become a dominant player after healing from an injury for the first part of the season. Pretty extraordinary when you consider where he ended up by the end of the year.
Mully, it's incredible. And the numbers don't lie. From week 9 to 18, 47 catches, 600 yards, and 6 touchdowns. From week 1 to 8, he had 110 yards. In the next 10 weeks, he had 600. The guy just got so much better because obviously he's healing. He's learned the system. He's able to learn the motions. He's able to learn the shifts. Everything that Ben Johnson wants to do to get him in these matchup problems, he was able to learn that. And now watching these OTAs and minicamp, I don't know where this guy's lining up. He's starting out outside at X. He's starting out at Z. He's in the backfield, and Ben's motioning him everywhere because sometimes it's easier to stop a tight end because, hey, usually they're on the right line of scrimmage, left line of scrimmage. Let's make sure we hammer this guy, we hit this guy, and we get him off his route. No, you don't know where he's going to line up, and he's doing the same with Luther Burden.
And he's a walking mismatch. I mean, you think about the players he goes against. He's just too good.
If you keep base package in there, they're going to move these guys around. Cole Kmet too, Sam Roush too. All these guys can run. If you keep nickel in there, the Bears are one of the best. You watch the film around the league. There is not a lot of teams that tight ends block like the Bears. Tyler Warren doesn't block like that. Trey McBride doesn't block like that. Brock Bowers doesn't block like that. That's why I like Colson Loveland so much. He takes pride in that. He's not arc releasing to the safety. He's not sifting backside to maybe cut off a defensive end. They put these guys on linebackers and defensive ends and ask them to block them, and most of the time they can do it, and that is not common for a tight end, especially one that can run a 4.5 40 and jump over a defensive back and catch a touchdown too.
All right, so year one of Ben Johnson, captive audience, team that had not accomplished anything. He was there, ballyhooed as the savior, the play caller extraordinaire. Year two, after having success, how does that affect a team full of guys who enjoyed that success? Does their attention span become shorter? Does their interest level become maybe a little bit more distracted? Are they as responsive to hard coaching, an intense head coach, as they were a year ago when they hadn't proven anything? I think that speaks to the big challenge this year. How will the Bears handle success?
So for what you're basically asking, is this a team that's going to be complacent?
Yes.
And absolutely not. And I think you said it, Ben Johnson. And I know I talk about the New England Patriots a lot for a guy that just had an espresso. People say a cup of coffee. I had an espresso shot with Bill and the Patriots, right? Didn't stay there long, Mully. I was there for just an off-season OTAs minicamp and 6 games, and they got rid of me, okay? But being there, experiencing that culture, coming in after they were in the AFC Championship game, being on that team that ended up winning the Super Bowl, the 28-3 year. Obviously, I wasn't there when they did it. But seeing how hard they pushed these guys, you would think that this team didn't even make the playoffs, that Tom Brady didn't have 4 MVPs, that he didn't have 5 Super Bowl rings. And I get the same vibes from what Bill Belichick was when I'm watching Ben Johnson out there, and he's coaching everybody the same, and that's something you got to do. He's not coaching Tom because Tom's a superstar quarterback. Like Ben is coaching Caleb. Ben is coaching Rome. Ben is coaching all the guys in the team. And I remember several times I'm sitting there, I'm like, Bill's up at the front, he's like, our freaking quarterback can't hit a receiver right here. I'm like, dude, you know you're talking to the greatest quarterback of all time? And Tom just sitting in the front row taking notes. But that's why they're not going to be complacent. Ben Johnson is not going to let that happen. He's a guy that's going to give them motivation. He's going to say, obviously, when teams experience the prosperity, the health, the wealth, you get complacent. That's not going to happen with the Bears. He's going to keep them grinding.
So, Clay, who would you identify as this year's Monungai? Is there a player that they took, maybe not early, but who kind of looked better than you thought or might have been? And I mean, even if it's the corner, I'm just curious who you like out of this group, or who did you like when you watched the draft?
All right, here's my opinion, and this is just after watching OTAs and minicamp. I think Thieneman's going to have a good year. I think Logan Jones, I think we got to get used to at least the first half of the season. We're probably going to be seeing Garrett Bradbury. It's a lot to learn to play center in the NFL.
Yes.
The Chicago Bears, it's even harder. You need a veteran there, especially with Caleb Williams. You want to put a rookie in there that hasn't seen this stuff? I think Garrett Bradbury starts there. Sam Roush, I think, has a little bit of a role, but we're not going to see much from him. I think Xavier Thomas is a guy that we could see, and obviously it's a long road. I think it's going to be kind of like that Luther Burden second half of the season deal because Khalif Raymond looked good. He was one of my surprises of OTAs and minicamp. Really? He does not look like a 32-year-old. He was explosive. He was in and out of breaks. He's 5'8". I thought he was strictly a slot guy. I saw him at X. I saw him at Z. He was motioning all over the place. Khalif Raymond's going to have a good year. And then I think you mentioned it. I think Malik Muhammad. This cornerback, this is interesting. Tyreek Stevenson, what kind of year is he going to have?
It's a very good question.
It's going to be an open competition. If he can play, he's going to get an opportunity. And the other guy, we've talked about him ad nauseum, and I know he's a 6th-round pick, and it's hard to put anything on a 6th-round pick, but Jordan Vandenberg's interesting.
He is.
If they can coach him up, he's got
it's a fascinating
profile.
personality.
He's a motor guy. He's huge. Like the weight room.
Well, the coaches went
numbers.
to bat for him, and when that happens, you think he's going to have a shorter path to the field from the depth chart.
They've seen something that they like.
They like. Plus, it's a neat position.
It is a neat position.
They always can have. You can't have enough defensive linemen.
Yeah, and he looked good.
With Xavier, do you see him as a return guy? I mean, can he help on special teams?
I think it's going to be 50-50 between Xavier and Khalif Raymond. I think they're a little different, but the thing I did see, I watched every special teams drill intently because I wanted to see how do these guys catch the ball? How do they field the ball, the kickoffs? There's this drill where you line up backwards. You can't see the ball kicked off or punted. And these guys are turning around the last minute and just catching the ball like it's nothing. Like, that's not easy, Mully. Like, I've seen guys have problems catching the ball regularly when it's windy, especially like it's in Chicago. You will not have issues with either of these guys catching the football. When they're punting, you can go get a glass of water and know the Bears are going to have possession. This isn't Velus Jones where you're holding your breath on the edge of your seat just hoping the guy catches the football.
I remember seeing Devin Hester as a rookie. They did this drill where they throw their baseball hat at him when he was doing that. And on one, he turns around, catches the hat with one hand. He catches the
that's
punt.
great. He was such a natural.
Oh, my God.
It was
so
tailor-made. Don't go anywhere. Stay here for another segment. Want to remind people of the big story this morning. Patrick Kane agreeing to come back to the Blackhawks, 2-year deal. Average annual value, $8 million per year. Kaner is back. Showtime is resumed.
That's hockey, baby.
That's hockey, baby.
Let's go.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
This is 104.3 The Score, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen live on the free Odyssey app, AUDACY. We are 104.3 The Score. Hey, Score listeners, for all station contest rules, go to thescorechicago.com/rules. And good luck.
It's David Haugh for Trajan Wealth. Legends aren't made overnight. The best athletes, they train, they prepare, things like that.
I know.
So there's no boundary.
Yeah.
Maybe he needs some security.
I don't know. I mean, I think it's super cool that he was doing that. It was great when he was out there and caught the ball earlier in the year. I mean, it's just wild to see.
Pure Matt has a better idea. No shirt, but wearing a vest. Dustin should come to work. Tarps off.
I do wear a vest every day.
Except for a vest. That's a really good one. That's a good one.
Maybe just to upset the apple cart, I'll wear that Cubs vest that I'm not supposed to have.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Right, because I had to retire that. I wore it the one day, took grief, so that one isn't. I don't wear that one to work anymore.
What were the circumstances of the Cub vest?
How did you take grief?
We'd have to rewind.
That's right. We got that.
He got a vest at the game.
You gave me grief that I was gifted. I went to the game. Went like 2.5 hours early
to get the vest.
The vests were gone. Then I got a text from Mitch who said the Cubs were listening to the show, heard that you are a vest wearer, and there is a vest for you up in Pat and Ron's booth.
Oh, we love the fact that they listened and they responded that way.
And you got grief about that?
I did.
So
Who
right
gave
now,
you grief?
You.
Oh, no. That's not fair.
Yes.
No, you are the guy.
There's another free item.
Here is a guy.
That's not how it works.
This is the guy that will not wear any logo on any shirt.
Okay,
because
boys.
he doesn't support anything. And I was giving you grief because you were wearing logos. That's what happened.
So the next time Moises Ballesteros starts a game will be his 4th start at catcher. And then the next morning, Dustin will come in shirtless with the vest, and we'll have some Malort, and we'll do shots in the last segment.
Malort and Mick Ultras.
All right. I don't know why Malort would be something we have. I thought Malort was like an incredibly.
Well, he could do it. We'll do something else.
Bitter I thought you said you were going to bring in.
I'll bring some Screwball.
No, you said peanut butter whiskey.
Yeah, peanut butter whiskey. I'll bring in that.
The Spring Inn has already sponsored the bottle of Malort. We already
Excellent. That's right. We're set. We're set for our next. Baller catching
another
stint.
freebie for Rhodes.
I will buy my Mick Ultra at the Jewels.
Excellent.
Did you pay for the Malort?
I did not.
Okay. Point taken.
That's okay. Doesn't matter. The bottom line is if he can.
Didn't ask them to sponsor it.
Is the name Malort on it?
Is it on the bottle?
Yeah.
There's a label.
You gonna wear it?
No.
I look at Tom Dore and I hear Tom Dore and all I think about, Danny, I've told you the story before when I was bartending and my shift would end at 2 a.m. and I would drive home as fast as I could safely and soberly to get to my couch at 2:30 in the morning
to watch a replay.
To watch a replay on Sports Channel of you and Johnny Redker and those Bulls teams. And I didn't know. I had no cell phone. I didn't know what happened.
Exactly, yeah.
Nobody told us. It was new to me, and I can't tell you how many regular season Bulls games against Patrick Ewing and the Knicks, or young Shaq and the Orlando Magic, or like how many games I watched in that way and stayed up with you till 4:30 or 5 in the morning.
I got a good Shaq story for you.
Good.
I'm sitting on the Bulls bench with Bill Cartwright. BC and I played in the All-American games with or against each other, so I've known BC Billy forever. And he looks at me, Shaq runs by, and he's like, said things you don't say on the radio, but it's like, oh my God, you've read about this guy, but you've never really seen him. So BC's eyes got to be as big as they could be, and you
watching young Shaq, and there's nothing like him.
Run all the way across Chicago Stadium to go to the other basket and start warming up. And I looked at BC and I said, Billy, you know what that is? He pauses for a second. Yeah, retirement.
That's awesome. That's about right. That is about right. But did you have a lot of people watching Bulls games overnight, like me, and you would hear from people like that, right?
We had people. We'd get people from Australia.
I bet.
We'd get people from Italy. We'd get people from England.
Michael was a global icon.
He really was. Our ratings were off the charts, and Michael would get on the plane and he'd be like, you owe me a lot of money.
Yeah, he wasn't wrong.
And then I'd say, he'd do the dust off.
I was just going to ask you. I've always wanted to ask you, how did the dust? How did it start?
He did it one time, right? He did it one time before I got there with JD, and they did cloth, and Michael liked it, because it was a big reaction. And so we'd bring the umbrellas. We'd bring one time Red brings.
Just came out with its annual overrated teams list, and I got to tell you, J-Mac, I was surprised to see the Bears on the list. Ben Johnson being hailed as a leader, Caleb Williams celebrated for his late game heroics, but it's actually some of that The Athletic mentioned in the overrated category, that Williams relying on the late game heroics is actually a weakness. They think the pass rush is a sore spot that's only going to get worse this year. Look, I know Chicago hasn't had the best quarterback play ever as a franchise, but he set the record last year, already set the record for most passing yards in the entire franchise history, which is a long one. He's got phenomenal receivers. I just feel like this perspective doesn't give any credence to the idea that he could get better.
It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. Clay Harbor kind enough to sit in with us this morning. And Clay, that is Rachel Nichols filling in for Colin Cowherd, I believe, and talking about this list from The Athletic that lists the underrated and overrated NFL teams, and they put the Bears as an overrated team, which is just an interesting idea. The Bears won a lot of games last year. They won the division last year, but apparently that is what gets you overrated.
And the crazy part about that is when you look at some of these, like the ESPN analytics have the Bears with an 18% chance to win the division. The Detroit Lions have a 38%. I'm not a math major, David, but that is double the chance for the Lions to win the division. I don't know if it's that big of a difference to me.
It's when the offseason has lasted long enough. It's when it's time for training camp.
When the lists are on.
When these things start to come full circle. The Bears for years didn't have a quarterback that could do what Caleb Williams did last year. It was celebrated, it was recognized, and then the longer this has lingered this offseason, now it is being used against him as what he can't do because he relied too much on the Superman moments. He relied too much on the special. Just when you were getting used to having the special, now it's a bad thing because they're overrated now. I don't know that I think they probably are properly rated. This is a team that has to fight complacency. They have to now learn how to be the hunted rather than the hunters. And they have to get Caleb Williams better in the first 3 quarters of the game. That would be true in any third year of an NFL quarterback. I think the Bears are going to be very good. I don't know if they're going to win the division, but they can still make the playoffs.
Yeah, I think what I see here is the biggest problem in this Bears team. We've talked about this at nauseum, is who's going to step up on the defensive line, right? We got to figure that out. The defensive line, is a linebacker room really better? You kind of traded out one player for another. Obviously, I think the defensive backfield works better in this system, but you're losing Kevin Byard, Jaquan Brisker, you got Dylan Thieneman, Kobe Bryant. How much better is this defense really going to be, which was near the end of the bottom of the league in yards given up? They were 23rd in points. And here's where I think you're seeing people say the Bears are overrated, because they saw the first 3 quarters of Caleb Williams and they saw the fourth. And they say, I don't think that's going to be able to happen. They saw the leading the league in turnovers and giving the ball away the fewest amount. They said, I don't know if that's going to happen again, so they're going to regress to the mean. What I see is a team that has a second-year coach, a second year in the system for offense, especially a quarterback, and are going to improve. So yes, I know you had all those turnovers. Yes, I know you didn't turn the ball over, and sometimes that regresses to the mean. But that doesn't mean, no pun intended, that the Bears aren't going to be a better team than they were last year.
I think that's a fair way to look at it. They could be defensively challenged in a way that will affect outcomes in the offense. I don't know if I don't have as much confidence in some of the defensive issue or the defensive players. That would be my greatest concern. Offense, I think, is going to be cooking. I think they're going to be really very good.
And I think being a clutch player is who Caleb Williams is. We had a segment the other day, Mully, on the Big Pro Football Show, when we were comparing Jordan Love to Caleb Williams as clutch football players. When you look overall, Jordan Love had 66 completion percentage. Caleb Williams had a 58. Overall, Jordan Love had a 7.8 yards per attempt, and Caleb Williams had a 6.9. Then you had 23 touchdowns against 6 interceptions for Jordan Love and a 101.2 passer rating, which was 5th in the NFL. All those numbers were ahead of Caleb Williams, who had a 90 rating. But then you get to crunch time, David, and that's where I think you see Caleb Williams start to become who he is. And I think this is who he can be for the full game, and that's what they're going to try to make him be. These are some interesting numbers. He led the NFL with 6 fourth-quarter comeback victories. We know that. He threw 9 fourth-quarter touchdown passes. He threw 10 fourth-quarter overtime touchdown passes, 18 touchdown passes against 4 interceptions when trailing, 102 passer rating when trailing by 8 points or fewer. And then, this was interesting to me, it might seem like a lot, but 7 touchdown passes and a 132 pass rating when on third down and trailing. Third down's a money down. That's the down you got to.
Yes.
You got to have it when you're trailing. That's when he's on his best. He has over a 100 rating when he's trailing. So to me, this is a guy that when the game's at its hardest is playing his best. So why do people think that he's not going to be able to do that
I think
from quarter 1 to 3?
I think because of the completion percentage that we get hung up on. I believe it's because of the easy layups, as they say, that he's not completing. It's a fair criticism or evaluation of Caleb Williams, the quarterback, to say, as you know, because you've been on this all offseason as well, he has to take the gimmies and be able to do the efficient things better, so the explosive plays won't stand out as much. And maybe in a way, the more efficient you are, the less explosive you have to be. That's what you're looking for. You're looking for 4 quarters where, you can see that level of excellence executed on a consistent basis, and you don't have to rely upon 7 fourth-quarter comebacks because you're in command early in the third, and you're protecting a lead rather than making one go away. That's the next step. And I think from a program standpoint or from a Ben Johnson coaching standpoint, that's where you want to get to, because you compared him to Belichick. You look around the great teams, the most consistent teams in the league, the Rams, the Bills. That's what they do with their quarterbacks, their franchise quarterbacks. They don't ever get in a position where their inconsistency creates a deficit that they have to overcome.
And being out there for every OTA practice, for every mini camp practice that we had in, obviously, for the Bears, that's what they're working on. And that's something that I've seen Caleb Williams take an exponential growth in. Last year, when I was watching OTA and mini camps, I was thinking, this could be a long season. These guys can't get out the huddle. Ben sitting, get back in the huddle. That's not, get back in the huddle. This year, you rarely saw that, and there's more motions. There's more shifts. You see Caleb getting the ball out quicker, sooner, and you just see a level of confidence that he has that he didn't probably have last year. And that's why you hear comments like, last year I was just in the water waiting for somebody to throw me a life raft. I was kind of drowning, trying to figure out this offense, what I was supposed to do. And this year you see the confidence, you see the number one pick, you see the arm talent, you see him able to get the ball out quick and to really take advantage of everything you can do in this offense with these motions and shifts and putting these playmakers in the right position. And that is something that, just looking back at what I saw last year, and you can just look at it and say it's so different this year, it's so easy to see. And he's gotten better there.
We've talked about this on the Big Pro Football Show, but it bears repeating because it's such a big part of the improvement we're talking about with Caleb Williams. He was sacked a record 68 times as a rookie. That affected his output, his consistency, and his approach. Last year, 24 times. The scheme helped, his maturation helped, but the offensive line was put together in a way to help. They invested in it, and it paid off. It's a different offensive line this year. You have a new center in Bradbury, maybe Logan Jones. Braxton Jones is your left tackle. The rest of the guys are in place and intact. But can we assume that protection will continue to be intact? Where's your level of confidence in the ability to protect Caleb Williams so that he can continue to ascend? Because the biggest way to make a quarterback more erratic is to get to him and rattle him in a way that Caleb Williams didn't have to worry about last year.
Joe Thuney is a guy that gives you a lot of faith and a lot of hope in the Bears doing everything right that they're supposed to be doing. I mean, you look what he's able to do. It's been incredible. I mean, the guy doesn't miss games. The guy is obviously the best at his business, protector of the year. I will say this. You look at what happened with the Detroit Lions when they lost Frank Ragnow, and you're talking about the Bears losing Drew Dahlman. After Frank Ragnow left, the Detroit Lions offense became noticeably worse. They tried to go with Graham Glasgow, and that didn't work for them. That's one of the reasons they weren't able to be as physical as they were with Frank Ragnow. And then they come in and they bring in Cade Mays, who I think is one of the players this year that has one of the biggest responsibility. If Cade Mays, coming over from the Carolina Panthers, has a good year, Dan Campbell can be that physical, bite your ankle, bite your kneecap type of player.
Or ankles.
Again, and then now they got, exactly.
Or both.
So for the Bears, I'm confident in the protection. I think Braxton Jones, he's played 44 games in this league. I think he takes control of that offensive line position. Teron Armstead has been raving about the workouts they've had together. He's working out with a guy that's Dan Rochar's protege. So I think that this offensive line will be better than we think. There's still Jonah Jackson. You still got Dunner Wright. When's his contract getting done? You still got Joe Thuney. Garrett Bradbury made the Super Bowl last year, and now the Bears just drafted a center in the second round. I think he's going to have a chip on his shoulder and will play some good football.
Thanks for coming in. Appreciate you coming in.
My pleasure.
Big Pro Football Show every night, 5:30 on, or 5 o'clock some nights on the Chicago Sports Network. We're at the rate tomorrow.
I love it.
And then on Saturday, the Rookies Report.
Let's go.
Clay Harbor from the Big Pro Football Show and the Chicago Sports Network, recapping the big story of the morning. Showtime, reopening at 1901 West Madison. Patrick Kane returning to the Blackhawks. 2 years, $8 million per year. The Blackhawks make it happen. Kyle Davidson, as he kind of previewed, foreshadowed yesterday on the show, open to the possibility of Patrick Kane saying that he was a Blackhawk for life. Now he can end his career, his Hall of Fame career, the way it began. In a Blackhawk sweater, he will help Connor Bedard, he will help the power play, and he will make every night at the United Center exciting if you are a Blackhawk fan. That's the big news. And you know what? A week ago, Chris Chelios told us this could happen. We're going to join Chelly next. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score.
Breaking Blackhawks news. Patrick Kane returns to the Hawks, signing as a free agent.
Kane! It's a hat trick for Patrick Kane! Kane has spin around. He scored! Oh, roll the highlight film! Patrick Kane with a spectacular
your savoir-faire spinorama.
Keep it here as we continue to cover this big news for the Hawks on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Breaking news on The Score is sponsored by IDOT. Running late, speeding won't save you time. No need to speed. It's not a game.
This segment of the program brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Confidence should never cost a fortune.
Hi, I'm Patty, founder of Awesome Text.
Right? He brings these fans, and these little handheld fans. And so Michael does the dust off. We hold the fan, and the dust blows in his eyes.
Oh, God.
There's a timeout, and Johnny hits the talkback so nobody could hear us on his and mine. And he says, can you see the headline in the Tribune tomorrow morning? Former Bulls announcers Tom Dorr and Johnny Kerr, he said that's going to be the headline because we're done. We got this stuff in Michael Jordan's eyes. We're over. It's done. It was a great gig, wasn't it, Tommy?
I told Grote, I just like it when you two mess with each other, so sorry in advance if I just listen and giggle for some of the time where you two talk to each other. It just makes me happy.
I miss Grote a lot. He's good, but you know, he has to say something ridiculous. So once he starts talking, you know,
wow. I swear to God, I was just about to say, because I feel like I don't know, Layla wants us to fight or something. I don't know what's going on.
No, I
here.
didn't say anything about a fight.
Oh, just entertain. Yeah, no, but I was just about to say before you made the comment you made. I'm looking at you right now, and you look good. You look like you just got back from vacation. The hair looks good. The tie is tight, as if like you're just got off the air, but you're getting ready to go on the air. So you're looking good, my friend.
Thank you, sir. You're looking good also.
Don't say that. Yeah, you don't have to say that.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean it. No, it's good. You know, this tie knot is great because I don't tie it myself.
What?
Yeah, they tie my ties.
No, they don't. Here. Are you serious?
Man.
Dude, of course I'm serious. I've told this story before.
I've not heard the story.
Grote, not only do they tie the ties, not only do they buy the clothes, not only do they set out the outfits, when I step into the dressing room, the belt is already through the loops. True story. And I asked our lovely wardrobe designer, Christine, this was like a week into the job. So this is, almost a year and a half ago. At this point, I was like, why is the belt already through the loop? And she said two things that blew my mind. One, she was like, well, it's because our job is to make sure that all you guys have to think about is performing on the air, as if me having to put the belt through the loops was somehow going to take away from the takes. And then two, she said, no one had ever asked her about that before.
Of course.
I was like, wait, what? So all of these TV people are just so coddled and so spoiled that they think that is normal. And she's like, yeah, you're the first person that's ever asked. She's like, I've worked everywhere. I've worked at SNL. I've worked at Fox. I've worked at NBC. And she's like, you're the first person who's ever asked me that before. I'm like, oh, wow. Okay. Well, this is clearly different. So yeah, I mean, people are like, oh, you look good since going into TV. I'm like, yeah, none of it's me.
Well, okay. Here's the question then. Do they also derobe you like a boxing trainer? Like you get off and then they pull the mouthpiece out? Like, do they derobe?
Good question.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, good question.
Mm-hmm.
No, I have to do that myself.
Oh.
Maybe, but on my next contract.
Say.
Yeah, on my next contract, that's something that I'm going to be looking for.
Well, then what the hell does Triano do over there? If he's not derobing you, what exactly send him back. If that's all you can get out of him, then send him back.
Why do you think I put in the recommendation? I mean, the guy is excellent at tying my shoes. He's really good at it.
See, this is what I needed. This is what I came here for.
The Bears have an offensive lineman by the name of Ozzie Trapillo. Yeah, you got scared, didn't you? I did.
It's Ozzie Trampaio.
So anyway, Anthony, honestly, like when I don't know a name, obviously there's a pronunciation guy, but I always go to a broadcaster, right? And I heard it two different ways. One of them, I shouldn't have trusted the podcaster. Well, yeah, why would you?
Kyle, a week ago on this program about now, Chris Chelios told us that Patrick Kane was down to the Blackhawks and the Sabres and making a choice about where he wanted to sign. where do negotiations with Patrick Kane stand in terms of you and the Blackhawks and Kane are coming back? And what, if anything, changed about a shift philosophically in being willing or interested in bringing somebody back who represents so much of the past?
I didn't hear anything about that Shelley interview. I haven't heard that at all.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 the score. That, of course, was Kyle Davidson. We talked with him yesterday. And lo and behold, the news breaks this morning that Patrick Kane is indeed back with the Chicago Blackhawks. And joining us now is BetMGM ambassador Chris Chelios. BetMGM, make it legendary. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Chris joins us on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time. Good morning, Chris. How are you?
I'm doing great. You guys, how are you?
Doing well.
Oh, everybody kind of shot out of a cannon.
Thanks for the tip.
Yeah, you were right. Not that you
guys, I'll tell you what, you caught me off guard for sure, springing the question on me, and then not having any coffee or anything. Not jeopardized our friendship with Kaner, but it was a private conversation, and I'm glad it worked out for Kaner and his family and the Blackhawk fans and everybody. But you don't get me too often. You got me good there.
Didn't mean to put you on the spot, but all is well that ends well. Tell us why this is a big moment for Hawks fans and why it makes sense for Patrick Kane.
I mean, obviously what Patrick accomplished as a Blackhawk, and he's always going to be known as a Blackhawk. To come back at this time, especially when the Hawks are on their way up, and Bedard being out is going to be a great boost for the team. In the beginning of the season, Kaner's still got lots of gas left. Finished off really well last year, so it's great. You have to have that culture, and Kaner's part of that culture. That's the success that the Hawks had with the 3 Stanley Cups and what he built here. So it's tremendous, and the fan base. Tons of texts, tons of calls. Everybody's really excited about the season starting and seeing Patrick back on the ice as a Blackhawk.
Chris, Patrick's had a couple of stops since last he was here. I'm wondering, what is that like from your perspective? You've been at different places. You've come into different teams. How do you behave when you're coming in? And this is effectively a new team, although Kaner knows everybody working in the building, knows everyone involved in the organization. He practices in the off season here. So what will it be like for him? Just the difference from his previous stop.
Well, I'm guessing it'd be a real easy transition. Like you said, he's played a lot of years here. He's familiar with the city, and as before when he had all the support from guys like Keith and the veterans, Taser, Seabrook, he's that guy now, and he's going to provide that leadership. Whereas before, he was one of those guys that just fit in and had that support with him and built what they did. So it's going to be great. I think he's got to be so excited to be coming back, and I'm happy for him and his family, as I said.
Charlie, I don't want this to sound like a dumb question, but curious, because there were times where Patrick Kane would not necessarily be with the top center. They would play him on a different line because you wanted to spread things out. Are you assuming, should we assume, that he will be on the same line with Connor Bedard? And also, obviously, the power play is where he could make the biggest impact.
Well, yeah, that's first and foremost. He's going to boost that power play, no question. But as far as line combinations, things change during the course of this season. I'm sure Coach Blashill is going to try different combinations of lines, and when it's going well, run with it, and when it's not, maybe mix things up. So that just remains to be seen who he fits in nicely well. And you got Frondell too, who's going to be a great player. So that's another guy that. The good thing is that gives them just that much more depth and 2 lines that can go out there and be very offensive and produce a lot of offense.
Chris, do you want to break any news about them bringing in anyone else as long as we're at it?
You're not going to get me again, I'll tell you that.
Do you think they're done? This gives them this answers a big question, but they definitely, I think, were in a position to it is Patrick Kane. We're all excited because of what that means organizationally and because of the past and all of that. But they did need a scoring winger. They did need this from a hockey perspective.
Yeah, well, I'm going to stay in my lane on this one and be the ambassador. I think Kyle Davidson can answer that question for you. I'm not going to put any words in anybody else's mouth. But no, it's exciting, and I'm really happy Kaner's back from a standpoint of a friend and a fan for the Hawks. It's just great news for everybody. I've been watching the news all morning. It's awesome.
You believe playoff aspirations are realistic? Can this be a team that takes a step in that direction?
Depending on the start, if they get off to a great start and you see the parity in the league and how close it goes down to, the last week of the season to see who's going to playoffs, I definitely think they could be there. But they need to get a great start. They need a really good start and get some confidence and get some momentum for the regular season.
I'm curious, Chris, when you look at the amount of young players that are on this team, the amount that are coming here, right? Kansertov, whatever his name is, coming from Russia. We talked about Frondell. All these guys, Oliver Moore is still a young guy. Frankie Nazar is still a young guy. How will a veteran presence like Kaner, a guy that will no doubt be available if needed, but won't be overbearing the way that we've seen him mature in his life, how will that aid this team?
Sitting next to Kaner on the bench, and you mentioned those young players. Like I said, I went through that as a rookie in my second year playing with the great players. He makes people around him better, Kaner. And these guys, just the fact they see how hard Kaner works and the way he performs, that has such an effect on other players. And then one or two guys, on a team like that can make a huge difference. You've seen what Hughes did for Minnesota. All of a sudden they were a contender. So he has that same kind of effect, Kaner, on other players, and they're going to go through the wall for him.
We heard from Connor Bedard this week after the big signing and the contract extension, and he expressed some optimism that he might not be out as long as some of the worst case scenarios maybe had projected. Sounded like he was looking at, do athletes always look at it that way? They look at the shortest possible time out. And should we read much into that? Because it is a serious injury. It did require surgery, and you don't want to rush him back to the ice necessarily.
Yeah, that's on the doctors. And every player wants to get back in there, and I'm sure he's excited. You see what Connor, he lives, sweats and breathes hockey, and he's chomping at the bit, but that's going to be on the doctors. You don't need to get him back early or rush him and then risk running his injury again. So that just remains to be seen. But, hopefully he gets back. He's young, he works hard, and he can get back and stay healthy and get in there to all this excitement.
What's next? I mean, obviously Kaner coming back, waiting on Bedard, but what is next for this team? What do you anticipate being the next step?
Again, that's chemistry, and that's on Kyle Davidson and the staff, to see what they feel like they need, and then find that right chemistry of skill, toughness. Our goaltending, I think, is great. We got a great goaltender. That was a great move last year, acquiring him, and that's a good start. It's a great start. So now it's up to them get in the season here, and hopefully, like I said, they get off to a great start. And I think they know. They mentioned it, and we talked. And I'm not going to talk about our private conversations, but they're aware that things. There's got to be some more additions, and they'll figure it out.
So, Chelly, how much did you enjoy the 2016 Cubs coming back in that reunion? I'm sure you were in the middle of a little bit of everything.
I hit around the back. I managed to stay out of the camera, but boy, what a weekend! What a great, I was so honored to be able to spend time with them, and the fact that Rizzo thing again, catching a ball out in the outfield, that's just like hit with lightning struck twice. But Eddie Vedder was in town, and he was at most of the Cubs events. That was cool for them to see him perform. But yeah, you never forget a championship team, and people don't forget. And it was awesome seeing all those guys out in the bleachers, and then they win that game. It was perfect. The weather, that smog went away. It was, and I had some relationships with some of the families, especially Rizzo's in-laws, because they're Greek. So that was a big thing for me to see them again. So yeah, they're fun. But yeah, I had a great time, and congratulations to the Cubs. They did an unbelievable job. hosting those players' private parties, a big, party on a boat one night. Got a little rocky for them, but it was a great weekend.
Great stuff, Chris. Thanks a ton. Great catching up.
Thanks, Chelly.
Appreciate it.
Take care. Bye-bye.
That is Chris Chelios.
Great stuff from Chris Chelios.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, the guy who broke the news a week ago accidentally.
I know, accidentally.
Got him in a little trouble.
He didn't have a coffee.
Good kind of trouble, though.
Yeah.
All right, right now, win 2 tickets to see Guns N' Roses with special guest Public Enemy, July 29th at Credit Union 1 Amphitheater, provided by Live Nation, 312-540-0670. Caller number 6, 312-540-0670.
It's Mully and Haugh. We got Bruce Levine. We're going to talk some baseball with him next on Chicago's 104.3 The Score.
Breaking Blackhawks news. Patrick Kane returns to the Hawks, signing as a free agent.
Kane, it's a hat trick for Patrick Kane. Kane has spin around. He scored! Oh, roll the highlight film. Patrick Kane with a spectacular savoir-faire spinorama.
Keep it here as we continue to cover this big news for the Hawks on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Breaking news on The Score is sponsored by IDOT. Running late, speeding won't save you time. No need to speed. It's not a game.
Hollywood Casino and Hotel Aurora is calling. All new casino, all new hotel and spa, all new location. Your cravings are calling with fresh flavors from Giada De Laurentiis and Chicago's own GOAT, Stephanie Izard. Your lucky seat is calling. From your favorite slots to your go-to table games, your getaway is calling.
I don't know. So
because you podcast love.
Right, I guess so.
This played out in real time, by the way, as well. They make the pick. We're live on the air.
In real time, exactly. So basically, Anthony and I are going back and forth mispronouncing this guy's name. And then we had Chris Emma on, who was going to try to set us straight. And here's how it went down. We now, Big Ant, get to go out to Hallis Hall, Bears headquarters. That's where the war room is, and that's where we find the Score's Chris Emma. Here, we literally had 2 different pronunciations given to us for Ozzy. Is it Trapillo or Trapillo?
I didn't want to correct you, buddy, but it's Zapillo.
Okay.
What?
All right.
Wait, huh?
What?
Oh,
you said Zapillo. Jesus. Now we correct you.
That's radio magic right there. Church, let's go Trapillo.
Chris, look at me. You and I know each other well enough. If I mess up a name, you know that pisses me off when I do that. You are allowed to correct me. So, again, it's Ozzy Trapillo, yes?
Yes, you're in the meeting room tomorrow. I will see you tomorrow, my friend, and I will correct you the first thing when you walk in the door.
Okay.
That's amazing, actually.
What
he loaded up the gun.
Shout out to Dan Zampillo, who didn't used to work here at the Score.
Where was that going?
You keep using this name.
Hey,
do
guys,
not think it means what
Grote, I don't want to correct you, but it's Zapillo.
I didn't want to correct you, buddy, but it's Zapillo.
What do we call that? Loud wrong? Wrong.
I mean, I still love Max Rustopher. Like that's still one of my
that was
favorites.
a Parkins special. Oh, yeah, Max Rustopher.
And then Max Rustopher became a thing, as it should have. They call me Layler, and I love it.
Layler.
I think it's really cool.
I like Layler.
I was like, oh yes,
Layler. I don't even know her.
Oh. Are we still on the air after that?
Hey,
is this thing on?
I'll tell you, man. It's the big ant factor.
That's what I bring out of people.
It's a foursome now.
Earlier, Ant, we were talking about our relationship.
Ant has taken his headphones off. He's taken the jack out of the headphone
Can't
jack.
take the heat on this show.
Ant is already packing up.
This is what we're bringing.
He
We're just
drove
up at the
all the
threshold.
way from the suburbs for this, and that has ended Ant Heron's time on the show.
I'm going back to my safe life in the burbs.
Well, we're excited for you because that's got to be a thrill knowing that your jersey is going to be you're up in the rafters and that everyone's going to be able to look up and see your name on the back of it. What does it mean to you to get your jersey retired?
It's surreal. Still London. It's surreal, but at the same time, knowing that I put in the work and listen to the OGs, all the teammates, my old coaches, everybody that gave me knowledge, I made a way to implement that into my game, and I took advantage of it. So thank you. It's for all of us.
So you found out a year ago, and we remember the surprise at the time, and you were moved emotionally. So you've had about a year to process all of those emotions and, frankly, to put your own career in perspective. We have seen you grow up in Chicago, and everyone has appreciated the journey. But as you put that into perspective, how would you articulate what you have accomplished and what this represents?
I think whenever I look at all the players that did retire or got their jerseys in the Raptors or even won championships, they feel like they gave their all, and people respected that. And I feel like it's very similar to this, where we didn't win a championship, but, man, I have no regrets. I feel like I give my all. I feel like I squeezed or maxed out on my body when I was on the court, and I did all I could do.
I'm just curious, Derek. In retrospect now, as you look back on your career, famously, there was all these guys gathering together. We know what happened in Miami, and people were like, Derek needs to recruit someone to come to Chicago. We need another star. Yeah. And it was almost like you were blamed for not recruiting. Did you consider that part of your job, or did you laugh at that idea?
I kind of laughed at it, but in a way, maybe it was towards the end of my career with the Bulls, but I feel like I adapted, or I made an attempt. I forgot what the attempt was, but I did recruit in that way, not like how everybody else was at the time, but I felt like I was cool with my guys and showing loyalty to my teammates. If they would have heard me each year say that we needed somebody different.
Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers, WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, an Odyssey sports station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score update studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. Showtime returning to the United Center. That's right, 88 is back in the red sweater. Patrick Kane rejoining the Blackhawks on a 2-year deal. $8 million annually, and the most recent update, a full no-trade clause for Patrick Kane. First place White Sox took care of the Rangers on the road 4-2. Chase Mydroff 4 hits in that one. A day off today. Back at the rate on Friday. The Astros in town. Davis Martin will be throwing. The Cubs lost to the Tigers 5-1. They struck out 12 times in a 5-1 loss. A day off today. Friday, they start a series in Pittsburgh against the Pirates. 5:05 pregame right here on 104.3 The Score. Matthew Boyd will be throwing. We're going to talk about both the Sox and the Cubs with our guy, Bruce Levine, next. 48 days until the NFL kicks off, and the Bears rookies, they report to camp on Saturday, July the 25th. It's right around the corner. This portion of the show brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Confidence, it should never cost a fortune.
Baseball. Bruce Levine.
It's great to talk some baseball.
Score Baseball Insider, covering the Cubs and White Sox for more than 30 years.
Bruce Levine is a news breaker.
Inside the Clubhouse co-host, alongside our own David Haugh.
On Inside the Clubhouse, Saturday mornings, 9 to 11. Award-winning show. Not yet, but, close.
Bruce Levine.
That's a really good question, Bruce.
See, Bruce asked the first hard question.
With Mully and Haugh on 104.3 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. Always a delight to talk to Bruce Levine. He joins us now on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130. Plumbers get the job done right the first time. Good morning, Bruce. How you doing?
Good morning, guys. And it's time to talk Cubs, White Sox trades. They might be going after the same players, the same bullpen help over this next 10 days before the trading deadline on August 3rd. Look to the New York Mets. Look to their bullpen. Look to names like Luke Weaver, Brooks Raley, Huascar Brizalban, A.J. Minter, guys that can get it done in the bullpen, guys that can help fortify the Cubs and the White Sox.
Okay. It's very interesting. It's very intriguing. What about Freddie Peralta? Because that's a name at the top of the list.
Clay Holmes.
Clay Holmes to the Sox, Freddie Peralta to the Cubs. Let's do it, Bruce.
Well, Holmes coming back from a broken leg, so it has to be observed. Peralta, are you guys? You have to answer this question for me. Are you buying an old baseball card, or is it a new version of himself that you don't particularly want? Freddie Peralta has an ERA over 5. Okay, you can talk about whether or not it's the fact that he's playing on a bad team that makes errors behind him, that shows a lot of indifference, and that he can just step it up when he moves to the White Sox or the Cubs. I'm not quite sure.
I mean,
how much inventory you're going to give that for that.
They might have had the worst defensive performance I've ever seen in a baseball series. That's how bad they were against the Cubs.
Right.
And the Cubs, as we know, have the best defense out there. Doesn't that answer that question? I mean,
no.
Won't he be revitalized by Craig Counsell?
He still has to be able to pitch. The ERA is his alone, okay? So the errors behind him, we know. Almost every start, they've made errors behind him. It's demoralizing. We understand that. But the ERA is indicative of runs that he's given up, okay? Earned runs. So you have to pay attention to that.
Whoa, we're paying attention, and I see Colin Ray throw a 3-0 fastball right down the middle, straight down Main Street, and is deposited for a 3-run homer. I see the need for a Freddie Peralta. Good clubhouse guy, change of scenery benefiting him. He's done this before with Craig Counsell. I don't know why you're against that idea, Bruce. Makes
Not
sense.
against it. Is it just somebody else giving up the 3-run home run? That's the question you have to ask.
Well,
right?
I mean, has he fallen off the ledge? Because he was pretty good last year, wasn't he? And he knows the division and he knows the teams that he'll be facing. And I like the idea of Freddie Peralta because I don't think David keeps talking now about Skubal going to L.A. just because if Skubal goes anywhere, they got everything. They could get him easier than anyone else.
Well, I mean, he could, and David might be right because LA can not only add somebody like Skubal, but has the minor league players. Their organization is ranked in the top 3. I mean, they do everything right in Los Angeles. So if that's what they want, they might get him. Again, looking at the Tiger team, and they took 2 out of 3 from the Cubs. But watching that team, are you not underwhelmed by their ability to be a playoff contender and win, maybe even get into the playoffs, but be eliminated early? Now, I know you're going to say, well, with Skubal, with Mize, with Flaherty, they have a chance to surprise people in the playoffs. They do, and we don't know if that's what the ownership and Scott Harris, the president of baseball operations, is going to decide to do. Right now, it's probably 50-50 on Skubal, but you guys tell me, are you underwhelmed by watching Detroit?
I don't think Detroit's going to get back in it. I really don't believe so. So if I'm Scott Harris, I can't risk Tariq Skubal walking and getting nothing in return. And if you get rid of him, it's like you open the door and others will follow. So I understand they're closer to selling than buying, even though A.J. Hinch approached every game like a Game 7. Congratulations, you won 2 out of 3 from the Cubs. The Cubs are confounding. You don't know what they're going to be night in, night out, but that's our problem, not his. I think they end up unloading. Maybe Casey Mize comes to Chicago. I'm not fixated on Freddie Peralta, Bruce. I just think that would be where I would start. It's not where the possibilities end, though. Who else realistically would be in the mix of consideration?
Well, Robbie Ray of the Giants, left-hander, that's not quite the pitcher he was, right? But, excuse me, still a very good pitcher and somebody that's going to – the Giants are going to move people. The Mets are going to move people. Look to the Blue Jays and maybe a Kevin Gausman, who is not the same version of himself, is going to be a free agent. Shane Bieber. Those are guys that are probably going to get traded. Toronto is a failure at this point. The American League champions don't look anything like they did last year, and the reality of their situation has to be faced here by Mark Shapiro, the president of baseball operations over the next 10 days. So it's a reality check that's going to happen here this coming week. So starting Monday through the following Monday, there's a lot of reality checks for teams out there, and they have to look themselves in the mirror. Scott Harris is a good friend who's the president of baseball operations for Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good friend of Jed Hoyer, right? Does that make them more likely to pick up Scooble in a trade with Detroit? Will the Cubs make a move for a 2-month guy that can get them not only through the first round of the playoffs, but maybe to the World Series? It's certainly a possibility.
Just curious, in your opinion, Bruce, will the impending labor strife play a part in all this trade deadline stuff?
It's a great question, Mike, because you don't know how ownership looking at, in particular for players or pitchers that have contracts beyond this year. Okay, when you start, adding that to the equation, like you look at the Angels and you have Detmers and Soriano, 2 pitchers that are probably going to be traded, but they have 2 years left on their contracts. So what does that do to the equation of a new pay system, whether there's a salary cap or not, and how that fits in, how the general manager or the president of baseball operations explains to the owner how that fits into the cap when they don't know what the pay system is going to be. So I guess the long-winded answer, Mike, is yes. I think it will impact some teams and how they act toward the trading deadline.
How aggressive do you expect Chris Getz to be going after a bullpen piece, perhaps, or maybe a starting pitcher, possibly, because of the need to make a statement to a team that might be looking for one? Or is this a team young enough that they don't need to hear that kind of, or get that kind of validation from the front office the way some teams might at the trade deadline?
I'd love to see them add a bullpen arm, okay? A really good bullpen arm, a right-handed arm of that bullpen. The bullpen, as I've talked about with you guys for weeks now, over months, is the key to the White Sox. It has been all year. It's been outstanding. It continues to pitch well. Fortify that so they don't get worn out, right? Add a couple pieces to the bullpen. I don't know if you have enough starting pitching. Do you guys believe they have enough starting pitching to go deep into the playoffs?
No. I'm going to need more scouting reports about how the injured players are doing to answer that question, Bruce.
I'd love to see them get Soriano from the Angels, a guy that they've beaten twice already this year, but is a terrific pitcher. I think that's the type of guy I'd like to see them add, somebody that's going to give them some quality length. You keep hearing about length. I'm talking about quality length. What's quality length in our time right now? 6 innings is quality length. If somebody can take you into the 6th and complete the 6th inning, that's huge. You cut down 1 to 2 pitchers a game of bullpen pitchers so that you have stronger pitching as you move on in a series or the rest of the season. 60 games left. I think the White Sox are right there with everybody else. I don't outside of starting pitching, I don't see them not contending and going maybe into a second round. It's just add to the starting pitching, add a bullpen guy, and I think you have some magic that continues on for the White Sox.
What effect do you think last year's inactivity at the trade deadline will have on Jed Hoyer's approach this season? Because I think when you look at Colin Ray, another 3-run homer on a 3-0 pitch, when you look at Jamison Tyone, yeah, okay, he was great after the 14th pitch, but he gave up 4 runs before that. Bruce, I think that this is fraught with inconsistency, and you're going to get more of the same unless there's something added. And I wonder, does last year have any effect on this year in terms of the aggressiveness?
I don't think it does. I think they're just going to be aggressive because they have a veteran team, right? So last night's performance wasn't great offensively. We talk a lot about how the offense should be plenty good enough. We know the defense is the best in baseball. I don't think there's even an argument about it. So with that in mind, you need to add, to the bullpen, but a starting pitcher, Yeah, it would be a great idea. I don't think they'll hold back. I don't think money is going to be the issue. Look, you've just invested over the winter like $400 million in this team. You have veteran guys at third, short, and second that are going to be around for a long time. Why would you sit on a chance to go deep into the playoffs? I don't think they will. I think they'll give up some young inventory if they have to, and most likely they will if they're going to get anything good. Getting a guy like Ray from the Giants or, a pitcher like Gosman from the Jays, I think is a good idea. Bullpen help should be there. Again, the Mets are going to move their entire bullpen. I'll go over the names again. Weaver, Rayleigh, Brazelban, Minter. They're all going to end up being moved. Maybe two of them or three of them end up in Chicago on both sides of town.
How about the Mets catcher, Torrens? He's a guy the Sox might look at if they go middle tier, if they're trying to supplement a position that is now without Kyle Teo for probably the rest of the season.
It wouldn't be a bad idea, David, to add, a veteran catcher back there. Right now, they don't have much offense going there. Defensively, they're average. So I would say if they're going to add, it's an important position because when you bring in a catcher with only 55 or 60 games left in the season, they have to learn your system. They have to learn, what the pitching lab is all about. It's a little bit more difficult than just throwing a guy out there, but adding a veteran into that spot who can fit in, it's probably a really good idea.
Bruce, I was saying to David earlier this morning that if you had told me that the White Sox would be where they are right now, I would have imagined that it meant that Noah Schultz was tearing it up, that Hagen Smith was better than imagined, that Shane Smith was having a replay of a year ago, that maybe Tanner McDougal. It is amazing to me that all of these guys, none of them really are contributing in the way you imagined, and that they're nonetheless still ranking pretty good with two guys atop the ERA list with, I believe, the team in like top 10 in that particular category. How do you explain that they've been getting what they've gotten out of these guys and that these other guys haven't been as effective or impactful as we might have imagined?
New pitching coach, new pitching philosophy. You start with Bove, who's their new pitching coach, and then you have Martin and Burke. That'll work, right? I mean, that's what's happening. You have two pitchers that have really gotten it done. Burke has been, how would you classify him? As good as anybody over the last.
Did you just coin a phrase? Did you just come up with a slogan?
It's a slogan.
Martin and Burke, that'll work.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and Kay has been so surprising to people. Another tip of the cap to the Chicago White Sox scouting people who saw him pitch in the Pacific Rim and brought him over here, much like they did with Fetty 3 or 4 years ago. So they need to add to that, but the starting pitching has been so much better than anybody could have imagined.
Before we let you go, Bruce, need you to explain to some skeptics out there who might wonder why Michael Conforto was in the lineup. I like Michael Conforto. Dustin had an issue with him being in the lineup, was worried about his bat moving forward. I said, you got a guy who's got 4 pinch hit home runs, a professional hitter. I get why he's there. Why is he there, and how much more will we see of Michael Conforto in the Cubs lineup?
He can hit home runs, okay? Craig Counsell likes guys that can hit home runs, and he can do it, and he's not afraid of a big moment. He's had a couple of walk-off home runs. The guy's a veteran who's figured it out and also understands his role on this team. He no longer looks at himself as, hey, I have to be a starting player. I have to be an all-star. He looks at himself as a piece of the puzzle to go deep into the playoffs and into the World Series. a guy that came from a World Series team last year. So all this fits into the equation. I don't know. Who did Dustin want in the lineup yesterday instead?
I'm not sure. I'll have to ask him. He's got a microphone.
Okay.
There really wasn't necessarily a better option. But I wish there was a better option. The DH has not been properly addressed.
Yeah. By the way, before I let you go, I talked to Suzuki about his walk-up music. You know, it's Frank Sinatra, right?
Mm-hmm.
How does Suzuki end up with walk-up music from Frank Sinatra? So I went up to him after the game, and Jesse Rogers and I were standing there, and we both asked him. We said, "How does this work?" And he said, "One of our trainers suggested calming music. I asked for calming music. He suggested Frank Sinatra. So therefore, the rest of the year, you're going to see the calming effect of a guy that smacked probably one of the hardest home runs he's ever hit last night against the Tigers, listening to Frank Sinatra, welcoming him into the box."
Start spreading the news.
Wow. That's
Very
pretty
nice,
good
David.
stuff.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Guys, have a great day.
Good job,
Great,
Bruce.
Thank you, buddy. What I wonder what Sinatra's song it is. Do you know?
I don't actually. I'm not quite sure.
He was one of the great. He could sing a song. It was his phrasing, I believe. Everyone says the way that he put those words. He didn't write his own songs, but the way he put those words together is what separated Frank from others.
Well, it was.
So I need to know the words.
My kind of town.
I like it. Is that what it was?
I don't know.
You're making that up.
I'm making it up.
Okay.
I don't know
That's fair.
because I have to say this. I don't pay attention to Seiya Suzuki's walk-up music.
Apparently, Bruce does, and it's old Blue Eyes.
But now we got to wait till next week till they get back home.
And now we have to wait because
Now
they're
we'll
off
be
today.
paying attention.
I'm sure there's going to be a good
I'm sure
texter.
somebody
I'm sure there's a
knows.
good
I wonder if they'll go through different songs. Like, what is the most calming of all of the Frank Sinatra songs?
We'll have to look at this playlist.
All right.
And we'll have to do that. I'm sure
That's
we can
fair.
have one of our resourceful texters who always have great opinions to share with us can let us know what Seiya Suzuki's walk-up music is.
And by the way, as one of our texters pointed out, it is silly to say that a great defense behind a pitcher will not impact how his ERA looks. And he said, look at PCA. And if you do look at PCA, there was a story the other day that he has, I believe, now captured 35 five-star catches, which is the most in the the StatCast era. That he has reached a point now where he's made so many catches where you have a 25% probability of catching them.
What was the dispute?
Well, if a guy is gonna get a triple and raise the ERA of a pitcher, and then all of a sudden PCA catches the ball, maybe that does impact the ERA.
Of course it does.
Maybe Bruce said the ERA is his alone, and I'm pointing out that the ERA would be impacted by the defense behind him.
I do think that I would side with you on that one. But we'll have to revisit that with Bruce the next time we talk to him. Yeah. The walk-up song, according to our resourceful text crew, is My Way.
My Way. I just found it as well. My Way.
That's beautiful.
It really is. Seiya Suzuki didn't strike me as a My Way guy, but...
Regrets? I've had a few.
Yes, he probably has.
I've had a few, anyway.
I can think of a couple fly balls where he might apply.
This, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe this was written by Paul Anka, My Way.
Is it really?
Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong.
Is this Seiya's way of saying so long, Chicago? No longer his kind of town at the end of this season? He's out of contract?
If you wrote a song like this, wouldn't you sing it?
I don't.
Or maybe it was it is very
Sinatra relaxing, though. I feel a lot more relaxed.
He did write My Way, Paul Anka.
Thank you. See? Every once
Got
in a while.
it from the French.
Even the blind
French
squirrel.
What's more than this? It's your song, Mully.
So you're
song.
saying... I got a tear in my eye.
I'm tearing up.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
I
got all this emotion today. Patrick Kane's coming back. We're singing Frank Sinatra.
You're as happy as I've seen you, I think, ever. even like after the Cubs World Series, you were kind of like, oh, I'm exhausted. I was up all night writing.
I was exhausted, but that was fun too. This doesn't match that, but I think that it is
better.
One of those things that you hope would happen. You question if it will. You doubt that it could. And when it does, you
sing
are
My
happy.
Way and you calm down. All right. We'll be right back. It's again, Kaner now back with the Blackhawks. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh, the most trusted morning show in Chicago sports. Get the latest Bears news with Brad Biggs. Ron Coomer breaks down the Cubs every Friday.
There's a chance that we're going to see Pete in the very near future win an MVP, and I don't disagree with that.
Plus, Cubs pitching coach Tommy Hotovy joins the show twice a month. White Sox legend Ozzie Guillen checks in Wednesday mornings at 8 to talk Sox.
The starters, they're not going to pitch 6-7 innings every night. No way. We've seen it before. They need those guys to step it up.
From Hallis Hall to Wrigley Field, the United Center to the South Side, Mully and Haugh cover it all. Start your day with Chicago's most complete sports conversation. Weekday mornings from 5:30 to 10 on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
This segment is sponsored by Hattie B's Hot.
With me on the team, or like it was a fake relationship, and that's something I never wanted with my teammates, and that's why we're like family to this day outside of basketball.
Youngest MVP ever. We saw what you accomplished on the court and with those Bulls teams you're referencing, and then you came back in your second act was impressive because you had the longevity, and I think a lot of people might have been surprised, Derek. Now that you have got your jersey retired and you just look ahead, is the Basketball Hall of Fame a goal of yours? Can you look at it that way, and do you think that your career was Hall of Fame worthy?
I think it was, but once again, it's not up to me to decide that. It's up to the committee, and it's up to them to decide. But I would love to be in the Hall of Fame. Who wouldn't want to be in the Hall of Fame? And like I said, I'm not doing it for me, or I didn't play this way solely for me. It's the Chicago way of playing. Like, that's the way that I played. That's the way that every time I step on the floor, I always try to show a Chicago toughness or a Chicago aggressiveness in some fashion. And for that not to be in the Hall of Fame, it will hurt in a way. But at the same time, this moment right here is kind of like my Hall of Fame if I don't get in.
Not to be mean, but I hate that shirt. Yeah, something like that. Not to be mean, but your nose is too big. Something like that.
I don't think I've ever gone that. Okay. Not to be mean.
Mully. But whenever you say that, I'm always expecting, like, here comes the hammer.
Here comes but that guy doesn't belong in the major leagues.
Yeah, right.
That's the kind of thing. You know who does belong is Mark Grote. Grote time! Can't believe it!
I love Zuzu's pedals. Big fan of Zuzu's pedals. Always have loved them.
What's up?
That's a recording of me imitating Baby T. And Baby T playing it. No, Fryer played it.
Morning, Mark.
And,
morning, Moon. Morning, Sunshine. Morning, Prudential Building. Morning, Car.
Layla Rahimi in the building.
Morning,
in the house, in the studio.
Wait, should I do the imitation of you imitating me?
Do that.
Whatever, the Bears suck.
Whatever.
Nobody has conquered the Layla impersonation yet.
No,
we just do a higher pitch.
When I heard that you were working on one, I was like, I bet it's going to sound a little like Mickey or Minnie Mouse, and then it did.
Yeah. Well, I didn't want that. So
technically,
that's why
both. No, why not?
I mean, it's just an okay impersonation. So that's I stand by it, but it's just okay.
If you don't get a Grote impersonation, are you even here?
No.
And I do that too, by the way. I did the not to be a jerk thing yesterday when I was looking up baseball savant stats, but I was kind of a jerk about it. If pointing out unfortunate information is a jerk, then guess what? We're all jerks.
It's the same thing as when people say it goes without saying that.
Yes.
Well, If it goes without saying,
why must you say?
Don't say it.
Zip
Yes.
it.
Zip it.
Yeah.
I think there are times where people
Zip
say
it.
things to soften, and
Yes.
in journalism, we are taught to not do that because those are words that we need for other
Brevity.
other
Layla.
space.
Brevity.
Yeah,
It's totally underrated.
Dave Feldman.
I don't have it.
Dave
I'm
Feldman
sorry.
was the great horse racing writer at the Sun Times.
I love when you talk about
And
Dave Feldman.
Whenever two or more ex-Sun Times guys get together, they talk about Dave Feldman because the stories were unbelievable.
I know.
But his line was always, he would say, "Don't get me wrong, I like the guy," and then whoom,
Boom.
here it comes,
And boom.
I mean, wham! I love that.
Oh
one.
my God, you are wearing a Detroit Lions t-shirt
Yes,
today.
Get it out of here.
Thank
Are
you.
people moronic?
Thank you.
I thought it was a
anyone-
Chicago Lions
I
shirt.
love-
Has anyone been to Chicago?
Mully's civic pride and Chicago card was compromised for a moment. And Mully's like, "No, it's the Art Institute, you fool."
I take pride in my lion.
I know you should.
That's a lion joke.
Also, like, does
White Lion
Detroit?
Pride.
3, the score. Patrick Kane has returned to the Blackhawks. He's penned a 2-year deal for $16 million total, and that means that Alex DeBrincat's next. What do you
Man,
think?
I don't know about that. He's got a year left on his contract in Detroit. One of the things about playing in Detroit that appealed to Patrick Kane so much when he went back last summer was the ability to play alongside Alex DeBrincat. Their kids apparently get along. There's a connection there that began in Chicago, so I get that.
They're like best buds.
Yeah, they're buds. But I think what Patrick Kane will find in Chicago is a welcoming public, a fan base that was eager for this to happen, and a lot of young teammates that he will have a tremendous impact on. They will tell their grandkids about playing with one of the greatest ever. And that is what Patrick Kane is. One of the best American-born hockey players in history, if not the best. One of the best, if not the best Blackhawk in history. This is exciting. And, you know, Patrick Kane, it just does take you back. You hear the highlights from when he started in the Cup years. And
Savoir faire. Come on. That is meaningful.
good old Pat Foley. Who misses Pat Foley?
Dennis Safar.
Bring him back, too.
Bring Dennis Safar back.
3:33 in the third.
Yeah, that's fun. It's fun, and this is what the Hawks want to be again. They want to be fun. This is good for the hockey team, but this is good for business, too. People who go to the United Center are going to be entertained every night that 88 is on the ice. And he has been pretty healthy for someone at this stage of his career. But as you pointed out correctly, he has a knack for avoiding real in-your-face contact. He doesn't really mix it up. He never has. That's not his game.
No, he's a speed player. He's a skill player.
He processes quicker than anybody.
He's not like an exceptionally big guy in any stretch of the imagination. And he, you know, I just remember when he and Jonathan Toews were often connected together, and we used to have conversations about the two of them. I always felt like the difference between them is that Kaner got to do what he does, and Toews got to fill in and do whatever anyone else didn't do. And so there would be times where Toews would be the guy in front of goal taking the abuse. There'd be times where he would be the tough guy, and he would be, and you know, he took so much more abuse over the course of his career because of his fill in every blank role, as opposed to Kaner as his role of score every big goal.
And that's the beauty of it. That's hockey, baby.
Yeah, that's
because
hockey,
everybody's
baby.
got a role to
Yep,
play.
no doubt about it.
And Jonathan Toews' was to play both ends of the ice as well as any center in the league, and to mix it up and get in front of the net and sacrifice your body and do those little things, do the dirty work and get those greasy goals. Patrick Kane, finesse guy. The ultimate guy who could handle the puck, who could shoot it, and was Mr. Clutch, and that's how he got the nickname Showtime.
Well, he was a guy that could score goals that no one even knew were goals except for him.
And they're still looking for that puck.
That's exactly
the FBI
right.
still in search of the puck from June of 2010. Somewhere the Flyers are still complaining.
So a 3-time champion with the Blackhawks.
Yes.
I don't believe there's anybody still playing from the 6-time champion Bulls. Are there any players left from the 1-time champion Cubs or
Well,
White
not
Sox
in Chicago.
or Bears.
There are no champions left.
So
he's the most decorated player.
He's the most decorated player in Chicago right now?
Yeah, he is. Is he the biggest star? Well, I think when you go into this year, he's the most accomplished star. We had this conversation with Robert Lewandowski joining the Fire, who he debuted last night in a loss.
Yeah.
But Patrick Kane.
Boy, did you see any of that?
No.
There was a goal scored.
I saw the highlights.
Oh, my.
Miami is putting the ball back
The own
to
goal?
the goal. That, I got to tell you.
That was ugly.
That just makes you wonder about that league. Man.
We digress.
All right.
But no,
go ahead.
He comes
I only saw the highlights.
He comes to Chicago known as one of the best strikers in his sport.
Yes.
Patrick Kane returns to the United Center as, there's going to be a statue of him one day.
Yes.
Outside that building. He has earned it with 3 Stanley Cup trophies, and he has hoisted it 3 different times, and he now comes back. He's got a couple years left. Here's what he's done the last 3 seasons, Mully. If people are wondering what version of Patrick Kane are you getting.
And he is now the most accomplished Chicago athlete.
Yes, he is. I think we can agree on that. Thank you for putting a period on that one. I didn't finish my sentence.
Full stop.
Last year, getting a little excited here. It's exciting time.
Hey, let's have fun.
Last year, 67 games, he had 16 goals and 41 assists, 57 points. The year before that, in 72 games, he had 59 points, 21 and 38. In his first season in Detroit, first full year, in 50 games, he was injured that season, he had 47 points. When healthy, he's nearly a point-a-night guy. The assists will be higher than the goals at this stage of his career. He will facilitate for the likes of Connor Bedard and whoever else benefits from playing with Kaner. He's the guy that does elevate everybody around him.
Who will have the most points on the Blackhawks this year?
Bedard.
Okay. Doesn't matter how much time he misses. You don't need to know a schedule.
I think Bedard will be that guy.
Who's second?
I think it could be Patrick Kane. It could be Tyler Bertuzzi, who I think is going to benefit from this power play success. You would love it to be one of the young guys, Kanserov or Frondell. You would love it to be one of those guys because they're the prospects.
Nazar or Oliver Moore. I don't know.
Oliver Moore or Frankie Nazar could be good candidates. I think Nazar would be the most likely to say he's going to be the 3rd highest scorer on the Hawks.
All right.
Even though Bertuzzi makes some sense too.
Well, Bertuzzi, what's great about him is he's a grindy guy in front of goal, right? So that there could be more opportunities for him, especially early.
Yeah, especially early. You're right about that. I do wonder how also this affects, everything is related. Every sport has 2 dimensions. This will help the Hawks in terms of their offense, but also the defenseman, but the new defenseman, Bowen Byram, on the power play, that could be good for Patrick Kane as well.
I think he will have the most goals among defensemen.
Yeah, I think that's a safe bet.
Okay.
He better.
Yeah.
He better.
If he doesn't, you will.
Based on what he's earning and based on what they gave up to get him.
Fair enough.
It was a high price. The player was not the thing in question. It was just how much you had to pay.
Who else will score goals among defensemen?
Well, I think you got Sam Rinzel. That's very
Rinzel is a guy
possible to step
highly
forward.
Thought of.
I don't know where
Young
Korchinski stands. Your guy, Artie Levshunov, he's dynamic with the puck. I think
he's got a lot of skill, but he hasn't put it together yet, right? I mean, he can do a lot of different things, but we haven't seen it enough.
The example that they had when they had a guy like Nick Foligno, who was a good captain and somebody that showed the younger players how to play and how to be a pro. That's what Patrick Kane brings. He's more quiet about it. He's never been the guy that was known as the leader in the dressing room. He had so many other guys that they could choose from. But now I do think that there will be many players that benefit from his example and just how much of a rink rat he has become and always has been. So the young players on this Hawks team, and they're full of them, that's the hidden benefit of having a guy like Patrick Kane there on a daily basis.
Frankie Nazar went to Michigan. You think he watched a little Red Wing hockey at some point?
You would think that he would. I'm sure that would be something. There would be no strangers here. Plus, I think Kaner has been around the last couple summers in Chicago, working out at the Hawks, facility. So my sense is that there won't be a need for a lot of long introductions. Patrick Kane is here, and I think everybody will kind of understand what that means and who he is. What I like about this too is that there's none of this sort of reluctance like, well, how is this going to affect Connor Bedard? Connor Bedard's grown up now. He's 21 years old.
Well, he's waved the flag to get this signing done. He wants this to happen, or he wanted it to happen. And I don't know if that means they told him, hey, we're going to do this, or what. But, I mean, he definitely
I think he's at the stage of his career. Like, he still has a lot to prove as a player. He still has to have a winning season, and all those things remain true. But he also is established enough that he can do things at the NHL level to dominate in stretches when he's healthy, that the presence of Patrick Kane is not going to threaten him in any way. It's only going to enhance his skills even more. So Patrick Kane will complement Connor Bedard and vice versa. That's the exciting part. Those two guys on the same line, as dynamic, if they could develop any chemistry, and I guess you never can assume that. You never can assume chemistry.
No.
But given the way that they still adapt to how many different combinations they've played with, that's what's exciting from a hockey fan perspective. Every night at the United Center, you might see something that makes you say, wow. And that's been a while.
What percentage of a chance would you say that they do? I mean, Chelios was like left it up in the air.
Yes.
I think I was the one who first said, and most likely they're going to play side by side, and that's super exciting. Like, what do you think the chances are that they are on that number one line together, or do they want to put their two best players on their top two lines and spread it out a little bit?
It's a good question, because I think when you look at your second line center, the Frankie Nazar and Kaner, that also offers a lot of possibility. My sense is that because of what it represents in terms of like, hey, this is the new Blackhawks. There's Bedard, there's Kane, and I think they're going to be on the same line to begin the season.
Wow.
On the top line.
I sure hope so.
I would hope
so.
With
who? With
maybe Bertuzzi.
That's a great question too, right? Who's
or
the third?
Frondell?
No, I think Frondell's going to play center.
Okay.
I think Frondell's going to be your third line center.
Okay.
Frankie Nazar will be your second line center. And, it might be Bertuzzi, Kaner, and Bedard. Then you might have Nazar, Kanserov. I don't know how Oliver Moore fits in or what they expect out of him, but it's going to be a fun combination, because now you have another dynamic offensive player. Now you have another option that tells Connor Bedard that you don't have to carry the load and it won't be as heavy of a burden.
Do you think it was difficult for Kaner to not choose Buffalo? In other words, as much as we talk about different players, there's, coming back to the team that you once played for might be a perfect way of ending your career.
I believe it had to be difficult. But I really do.
Yeah.
Honestly, one of the reasons I might sound really excited about this is because I'm surprised.
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised.
Because you thought Buffalo
made more sense.
His parents there, his sisters,
because
his family.
Of the family proximity, because it's one box he hasn't checked. He's done a lot in his career. And the fact that they are closer
to a playoff run.
To playing in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yes.
That's a team that if they trade for Hellebuck, or they're one move away from being in contention. Whereas the Hawks, let's face it, this is a sentimental journey. They may be in the playoffs, but the chances are they're going to be maybe just on the outside looking in. Maybe in 2 years, they're going to be closer. I hope that Patrick Kane, before his career ends, plays in a playoff game in a Blackhawks sweater again. That would be tremendous. But I think the Sabres are closer to being that team, which is why this news, I think, caught some people off guard, because it made more sense. You could justify it playing in Buffalo.
But based on what you just said, made me think that maybe there are some things behind the scenes that Chris Chelios wasn't willing. He said, I'm not going to share any more private conversations, right? I'm saying, would Patrick Kane, I think you're right. Patrick Kane wants to play playoff hockey.
Yeah.
So I wonder if he knows about a plan and he likes that plan better than the Sabres plan, or is it that the Blackhawks are able to pay him a little bit more than the Sabres because they're probably tapped out?
Probably could. I think both those things could be true. I think the salary is higher than you might expect a 37-year-old winger to make, perhaps. Chicago has the flexibility. The cap is going up as well. But I also like the first part of that.
The idea that there's another move.
Yeah. And if they're working behind the scenes to bring Alex DeBrincat to Chicago, back home again, terrific. He'd fit.
Isn't he from like Farmington Hills?
Yes.
Wouldn't that mean he's kind of a Detroit guy?
Maybe.
Would he rather be in his hometown or back in Chicago again with his buddy?
This is where he started. The Hawks were very good to him. It's where he flourished as a player, even though they didn't have great team success. He also flourished alongside Kane. He had some great moments with Patrick Kane, and I think that chemistry and that relationship might be able to compel the Hawks to pull off a deal. Look, the Red Wings front office, after dumping Steve Yzerman, they're in a state of flux. I don't know if they know what they're doing. They're not getting rid of Dylan Larkin now, it appears. He won that battle. Maybe they're going to trade somebody else. With DeBrincat, with 1 year left on his deal, and the Hawks with a surplus of prospects, yeah, you could talk yourself into that idea.
Okay.
Certainly.
I like it.
But I don't know.
All right. Well, we're going to take a quick time out, and we got Layla and Marshall. We'll talk to them next. It's Mully and Haugh. It is Chicago's 104.3 The Score.
Blackhawks fans rejoice as Patrick Kane now returns to the Hawks. But the Score's hockey insider Chris Chelios teased this story first days ago, right here on The Score.
I am not going to lie to you guys. It is down to Buffalo and Chicago. I know that because I spoke to him.
Breaking news on The Score. Patrick Kane is rejoining the Blackhawks on a 2-year deal.
Woo-hoo-hoo. Chris Chelios, you were right.
Caught me off guard for sure. Springing the question on me. Not having any coffee or anything. Not jeopardized our friendship with Kaner, but it was a private conversation. A lot of it worked out for Kaner and his family. Kaner's still got lots of gas left.
Kane a spinorama. He scored!
We are Sports Radio 104.3 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
Does Detroit get all the
That's
Lions?
a band, by the way.
Pride of Lions.
Do you remember the band?
I don't know.
They don't get all the Lions.
Not to be rude, but you're crazy.
No offense. No offense is another one. No offense.
No
but I
offense.
hate your family.
Yes!
Got it.
My
Chuck
night
is
is
on
made.
fire.
Dalen
Swain on fire.
From the University of Texas.
Oh, my God.
Chuck Swirsky.
Yes.
Can we go to the
He's
gas
batting
station?
nearly
I
1,000.
told you guys. This
Hey,
is crazy.
I'm telling you
Nearly
right now,
1,000.
this is a great first round.
Tell me
for the
why.
Bulls.
Tell me why, Chuck.
Because he's every slap. That's exactly what Bryson Graham has preached from day one.
Unbelievable. Dalen Swain from the University of Texas.
I love it. I flat out love it.
The only major.
Bryson Graham for mayor.
This is it. Onions, baby. Onions. Dalen Swain in the building. Last year, second team All SEC.
Oh, he's got Bill Duffy representing him. He's great.
Okay.
Like you said, listed as a guard there, but he's got size, right? 6'7".
Yeah.
Should be around 225 pounds when he reports for training
That
camp
kid's a
for the Bulls.
stud.
So this is like you said, staying in line. Already going to it, Chuck. Absolutely love it. Played at Texas last year,
Yes,
obviously,
he
but
did.
he played at Xavier
Yep.
prior to that. There were some inconsistencies at time at Texas with his defense, but he was better at Xavier, and I think Longhorns had a little bit tougher year maybe than they expected last year and such. So really, really good rebounder for his position as well in that. So that gives the Bulls optionality there just as they fill out their roster. Don't know his exact role yet, but certainly a guy who should play on the wing for years to come.
100%.
They said best player available. That's what Bryson Graham said. So certainly that's what he feels about 6'6", 211 pounds.
A key point for Dalen Swain is that he's about a 30% three-point shooter for his college career. He needs to improve on that, but he did get up to 34, a little over 34% last year at Texas. So there was the improvement right there last year, which
and
you love to see.
And he's shooting 54% from the field, and if you're shooting 33% from the three-point line, that you can get to the cup and finish around the rim.
Yes, he can.
And that's his calling card,
Yeah,
right?
he's
so
a slasher.
The Bulls got two guys here, question marks on their three-point shot, but who are renowned at the college level for attacking the rim.
Well,
right?
that's
an interesting dynamic that they're adding there and what they prioritize.
It also lets you know, obviously, that both Bryson Graham and Tiago Splitter have complete faith in the coaching staff that they're about to put together, right? Saying, I know I can help this guy with his shooting. I just need him to have the other intangibles that are available to you. He's averaging over 7 rebounds a game in college basketball. So not only are you getting the scoring with him averaging over 17, but you're also getting the the rebounds, averaging over 3.5 assists a game. So someone that can fill up the a versatile guy that can fill up the stat sheet. But Cody, are you surprised it's not a guy like LeBaron Philon? I mean, there's still guys that are being passed up to take a guy that Chuck so beautifully called in Dalen Swain.
I don't know that I'm surprised in that sense, because size does matter to this new Bulls front office, and Philon's a smaller guard. So it is a question of obviously what they wanted to prioritize in that instance. And it's hard, right? Like 15, nothing really surprised me because there were so many options on the board. If they would have had someone with the second round grade or something, but Dalen Swain was by pretty much all projections mid-first round at some point, maybe slightly out of the lottery a little bit, like he just went right here. So it seems like a good start for the Bulls to this new era. Certainly a couple of second round picks as well, but these are two guys that they should get big minutes next year right away, because Swain's been in college 3 years. Like, he's ready to come in and start playing.
Yeah, I wanted to do some reporting around Caleb Wilson because I think he's a super talented prospect who also has some very real holes in his game. So I wanted to get, a look at what he's like as a person, not just a player. And everyone I talked to around Caleb Wilson believes he's the type.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. We, of course, broadcast live from the Score Hyundai Studios. Brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Want to thank them. Thanks to Jacob Stutz. He gets us twitching away in the morning. And thanks to everyone for calling and texting and emailing.
Most of all, thank you for listening on this Thursday.
A glorious Thursday, as it turns out. And thanks to our executive producer. He is a glorious man, Mr. Dustin William Rhodes.
Martin and Burke, that'll work.
That's Bruce.
Yeah, that's his new T-shirt. And thank you very much, Brandon Fryer, for your great job.
Held in along the boards. Andrew Ladd, checked by Coburn. Campbell holds the puck into the line. Turns, won't shoot. Kane, watched by Kimo Timonen. To the net! Leighton stopped it. Where's the puck? It came loose on the other side. It's over. Patrick Kane has scored the goal. The Chicago Blackhawks' long drought is over. For the first time since 1961, the Chicago Blackhawks have won the Stanley Cup.
And who's got the puck?
June 9th, 2010. The most famous goal in Hawk history.
Layla Rahimi in the house!
Wait a second. Who does have the puck?
I don't think anybody knows. I don't think anybody
isn't that
knows.
like an outstanding unsolved mystery?
Yes, it's a very, very strange
Marshall
dynamic.
Harris, he knows. Why don't you tell us?
Do I know? I know I was confused because I was looking right at it and I was like, wait, what happened?
What if it was that glowing puck from the old ABC broadcast?
Oh, you remember that?
Yeah.
That was
you couldn't get that one. You couldn't get away
I thought
with
that was
it.
Fox. Was that?
It was ABC, I thought, originally. Like,
Yeah,
wasn't
I just
that
remember
their
it was called
counter to
Fox Tracks.
That the counter to Fox having the Fox box, which was now what we call a score bug, was the glowing puck?
That was always the thought process that the game was too fast. You couldn't see the puck. So if you gave it a ring around it, whatever, then all of a sudden everyone would love
I like
hockey.
the streak. And then we had HD TV, and now you could see.
Yeah, now you can see
That
everything.
is really what happened.
That's all that happened.
Yeah, it's true.
I think they never found it, and the referee at one point was accused of taking it. And there was all kinds of intrigue and an investigation. It got kind of messy. I remember that being a story, and so I wonder, where is the puck from 2010? Well, we know who delivered the puck, and we know where he's going, and that is the big news of the day.
It was ABC decided to not use the glowing puck that Fox Tracks
Yeah,
used.
Fox Tracks. I remember Fox Tracks like it was yesterday.
I had forgotten what the discourse was regarding ABC and all of that.
No, it's great, though, because now...
Because, I was in elementary school, I think, at the time.
If you watch old school hockey footage, it is sometimes difficult to follow the puck.
Have you seen that movie Project Hail Mary?
I have not yet. It's in my queue.
It's really good.
Is
it worth it?
I think it's really good.
Okay.
It's free on whatever.
Prime.
It's Prime.
Yeah.
But anyway, they like at one point he wears a couple funny T-shirts in it. At one point, he finds a T-shirt that was from another astronaut, and it says "ah" on it, and it's like in a square box. The element of surprise, which I thought was very funny.
That's
because you just said "ah."
So it's just like
good.
capital A-H.
Looking like a periodic table element.
I got it.
I like that.
It was funny. If you like that movie, it's worth seeing.
I'll check it out.
Yeah.
Molly, you go ahead.
I had just a list of movies that I need to see, and it just keeps growing.
Yeah, because you don't be watching movies. I understand. I was going to ask you, Mully, if you're in a safer place now with the White Sox coming off the.
Oh yes. I thought last night was glorious, especially the way they won. I thought the pitching was outstanding, and I thought that having Chase Mydroth and hey, your guy Benny, you've been singing his praises all year. You were so right, Marshall.
He just, for that contract that he signed, first 3 years, 100 losses, and now just like him in the lineup, whether he's batting 5th or 7th or whatever, he's doing what he's supposed to do.
He's healthy. I didn't realize until, I think it was a story maybe in the Sun Times, he's won a Gold Glove as an outfielder.
Yeah.
That's a long time ago.
Earlier in his career.
That's a long time ago, David.
And now he's a designated hitter because of injury? Or just that
keep him safe.
He was pretty bad as an outfielder earlier in the year.
How do you go from being a Gold Glove outfielder to pretty bad?
It's the element of running.
I hate to say this, guys, but sometimes those Gold Gloves get given out based on offensive production at times.
I think you're probably right.
You can go back and look, and there were times where it was a battle between two players, and you're like, this player clearly had better defense.
Also, this
guy was on a playoff team, and
he won a
hit
World
well.
Series, right?
Yeah.
Benintendi won a World Series.
2018, right, Boston?
By himself.
It was 2018.
What have ye today?
I think we got to touch on what happened in the Cubs game last night to start.
Oh,
and it's
ugly.
just, it's also us discussing like what you have a realistic expectation for Colin Ray, but you need to have a better expectation out of your offense. So we want to discuss that. Like in those situations, that's ideal. And then the White Sox bullpen is on a heater. So we got to talk about that at 10:25. We love the conversation you guys had with Chris Chelios and Kyle Davidson about Patrick Kane. So I think it's worth going back and listening to some people do some bad cover-ups. Nick Friedel, who caught the ball behind Anthony Rizzo, is joining us at 11 to talk about that. And of course, some NBA news. Luis Medina, the senior writer for Bleacher Nation, regarding the Bears. He's great when it comes to just a nose for news with the Bears. So thought we'd do some Bears talk with Luis at 11:25. 5 on it is at noon. We've got a really fun list of questions. John Gonzalez, who is a national sports writer for CBS and is in town for the WNBA All-Star Game, and Marshall and I both worked with him in Philly, is joining us in studio at 12:25. So we'll talk to him about the state of basketball currently, both on the women's side and the men's side. And then Kaylin Kaler, who wrote an outstanding article in ESPN Team Journalism regarding the dilapidated state of the Rooney Rule, joins us at 1. Highly recommend you guys checking out that story.
Have a great show.
All right, guys.
In baseball, changing the game begins with rethinking it. Like rethinking how we can make better calls. With instant replay, robo-umpires, strike zone data, and more. The same innovative thinking that changes the game could change your portfolio. Invesco QQQ gives you access to the innovators who are rethinking the world. Invesco QQQ.
Type of guy who has the right mentality to improve his weaknesses and the curiosity to continue to get better. I talked to his high school coach, Mario Mays, down at Holy Innocents High School in Atlanta, and he told me that Caleb logged by far the most hours on their data watching platform, Huddle, 3 times more than anyone else in the program, to just study his opponents and study his own film to see where he needed to get better. I talked to Sean May, who told me how Caleb became a leader at North Carolina as a freshman, despite being one of the youngest players on the team. And I just became more convinced that he's someone who has a little bit of boom or bust potential, I think, especially compared to the other top 3 prospects in this class. But he has the right mentality and he has the drive to become the best player he can be. So I think that, the Bulls will have a player who has the highest potential on the team and someone who could one day become the star they really need to level this thing up.
What fits in the bust category for him?
Yeah, well, I think a couple things. One, he doesn't shoot threes at all. That's a pretty tough thing for a modern NBA forward to have to deal with. He's also 211 pounds, so he really plays a power-based game. He plays like he's a center, but he's going to be severely underweight for an NBA power forward, let alone an NBA center. Also measured at a sub 7'1" wingspan. So, not a ton of length, not a ton of strength, and doesn't shoot. He's not someone who really was running pick and rolls as a ball handler at North Carolina. He didn't have a lot of opportunities in isolation. So he's a very unique player. And to me, it puts a lot of pressure on Thiago Splitter as the Bulls head coach. I think that you just have to use him in unique ways because he does have a lot of shot creation potential, but it's untraditional. You're not going to be able to let him be, your lead pick and roll ball handler. Instead, you got to put him in the middle of the floor. You have to surround him with shooting. And I think you got to let him work out of the post a bit, and you got to let him take some mid-range shots. That's not something the Bulls did last season. The Bulls were 30th in mid-range frequency under Billy Donovan. Who was number 29 in that stat? It was Thiago Splitter's Portland Trailblazers. But a good coach has to adjust to the talent they have. And Wilson is such a unique prospect. I think that it's worth it for the Bulls and for Splitter to sort of bend his philosophies to suit him as best he can.
That's really interesting stuff because, we've heard the Kevin Garnett comp thrown out a lot on Caleb Wilson, which is asking a lot. But KG, not a guy with a superior handle who got offense through pick and rolls. He got offense in the post and through spotting up and rolling on those pick and rolls.
And he was 7 feet tall.
And he was 7 feet tall.
That part can't be glossed over.
Seems important. For prostate cancer, unveiling a new way to test for it without having to,
Was that where they're showing the butt close-ups?
Yes.
The butt's clinching,
Yes.
literally, right?
It
Clinching
starts
butts.
out with a bunch of tight ends. You had.
I don't know what we need that for, that audio, but we need to get it. And get it we did. Thank you, Tyler Buterbaugh. Thank you, Ray Diaz. Thanks, Brandon Fryer. Thanks to Connor O'Donnell. Thanks, Jacob Stutz. Thanks, Max Curtis. Thanks to everybody who joined us as listeners, as viewers. Thanks to Anthony Herron and Dan Wiederer. I'm Dolores Rahimi, signing off to Marshall Harris, Mark Grote,
Thank you,
Lawrence
Dolores.
Holmes,
and
Matt Spiegel.
Thank you for your contribution.
I thought when you said thanks, Max Curtis, you were really going to say thanks, Max Crosby, and I was there for it. I was like, yeah. Why are you Dolores? Oh,
Because I accidentally called Dan Adam because I was reading an Adam Schefter tweet at the time. I'm checking the news.
He said, it's okay, Dolores.
And he said Dolores, and I was like, okay, I'm good with Dolores.
And we were trying to think of the top Doloreses, and the best one I came up with some help from the texters, quite frankly, Lawrence, was Dolores O'Riordan, who was the lead singer of the Cranberries. Unfortunately, we lost her in the year 2018. So I don't know who's our best and most important Dolores.
How about Dolores Claiborne, the Stephen King character from a book and a film?
And the character from Seinfeld.
That's right. It rhymes with.
So then everybody sent us that, and I was howling laughing because if you look at our text line, it's pretty amusing right now.
I don't know if I want to look.
Yes,
That's
a lot
funny.
of people were reminding us of the female body part that they were describing.
Proud of you all.
Especially me, right? I didn't say it. I didn't do it.
Well, hold on, Grote.
Chicago goes to talk Bears. We are Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
The views and opinions of Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, and Mark Grote should not be taken too seriously, especially when they give advice. Do not take Marshall's analogies literally, especially when it comes to Russell Dorsey. The sports thoughts of Rahimi, Harris, and Grote may change at any time. It's just sports. Okay, thanks, bye.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote, 10 to 2 on 104.3 The Score.
Real nachos is what we saw presented in the hat yesterday in Arlington when the White Sox were playing the Rangers, and many have tried. I would have tried by now. I know Dan Plesac was giving us updates on CHSN during his consumption of the 2-foot-long hot dog, lovingly referred to as the boomstick in honor of Nelson Cruz, which is what you call his home runs. But Shriffen, unfortunately, fell prey to the force known as gravity.
Pro tip: do not try to put the nacho hat on. I made that mistake earlier.
Kind of made a mess of the booth up here. I was
There were a couple of chips that were, I have a 30-second rule. I saw a couple of chips with cheese and jalapeno on them. I grabbed that bad boys and just gobbled them up before you put it back on that tray.
Wait, I'm saying, you said what? 30-second rule? Is it like 3 or 4 seconds?
No, it's 30 for nachos. Are you kidding? With cheese and jalapeno? The jalapeno was dead center cut of the nacho, too.
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Come on.
They clean the booth up here every day.
Let's go back. Let's go back.
Oh, yeah,
So then,
The real
Play
topic.
Seconds decided to ban the 5-second rule in the name of nachos. And Shrimp is right. There is a huge difference between, all of us have done this where you drink out of the water hose. I have not picked up a nacho after 30 seconds on the floor.
Bet your apartment's immaculate. Probably eat off the floor.
219 on this old text line. Growing up in Gary, Indiana, where I was always drunk from the water hose because you couldn't go in and out of the house, 3-second rule.
See there?
Yeah, I understand all of that. Also, 847. When you have a toddler in the house, you're also playing, quote, is it chocolate or poop? Oh, God. Question mark. Quote, rules don't apply, let alone food rules.
Oops, excuse me. Oh, you dropped something, buddy. Nope, that is poop. Human poop out of your pants.
Okay, see, all these things are important. Like, all of these things are part of the discussion.
That's why we've all bypassed that part of our lives.
Yes! I can't raise my left arm, much less a child. Yippee! Not having kids keeps you young.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grote. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio. 104.3 The Score.
Once again, Tyler Peterbaugh just pushing hilarious opens out for the world and pulling rabbits out of his hat. Unbelievable. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grote on 104.3 The Score, and we have a lot of baseball to talk about. Marshall Harris, White Sox bullpen is on a heater. We'll do that at 10:25. We start with the Cubs team that had a chance to take a series, especially after a close game 1 against the Tigers and then a dominant game 2. And if you were describing this game to your friend, I like to say that every now and then when you and I are paid to watch the games every day. How would you have described it? And I would have said to you, Colin Ray was on the mound, and I know what to expect out of him. He did everything he could, given the situation that he's been placed in. But the Cubs have to give him some more run support. And I feel like in those cases, easier said than done, as we've seen, but when your offense is stepping up, that would have been a good opportunity. You're already behind when you lost game 1 to try to take a home series against the Tigers, who have been hot since the 1st of June. And unfortunately, just couldn't get this one done.
It's a tough series loss. It's also a disappointing series loss because of where we are in the season and understanding what the Cubs need to do, not only to hold on to a wild card spot in a very competitive National League, but to maybe make a charge at the top of their division. But they're 500 since the All-Star break. They look uninspired in the fact that the wins and losses aren't favoring the win side. And that's the problem here, is that the reality of what their starting pitching, as it sits right now, is capable of doing, and what their offense is capable of doing, those things have to match up almost perfectly for them to get the series wins you're talking about when you're going up against good teams. If you're going up against bad teams, that's one thing. But if you look at their schedule just from here on out, we talked about it before or during the All-Star break, they've got tough series weekly, if not both series every week. One of those 2 series is going to be against other teams fighting for playoff spots.
Yeah, how about the Pirates taking care of the Yankees in 10? They split that doubleheader yesterday, but they win 5-3. We see old friend alert, and Gonzalez hit one of the home runs, and then they split the doubleheader, losing to the Yankees. But the point is, the Pirates' offense is still there. You're about to face them. The Cubs have a day off today, but I am still of the mindset that each game counts, and you add them up at the end of the season, and playoff seeding does indeed matter, and you want that home wild card as much as you can possibly get it. And again, it's a gift when you don't have to face certain pitchers. You didn't see Tarek Skubal in this series. But then Kader Montero just mows you down. I mean, what a dominant outing he had. Only 3 hits, the 1 home run to Seiya Suzuki being his 1 mistake. 8 strikeouts. And the Cubs as a team strike out 12 times in this game. That's unfortunately what happens when the run support doesn't line up with the right pitcher on the mound.
Hard to win a game when you score 1 run. Hard to win a game when you only get 4 hits. And that was the Cubs' lot in life last night. And I'm wondering, when Colin Ray's on the mound, because I think I told you, Layla, if he goes 5 innings or more and gives up 4 runs or less, you have to kind of be like, that's okay, because that's what Colin Ray does. Because
That'll
this is
do, Ray.
Well, because
That'll do.
For Ray specifically, this is a guy who started the season. He was supposed to be in your bullpen. He's supposed to be the long man, and then he's supposed to be a spot starter. And now he's a cemented part of your rotation until further notice. And in those games, you're going to have to score runs. And if you don't, this is probably going to be the end result every single time.
And blind item, if you take the names out of it, or if you take the situation out of it, if I said, hey, Colin Ray gave up 4 runs in a game, you would at least like your chances.
Exactly, because they scored 1 run, which, as I mentioned, not enough, regardless of who's on the mound, right? Especially with this current iteration of the Cubs rotation with no Ben Brown and no Justin Steele, and I could just keep naming guys that aren't going to pitch anytime soon.
Did Ben Brown cross your mind yesterday? Because it did with me.
It didn't necessarily cross my mind because I think I'm forced to the reality. I don't expect Ben Brown to pitch again in 2026. If he does, it's a bonus for the Cubs. The Cubs' calling card is going to have to be their offense until at least the trade deadline, when you hope moves are made to upgrade their pitching staff. But this is the current realization of what the Cubs are. And you mentioned the Pirates. I'm glad you did, because understanding that they're on deck, you get an off day to kind of reset yourself. Mm-hmm. You got to go on the road and go Pittsburgh, Atlanta. I know you're probably thinking, well, Atlanta, yes, Pittsburgh, no one has scored more runs than the Pittsburgh Pirates in Major League Baseball except for the Nationals.
There it is. I mean, and the Nationals have blown, at last count, 27 saves. It might be more.
They struggle with the later innings in their bullpen.
I'm assuming they're going to try to trade for somebody. We had a fun conversation about it last week. But you're looking at a team that is not your older sister's Pittsburgh Pirates. You know, this isn't a team that's struggled, and they've played the Cubs well, as we've seen for the last couple of years, I'd say several series. The reason Ben Brown crossed my mind, I forgot, is because of Tony Andracki, who's with Bleacher Nation now. Cubs pitching injury updates. Ben Brown has been playing catch with plyo balls and baseballs. The quote is, "We're still at the stage where we want to have good days and no symptoms," Counsell said. "We're getting close to getting out of that phase, but that's the phase we're still in."
Well, the reality is,
give Colin Ray more run support.
The type of injury that Ben Brown has, and the fact that it's a recurring injury with his neck,
yes,
you have to take it slow.
Yeah.
Anything that's a setback, and it's pretty much back to square one. And at this point of the season, that would probably be the rest of the season, right? So understanding that, it's going to be a slow road back for Ben Brown.
But that's it. I just am not going back to kind of the original, well, how would you tell your friend about this game question? You wouldn't be necessarily super critical of Colin Ray. It was a 3-run jack. That's the problem. There were ducks on the pond when the home run was let loose. Unlike on the Cubs side, when I thought Seiya Suzuki took advantage of a really good pitch that just got too much of the plate, middle in. He did a really nice job with putting that out of the park. I was happy when I saw Seiya do that to open up the scoring. I was like, oh, okay, this is how it's going to be. No, that was not how it was going to be for the rest of the game.
What was interesting about the 3-run homer that he gave up to Haugh is that, number one, it's the 8-hole hitter. So you should be able to attack the 8-hole hitter in a way that you don't center cut something. And
right.
that was center cut. It was a cookie. And it was a 3-0 green light. And 3-0 green lights, you got to be aware that it's a very high risk, high reward station where, of course, if you walk, but think about it. If you walk, now the 9-hole hitter's up with the bases loaded. That's not ideal. So, yes, green light for A.J. Hinch absolutely every time on the 8-hole hitter who has the type of power that Lee has.
Yeah, let's listen to what Craig Counsell had to say, and he did bring that up.
I mean, look, Colin, we escaped some damage in the third with caught stealing after the first 2 guys got on. In the fourth, 2 guys get on. We get the next 2 guys out, but he falls behind, and that's why you swing 3-0. We don't like swinging 3-0 because when we make outs, but when we hit 3-run homers, that's why you swing 3-0. And he threw a ball down the middle, and the kid did a nice job and hit a homer. And that's the first 2 starts after the break. It's 2 3-run homers that have sunk Colin, really. So 3-run homers change games, and it did again tonight.
23-year-old rookie teeing off on some Colin Ray stuff that was not anything that was excessive in terms of velo, in terms of movement, in terms of really anything. And that was the ball game in and of itself right there. 3-run homer and the game is over. And Craig Counsell couldn't be more accurate when he said what the effect of a 3-run homer is, whether that's in 1980 or 2026.
Well, it's what the effect of a 3-run homer is when on the other side, your team was 0 for 2 with runners in scoring position.
That's one day after being 6 for 20.
Thank you. The previous day, you had 20 opportunities with runners in scoring position, and then you're 0 for 2. They managed 4 hits in the entire game. We know this is a streaky team. We know that the offense is even just as streaky. And together, they make streaks that sometimes feel like skid marks in a season. But once again, the truth kind of showed up. Seiya Suzuki, credit to him, because I think he's put together some very solid at-bats. Like, to take advantage of that mistake, in the first inning especially, being a little more aggressive, seeing a pitch you like, and it was down, but it was still middle in, says a lot about what he's doing, I think, as a hitter right now.
He's going to be so important to this team going down the stretch. And again, the Cubs are still holding on to the top wild card spot. It's just one loss out of 162. And when you made that prediction of 36-30 the rest of the way, I think you took into account games like what we saw last night. Colin Ray's pitching, the offense doesn't have it, and you're going to take an L.
Well, and I feel like that's the problem is when your offense is incomplete, which I think theirs is, you should at least try to give the run support when you can. And if we could time this, then, every team would be 162-0 somehow, right? Or everybody would be 500. Everybody would be 81-81 because all the outcomes would be even. But it's a fickle thing when you see the Cubs offense have these boom and bust type of days. And even when they performed so well over the weekend, I remember talking to my friend about it because she and I were both like, oh, are they going to get shut out the next day? And, they ended up losing 8-6. But that's kind of what you're expecting with this Cubs offense. And that's what makes this, I think, a little more frustrating when you're looking at it from the outside in.
As I look at the Tigers and where they are and what they're fighting for, remember their manager, A.J. Hinch, we mentioned, said they feel like they've been playing Game 7 since May because they were so far back in the standings, so many games under 500. But they continue in the American League. Nothing gives you hope like playing in the American League, because if you can just hang around and make some type of push at some moment, you're right there. And they've made a long, hard charge. You mentioned since June 1st. Here they are showing you they've got one of the best records in all of baseball. And it's curious to me what this team looks like going forward. But I think the bigger lesson from this series and losing 2 of 3 at home and going 500 on your homestand out of the All-Star break is this is what a lot of the series are going to look like going forward.
Well, and this is the note from the Wrigley Wire regarding Seiya Suzuki. Really good account to follow. Seiya Suzuki across 190 plate appearances since May 28th. 309, 389, 564 slash line. That's good for a 953 OPS. 10 home runs, 12 doubles. You know how I feel about doubles. 36 RBI, 159 OPS plus. So as he is going and as PCA is going, the Cub offense is winning more games.
Hey, Layla, you said that's going back how far?
May 28th, that's the point. Outside of that May, look at him go.
But my issue is this, and it's an issue I will hammer home, although this might be the last time because things have been corrected. Where is he batting now since the All-Star break?
Second.
And that's all I ask. It's like, put the guy doing what you just described directly behind Pete Crow Armstrong.
I wanted him second to begin with. I was the one saying second the whole time. I'd been saying second for at least a month.
And so it's finally happening. I just wonder how many games they could have won going back if those numbers put up since the end of May are directly behind Pete Crow Armstrong and not with a gap in between with a guy named Alex Bregman.
And the problem is, the details matter. And we got a text from 773. Our text line is 312-644-6767. You can also call us. And it says, the biggest play of the second half of the season so far was Bregman's strikeout against Kenley Jansen on ball 4 of a game-winning walk. You don't want it to be. That's the point. When your offense is cooking, when you can give a guy run support, poor Colin Ray's out here just doing what the team is asking him to do every day. then you don't want it to come to something like that, a minor detail at that point, to be something that's deciding for you your impression of this team over a several game stretch.
It never comes down to just one moment. All I ask for is that everyone be put in optimum positions to perform so that when they do something good, it's not wasted. I think that's the whole point of having a guy that's playing at the level that Pete Crow Armstrong is playing right now. Too many games when he got hot, I saw his efforts being wasted. And that was my issue with the Alex Bregman thing. So, look, maybe they overcome it, but maybe their maximum potential right now is top wildcard team, which unfortunately isn't where they wanted to be, and that's going to have not great ramifications when you get to the playoffs.
Did that change for you at any time?
Which part?
Like them trying to win a division? I mean, I haven't seen anything that said to me, unless they make a move at the deadline that shocks us, I haven't seen anything that says they're catching Milwaukee.
I think they have a chance to catch Milwaukee depending on, one, what moves both the Brewers and the Cubs make, because obviously the Brewers are probably going to do something, whether it's get, Freddie Peralta back, and if they get top-end pitching. Now, if they get top-end pitching, could fix 15 teams in the league. Yes, but a lot of those teams don't have the injuries that the Cubs have had. That's why, if
the Cubs get, I'd say at this point, a number 2 starter from somebody else.
Well, let me ask you this question. How are you looking at Edward Cabrera's return?
Yeah, that's why I brought up Ben Brown. Spin the wheel, name your pitcher.
Yeah, but I'm saying, if you expect Edward Cabrera to be a number 2 when he comes back, which he wasn't when he was actually pitching, that can change their trajectory. But we've seen right now, with all the injuries that they have, they've still managed to claim the top wild card spot.
Yeah, your job right now is to just make sure you're in the top 6 of the National League. Series like the one we just saw helps you host that wild card series like we had last year.
Yeah.
Series like that. And then we heard we heard Crane Kenny say, this is what helped us get money to spend on Alex Bregman. That went straight back into the ball club. They have every reason to be motivated enough to want to try to secure at least the home wild card. But at the same time, people want to get on to us. And I'm telling you, the devil's in the details. And series like these are how you lose them and win them.
I want to see continued growth. I just think your prediction of 36-30 makes a lot of sense when you look at what they have. Unless something changes, drastically changes about the rotation specifically, but also the bullpen, I would add into the end of that. It's hard to see them catching the Brewers, but it is possible they can hold on to the top wild card just with what they have.
The simplest thing to do is ask your offense to be the team you claim it to be on the back of its baseball card.
Yeah, I think they'll do that more nights than not, but you will have nights like this, and that's why you have no chance of winning.
I don't know. That's the point, is they've been so streaky. Here we are. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grote on 104.3 The Score. We broadcast live from the Score's Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Breaking news on The Score is sponsored by IDOT. Running late, speeding won't save you time. No need to speed. It's not a game. Our producers are Ray Diaz, Tyler Buterball. You heard his excellent open where every day we're wondering where the audio clip comes from that you have found somewhere magical. Brandon Fryer helps us out as well. You can text and call us. 312-644-6767 is our phone number. And you can also find us on Twitch and YouTube. The Score Chicago is our address there. Our Twitch mob is up and chatting. Good morning to the mob. Oh, we have a first-time chat. They said Bears. Oh, it's your cousin, Ray, Chino's Customs. Hey, Chino's Customs, what's going on? Bears. Also, our video team is Connor O'Donnell, Jacob Stutz, Max Curtis, and Cody Westerlin. I did not see this coming in a series like this. The White Sox bullpen is on a heater. Let's talk about it next.
Blackhawks fans rejoice as Patrick Kane now returns to the Hawks. But BetMGM ambassador and Blackhawks legend Chris Chelios teased this story first days ago, right here on The Score.
I am not going to lie to you guys. It is down to Buffalo and Chicago. I know that because I spoke to him.
Breaking news on The Score. Patrick Kane is rejoining the Blackhawks on a 2-year deal.
Woo-hoo-hoo! Chris Chelios, you were right.
Caught me off guard for sure. Springing the question on me. Not having any coffee or anything. Not jeopardized our friendship
relationship with Kaner, but it was a private conversation. Glad it worked out for Kaner and his family. Kaner's still got lots of gas left.
Kane has been around. He scored!
We are Sports Radio 104.3 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Packy Webb Ford.
So the butts that you're talking about,
Yeah.
they were not clenching, they were unclenching.
You're right. You're right.
I mean,
I
this
thought about
is-
that. I used the wrong word.
This is the entire point of the commercial.
You say that, Speaks, but it's okay to think that because to get clenched or to get unclenched, you have to be clenched. And at the beginning of the commercial, they were all already relaxed tight ends.
Well, yeah, but at the end, they show the butts unclenching because
You're
the
right.
relaxed tight end is the entire bit of the joke.
Relax your ass.
Yes,
Right.
relax
Bit
your
of the
tight
joke?
end.
You
the
are
butt
correct.
of the joke.
My God,
You're
like,
right.
you know, has advertising taught you nothing, Mark?
To declench. You're right. I now know to
Wait,
declench.
declench? I
Yeah.
thought it was unclench.
Unclench?
Is declench even a word?
Either way,
Unclench.
they got me.
Unclench.
I laughed when Vernon
Reclench.
Davis was painting. When I saw, like, they went to the lengths to go get Vernon Davis and have him painting. I'm like, you win. You win. All tight ends
Wait till
are
you get me,
relaxed.
and wait until I get you in my clenches.
I
Especially
can't
seen as
believe
what-
that they got away with the William Shatner stuff. I can't believe that wasn't an FCC fine.
I think I missed that one.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, they shortened his name to the first syllable, and that's all he was calling himself. And I'm like, I don't think you can.
I think you can. It's the past
They ran
tense.
it by somebody.
It's
I wouldn't.
It's the past tense.
I truly wouldn't.
I understand. But how about the one time when I'll tell you this is unrelated that I'm thinking of it, but one time Eddie O at Olczyk referred to a high heavy shart that had it wasn't a shot. He accidentally called it a high heavy shart on a hockey floor. And that it's unrelated to anything, but that can be said.
I'm gonna let you hold on to that one, Speaks.
I'm right here. I got you. See, look, anybody hit a button over there? Mitch is on vacation. We're safe. Oh, did you hit a button?
I did.
Damn you, Ray.
He brings the button with him, by the way, on
Scared-
vacation. Mitch has got a
scaredy cat.
big red button on the beach.
You are a scaredy cat.
Ray, that is the proper move.
No, it is not.
Notice Yes, how- it
we
is.
used to play Eddie O saying it because he said it.
You guys bleeped me for saying words that I could say on cable.
I don't remember that.
It was the Reddit users who broke the Quintana trade.
Right.
That's right.
I didn't bleep you. Don't look at me. I would never bleep anything.
You all had to score.
Was the word wet in it?
No.
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 But Katy Perry
Wait, yes, it was. Apparently, that was the issue. Dan explained it to me, but I don't remember why it happened.
It's the possessive.
Wet Butt 23 and Katy Perry's booty.
Unbelievable. I was like, wait,
Now
I
look
have
what you've
enough
done.
street cred to
Is
get
that-
bleeped on the score.
Broke a lot of news.
Is that the right part of that to bleep?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Don't worry about that.
You could leave that word and bleep booty if
Wait
you
a
wanted
minute.
to.
Yeah, what's the
Same effect
updated
either
list?
way, right?
I need an updated list of words and phrases we can't use in 2026. Seriously,
Well,
it's tough.
if Ray's in charge, everything is bleepable.
I mean, they're told to be very careful. I assume, right? You're told to over communicate and over be careful with your buttons.
I'd rather Ray be safe with.
It's because you're the mayor of Worrytown.
Yeah, I like my job too, so I'd like to keep it.
Hey, Ray, why don't you tell everybody how you led me in to getting dumped a couple of weeks ago when there was a certain Limp Bizkit lyric
That's right.
that you just led me right into.
That's right.
Maybe we just leave it at that.
Just leave it there. Yeah. Sorry, Grote. I led you down that
Yeah,
path.
You did.
And then I believe it's a like a sim game or something like
He's
that.
6'6"?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
But they don't like him, Dustin. Is that not what you've said?
Both pinkies or both baby toes for 6'6".
I'd do that too. I gotta be. I still want to make the NBAs.
I gotta tell you, man, you don't want to be 6'6".
What?
You
No,
do not.
Mully, you're absolutely wrong.
I'm giving you advice there that you should listen to. If you're 6 foot
Yeah, I can
6,
only imagine. I
you
mean,
don't
proper
fit into a
beds,
bed.
you don't- yeah.
You are uncomfortable all the time. You don't fit into an airplane. That's a little bit. That's just a hair too tall. You don't want to be much more than 6'3".
Mully, if I'm 6'6", I'm not gonna be a regular guy. I'm gonna be a superstar. I'm gonna be something that's making money where I have custom made beds. I got
Now you sound
jets.
like him.
Yes.
See, it's like this.
We'd
idea.
be on the same team.
6'6".
Dave and I'd be on the same
batting
team.
2 and 3 right here.
Yeah.
6'6", Mully? Yes.
I would be. Let me see.
If
What
you
would I
were
be?
6'6", you'd be Gabe.
I'd be the Paraguayan goalie.
You'd be a taller Gabe, is what you would be. You would be just a little bit taller.
You haven't seen my jump shot, Mully.
Oh, my God.
I'd be Jose Alvarado, but in a 6'6" body.
You have to duck in that door to get into B96?
Yes.
The idea
I wouldn't be at B96, guys. I'd be making millions of dollars somewhere. 6'6"?
You sound just like Dustin. Dustin has
Blue
gotten
Jays series in Toronto and then took 2 of 3 against Texas thanks to that 4-2 final. And Marshall, the thing that stood out to me the most, great performance by Chase Mydroth, suitable run support, Anthony Kay, and then the bullpen just shut it down. And they go out there and it's Hicks, Taylor, and Hudson. They combine for 4 innings, and Hudson and Hicks do a great job, and then Hicks is throwing the heater. Man, you can't ask for much more.
Layla, this is why I believe the White Sox have to go for it this year in a way that makes sense and is not, selling the farm or anything. But when you have a bullpen like the one the White Sox has right now with swing and miss stuff, they came in, they go 4 hitless innings. They record 12 outs, 8 by strikeout. Jordan Hicks, 11 straight scoreless appearances. In that time, he's been dominant. 10 2/3 innings, 18 strikeouts to just 2 walks. And to understand how good he's been and that the velocity is there, triple digits, he comes in, only strikes out 1, which of late, that's not a dominant inning by him. Of course, he had some faulty defense behind him, but pitches around that. Grant Taylor, though, he comes in the 7th. And when he came in the 7th, it's like, dang, this is early for Grant Taylor to be coming in. But
if he's not in the first inning, yeah.
But for Grant Taylor to come in and pitch 2 innings, striking out the side in the 7th, and then he only struck out 2 of the 3 batters he faced in the 8th. But 5 strikeouts in 2 innings, and Brian Hudson does not let the beat stop when he comes in the 9th to get the save. 2 strikeouts for him. And that's a bullpen, a back end of a bullpen that looks playoff ready. And when I say playoff ready, what I mean is they can come into games, and if you're Will Venable, you dial it up however you want. And that's 3 different guys. 4 if you want to include Sean Newcomb, who's also been very good out of the bullpen.
We should, yeah.
And that could effectively be game over, giving your offense a chance to add on if they need to, but ultimately having opposing hitters baffled at the plate. A 1.58 ERA as a bullpen over the last 11 games.
Yeah, the July 8th number, I think, is what you want to go back to. That's the one that says the opponents are 29 for 161 against the Sox bullpen at that point against what we've seen. That's a 180 average. After Jordan Hicks, Grant Taylor, and Hudson had 4 hitless innings, the White Sox relievers have now allowed 8 earned runs in their last 45 2/3 dating back to July 8th, striking out 8 on Wednesday, and that's where the 180 average comes from. You can't ask for much more. After we were trying to figure out, even before the All-Star break, what do you do with Sir Anthony Dominguez? Where do you put Grant Taylor? Well, we see yesterday, you're going to put guys wherever you need to get the job done. But if Hicks is going to throw gas like that, and we've seen that in his career, of course, we know he's gone up to 105. When he was with St. Louis, that was the big discussion then. You got to learn how to pitch. And if learning how to pitch for him and not just throw is still hitting 100 in the way he is, and the out pitches out of the bullpen are effective, then you're cooking. You're on a heater.
And look, that's not to take away from what Anthony Kay did. He gave you the 5 innings. He only gives up 2 runs. That's great. But my point is this. For most games that aren't started by Sean Burke and Davis Martin, if they're to their season-long form, what they've been the norm for them, these other games where you have Eric Fetty and you have Anthony Kay, it feels like these weapons out of the bullpen, especially, like I said, when you add in Sean Newcomb in those middle innings,
right?
It feels like they're good to go.
Well, it also just makes the other discussions a little easier. Like when you hit a batsman and you don't want to come out of a game. Okay, well, at least the bullpen is... I don't know that any starter is like, yeah, I'm good. But you might take the answer a little bit easier when you've got guys who can come in and mow the hitters down like that. and they're able to shut down the Rangers offense enough to be able to take the series on the road.
And the series on the road part is a big part of this, because I think that was the biggest question coming out of the All-Star break. Okay, you know, we talk about a feel-good story. They're in the mix. They're certainly a playoff contender. Could be a division contender. But we know if you're going to win a division, typically you need to win on the road. So now they're 3-0-1 in their last 4 road series. They have had back-to-back winning road trips.
That's huge for this team.
And so I think they've now gotten over that hump of, can we win on the road to, hey, look, we just won on the road against a team that I know in the American League it's not saying much, but was at the top of its division in the American League West.
It's as good as any to predict who's winning the West when you consider the Rangers' talent and what they have. It's the field when it comes to them and the Mariners. You know, you're trying to figure it out.
Also, Chase Mydroth, just his approach at the plate last night and getting 2 RBI singles, going 4 for 4. I just love watching. They got these guys on their team that are just baseball players, right? They're like, Chase Mydroth isn't the guy, oh, he's going to take you yard. That's not the goal. The goal is, if I have runners in scoring position, I find a way to get them home.
I do want to go back to the point about the road series, though, is that you had 35 games without Munetaka Murakami. Chances are, if he's back, you take 2 of 3 in a couple of those, at least one, to break up that bad mark. I think some of that falls under the Mune was injured umbrella. And maybe then it doesn't look as bleak, and then you're not as surprised necessarily by the road wins that they've had recently. So that's kind of how I try to gauge it, because his bat is still protection in the lineup, regardless of whether or not there's power. If he's hitting for extra bases, that's enough to lengthen that lineup to say, okay, well, maybe you take 2 out of 3 and break up that dearth that they had for a while. I think it does coincide with his injury a bit.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that point, because again, they were doing stuff at home, and I just think his bat absent. I think what's funny is Jacob Gonzalez being gone. I think I told you the White Sox were 7-0 when he drove in a run.
Pittsburgh looks pretty good too.
Guess what? When Jacob Gonzalez drives in a run this season, the team he's on is undefeated. That's the bottom line. Think about that when you look at the Cubs-Pirates series, by the way.
I think about 2 big leaguers going for draft pick bonus pool money, and it is of no offense to Jim Thome, who is a wonderful man, and I hope Landon Thome works out. But that was a big swing when it comes to assets.
I think what made that one makes more sense, though, than just the Thome thing is having the extra money to be able to sign all your draft picks and give guys more money than they would, to make sure, because you know how it goes with high school guys, oh, I'm not getting enough money, I'm going to college, especially now in the NIL era.
Yeah, which is why I said assets, you know. I know we talked about that part of it, but it is bonus pool money and the 34th overall pick. And then you see what happens. You know, MLB posted that video early yesterday, and you're watching that take place. They split the series with the Yankees, or the doubleheader with the Yankees, rather, who come to town Monday through Thursday next week.
How do you feel about that series, remembering what happened when they went to the Bronx?
It's a good as any litmus test at a great time prior to the trade deadline, if, like Bob Nightingale has talked about, you're really serious about trying to add to your team.
Well, that's the beautiful thing about them in general, is that everything that they do from now on is going to be leading up to that August 3rd trade deadline. When you look at Houston at home, you mentioned the 4 against New York at home, and that's followed by 3 at Tampa.
So that'll let you know who you are.
You'll know where you stand clearly after those 3 series.
Because the Yankees and the Rays are 2 of the most consistent teams in the American League this season.
Oh, they're the most consistent.
Speaking. So if that's the case, then you have a very good idea of who your team is. But in the meantime, it gets so much easier if you feel confident in your bullpen. Everybody needs another arm. Everybody wants another reliever. That's table stakes if you want to be in the playoffs. You're going to try to do something. And for them, if they feel confident in what they've got in their bullpen, so much so that a big name free agent for this team who signed in the offseason, you don't even have to necessarily worry about. It's not a knock if Sir Anthony Dominguez isn't available. That says a lot about what you're doing.
Sir Anthony Dominguez is right where he needs to be in low leverage middle inning situations.
But you spent a lot of money on him thinking that he was going to be a big piece of this. Dedicated closer.
things change and you got to be able to pivot. I think the White Sox have pivoted beautifully when you look at the overall, how the usage changed. I mean, Grant Taylor was an opener.
Yeah.
And look at him now. He's out here finishing things.
Well, and I think, there was always this idea to start him too. And think about what happens if they decide Noah Schultz then becomes part of the pen, if they're even confident enough in Hicks and Newcomb, like you mentioned, and that combination, Hudson as well. Is that a place where they decide, okay, do we start? I don't think they stretch Taylor out because there's not been a lot of discussion about it, but I know that was the original idea. I don't how do you revisit that right now? But could we see a flip-flopping of sorts?
One thing I loved about the way Will Venable has used these guys is that he has gone after pockets. Like, you would have thought maybe Jordan Hicks comes in and then it's Brian Hudson followed by 2 innings of Grant Taylor, but he chooses the spots in the lineup where his relievers make the most sense, not worried about a traditional quote-unquote closer.
Well, and I very much like the idea of these guys having their out pitches either resulting in a strikeout, that's the ideal, or at least resulting in soft contact. And that's what you saw Hudson do with that sweeper, and the way his arm just also sweeps across his body, and then you see the shape of the pitch, and you see how it was able to just induce the ground ball out to second base. And add to, a wonderful day for Chase Mydroth. Very much deserved to have that kind of appearance at the plate. I say this all the time. You can't waste X performance. You can't waste Y performance. You really shouldn't waste a 4-hit night with a loss.
The beautiful thing is, and I know you talked about it being the heater that the bullpen is on, but if you look at the overall numbers for these guys specifically that we've been talking about, and know that Sean Newcomb, who we mentioned, perfect in bridging you to the back third of the game, 2.41 ERA. Grant Taylor, 2.63 ERA. Brian Hudson, 2.08 ERA. And now Jordan Hicks, his ERA has come down to 3.49 thanks to the 11 scoreless appearances.
I mean, they took a flyer on that guy. Hicks's reputation was in a different place as far as what people could expect out of him as a pitcher. And to see him go out there like he did, can't say enough about just the performances that he's had. Very impressive work out of Hicks right now. And a couple texts from our text line. For example, 847, that game last night was huge. On the road, not a blowout, not a miracle comeback. Get the lead and hold. Love it. So I think that's big. Yeah, win simple. And we saw that happen right now.
I love what this is setting up for the White Sox. By the way, I know I'm not supposed to look this far ahead. I can't stop thinking about Crosstown Part 2. I just think it's going to be so much fun.
We looked ahead in our meeting today.
We did.
We're trying to figure out our schedule, and we're looking at games and where we're going. So, yeah, we looked ahead in our meeting, so I don't blame you for that at all. Our baseball coverage on The Score is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Coming up next, you're on Rahimi, Harrison, Grote. Don't know if you heard the news this morning. Patrick Kane, Showtime coming back to the Blackhawks. That news broke a couple hours ago, and I think we need to look back at some guys who spilled the beans. Next.
As Pete Crow Armstrong continues to shine for the Cubs, his manager Craig Counsell joined Spiegel and Holmes and had this to say about his all-star center fielder.
He's just playing out of his mind right now. It's been fun to watch. He's the best player right now in the game, playing in the field. There's no question about it. So I've never seen a player whose kind of swing decision profile has changed this fast. This is a great athlete coming into the prime of his career.
Listen to Cubs manager Craig Counsell bi-weekly with Spiegel and Holmes on the official radio home of the Cubs, 104.3 The Score.
Up and done path blocking drills when we were in Vegas in a tavern one time, just to show what he could do. He told me, which is a nice thing to say, I suppose, that if he had my size, he'd have played in the NFL.
I believe it.
Okay, so I'm a loser, according to both of you.
You chose writing. You chose journalism.
No, you chose to play soccer. You played in college. I mean, you did your sport at a very high level. The first time I met Olin Kreutz, I told him, I said, I'd have replaced Hilgenberg and you'd have replaced me, and he almost wet his pants.
Yeah, I don't think I can almost guarantee you he didn't believe that.
That's a guy I wouldn't say it to.
He bent over, absolutely laughing.
I'm sure.
And Olin is a bad dude.
Right.
But, he's also not your prototypical height-wise playing on the offensive line in the NFL.
He's pretty tall. How tall is Olin's? About 6'3", isn't he? How tall is Olin?
Maybe with the screw-in cleats.
That's hilarious.
But he had the leverage. He had the know-how.
Well,
he had the mean streak in him. He knew what he was doing.
He was an all-star wrestler.
Right. That's a huge factor.
Yes, huge. All-state wrestler.
Dustin, the type of people that say that they dismiss our claims 6'6" and greatness.
Oh, I hear it all the time.
It's those that are tall and didn't. You know what I mean? They're like, no, it's not as easy as you think.
I know, but for you to think that the only thing that stopped your NBA career, like, dude, you could have been 7'6", and I'm not sure you'd make the NBA.
I don't know. Even if I didn't make
a lot clumsier than you are.
That's an insult. That's an insult.
7'6".
If you could stand up and dunk a basketball and still not make the NBA, that's an insult.
Check my statistics at Lane Tech basketball team. You'd say if you add 6 inches onto me, I think I've been all right. Bruce Weber. I'll tell you a story. Bruce Weber. I went to I graduated from UIC, but my first year I went to SIU. Bruce Weber was the coach at SIU, who went to Illinois and Kansas State. He was the coach down there, and I thought I was exceptional at basketball. So I went to the open tryouts for SIU. Win the knockout competition, killing on 5-on-5. But there were these two twins that were like 6'5". Dunked on me, dunking on everybody. Bruce Weber comes after.
Do you find the expression "two twins" a bit redundant?
Oh yeah, you're right. Twins that were 6'5". Thank you, Mully. Twins that were 6'5", dunking on everybody. Bruce Weber comes up to me at the end, because obviously I didn't make the team, and he's like,
"So there weren't two sets of twins?"
No.
Okay.
One set of twins, but there was. Yes, you get it. Bruce Weber puts his arm around me. He goes, "If you were 6'5", you would have made this team." See, Bruce Weber, get him on the phone. Maybe he might remember that story. Mully, I'm getting defensive.
How did you get dunked on though? Like, was it Noah Essengate type dunk? Like,
no, not that bad. It was we were doing 3-on-2 fast break drills, and so I thought and then I didn't make the team. So
I wonder how many times Bruce told that to a player. Son, if you were only 7 feet tall.
Hey, I'll take it.
Because Gabe took that and he ran with it the whole way.
And I'm telling the story 20 years later.
He's in the NBA. He's mentally in the NBA, and he's giving up digits to get there.
Pinky toe. I wish it would have happened. Wow. It's all right. Sorry, Mully.
Can't we just accept that we are as God made us and not try to just wish our
with
life
all that
away?
money, I could buy new pinky toes. I could get them back.
Yeah,
right. See Deion Sanders, right?
Could have put it back on there. That's all right.
See,
but you know what?
Sanders?
Fortunately, we're
he got new toes. He had to have them removed because
we have reached a level.
Isn't that true? Did I not misread that? Deion had it he got new toes.
You don't get new toes. They don't grow back.
Got new toes.
He got it's like a prosthetic. It's like a prosthetic.
Yes, the prosthetic toe is not a new toe.
You buy a new toe. I mean, you bought them. They're paid for.
Good God, Dustin. If you had a prosthetic leg, you think that's as good as your leg?
I never suggested that he grew a new toe.
I would call a prosthetic leg a new leg.
I got a new leg. He go to Home Depot. He got the best Miracle Grow out there and soaked his foot in it. I mean, no, of course.
Dustin says,
4-3 the score.
Well, I am not going to lie to you guys. It is down to Buffalo and Chicago. I know that, obviously, because I spoke to him. But it's a tough decision for him. It really is. Whether to go home, make it easy on his parents and his family and his friends and finish like he did, or kind of like Taser tried to do, or he comes back and, in my opinion, he's a Blackhawk. And the Blackhawks, you see how tough it is to make the playoffs. It's hit or miss. There's no guarantees. With the absence of Connor, in the beginning of the season, no telling when he's going to be back yet. How great would that be?
That is Chris Chelios a week ago today on July 15th. And he started out by saying, "I'm not going to lie to you." We've had a couple legends recently, Marshall, spill the beans. Don Mattingly doing that with Kyle Schwarber in the home run derby. And sorry, Chelly, you were the one to spill the beans as to whether or not Patrick Kane was going to go to Buffalo or Chicago. I thought if it was the hometown move, he would have done it by now. Lo and behold, this morning, Patrick Kane back with the Blackhawks on a 2-year deal.
It's such a big, big thing because, first of all, nostalgia is greater than everything, in my opinion, when it comes to sports, right? And we all know what this guy has meant in his first tour of duty with the Blackhawks. And then I just remember distinctly how he wasn't coming back and like he wasn't going to be a part of the future. So I think it says something that now this opportunity exists for him to come back and for it to make sense for both sides. And I love that for Blackhawks fans. I love that for those who really have just, they miss good Blackhawks hockey and what that was like. And when I say good hockey, I mean playoff hockey. It's been a long time. It's hard to believe it's been as long as it has.
Yeah, and we talked about it a little bit with Jay Zawoski when Jay was trying to figure out whether or not this was going to take place. And really, I think this is also an answer with Connor Bedard going down for as long as he is. The season begins earlier. By our math, it looked like November, with the shoulder surgery, and Patrick Kane now fitting into this equation.
Do you think they were less likely to sign him if Bedard's healthy?
Yeah, I do. In fact, I remember us talking about it the day that he had shoulder surgery. Chris Emma rolls in our conversation. Some people like Chris Emma. First thing he says is they got to sign Patrick Kane. And I'm like, do you think that's really going to be the move? Chris Emma, it was really the move. Actually, it was the pillow after all.
That guy knows his hockey.
So I like to think that Kane makes sense even if Bedard's healthy.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have a log jam at forwards. We know that, but nobody knows that better than Kyle Davidson once Bedard is healthy. But I would like to go back to a couple of times where we thought things were different. Let's listen to Kyle Davidson on with Mully and Haugh yesterday regarding if he had heard the rumors about a possible Patrick Kane return.
Well, we live in an interesting time when it comes to rumors and what's going on and who we're trading for. Believe me, I hear it all the time. I walk down the street and found out we're trading for some guy I didn't know was available. So, that's the world we live in now, and everyone's got a scoop, and sometimes they're breaking news to the guy that's supposed to break it to everyone else. And so, it is what it is. It's a fun time. It's maybe a confusing time for some, but you have to have fun with it too.
What was all that 1 in a million talk? He, you know what it reminded me of? The quote from Billy Madison, the puppy who lost his way, where Billy Madison's having to explain the answer. Now, that got off the rails pretty quickly, and I think he said, I reward you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul. But at the same time, it sounded like a lot of tap dancing to me.
I just like that Kyle Davidson can redirect course. Because we've seen... No, look.
Look over here!
We've seen front office guys in this city over the last, I don't know how many years, tell you one thing and then just stick to it because that's just the way it's going to be. But he recognized that things had changed for the Blackhawks, and Patrick Kane has been productive enough to make sense going forward.
This is also an $8 million cap hit for 2 years. That it's economical. He's in his 38th season, he will be. Chris Chelios was on with Mully and Haugh this morning and also got asked about him essentially breaking the news about it was down to 2 teams.
I'll tell you what, you caught me off guard for sure, springing the question on me, and then not having any coffee or anything. I not jeopardized our friendship with Kaner, but it was a private conversation, and I'm glad it worked out for Kaner and his family and the Blackhawk fans and everybody. But you don't get me too often. You got me good there.
What if he hadn't signed with the Blackhawks? Would that have jeopardized?
No, because I think he would have signed with Buffalo. I think Chelly was correct, and he unfortunately probably let something loose that he thought was out there.
Yeah, clearly it was not out there, but you know what? It is now out there courtesy of him.
So what I've learned from these 2 quotes is talk about the social media landscape of today and coffee.
That's hockey, baby!
I can't argue with these. Yeah, that might be the move, but I think it probably says more about the organization who was determined to appropriately move forward from a lot of what had happened with the previous, not only front office, the previous dynasty, acknowledging a lot of what had happened in the past, and hopefully being able to, I think the actions they are showing here say that they are moving forward from this and wanting Kane to come back.
So it's not turning back the hands of time, in your opinion. It's more of a just we're going forward, and Patrick Kane is still very much part of the fabric of this organization.
If you read the quote, it says this: day in and day out for 16 seasons, Patrick captivated the city of Chicago with his dazzling skill, creating some of the most memorable moments in Blackhawks history as he helped bring our storied franchise back to the pinnacle of our sport. He has shown on countless occasions that he knows what it takes to win at the highest levels. We couldn't be prouder for Patrick to once again call the United Center home and continue to shine in Chicago's brightest lights. That sounds like an organization that they know what they were doing and they wanted him back, and they made that decision.
You know who I'm putting this on, right? I'm putting it on the Pope. I'm putting it all on the Pope. Everything has changed since the Pope took over. Since the Pope from Chicago took his position, think about everything positive that has happened with Chicago sports.
This is undisputed.
It really is.
Seriously.
I think it depends on who you ask. You know, I think it depends. I mean, there's a lot of fans who also talk about, of course, what happened regarding Kyle Beach, and I think that that's fair to bring up and acknowledge.
Oh yeah,
the
you can acknowledge
surrounding
that.
And what we read in the report, the Jenner and Block report that they did release. The Hawks did release that to the public.
Absolutely.
So that's why I say this is an acknowledgement of how they feel about him. Understanding that is in the past as well, how is that going to be re-acknowledged in the future? And fans have every right to talk about that.
I don't know how much it will be re-acknowledged in the future.
It's on our text line right now. Like 574 says, am I the only one who doesn't like this? It just brings up bad feelings about the Beach scandal that was swept under the rug. I'm not going to discredit those statements.
No, I think that's fair. But I think, unfortunately, majority rules in this sense that most people, when they think of it, will not think of Kyle Beach first. They'll think of championships first with the sidebar, the footnote of Kyle Beach. And I know that's not for everyone. I'm just telling you what the majority of people are going to be talking about when they head to United Center, when they turn on their TV to watch Patrick Kane take the ice in a Hawks sweater again.
The thing that I have found offensive is the smearing of Kyle Beach as a victim in all of this, the smearing of his name, the denigration of him speaking out the way he did. That's the thing that I find the most appalling.
No, I think that's fair.
You can be a fan of a team and understand that bad things can happen.
All the time. You go back to... There's been so many examples of this for so long, and the people who defend to the point where it's like, oh, so you really don't care that bad things happen. Your moral compass is that askew by you loving your sports team. Go back to Joe Pot. There's so many countless incidents you can go back to.
And it does make me wonder if now, looking back at it, would they have answered differently when they were asked these questions after the Hawks willingly released the report?
I think them releasing the report was putting themselves open to whoever wanted to fire off. And I think they took a lot of bullets for that, and rightfully so. But I think this is now, like I said, the time heals all wounds. I'm talking more about the way that the dynasty, I'm using air quotes here, came to an end, and to bring back one of the people who was essential in that.
Well, and I say that understanding that the Hawks have likely addressed all of these things. You know, and so their action still results in him coming back.
Yeah, that's all.
But I do think that I'm not going to tell you how to feel about that situation. I just think to keep in mind, denigrating Kyle Beach's name and what happened to him is not the answer. That's all I would like to say.
That's fair. And I'll still stand by and say every team in the city is better off since it was announced that Chicago has a Pope.
Yeah, and for everybody who wants to acknowledge it, I think that I as far as the previous associations in the past, I think that is absolutely fair because that's what you're supposed to do. Coming up next here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote, we roll on with, how do I put this? The man behind the catch in the bleachers, who you know, who's become a Cubs meme of sorts. Isn't it fitting that Nick Friedel was part of the 2016 reunion somehow? We'll talk to Nick about not just that, but of course, the state of Summer League after we watched it, basketball goings on, and oh yeah, by the way, it's 2026 and it's July 23rd. We still don't know where LeBron James is going. So let's do all that with Nick next.
Breaking Blackhawks news. Patrick Kane returns to the Hawks, signing as a free agent.
Kane, it's a hat trick for Patrick Kane. Kane has spin around. He scored! Oh, roll the highlight film. Patrick Kane with a spectacular savoir-faire spinorama.
Keep it here as we continue to cover this big news for the Hawks on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Breaking news on The Score is sponsored by IDOT. Running late, speeding won't save you time. No need to speed. It's not a game.
This segment is sponsored by Chicagoland Roofing Council. Hey, Chicago.
Nick, Mark Grote is a treasured member of our air staff and is terrific at impressions. He does a great Les Grobstein. Of course, a phenomenal Harry Carey, but his Harrison Ford in The Fugitive is just remarkable. Today, during transition, we told him you were coming on, and he added to his roster.
Nick Friedel is going to be on because if you have a Tibbs story... You are obligated.
Let me tell you about Tibbs, Lawrence.
Wow. Very good, Friedel.
We're going in. Limited.
Limited is what we go for.
Tibbs.
We just need it to be a little deeper, guys. That's all. I didn't realize I was that slow, though. Hey, Lawrence. Hey, Steve. What's happening? Yeah, it's crazy down here in Florida. I miss Chicago. Tibbs is a madman, but the Knicks made a big mistake. I mean, come on. Let's rev it up just a little bit.
I got to say, I think Grote's Friedel might be better than your Nick Friedel.
Tell you about Tibbs, Lawrence.
Very good, Friedel.
We're going in. Limited.
Limited is what we go for. It's
Oh, boy.
Flattery, baby. Flattery. That's what it is.
That's all it is.
Yep.
That's all it is. Look, I think that when you're that good at the Les impersonation, everything else can kind of be on the side. But when you go back to number one in that case, and you can keep going to the well, more power to Grote for trying at least to broaden his horizons a little bit.
I like it. I like the response.
I miss you guys. I'll see you later.
See, look at him. He's doing Friedel on the way out. See, now you're doing an impression of an impression.
I know. It gets bad.
And it almost felt like Danny, like you were doing like a little bit of, but
really,
two Syracuse guys though, right?
I slipped into Joe Benigno there.
This is a disgrace.
And I imagine at some point those two
crossed over
paths.
I think Nick's a little older.
Yeah, but
Danny.
But at the places that they worked, I think they probably crossed paths. Like maybe when Danny was interning, Nick was working. We'll figure the math out on all of it.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah.
Have you ever heard Grote's Baby T impersonation? This is very inside, and I don't care, but it makes us laugh on this side. You guys
wait.
Yes.
Wait, is Tyler Farringall impression?
No.
Yes.
Really? What?
I'm shocked he hasn't heard this.
Let's do this.
Hey, Grote, what's up?
That's pretty good, Baby T.
Yeah, it's very inside. I don't think even Tyler Farringall gets it.
It's very inside. It's very limited also to this point. He's workshopping it, but I think we have a basis of a good impersonation.
That's good.
The day that happened, the next day, I was working with Baby T on the morning show, and there was only one cut left on our monitor from the night before, and he looks at it, he's like, wait, Grote did an impression of me? And I saw him listen. I saw him look at it, click on it, listen to his, and he's like, no. That is accurate, though.
It's pretty.
Hey, Grote, what's up?
Get on the plane. We're heading to DC, and I'm not looking where we're going. We're sitting first class. I'm like, I got my headphones on. They didn't tell me to turn it off when we took off because I'm with my pops, and I'm just sitting there. We end up getting to DC, and we get our bags, and there's a black car waiting outside for us. And like 20 minutes after that, we show up at the White House and sitting there. And then about 10 minutes after that, it's just my dad and I sitting in the Oval Office, and we're just sitting there. And next thing you know, the door opens up. and H.W. Bush comes out and he's like, Wally. And I'm just like, what? And he gives my dad this huge hug. He gives him a huge hug. He's like, you must be Jared. Let me take you around my house. So we start walking around the White House. He's showing me all the rooms. And then he looks at me. He's like, it's lunchtime. He goes, what do you want to eat for lunch? And I said, man, hot dogs and pancakes. And my dad looked at me with this side eye, like, what are you doing? So they made me hot dogs and pancakes. Then we go outside. He's showing us the renovations that's going on in the White House. And then a little bit after that, we jump on Marine One and we go to a golf course and we're golfing. And it's somewhere in Baltimore. I don't know where it was, somewhere in Maryland. And next thing you know, it starts raining. So I'm driving around this golf cart. I'm like 11, 12 years old. I'm driving around this golf cart and it's raining out.
HD1 Chicago, an Odyssey sports station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
We've got a special treat for you. You love him, you hate him, you can't live without him. He's our good buddy, Nick Friedel.
Odyssey NBA insider Nick Friedel.
That tweet came from a dashingly good-looking Nick Friedel.
Let's bring in Nick Friedel now.
Patrick, Bushy hits the home run against his hometown team, and the ball lands right at Anthony Rizzo's feet in the right field bleachers. That is unbelievable. Riz is a magnet for balls when he sits in the bleachers. That's twice. Riz, come back again tomorrow.
With Rahimi, Harris, and Grote.
Uh-oh.
On 104.3 The Score.
You know, it's only fitting in some weird, I don't know, red string theory-like concept of some time as a flat circle timeline. Take whatever arc and comparison to history that you would like to do, or maybe this is the darkest timeline, but either way.
Oh, no. There's darker timelines.
Somehow Nick Friedel ends up as part, yet again, of the 2016 Cubs celebration. He's our Odyssey NBA insider. He joins us via our hotline. He's also on Twitch, twitch.tv/The Score Chicago. Nick, what the hell? Like, why are you on my TV behind Anthony Rizzo in the bleachers? Like, it's like Game 7 all over again, where you're standing with your hands on your head and the surrender cobra just going back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that was missing was looking like I was about to throw up when C.J. Edwards was out there and trying to get those last couple outs. But Layla, the fact that this is now at the end of Mark Shanowski and our dear friend Stacey King introducing me, and it's part of the lore of whatever I do moving forward is pretty awesome. And the short version of the whole sequence is that a buddy of mine had tipped me off that he thought that the 2016 guys were going to sit in the bleachers. But as anybody who knows that was down there on Saturday knows, it was pouring. So I started to go, oh, man, I don't know if this is actually still going to happen. So we get up to the bleachers, and what's truly insane before the home run even happens is that the 2016 guys are standing in the back of center field just waiting because they got introduced and were pulling the flags up before they got introduced down on the field. So I'm standing there, and you walk up, and there's Miggy Montero, and there's David Ross and Lester and any guy that you could think of. So anybody that had that moment of 5 or 10 minutes in the bleachers, one of the security guys was going, okay, just highs and buys, everyone, highs and buys. So I look out to where they kind of had blocked off the seats in the bleachers, and I sat in the first row where the rope wasn't. And so I was like, all right, well, this should be interesting. But when we sat down, nobody was there. Everybody was still kind of filling in. And my guess looking back is I just must have looked like one of the family members that had started to pile in, and nobody really said anything. And a few minutes went by, and here comes Rizzo's dad and his wife, because I had seen them at the ceremony earlier that morning. And so another 5 or 10 minutes go by, and I mean, Layla, literally, I was sending my friends a picture. The person that sat in front of me in the bleachers was Anthony Rizzo in his blue jersey from Game 7. And my friend's like, you got to be kidding me. And Rizzo sits down and goes, last time I was out here, somebody hit a ball to me.
You got to be kidding. He said those words?
I mean, it was crazy. And so then Bush hits the ball, and I'm thinking, no way, come on. And Rizzo stands up, and you're like, "Oh, this is just meant to be." And the ball, as we know, goes right off his hand, and he's holding his son. And I look down, and the ball is literally on my foot. I'm like, no way. And what pissed me off from a year ago is that he was trying to catch that ball from a year ago, and I didn't feel like anybody ever gave it back to him. I mean, that was his ball. It was hit to him. He just didn't make the play because I think he had a beer in his hand the first time. But I picked it up and immediately was like, "Here you go," and everybody went nuts. And for a second, he was like, "Hey, thanks." But then there was another, like after another couple minutes, he's like, "So you're just a fan?" And I was like, "Yeah." Like he couldn't believe that I was sitting there in the middle of everybody. And I mean, as far as I'm concerned, as a lifelong fan, it was just meant to be. But it was such a cool moment for that ball to just be right there. Because there's a part of me, I've lived this my whole life, been a fan, and I was at Game 7, like you mentioned. I'm like, is this really happening? So to see the ball and to be able to hand it to him, it was one of the coolest moments I've had as a Cubs fan, for sure.
Nick, I got to ask you, was this just instinctual, like I'm giving him the ball back, or did you think about holding on to the ball for a moment? What did you even think?
I know he was laughing.
Yeah, Marshall, I didn't think for 1 second about keeping that ball. I knew who was sitting in front of me. I knew what had happened the year before. I knew what that day represented. And immediately, I mean, you could see it in the replay, and it always cracks me up because the story is definitely better that Rizzo dropped down and he picked up the ball, but my man Boog Shambi is just trying to erase me from the whole sequence. There was a little assist in between, but not for a second did I think about keeping the ball. And as I think back to it, that's the first ball I've ever gotten in my life. First home run ball.
You go to Cubs games all the time.
I know, and I don't usually sit in the bleachers, but I knew this was going to be a special day. But first ball ever, but not for a second. Because, Marshall, I mean, if anything, I feel like I understood the moment. And I've lived all these different moments through all the years with this team and plenty of others in the past. And I picked that ball up, and I knew exactly where it was going, and everybody just went nuts, which was really cool to kind of be in the middle of. But it was pretty hilarious that all the texts that I kept getting were, "Was that you behind Rizzo?" And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, I mean, I was behind Rizzo, but I handed him the ball, and they're like, "You did what?" And then the Cubs on their Instagram put out, they had David Ross mic'd up, and then it was much clearer, like, okay, the ball fell down next to my foot. I picked it up and I handed it to him, but it's a moment I'll always remember for the rest of my life.
I mean, your tone kind of says it all in terms of just how much it means to you to have been a part of a moment such as that. I love that you can't tell on like the first couple of replays, but there is one very distinct replay that shows you handing the ball to him. How many times have you watched the video?
Like 5,000. I mean, I couldn't go to sleep on Saturday night because there were two things happening. Everybody kept texting me like, "Are you kidding me? How did you end up there? Who did you know? Are you friends with Rizzo?" I'm like, I never met the guy in my entire life.
Are you friends with Rizzo?
The second part is like, did that really just happen? Because I think that the part that really cracked me up is a few of my friends were like, "Hey, man, you made Sports Center." And I'm thinking about my old friends back in Bristol being like, "Is that who I think it was?"
Yeah.
Like, was he really sitting there in that moment? But, who cares if people remember that I handed him the ball? I remember. And when you see some of those replays, Marcel, to your point, I mean, I'm watching that thing like the Zapruder film. I'm like, oh, let me see this angle. And what else did everybody else see when they were out there? So, yeah, I've been watching it a lot. And I still can't quite wrap my head around that it actually happened. But, Layla, this goes back, and you and I have been talking about this for a decade. Like,
of course.
The fact that of all the people in that stadium in Cleveland that night in Game 7, they showed me and my mom swaying, looking like I'm going to throw up. Sometimes you just think that things are meant to be. And absolutely, for me, as I look back, there was a reason I was sitting there. You know, my grandma, I always feel like is looking out for me, and she was a lifelong Cubs fan, and I just believe in something bigger than all of this. And I think if you're a Cubs fan, that's how you were uh, uh, grown up and taught about what it means to be a fan of that team being in that place. So it was just a real special moment as a fan that I always remember.
No, Nick, I completely agree because I will never forget when they actually won, how many people I heard from dedicating the win to somebody in their family who was no longer with them. You know, that was my overwhelming takeaway from the parade. It wasn't the million people. It wasn't even Theo Epstein pausing to say 83. It wasn't all the fun times of just seeing the visuals. It was how many people talked about how much they dedicated that game to somebody who had waited their entire lives to see it and didn't get to. And we can talk about all the nostalgia stuff and whether or not it's cheap or XYZ, but there's no replacing that for people who thought of their departed family and friends who wanted to be there to see it. So I feel like that is very much a piece of what you're talking about right now.
Layla, I'm so glad you mentioned that, and I'm getting goosebumps as you say it, because Game 7 in Cleveland happened, and it ended, and the first person I called, the only person I wanted to talk to, was my grandma, who was 88 at that time, and she's the reason I became a Cubs fan. Like, she grew up right down the street from Wrigley, and I would watch the games with her on WGN, coming home from school, turn on Harry Carey. And as happy as I was in the moment on Saturday, and the fact that I was able to hand Rizzo the ball and have that moment, the only person I wanted to talk to was my grandma. But sadly, she had passed, but I kept thinking, like, she's with me, like she's sitting here watching all this, just cracking up. Like, there's no place that she'd rather see me at than Wrigley. So every Cubs fan I know has some kind of connection like that. And it's why being a fan of that team specifically resonates for so many people all over the place, because it's a really heartfelt connection. But absolutely, on Saturday, as my texts are going crazy and everybody's calling me and they're going, "Was that you?" The person that I wanted to talk to the most was my grandma, because she taught me what it meant to be a Cubs fan all along.
Oh, I love that so much. And I definitely could hear you laughing watching the replay as you made Sports Center, which last time I checked, Nick, I think you've made Sports Center a couple times in your life.
Once or twice, you know, in a former life, Layla. It had happened before, but not exactly like that. But yeah, it's going to shock everybody that I started laughing, because I was just in disbelief that whole thing occurred the way that it did. So I stand up and I start cracking up, but it is who I am. And it probably will always be who I am.
I would also just like to confess, those of us who have worked in live events, we know the cameramen who are part of the game production know all. And if I had to guess, one of the cameramen perhaps running the Game 7 broadcast or working it knew exactly who you were, and that's why you got put on. Just saying.
Layla,
I never doubt the intelligence of the production crew in the truck. The truck knows all.
Yeah, I'll never know, but I mean, I don't know anybody from Fox. So if they found me, more power to them.
I'm telling
in that moment, because my friends were always like, "Are you kidding me? Like, did you know the camera guys, the producers?" I'm like, "No, I didn't know them at all." But it's all part of the fun of the story, and everything in bringing it full circle brought you back to that moment.
Yeah.
I thought the way the Cubs handled that whole ceremony for the gate on Saturday morning was really well done. And the fact that all these guys that were on this team had the moment to be able to share it with their families. I mean, that was the cool part. I mean, there are all these guys that are still playing, and you wish that Brian and Baez and Schwarber, all those guys could be there. But for these guys that have kind of moved on to this next stage of their lives, they were bringing their kids back and their families, and everybody sitting there, and you're just remembering how special that team was and how special that time was. And I thought the way the Cubs handled not just the ceremony in the morning, but introducing all those guys on the field, and then you see that video of Rizzo and Fowler, and I think Ross and Lester. Everybody's high fiving, in the 400 level. I mean, it was just a fun time, and I think the organization itself deserves a lot of respect for how all of that lined up.
Nick Friedel joining us, our Odyssey NBA insider, who just happened to be there to get the ball that was hit by Michael Bush and then hand the ball to one Anthony Rizzo, as he is indeed a magnet for fly balls that hit the bleachers at Wrigley Field. I want to ask you, because 20 years ago, you'd be like searching for the video, but we live in the digital age. You've got copies of the video and every angle of what happened. Did you ask for a selfie or think about asking for a selfie to commemorate the moment? If not, will you get like a still made out of the video? How are you going to preserve this over time?
I thought about it, but then I was like, there's way too much going on, and he was celebrating with his family. I mean, Marshall, I think the coolest thing for me after I handed Anthony the ball was he's like, I'll have this ball the rest of my life. And so you just realize how much that moment meant. And I saw he posted a picture on Instagram. My friend's like, you got to get him to sign it down the line. So hopefully we cross paths again here in the next few months somewhere, and we can talk about the moment. But there's no doubt that will be there in my house too. I mean, that's baseball. That's the Cubs. There are all these moments in sports. That's why we're fans. That's why we go to these games, and it's why it means so much to so many people. So there's no doubt I will not only remember it for how it unfolded and how much it meant, but I'll have some kind of picture or something on my desk till the rest of time.
Incredible. And I think Nick, the other question we have to ask you, where I'm asking what year is it, is where do you think LeBron is going and when?
Come on, Layla, I thought we were going all Wrigley and all nostalgia.
We are going nostalgia. Hence the LeBron question.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it does fit. Like you and I have been having this conversation for forever.
We don't know where Tibbs is working. Time is a flat circle.
If only we could really get the whole.
I know you talked to Tibbs.
Back up and running, but I don't know where LeBron's going. Anybody who tells you they know where LeBron's going, they're lying, because they don't know. Nobody knows except for him.
Where do you think the best fit is?
Until he comes out and he says, this is where I'm going, all the other stuff is just noise. Don't pay attention to any of it. Nobody knows when it's going to happen. Nobody knows what his ultimate decision is going to be. And I just can't believe we're at this point in the summer and we're still talking about this, and everything schedule-wise is still on hold because everybody's waiting to see the next move. But I don't know where he's going to end up. And
do you think there's a best fit for him,
I guess that the ego is so big that he just wants to continue to string this out for however much longer.
And the NBA schedule with it.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't think there's a best fit for him going forward? I mean, this is just kind of like dealer's choice for LeBron?
If he wants to win a title, Marshall, he's going to end up in San Antonio, but you don't hear about that at all. You don't even hear that much as a possibility anymore. I mean, it boils down to the same thing, which is if it's just about happiness and being in a place where he can play with his friends and he can go drink a bunch of wine and play golf, then the Warriors make the most sense. He's a 45-minute flight from LA. He can go back and forth whenever he wants. If this is about the story, then Cleveland is the answer, because he started there. He had the middle where they won there 10 years ago, and he can finish there at home. And now I hear more about Miami, and we know about the YouTube thing and all that. The whole point in Miami is like, you're going to enjoy your time living there and no state income tax. That's cool, but you're not going to win. Who's shooting on that team now? I mean, you have Giannis, you have LeBron, Bam, and what else? So I don't necessarily see a great fit anywhere. I mean, on paper, to me, it would make sense if he wants to just have fun in that last year or two. The Warriors make sense, but the Warriors aren't going to win a title. I mean, you can put LeBron on that team right now. They're really fun and they're really interesting, but they're not going to win. So there's just not a great answer. But the fact that he's taken it this long now, at some point, I think people are just going to be like, all right, enough. Like, wake me up when it's over and we can talk about it later.
Well, in the meantime, we will enjoy you laughing, being a part of the scene in the 2016
Hey, so will I,
reunion.
Layla.
Incredible. I seriously could hear your laugh.
Run it back.
I could hear the laugh out of you seeing what happened and just knowing you. And I'm glad you joined us for this. Thanks, Nick.
Thanks, Nick.
Always, guys. Thanks for having me.
That's a lot of fun. A moment in history, encapsulated again by the great Nick Friedel, our Odyssey NBA insider and 2016 Cubs meme. Coming up next here on Rahimi, Harrison, Grote, let's stay with our guests because we've got a good one coming in. You may have heard him chime in and get attached to our Zoom. It is Luis Medina. He will join us next on our hotline and Twitch. And he brings up, and speaking of guys that are coming back, it's just the day for it, I guess. He brings up a name that I see why he did when it comes to a possible Bears pass rush solution that didn't happen. Next.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 104.3 The Score. We're live and we're local. 104.3 The Score. Hey, Score listeners, for all station contest rules, go to thescorechicago.com/rules, and good luck.
This segment is sponsored by Toyota on Edens.
Hey, Chicagoland, your new favorite
service everywhere. And the president hits this ball on the side of this elevated green. And he jumps into my cart and he says, young man, take me to my ball. So I'm driving him and I get on the on the side of the elevated green, and the cart starts to slip. And the Secret Service jumps out and they grab the golf cart. My dad is trying not to yell at me, but he's giving me that look. And I get over by him. He goes, you are not driving anymore. No more. And the president looks at him and says, Wally, let him drive. So I didn't know who to think. You know, I'm talking about the leader of the free world or my pops, right? And my life was a movie. Crazy, crazy story.
Where were you when you heard the big news, Wally? Oh, it's amazing. That's an all-timer.
Don't call me Wally.
Your dad did not let Mike Murphy call him Wally on the score.
Dude, but H-W has more pull
gets to do
than
it.
Murph.
Sometimes our old friend Doug is roused to share his anger and his thoughts on a horrific Bears law. Doug, is that you?
We are live from 6 Heavenly and 6heavenlythescore.com. I'm your host, Doug Buffone, up here running around with a Ron Santo who's been clicking his heels all week because he's as mad as I am.
Wait a minute. Santo has heels up there. Oh my
you get your legs back when you get up here. That's not the point, boys.
What is the point?
I've had it. I could kick a tomato can down a grocery aisle and pick it up before the Bears finds a win at the end of that game.
Hit the bull in the ass with a banjo.
I don't even understand.
Oh, you couldn't hit it. If it was stapled to your hand, you couldn't hit it. And I'm mad at the coaching, okay? Like a nice woman at Blackjack's Gentlemen's Club, it starts at the top. All right? You start with the top.
When you saw Tyreek Stevenson with his back towards the line of scrimmage,
yeah,
how did that make you feel?
Okay, his Stephenville kid, whatever, his Steven Center, Convention Center guy, I don't care. He's out here waving around like a T-ball player picking dandelions. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to come down there this week. I'm going to dig up Chris Conte from whatever Circuit City he's managing, and I'm going to get him back out on this field.
All right, Doug, it's really good to talk to you. It's really good to hear you. We're glad you're doing okay. You know,
Doug Buffone's thoughts on the games are brought to you by Zares. Come into Zares this holiday weekend. We'll take care of you. And don't forget to stop by Marshall Fields. We're going to Marshall Fields. Look in the window. You know what? If you're a Bears player, look in the window and see your own reflection. Who do you want to be?
I actually go by Haugh nowadays. I don't know if you guys had heard that, but Haugh is what I like to be referred to as. Or Hall. Hall is good too.
Where's
Mark
Grote.
So,
Where's
not
the
Mark
K in there?
I've had enough Mark Grote in my life. I got to tell you.
Did you ever think about putting a little accent on it, and make it Mark Grote?
Oh my God! See now you don't even know what you just did, Marshall. You don't even know what you just did.
Did I unlock something?
You just walked me right into one of my favorite stories, personal stories ever.
Okay, well tell it.
And you're gonna love it. You're both gonna love this. So back in the day when Shaquille O'Neal was a member of the Miami Heat, I was covering that Bulls playoff series in which Shaq was part of the Heat. So I was assigned to, and I'm sure you guys have done this too, I was assigned to the shoot-around at the United Center to cover the Heat, their shoot-around. And one of the good things about these things is you get great access when you're there, because it's just the beat reporters and maybe a few stragglers as well. So I see Shaquille O'Neal, and it's just like he's there, and just a couple reporters. He looks at my credential, and he's like, who's that? Mark Grote? Is that your name, Mark Grote? I said, actually, it's Grote. He goes, no, I like Grote. Grote's better.
Not him strong-arming you into changing your name.
Yeah, well, here's part of the reason why is because I did ask him. I said to him, this was that he was starting to age, and Shaq and I are the same age. So I felt comfortable in saying, you're getting a little bit older now. Teams are defending you differently. And he looked at me, he goes, you're getting older too, Mark Grote.
Oh, my God.
I do love that. I'm not going to lie. I like that. That's
On 3rd and 10, Bears getting home with Khalil Mack, who has come to life again for Chicago. And they get their first sack of the day, knocking them back to the 45.
That is from 2021, and that is how I want to bring in our guest. That is courtesy of Fox. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. And we go to our hotline yet again because Luis Medina, our friend who is the senior writer at Bleacher Nation covering the Bears, I worked with him on Outside the Ivy on NBC Sports Chicago, RIP. Just has a lot of good sports thoughts at all time. Noted Cubs fan as well, so the 2016 discussion also applies to him. Is joining us now on our hotline and on Twitch, twitch.tv/TheScore Luis, how are you today?
I feel wonderful. That was a really good conversation with Nick Friedel. Him talking about his grandma and having those thoughts. I have those thoughts a lot, when it comes to those great Cubs teams. And I'll never forget the morning after they won the World Series. One of the first things I did was get a bunch of merch and take it to my grandmother's house up in Uptown. She was so happy. I don't think I've ever seen her happier.
I love these stories. They make me happy. How many people dedicating the win to somebody else in their family. I love that so much. Luis, you spread all fields. You talk Cubs, you talk Bears, and more, as we know. And I actually think that you brought up a really good point, since this is the type of day to talk about a lot of memories and former Bears and former Chicago athletes and the like. This is on your piece today, 52 days until Sunday football, Dahlman, Bradbury, Jackson, and other Bears bullets. And you begin by saying this. You're not the only one. We had a lot of texters, and I think listeners agree with you, that Khalil Mack may have been the name to help solve the Bears' pass rush issues. What was your thought about it, and why did you keep coming back to that idea?
Well, he's flirted with the Bears the last couple off seasons, the idea of coming back. And I really thought about both of the trades that the Bears made to get Khalil Mack and to send him away. And I keep coming back to the Bears making one last move. Every offseason, they make one last move that raises your eyebrow. Sometimes it's the Khalil Mack trade. Sometimes it's a free agent signing of Yannick Ngakoue. Sometimes it's calling Jason Peters while he's fishing and say, hey, man, we need you to play left tackle. So I've been trying to think of what that last move could be. And a name that keeps popping up in my mind is Jadeveon Clowney. That's a guy who the Bears have been kind of linked to in previous years. I'm not sure they've been linked to him this year, but he's a guy who just makes perfect sense at a position that the Bears, frankly, didn't address properly this offseason.
I have to ask you, Luis, going back to last season and then to this season, we all saw plenty of surprises on the way to a playoff berth and a playoff win. What is it that you think stands out that could be the biggest surprise this time around for Ben Johnson and his group in year two?
Biggest surprise. I wanted to say the running backs, but like that tandem really took off last year. I really think the biggest surprise could be on the defensive front seven. I think we all know that the secondary is pretty strong if they're healthy. Jalen and Thieneman and Bryant, but that Bears defensive front seven looks like it could be better. I'm worried, but I look at the speed they added in Devin Bush. DeMarco Jackson played really well. They added some depth with Jack Sanborn. They've got a nice not a UDFA, but a day 3 pick in Keyshawn Elliott, who was a linebacker out of Arizona State, who was a top 100 prospect on a lot of draft boards. So the Bears getting him on day 3 was nice. And then you look at the guys in the front four. Grady Jarrett can't be that bad again this year. I think he gets a healthy offseason. I think he'll be better. He played well down the stretch last year. His best games were the games against the Packers in the playoffs and the Lions in Week 17. So that's a good start. We've seen Jervon Dexter play well. Shamar Turner's got some juice. They added some depth on the back end of the defensive tackle position. Like this group, it's not like they don't have talent, but they just don't have impact talent. But hey, maybe someone pops up out of nowhere. It happens every year. Why can't it happen with the Bears?
I think it's a good point. I don't. Marshall is shaking his head. I think the only issue is, and Luis, we've talked about this, too, they don't have a lot of wiggle room with cap space. That's the hard part. Like with Ngakoue, they had, at the time, more than enough room to pay what we all thought was the expected $10 million, I believe was the number we all settled on, as did Yannick Ngakoue. I don't necessarily know if the price is right in that scenario. What do you think?
So I am looking at the Bears cap situation right now.
Yeah.
And it's not great. And they have $8.1 million in cap space. And that's not enough to sign an impact player. Now, I'm sure there are some tricks that they can do to create some cap space, but you really don't want to push too much cap space into the future because you're going to have to extend Darnell Wright. You hopefully have to extend Caleb Williams next year. Maybe Rome Odunze has a breakout year, and then you're going to want to have to extend him. So you don't want to start doing the thing where you have to rob Peter to pay Paul down the line. So I hate saying this because I really want them to make a move. I wonder if they're better off just standing pat for now, and then maybe when the trade deadline comes, then that's when you make your splash.
That's exactly what I think is going to happen, Luis. Another thing that I definitely think is going to happen is that Braxton Jones is going to be the left tackle as long as he stays healthy. Do you come to the same conclusion looking at everything that's transpired since the end of last season?
He's got to be healthy. That's the key. He wasn't healthy last year, and look, I admire his gumption to get back into the lineup, get back into playing shape, but he just never looked the same when he was playing. So I would like to see him have a healthy camp, have a healthy preseason, because I don't love the options behind him. I'm intrigued. I like Theo Bennett. Theo Bennett's a really good run blocker, and I liked how the Bears used him as an extra blocker in certain situations. I'm intrigued by Jedrick Wills, who was an All-American at Alabama, but he never found it with the Cleveland Browns. He wouldn't be the first guy to be better after leaving Cleveland. So it's a possibility, but I really want Braxton Jones to be that guy because he has the track record. He finally gets to play in an offense that will allow him to kind of shine as a blocker. And if he plays well, he might play himself into a big contract, and it probably won't be with the Bears. But I like to see guys like him, day 3 pick from Ryan Poles' first draft class. I like to see guys like him succeed. It's fun.
I do think that, and Luis and Marshall, I'll bounce this off of the both of you. We're talking to Luis Medina. He is the senior writer at Bleacher Nation covering the Bears. The thing that intrigues me about Braxton Jones at this point in his health journey and his actual recovery from the broken ankle is that Braxton was really good in space. If you remember the few times prior to the Ben Johnson offense, Luis, where there were downfield blocks, I say that knowing how rare they were, he was really good about being a lead blocker downfield. And I wonder if there's some way to really positively use that skill set of his. I know it's dangerous on the left side, but I know Ben Johnson likes a good risk too. So I wonder if maybe that gets utilized more because he is a year removed now, health-wise, from recovering from that ankle.
One of my favorite things that I learned about Ben Johnson is that he is fearless with how he deploys his offensive linemen. We talked about Theo Bennett, he used Luke Newman in blocking situations and in open space. If you'll recall, the game-winning touchdown to DJ Moore in the Packers game, they moved Darnell Wright in motion to the blind side to give a little extra help on the left tackle, and they had him in space. They had him shooting out. So, I can see Ben Johnson doing all sorts of interesting things with Braxton Jones, even if he is just the left tackle by name. The Bears aren't in a place where they're playing positionless football, but Ben Johnson teeters on it, and it scratches an itch in my brain.
Who do you think's the biggest challenger for the division?
The Packers.
Oh.
The Packers are look, the Bears erased the boogeyman, but if there's one thing I know, there's always a sequel, and the Packers, they just don't go away. They're like cockroaches. They just don't go away. They're there forever, and as long as Jordan Love is there, and if Micah Parsons can get healthy, they're going to be a dangerous team. I'm not really afraid of Minnesota. I think they might have the best coach in the division because I think the world of Kevin O'Connell, but I don't love their quarterback situation. I don't love the drama. It's one of those things as a Bears fan, when you've seen how those quarterback competitions shake out, you see how locker rooms get divided, you see how fan bases get divided. I know what that's like, and I don't envy the Vikings one bit. And the Lions are really good, and they're a dangerous team because they'll be motivated. They'll play that last place schedule. But, man, it's the Packers, man. They're the standard in this division for a long time, and hopefully the Bears can take that from them.
Yeah, I also think it has to do, Luis, when Micah Parsons actually comes off of that injured list. Like, we know what the minimum date is, and we know that aligns with the Bears game, but I don't necessarily know if he's going to be up to where he wants to be by that time with the ACL. I also want to point this out, and you touched on this as well in your column today. One position on the offensive line we didn't have to worry about as much as I think maybe people thought initially was right guard. Jonah Jackson, if he can replicate the year he had prior, I think the Bears are in an excellent spot on the right side.
Jonah Jackson was one of my favorite stories last year because he was a guy last offseason who I thought was worth targeting. Bears fans saw that he was really bad in LA with the Rams and were afraid, and understandably so. I've lost track of how many times the Bears have signed a guy from another team and he's just continued to flop. But Jonah Jackson found the fountain of youth with Ben Johnson, found his groove, and now you look at that right side with Jonah Jackson, Darnell Wright. That's one of the best right side tandems in football, and they will continue to be so long as everyone stays healthy.
And I'm looking at this receiving room, this tight ends room, the running backs room. Who do you think is going to lead this team in receptions and receiving yards this coming season?
Leading the team in receptions will be Colston Loveland. I think he is Caleb Williams' number one guy on third down. He's a top target in the red zone. He runs all the routes. He blocks. He does everything. And Ben Johnson will reward you for blocking. So I think Colston Loveland's second straight year leads the team in catches. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say Luther Burden not only leads the Bears in receiving yards, he leads the NFL in receiving yards.
Yo! Oh! We haven't had one of those in a long time.
Okay.
Luis throwing down. I don't even know what to say.
Tell me, obviously you think he's going to be big play material if he's not even leading the team in receptions, but you have him leading the league in yards. Tell me how you see this playing out.
A lot of vertical routes, a lot of getting Luther in open space. There's going to be games where the Bears are going to get in shootout mode, and I think that Luther Burden's skill set between his run after the catch, his vertical play, his uptick in routes. Ben Johnson mentioned that early in the offseason that he's added to his route tree. I think it all adds up to an Amon-Ra St. Brown kind of year for Luther Burden. Plus, when I was out in Vegas for my birthday, I found a 60-1 ticket at a sports book for Luther Burden leading the NFL in receiving yards. And I'm just like, this is a juicy wager. I'm interested.
I like
spicy
juicy.
meatball. I do want to point out, not to like yuck anybody's yum here, but man, if that's what you think is going to happen, consider that Jackson Smith and Jigba in the regular season had 1,793 yards. So you were talking about an 1,800-yard season potentially. if it's anything like what we saw in 2025 out of the league's leading receiver. Puka Nacua with 17-15. And then the gap between Puka and JSN was big because George Pickens was next at 14-29.
It's a 60-1 long shot for a reason.
Putting your money where your heart is.
Perfect answer, Luis.
Yeah.
Perfect answer.
I love it, though. We will definitely follow up on that thought with you. Once again, Luis Medina, you can check him out at Bleacher Nation. They do fantastic work. Luis with his column today talking about the Bears and more, and thinking about names from the past that I think are worth a look. You sprayed all fields, Luis. We appreciate you taking the time with us.
Thanks, Luis.
I appreciate you having me on, guys. Love it.
Thank you, Luis. And yes, friendly reminder, 52 days until real Sunday football.
Luther Burden III. I'm
the
writing that
1,800
down.
yards. Jackson Smith and Jigba. Go if you want some free time activities. Go back and watch Jackson Smith and Jigba's film in each game from last year.
You could actually just go straight to the playoffs and watch.
But the way, especially like the last month or two, the way he was able to separate. Like, don't you remember when I came into the meeting one day, like at some point during this juncture in time I'm talking about? I think it was like late November, and I'm like, guys, I think Jackson Smith and Jigba was the best. It was earlier than that, and I was like, I think he's the best receiver in the league. Yeah. And you all just kind of like looked at it because at the time the conversation was still very much not just him. And I'm like, I don't know, man. Like I had been watching too much NFC West football.
But no, clearly in the playoffs, they key on that guy extra hard, and he's still out here getting work done.
It's just the route efficiency. He's surgical.
I like surgery.
You have a recession indicator next that breaks my brain.
It's a truth teller, and it's people telling the truth, and you might not like what they're saying.
It's surprising. Next.
The Cubs are now on 104.3 The Score and the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
It's got a chance. Cubs win the ball game.
Northwestern Medicine, leading the way to better medicine. Learn more at nm.org.
Speeding catches up with you, paid for by NHTSA. Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. I think the Colts hit rock bottom this year. Shane Steichen and Indy are praying that Daniel Jones looks like the QB he was last year before tearing his Achilles in December. That's an awful lot to depend on.
It was worth telling, yes.
I was like, yes, sir. Yes, sir. There's more, but that is the Grote-ness of it all. Shaquille O'Neal making sure that I was Mark Grote.
I would almost do what Joe Theismann did, just go with that pronunciation for marketing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, especially if a man that is 7'2", 350 pounds says your name is Mark Grote, go with it.
Mark Grote.
Mark
like,
Grote.
can't you hear him say that?
Yes, he's got a very deep and unique voice, Mark Grote.
Monotone. Yeah,
I do
Grote.
like calling you Mars Hall.
Mars Hall is one of my many I have a lot of nicknames, and Mars Hall is up there as one that a lot of people call me, or just straight Mars.
Didn't it come from grade school?
Came from grade school, kindergarten, first day of class. We all have name tags on. This girl, super, thinks she's smart, walks up to me, points at my name tags like, Mars Hall. I was like, it's actually Marshall.
I just got it. So that's what you were doing earlier. I just got it. It took me 3 or 4 times. That's the way it works. I'm a slow learner.
Sometimes it's shortened to just Mars.
Yeah, okay.
I call him Mars a lot.
I like it.
So, Studs, did you end up finding the V. Stiviano stuff?
Can you tell me what your relationship with Donald Sterling is?
I'm Mr. Sterling's right-hand arm. Man. I'm Mr. Sterling everything. I'm his confidant, his best friend, his silly rabbit.
His what?
His silly rabbit.
His silly rabbit?
Yes.
Is that what he calls you?
No.
That's
I
what
call
you-
myself
I
that.
see, okay.
I joke around and I make him laugh. I do things that some people find very silly, or I do things that sometimes people can understand our relationship. I'm his everything.
She gets it.
Barbara
She
Walters'
took-
reaction. Sorry, go ahead, Layla.
No, that woman took down $1 billion business.
Barbara Walters' reaction to
You're what?
I'm his silly little rabbit. You're what?
You're what?
What did you just say?
Right hand
I'm
arm.
Mr. Sterling's right-hand arm.
Man.
Man.
How is that not an obvious shirt?
on Donald Sterling's right hand arm, and then like a bunch of space, man.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is the pause is really what sells it.
You got to go
Mr. Sterling's
ellipses.
right-hand arm, man.
Since we're talking about V. Stiviano, let us also make sure to mention that woman, although she did have paparazzi following her around, she was walking around with that big visor thing.
Yes.
That was quite the scene.
COVID.
Way before COVID.
When she was a trendsetter.
Sterling's right-hand arm, man.
But coming out of the football season, I was kind of just talking about a few different things. We were here in commercial break at one point, and we started talking some baseball, and a discussion that really fascinated me with the two of you and the entire crew when I was on the afternoon show broke out, and I felt like it was worth revisiting.
I do have a quick question for Lawrence. I know we are getting short on time, but if Nico goes to San Francisco, do you think he'll still come on the show once a week?
Grote?
Not once a week, but I suspect he would still come on the show occasionally.
I bet he would.
Just who can you count on week in and week out to deliver?
Now,
It's
PCA
Nico.
could turn into that, I think. I think that he's capable of turning into that when you look at how good he was defensively, but he goes into these slumps where he doesn't hit the ball for a while.
I doubt he'll ever be. I doubt PCA will ever be as consistent as Nico. Bregman is obviously incredible. I don't know that he's the level of multiplier that you say adding him means get rid of maybe your best player.
It is halftime here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote, and we talked baseball to start. Cubs dropped the home series with the Tigers. I was bummed about it. The end. The White Sox bullpen is on a heater. How good? Well, we got to see it happen to help ice the game against the Rangers and the series last night. They are cooking. That is their second straight road win. They've won 3 series in a row now. Road series win. They've won three series in a row now, enveloping the All-Star break.
7-2 with only one of those games and not a one-run game.
And immediately I thought of enveloped, enveloped. I'm doing that out of order, but you get my drift. If you know, you know. We talked to Luis Medina. You just heard him from Bleacher Nation discussing some Bears talking points and Nick Friedel's oral history of being behind Anthony Rizzo in the stands for the 2016 anniversary game that happened last Saturday.
It's halftime.
Marshall came to us in our meeting with a recession indicator that really disturbs me on a few different levels.
So here's the deal, Layla. Here's the headline. More Americans report shoplifting as inflation climbs, survey finds. So these are people just telling you straight up, yes, I steal things from the store.
There's Jean Valjean out here.
30% of Americans say they've shoplifted this year, up from 24% in 2024.
Hold on. 30%?
Yes.
30% of us are stealing?
3 out of 10.
What are the other 60% doing? Well, that's 90. What are the other 40% doing? Me? I'm not stealing. Am I supposed to be stealing?
You mean the other 70%?
Wait. Oh yeah, 30. Sorry. I'm still laughing at the idea of Jean Valjean. Also, we have construction going on in our studio, and it's slightly distracting.
So Lending Tree.
I really thought 30% was like half. I'm like, half of us are stealing.
Did you have coffee?
Freudian slip. I'm drinking my coffee right now. I'm not going to lie to you. I just was distracted and thinking at the same time, and it didn't work.
Lending Tree had a study which surveyed 2,000 people in early June. Inflation has accelerated this year, largely because the Iran war has sent oil and gas prices sharply higher. Lending Tree said respondents who reported stealing were often taking necessities rather than discretionary items. Quote, these findings show how deeply inflation and financial stress continue to affect many households when people are willing to risk the consequences of shoplifting.
So, yeah,
like
Jean
food
Valjean stealing bread.
and personal hygiene products, which is also big on the list. It's an unmistakable sign that many families are struggling mightily to make ends meet, end quote. That's Matt Schultz, Lending Tree's chief consumer finance analyst. So you want to know, what are they stealing?
Well, I think you kind of know if you go to a CVS in the city because it's all behind the glass.
Oh, that's not just in the city. That's in the burbs as well. It's also in rural places. I could tell you this because I was in the burbs and I was also in Alabama, and everything's behind the glass.
Yeah, you know what? I remember going on a road trip and on some, like, in the upper corner of the Texas Panhandle, for example, everything was behind glass, and that was 15 years ago. It's these cities. These cities are the problem.
Layla, you remember the 30% I was telling you about? Listen to this.
Oh, you mean the 30% that I made 75%?
No, it wasn't 75%.
If you take my 75% chance, still really high.
Understand this. Shoplifting is not limited to lower income households. Although financial strain is the most commonly cited motivation, respondents across all income levels reporting having shoplifted. 40% of those with household incomes of $100,000 or more say they've shoplifted, compared to 27% of those earning less than $30,000 and 29% of those earning between $30,000 and $49,000.
Why, yes, Marshall, I would say that the American system has encouraged the wealthy to steal.
That's crazy. 40% of people making over $100,000 admit in a survey that they're out here shoplifting?
Like actively? Like not something they did as a kid that they regret?
No, something they've done in the last year. This is...
I cannot wrap my head around this story. But people steal stuff.
Listen to this, though. Many respondents to the survey believe retailers can absorb the financial impact of shoplifting. Nearly 2/3, 62%, say large corporations can handle the financial losses associated with shoplifting.
Shrink rate.
Younger consumers are especially likely to share that view, with 72% of Gen Zers and millennials agreeing. By comparison, 59% of Gen Xers and 45% of baby boomers agree with that statement.
72% of the Gen Zs and the millennials agree. Stuff is too expensive, period.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean I'm stealing it.
Shrinkflation is real. So you're not even stealing as much even if you do steal. It's a sad...
Now that's the argument you make in court.
It's a sad commentary on where we are as far as an economic society. And so when they ask these people what have they shoplifted, 30% said food or non-alcoholic drinks, 25% clothing, accessories, or jewelry, 20% personal hygiene products, 16% makeup or cosmetics, 16% pet food or pet supplies, 16% toys. Those are the leaders.
But what's funny is when you read the article initially, it talked about essentials, but I only heard like 2 essentials in there.
Well, clothing, accessories, or jewelry, that clothing is essential.
Yeah, but you can get clothing donated.
I would argue personal hygiene products are also essential.
No, that's what I was thinking of. And pet food, obviously, because food.
Yeah.
So those would be the 3 for me is personal hygiene. You can get clothes.
If you don't have any money, you can't get clothes.
People donate clothes. Like there are donation centers where you can go to get. There are mountains of clothes all over this world. Underwear is a different story. Socks and underwear, they always say to donate because those are the things you need new and unused. So that's a reminder for anybody if you are out in a donating spirit.
You know, one of my double entendres in life, see something, say something, right? 50% of consumers say they've witnessed someone shoplifting. Among those who have, 59% say they didn't do anything to try to stop them. Despite how common shoplifting appears to be, many consumers believe there should be stronger penalties for it. A majority, 61% of these surveyed, say there should be stricter consequences for retail theft.
773 says, does eating fruit at a store constitute shoplifting?
Absolutely.
Yeah, because if you didn't pay for it and it's at a store where you're supposed to pay for things, I would assume that would be stealing.
Grocery stores, by the way, lead the way in terms of what type of stores have been shoplifted from, 39%. Dollar stores are next at 28%. Department stores, 25%. And stores with self-checkout, only 21%.
Because the self-checkout has the cameras.
Yeah.
I got popped on the self-checkout. I bought like something lightweight.
What did you steal?
I bought these Parmesan crisps. You know, like the little like fried Parmesan.
I know. Yeah.
Like they're really good in a salad. And they were an impulse buy at the Mariano's.
Or an impulse non-buy.
No. Here's what happened. So I put them in the area that is the pre-checkout line where they weigh them, or the pre-checkout area where you weigh them, like the zone before you place them on the scale. And they didn't register because they were so lightweight that they didn't register enough on the scale than when I put them in the bag. So then this woman comes over and reviews the entire video. And I'm just like standing there like, yeah, still didn't steal those. Like I wanted to telestrate it like Matt and be like, if you're sitting right there, I put the crisps in the bag. Let's go to the replay. But like, yeah, they tried to pop me in she did something to like know that I wasn't stealing, and then I was able to pay for the thing that I wanted to buy.
novel icon.
But it was hilarious that they went through the whole video. I've never had that happen. Usually they're just like, oh, they're in the bag. And I'm like, did you think I didn't put them in the bag? Like, they're there.
I'm proud of you for paying for your Parmesan, Chris.
I hate that crap. If I set off a sensor, I immediately walk back and I'm like, what did I do?
I just think and hope the shoplifting goes down the next time they do this survey.
And now we're just gotten a bunch of funny messages. 630. Shoplifting is a victimless crime, like punching someone in the dark.
I take the kids to the store
So I hear
all the time.
85% of people are shoplifting.
847 says, I take the kids to the store all the time, and the stuffed animals always get taken out the shop. LOL.
I know nothing. I'm not here to snitch on people, but I just don't do it myself. And don't steal from individuals, you know. That's my request here.
I just hope we get to a point where people don't need to steal. I know some people do it because, well,
The people making $100,000, what are you doing?
hey, man, they're trying to keep up appearances. Got to keep up with the Joneses.
Like, those are the ones where I have a real issue.
I stole a doorbell from Home Depot in 1990. It cost $4. I'm now 52. Haven't stolen anything since. And folks ain't stealing bread and salami only. JC, that's okay.
I think why the doorbell? What were you attaching it to?
That's a great question.
And I think folks do steal bread and salami only, respectfully speaking.
630. OMG, I work at a grocery store, and the amount of people that eat grapes, cherries, bananas, apples, etc., and spit the cherry pits on the floor is unreal.
I hope you guys are happy. This is how we end up with another pandemic, okay? Stop being gross.
Stop stealing.
I hear 90% of people are stealing. I'm just going to keep increasing the percentage since I was so bad on the math assessment. Watching the guy on the ladder, hoping he didn't fall down outside our studio. We're renovating our studios. It's going to be a bit of a distraction for a while, guys. Just go with it. 5 on it is next.
Pete Crow Armstrong plays here.
Hey, Chicago. This is Pete Crow Armstrong.
Back toward the wall, Pete Crow Armstrong makes a great catch. He made it look easy, and it was not at all easy.
Defensively, there's just plays that he's making that nobody else is making the plays. You're going to have to watch baseball a long time to find someone who's going to make the plays. That's how good it is.
Listen to every game with Pete Crow Armstrong right here on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
As well, I don't think he multiplies you by that exponential degree where losing Nico is worthy of the fact that you added Bregman just to avoid the tax.
Nope.
I don't think they're getting rid of Nico. I think this organization has shown themselves in recent seasons to try and operate. You think it's happening? Yes, dollar bet.
Would you like to make a dollar bet?
I'd love to. Yeah. You think this is happening? I don't think so. I think the Cubs have shown themselves to at least try to operate with a level of logic in their baseball decisions here. And it's sometimes flawed logic, sometimes less aggressive logic than we want. But I don't think they're getting rid of Nico.
You want the logic to be greater than the value of a dollar.
I think
that's not happening with the Cubs.
I'm the smartest man alive.
Did we make a bet? Did we make the bet?
You just heard it. What do you mean, did we make a bet?
I didn't hear us agree on a bet.
Yes.
We did
the
make
answer
a bet?
is yes.
Okay, then I owe you
Tyler Buterbaum put a little bit of a longer version together of that, but for timing purposes, we had to condense it a little bit.
Hey, Ray.
Can't break up with you.
Hey,
we were
Ray.
never in a relationship.
Hold on, Layla.
Did
Ray,
we make a bet?
tell Ant the bad news, though, about him getting his money.
I don't even know the bad news. What do you mean?
I'm sorry. How many times have I come in that room today for something?
Oh, that's right. This man, Marshall Harris, doesn't have his wallet
walking the streets
today.
without a wallet?
Luckily for you.
You grown adult walking the streets without a wallet? You better run that dollar, Marshall Harris. Run it.
I think this is hilarious because, Ray, how torn up was I when I walked in today?
Marshall was devastated today when he came to work because he couldn't find his wallet anywhere.
I couldn't find my wallet at home, so I left. Because I need the ID just to get where I need passport.
Okay.
I don't have my wallet. I don't have my ID. I don't have a dollar. I don't have a dollar.
You had a feeling this was coming. Like the
I
hairs on the back of your
didn't.
neck were standing up.
Is that what we're talking about?
Your ears were burning.
Meanwhile,
something was
you got
going
Layla.
on.
She's digging through folders looking for a dollar.
No, because I got one from the ground again, and I was like, this is
Yo,
God
you and your
paying me
street-
off
Is there a
for
slice
these
of
bets
pizza
I
in there
made.
too?
There was no ground pizza. I told you I'm close to the ground, so I find things there.
I'm glad that the Cubs did not trade Nico Horner. Let me. What date was that? I'm trying to figure out how far.
Like
that was
3
right
weeks
after
ago.
Well, actually, it was right after the Bregman trade. That's what kind of spurred the conversation because the Bears had just lost in the playoffs, and the Bregman trade happened, and then we just kind of in transition. We're talking Nico. I was like, "There's no way that anybody's trading Nico," and you were like, "Yeah, they're gonna trade Nico." I was like, "No, they're not gonna trade Nico." And that is actually the first time I wanted to yell at you on the air. So
Yeah,
that's probably
fine. That's
what
fine.
It wasn't when
the
he
time
said
I
the Bulls were
officially
gonna win
yelled.
45
I knew it was a long
games.
time ago, though. I knew it was a long time ago because once they told us about how much money they made and that they were putting their money back into the product, I was like, "Oh, then they're definitely not trading Nico now."
Yeah.
But until then, I was very much they might trade Nico.
What
Because
show was it with the "Give me my $2"? Was that that was
I
like
want
a,
my $2.
Yeah, was that a
Better Off
Cusack
Dead.
movie, right? Better Off Dead. There we go. Yeah.
I'll have
Wait
your
a sec-
dollar the next time I see you. If I find my wallet. If I don't
Better
find my
run that-
wallet,
better run that dollar.
I might be in trouble because
Run that dollar, Marshall.
Austin Rivers said what he said about being bewildered, and then Draymond did, well, Draymond things.
I don't like to get in these back and forths because, quite honestly, guys that you usually get into the back and forths with, they become back and forths because it's like one of them like severely tips something this way and the other is just like kind of so far down that it kind of pulls you back a little bit. And so, speaking of Austin Rivers, I saw he said he's bewildered and it's ridiculous of what I said. And I just find it interesting that a guy who was the 10th pick in my draft, I was 35, who's on his second act, still on act 1. He goes, Draymond, never been a scorer. Austin, you and I averaged the same amount of points in high school. And I say high school because that's when you were at your best. And then in college, he was still good. He was very featured at Duke because NBA careers, should he really talk about my NBA career? I'm still with my first team. He was gone from his first team in 2 years.
You know what he did? He played defense.
yes, he played better defense than Austin Rivers. And I think Austin Rivers would tell you that. In fact, Austin Rivers had a lot to say in response to Draymond, correct?
Come on, Draymond. This is ridiculous. Seriously. Ridiculous. But you know what? I'm going to address it because you
Local
crossed the
Hyundai
line.
dealers. This is where Chicago goes to talk Bears. We are Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
This hour is brought to you by Cars for Kids.
It's time for 5 on it. Rahimi, Harris, and Grote bring you 5 topics on their minds today on 104.3 The Score. Number 1.
What was the most disappointing aspect of the Cubs series loss to the Tigers?
I'm not going to put this on Colin Ray. You guys know how I feel about Colin Ray. He's been asked to do a job and he's doing it, and he's not playing in his best position. So because of that, it's still the 8-6 final in 10, game 1 on Monday night. This could be us, but you playing. You use 7 relievers. You get Kenley Jansen in a 3-0 count. And Ian Happ told us that's the danger of Kenley Jansen. Many have lived to tell the tale. But still, man, that's the game I want back. That's the most disappointing aspect, is how they ended up losing that game. There were defensive miscues. You couldn't turn the double play you wanted, yada, yada, yada. You drop game 1 to the Tigers. Now you drop the series. So that's it for me. Colin Ray, you're doing what you can. That's all.
I think the most disappointing aspect is that you get a runner at third with less than 2 out. Score the run.
Yes, yeah.
You can go back to Sayers at bat when he had that opportunity and struck out. You can go back to the Bregman at bat. You're talking like, okay, so it went 3-0 with the bases loaded, right? One of those pitches could have just leaned in and taken that ball and the game's over.
Was that you getting hit by a pitch?
Yeah, Alex Bregman could just, that shoulder lean. That's what he could have done, but he didn't.
The Sam Antonacci?
Hey.
Going back in the day, the old Carlos Quentin?
Look.
Sadly, right now, the opposing batter to Anthony Kay. He's hit 19 batsmen.
A quick visit to Sam Antonacci's baseball reference page, and you'll see he's been hit by pitch 18 times. You also see that number is in bold. Do you know what it means when the number is in bold?
That means you lead the league.
He leads the league in hit by pitch. Alex Bregman, not that he's old, but he's older. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do to get the job done, correct? He could have gotten hit by a pitch and the game would have been over and the Cubs would have taken 2 out of 3.
It's just that game sits with me. It really is also just the combination of errors, like the actual error. Then there was what you just talked about. Then there's the fact that you used 7 relievers. You can't let that game go down in vain.
It's tough, but we'll see what happens next for them. Again, the schedule's not getting any easier. That's all I'm saying about that.
Yeah, we just can't sleep on the Pirates. That's really what this comes down to.
Number 2.
Last night on the Marquee Sports Network post-game show, player development analyst Lance Brozdowski shared this take on the Cubs lineup.
I kind of think Seiya might be the most indispensable hitter on this team because they walk so much as a team, and Pete leads off. That when you get guys on, the way you win games is how the Tigers did it 2 times in this series. You hit home runs, you barrel the ball with multiple men on. Seiya is the guy that I think if you want to project this team to, have a shot at taking down the Brewers in the NL Central, he's going to have to play out of his mind as he has in his last 22 games at Wrigley, which you see right here, over 1,000 OPS. He's slugging a ton. I mean, he's the guy for me. He posts 15-20% barrel rate rest of the season. That's how you're really going to see this team rack up wins, get to the low 90s, mid 90s in total wins.
That's Marquee Sports Network player development analyst Lance Brozdowski saying the most indispensable hitter in the Cubs lineup is Seiya Suzuki. So Layla and Marshall, I ask you, who is the most indispensable hitter in the Cubs lineup in your opinion?
Look, when that sound plays and Lance Brozdowski says specifically catch the Brewers and you hear the oof out of Cole Wright is all of us.
Cole did do the thing. Yeah, he did.
And I think that hammers home the point about how tedious this is, how fraught an operation this is, trying to catch the Milwaukee Brewers, who the Cubs trail by 7 games in the National League Central. I think Lance might be right, only because PCA's doing the thing. He's getting on base all the time. But you can't be in a position where you're asking PCA to drive himself in. We know that Alex
He'll try.
Yes, he will.
He will try.
And even if he gets the walk, right, he'll still second base, maybe even still third to put himself in position to win. But if Seiya Suzuki isn't barreling the ball with runners on base, the chances of the Cubs doing anything go down significantly. And I would like to say Michael Busch is going to get the job done. And I think he will be more productive in the second half than he was in the first half.
We have reason to believe.
But Alex Bregman in the cleanup spot, and then Ian Happ, who's been batting 5th, you go down the order, and there's less people to actually get the job done of driving people in. And Seiya Suzuki is the guy you're depending on the most to drive people in.
I just still the reason I always wanted Seiya Suzuki hitting second in the lineup, I still like the idea of which batters really benefit from protection. And we showed last year that he did with Kyle Tucker. He was his best self. And so if that's the case, then forget handedness, forget what you know about his, I think even pitch selection, whatever. I just know he's going to hit more next to Pete Crow Armstrong, because that's the guy who I know is probably getting on base the most. So that's how I've always kind of approached Seiya. Like, where are you your best self in a lineup? And for me, it was next to protection, knowing somebody else is there. He just seems to be better. Similarly, I think Pete Crow Armstrong works best on an island batting leadoff. Like, that seems to be psychologically as a hitter who he is. He was on base 5 times in the game that they won, game 2 of the series against the Tigers. And 3 of those were walks. That is indispensable. Having him on base, working pitch counts out of the leadoff spot, that it may be a basic take. I may be basic Betty here saying your leadoff batter who's been the most consistently productive hitter going back a couple months is the most indispensable right now. But to me, just having him on base, at least I know, makes Seiya breathe easier, and that's enough to let it go down the line.
I'll also add this. It's pretty simple. The guy who should get the most at-bats on your team over the course of the season should bat leadoff. The guy who should get the second most at-bats on your team should bat second, because that's how he'll get the second most at-bats of anybody on the team. And Seiya Suzuki and his OPS plus of 132, which is second only to the OPS plus of 149 owned by Pete Crow Armstrong. It's that simple for me.
I wonder, they probably can't do this because jobs are on the line and money and stuff. But what if you did that one day? What if you just got weird? This is a very front office thing to do, because then you could just blame the front office, nameless. But what if you just ordered it by OPS plus? Is that too seam head? Is that too sabermetrician?
Listen, Michael
But
Bush
what if it worked?
No, but look, Michael Bush's 117 OPS plus is the third highest OPS plus in the lineup. And then a guy has a 109 OPS plus that I've been arguing for, I don't know, a whole season should be higher up in the order. Carson Kelly, who'd have thunk? Put him in the cleanup spot.
I want to make the conceptual idea happen. And who knows, it may have happened and I just wasn't really stratifying it like that. But
perhaps.
Then you could just blame me. Oh, the front office chose that lineup. It is me. I am front office. I never played sports.
Number 3.
It's 5 on it on 104.3 The Score with Layla Rahimi and Marshall Harris. Here's question number 3. Who is the MVP of the White Sox series win over the Rangers?
Why do I have to pick just one? I don't think that's very fair, even though we came up with the question together hours ago and I knew it was coming. Why did you make that happen for me?
It's a hard decision, that's why.
Yeah, and you know
5
what?
on it where the hard questions are asked.
Yes, these are the toughest questions we have in our lives.
Meant to stress you and all our listeners out.
You know what I like to say about this when it comes to talking about the Cubs and White Sox? I say that I love and hate my children equally. This is the same for the White Sox bullpen trio yesterday of Jordan Hicks, Grant Taylor, and Brian Hudson. You are the real MVP. Together, you form Voltron / Captain Planet / name your team to form a super character here.
I like Devastator, the Constructicons. That was a big one back in the 1980s.
I would have never come up with that. You can transform, but you know what you're not? In disguise. You threw gas down the line, Jordan Hicks. You guys shut it out. You shut it down. The bullpen is on a heater, as I mentioned before. Only 8 earned runs in their last 45 and 2/3 innings. White Sox relievers as a whole since July 8th. That's a heater. So Jordan Hicks, Grant Taylor, Brian Hudson, I'll come up with a name like I did Kel Pomflex last year. You guys are my MVP. Voltron. What was the other one? Constructicon?
Yeah, they are Decepticons, but they're called the Constructicons.
But construct means like positive, like you put something together and it's good.
Well, they literally jump up together and form Devastator.
I like it.
Yeah.
I don't know if they would get the reference.
It's the Transformers. There will be no Transformer. There will be no Transformer slander on this program.
No,
not on my watch
here's
anyway.
the issue: is like, how did they still manage to work in, like, induce childhood trauma into a cartoon based solely on selling toys? And that was the 80s.
Because we're kids, we have our imaginations run wild, or wherever they point our imaginations to run to, and they pointed our imaginations to run to that.
And then that's when Jordan Hicks came out and said, "Imagine this." 100. Good luck with that.
But now I'm going to have my imagination run somewhere else. The MVP of this series win? Andrew Benintendi, who celebrated 10 years of Major League service time by coming up with some big hits, including a bases clearing double in the first win of the series, and then 2 for 4 with 2 RBI last night. It's Andrew Benintendi. He has almost been forgotten about, but not in like a bad way, in a way that you think
I see
about.
what you did there.
Yeah, but think about this. He's probably the best negative WAR player in Major League Baseball.
Oh.
He has a negative .1 WAR.
This might be a very good debate. Who the best negative WAR player is in Major League Baseball?
Certainly.
You have cracked open a topic.
Certainly the most valuable one on this White Sox team when you look at the fact that he's batting .245, a mere .306 on base percentage, a .426 slug. That's a .732 OPS, and that dog will indeed hunt. The OPS plus is positive at 103, so above average there, and he's been clutch. He's been a guy who's come up with some big hits in big spots for a team that needed it because they need a veteran presence to get the things done that other teams can't get done. Understand this, with runners in scoring position this season, the man with the negative WAR batting .357 with a .402 on base and a .600 slug. That's an OPS over 1,000 with runners in scoring position. So there you see how I'm looking at him in a certain way, batting .291 with an .855 OPS with men on base. That's how a negative WAR player can be a positive for your ball club.
Number 4.
3-time Stanley Cup champion Patrick Kane is coming back to the Blackhawks on a 2-year deal. On a scale of 1 to 10 on the newly created Fired Up meter.
Hey, you fired up?
How exciting is this news?
Oh, was that the late Jim Irsay?
It was. It
Oh,
is.
poor Jim. I think it depends on who you asked. As we talked about, it might be hard to pin a number on this one because for some people it's a 10. And I think for other people, appropriately so, people who've texted in, people who've reached out to us at our station, they have feelings about what happened. I think appropriate ones, reactions when it came to that former era of the Blackhawks. I think the Hawks made their decision understanding that was going to be acknowledged in all of this. So more than anything, it came down to where is Patrick Kane going to spend arguably the rest of his playable career when you consider he's 38.
Seems like it's going to be Chicago.
So if it were Buffalo or Chicago, and I think it means a lot for a lot of people to see him come back and be welcomed back to the franchise, understanding that part of the team is no longer there, the original, the 3 cups, but this is still, I think, the team and Patrick Kane wanting to make sure that his legacy is still as a Blackhawk. But it's hard to put a number on just because I think people are valid in how they feel about this. Our audience.
I'm going to give it an 8. Nostalgia is the greatest drug. I am convinced of that. The longer I live, the more nostalgia I see other people celebrate, reminisce. It brings them life. It brings them childlike joy. Remembering the best things that gave you the best feelings helps everybody. And certainly him coming back for the majority of people will bring back certain feelings about winning multiple Stanley Cups. So for me, it's an 8 just based on that. And I'm interested to see what he looks like this time around and if he can actually help lead them back to, I don't know, the playoffs, because that's the goal here.
Yeah, and injury concern is a big deal with him. Yeah. That is part of it. It's not just the cap hit is $8 million, I think, each year. That's been reported. But it's also the fact that can he stay healthy enough, to be able to play those 2 seasons and help the Hawks who, as we've seen, and that's how they got in this mess to begin with Connor Bedard needing shoulder surgery. Can he stay healthy enough to contribute?
Number 5.
It was announced yesterday that Derrick Rose will be the cover athlete for NBA 2K27 Ultra Edition. And it is the first time Chicago has had 2 cover athletes in the same year, with Caleb Williams on the cover of Madden 27. On a scale of 1 to 10 on the We Back Up meter, trademark.
I want you to put the word out there that we back up. Understand me? We back up.
How back is Chicago sports to the public eye?
Chicago's back. It's on a 9.5. And the only reason it's not a 10 because ain't nobody won nothing yet. But all the teams are on the come up. It would appear. It would seem. Cubs and White Sox in playoff position. Bears defending the division title and coming off a season in which they won a game. Caleb Wilson wants me to let you know Caleb Wilson is here. And he's about to prove that he's the best player from the 2026 NBA draft. Blackhawks, we'll see what happens when Connor Bedard comes back. But they should be on the uptick because they've been down for a long time. So on the We Back Up meter, it's a 9.5.
I want you to put the word out there that we back up. Understand me? We back up.
Symbolically, I have to go with 8.5.
I want you to put the word out there that we back up.
It just feels
Understand
right.
me? We back up.
I can picture the video when he's saying that, like the intensity in the eyes. Okay, so the reason I say 8.5 is, well, you probably know. What's 8 and 5? Bears. 8 plus 5 equals Bears. I'm not predicting a Super Bowl here. That's not what I'm doing. But it's been a long time since you felt good about everybody being in a valid place. White Sox, Cubs, Bears, Bulls with Caleb Wilson. They got a dude. Things are looking good.
Did you watch The Wire?
Not enough of it.
Oh, I was getting excited because she's like saying the video, like Stringer Bell.
Oh, no, I've seen the video.
Oh, okay. Well, you need the full context.
I couldn't afford HBO when The Wire was out. I was making $30,000 a year max at Austin. Max. That was like the top of my range.
I borrowed somebody's DVD set. That's how I watched The Wire.
Oh, that's a better move.
Yeah, that's back when DVDs were a thing.
I've seen Infinity Clips, but no, I couldn't afford HBO back then.
Dang. You need to watch
I
The Wire.
can barely afford HBO now. But I'm not stealing
it
like 98% of people. I just keep increasing the stat.
That's what the survey should have asked, is how many of you are stealing online services? Because Streaming services are too expensive.
Ray and I just looked at each other terrified.
As you know, I'm on a Netflix
Ray and I have
boycott.
never shared passwords ever.
Terrible
to
thing
anything.
to do. Terrible thing to do.
Okay, I see what's going on here. I see what's going on here.
So 100% of people, is that where the percentage is now?
Who hasn't borrowed a password for that one thing they wanted to watch?
Or Stream East.
Wait, have you guys? Oh.
But it's not stealing if I go to my mom's house and she has something I don't have and I watch it. I'm at her house, right?
Well, that's a little different.
Do you know how sometimes I let state secrets slip? Do you know that there are some people who find out that their spouses are cheating via a reused Netflix password
From an old boyfriend, girlfriend,
or
a current.
or it's at a new location?
That's a tough L right there.
And I'll say this, and people will listen to this show and still do it.
Well, yeah, you gotta live on the edge.
I heard 104% of people are stealing.
You gotta be Darkwing Duck-like in your activities. Let's get dangerous.
I'm going to still keep making fun of my math. Coming up next, we're happy to have a friend of our show. Marshall and I work together with him in Philadelphia. He is noted basketball writer John Gonzalez. Does national work? I've even seen his article on my American Airlines flight one time. He's here to talk WNBA, NBA with us and more next.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
PCA, I feel like we're watching a better player. I felt like watching last night's game was the apotheosis of him as a player.
In what way? You saw everything? All the different skills?
It was all the stuff.
2 for 2. What did he walk 3 times?
He walked 3 times.
Yeah, that's amazing.
PCA right now is getting on base 39% of the time.
I mean, that's a dream.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio. 104.3 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment, you are mad disrespectful for whatever
things to do with your life.
I gotta go to MLB Network and bash on some other cities. Okay, I'm done with Chicago.
Middays 10 to 2.
Equal opportunity basher. I love that.
On 104.3 The Score.
This is it. This is what we want to see right here. Wilson for three. Got the ball. Come on now. Come on. Let this game go.
That was the encouragement of Teresa Weatherspoon on Amazon Prime.
Love Teaspoon.
Caleb Wilson with the highlight. This is Rahimi Harrison Grote on 104.3 The Score. That's all Summer League. Caleb Wilson to you. And we're happy to bring in a special guest. He is the analyst of the NBA for CBS Sports and CBS Sports HQ, our former colleague at NBC Sports Philadelphia, John Gonzalez. He is at John Gonzalez on X. Thanks for joining us.
This is so nice. Like, what a fun little reunion. He's laughing already. We went to dinner the other night. We missed you. But it's wonderful to see both of your smiling faces because I haven't seen you in person since we were in Philly together. Hadn't seen Marshall since the 2019 finals. And now look at us. And look at you two. Look how successful and talented Chicago. Does Chicago realize how lucky they are to have the two of you here?
We got another one, too, with Devin Caney. The pipeline is strong.
That's right. I heard about that.
Shout out to Devin.
Congrats
She's here
to
now.
Devin. Is she here?
Yeah. In fact,
Okay.
she's across the street. She's
Okay.
at Fox 32.
Okay, fantastic.
Literally right across the street.
Yeah.
Philly taking over. This is good, though. We like the cross-pollination between Chicago and Philly.
Well, yeah. People in Chicago really enjoyed that cross-pollination last year on Black Friday. That's where they celebrated the cross-pollination.
How did that go for you?
Who can remember that far back, really?
Oh, right.
Who can even remember? Yeah.
Here's something you do remember. Summer League. It
Yes.
was just a minute ago. First team all Summer League, Caleb Wilson on the scene. He said everything right, but it's what he did physically out there that I don't think anyone was quite prepared for. What was your reaction to seeing the skill set that he offered as the Bulls were playing Summer League basketball, from threes to step backs to taking people to the rack and dunking on them?
You know who said people weren't ready? You know who wasn't ready? I was not ready. I'm blown away. You guys should be so excited by this because there was this consensus that the first three guys were the three guys, right? And then, Caleb was going to go four. And then after that, the draft was supposed to start, right? But nobody was really talking about him. Everybody was talking about the first three guys, and AJ DeBanza and Darren Peterson and Boozer, who I think is going to be amazing. Nobody told me that he could do all these things, Caleb Wilson. Like, I was informed that he was athletic, he could play defense, he was going to run the floor. He would do those types of things, and then he'd be a project. And then he's got a bag, he's doing step backs, his footwork looks good. Why didn't anybody tell me he could shoot? I wasn't informed about this.
Draymond Green did try to tell you and the rest of us when he said that his floor was Kevin Garnett.
Okay, which is come on, but Draymond can be a little hyperbolic, right?
A little.
He's been
just
known
in
to
times.
be.
But we should give him credit when he actually,
For sure.
hits on a scouting report.
But so my thing, a lot of people who cover the NBA for a living, we don't get around to watching these guys till they get to Summer League because there's a lot of professional basketball to watch, and we have draft analysts for that. I was really shocked, though, that he has that kind of game. And how encouraging is this for the Bulls, especially, apologies to what's happened over the last 15 years or so. It hasn't been great for you guys.
You were not 15.
But, okay, there was that little moment where, Zach LaVine and Vooch and DeMar DeRozan.
You're talking about the half a season? You're talking about the half a season?
Sure, if we go back to, how far back are we going, right? But so you get rid
John,
of AK and you bring in Bryson and you land on Caleb, and now it's all of a sudden and I'm a big fan of Tiago, and man, this is exciting for you guys.
Okay, I want to touch on that. We're talking
Yes.
to John Gonzalez. He is an NBA analyst for CBS Sports. Funny that you say nationally, the discussion didn't have Caleb Wilson involved because we were obsessed. We're here talking about all those things. We were not discussing the three-point shooting.
Sure.
That was a debut of Summer League. And it's funny because even Hubert Davis, laughed about that because he's his former coach at North Carolina. Wasn't what he was asked to do.
Didn't let him.
Yeah, and I think that's part of it too is there is some element of that for us, but when it came to Wilson being practically the obvious choice, there was no secret with this Bulls front office. We had a very good feeling that he was going to be the dude, and we knew why.
Yeah, well, okay, two things can be true at once, right? He was going to be the guy. Everybody realized that he was going to be guy for the Bulls because the other three guys were going to be off the board. If you could redo it now, would he be the guy or would he already be off the board? That's the question. Like, that's how exciting he looked, and how you're looking at me, you're squinting at me. But I'm saying, would he have gone higher?
I'm asking you, if you were a front office guy, would you be advocating for him over one of the other three? And if so, who's the guy that you would take him in front of?
Therein lies the rub, because I have been known, you know me going back to Philadelphia, where I would be watching Summer League and breaking down videos.
You're a basketball sicko like us.
We were even talking the other night, I think, about how high I was on Mario Hezonja, who's coming back to the league, by the way. That was a miss on my part on Mario Hezonja. But I tend to get a little overexcited about Summer League, so maybe we need to pump the brakes, or I need to pump the brakes a little bit on Caleb Wilson. It's hard, because he looked that good. So if I was going to redraft right now, I mean, I'm really high on Boozer. I think the situation for him in Memphis is going to be phenomenal. Darren Peterson, I think, has all the skills. I'm less sold on his usage rate in Utah and pairing him with Keontae George. And AJ DeBanza looked really good as well in Summer League. There's a case, though, if you were just going on Summer League, where you'd go, would you take him over AJ DeBanza? It's at least a conversation. Would you take him over Darren Peterson?
Okay.
It's at least a conversation. I don't know that I'd take him over Boozy, because I like Boozy's skill set overall, and I think it's going to translate immediately to the NBA. But if you're the Bulls and you're a Bulls fan, you got to be excited about this.
You're listening to NBA Addicts on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. Like,
you brought me on.
This is what happens. Like, with all due respect to the True Hoop podcast, this is never more a True Hoop podcast moment, I feel like, than asking if you're redrafting based on Summer League.
Yeah.
That's crazy, by the way.
I love it.
I mean, okay, so
we've just gone to
why-
the extreme of the CBS or the
why do
NBC
I
Sports
like-
Philly newsroom.
So here's why I say it's crazy. It's not crazy to say I think about it, but to like lean in that favor because of what you saw in Summer League, I'd rather just say I think he has a higher ceiling than the other three guys. Now, if he gets to that ceiling, that's the question, right?
The question is, why do I like Caleb Wilson more than you two? I mean, like, you go, all I'm hearing is somebody who comes in from a national perspective and says, hey, Chicago, I'm excited about Caleb Wilson. And these two are like, I don't know, I think you're crazy.
I don't think that you're crazy.
This is what happened in Philly, by the way. You guys are getting this right now.
It really was
Every
like
day.
this is
This
a
is what
slice
you're
of the
getting.
newsroom where these debates, like, where's Dario Saric talk? Then we have completed the
R.I.P.
trifecta.
You know, I don't know.
He's not dead.
I mean, R.I.P. to my guy. You know,
He's not dead. I want to point out that Dario Saric.
we don't.
is
You
still
don't know
with
that.
us.
I mean, you know,
He's
we'll
still
have to
with
check
us.
in on
Ben
that.
Simmons. I mean, there's a whole path you could
He
take
said
Mm-hmm.
Hazonia earlier.
Well, that
like,
too. That
this is
too.
a deep cut.
Okay.
Yeah, hit me.
All Markelle Fultz talk aside,
Yes.
as a former number one overall pick, when you look at where this league is right now, tanking is supposedly on pause because if you finish in the bottom three, there are repercussions for your chances of getting a top draft pick.
Yeah.
How do you think that's going to change what we see next season as far as night-to-night basketball, or will it?
I don't know, because first of all, nobody knows what the ripple effects are on this thing, which is the reason why the league is only having these rules in place through the 2029 draft, and then they're going to reevaluate it. I thought this whole thing was a gross overreaction by Adam Silver. Now, the two of you who know me from Philadelphia as somebody who covered the process up close and personal when Sam Hinkie was there, when they changed the rules for tanking initially, and now they're changing it again. I've thought that tanking was not a bad thing for the NBA. This past year, a little bit of a sort of a perfect storm because you had 8 teams really getting into it. Took the Chicago Bulls a second to figure out that they needed to be doing that. Took a second for the Milwaukee Bucks to figure out that they were doing that. But you had more than a third of the league that was hard competing to be at least in the play-in and then in the playoffs proper. And then you had this little subset of teams that were like, we want to improve our draft position. We want to get better that way because it's hard for us to compete with teams that are already that good. So I thought Adam Silver had one hot light put on him. They had some people, some talking heads, not you guys, obviously, the bad ones, who were like, oh, you know, like tanking is, but you guys are the good talking heads. And then tanking is no good. And Adam Silver caught some heat for that. So at the All-Star break, he had to answer questions about that. And I thought it was a gross overcorrection, but we'll see how it manifests during the regular season. I just think it was much ado about nothing. It would have been fine to just leave this whole thing alone.
Well, I think you bring up a good point, though, is that we still don't know the ripple effects.
Yeah.
And the hardest part about this is I think we're still feeling the ripple effects of the new CBA. I don't know that we can call it new, but
yeah,
the quality of basketball overall in the league diminished when the CBA took place. And we've seen that. We've seen more competitive playoffs. It's not as reliant on the 3 ball. I understand those things. But at the same time, the combination of the two, the incentive to tank plus the second apron, I think that was the perfect storm that you speak of, because it really was 10 teams, and that's a third of the league at that point. And we saw some really egregious steps taken in game to essentially lose. And I think that's what really did it in.
Yeah, and I get some people are like, okay, in March and April, you want to see teams compete. If it's the Wizards and, I don't know, the Bucks, is it that big a deal if these teams are like kind of jockeying with each other to tank? But to your point about the second apron, multiple things can be true at the same time. It has brought on this era of parity where we've now had 8 different champions in 8 years. And I love that because earmuffs for Warriors people in this chat. That whole thing about when the Warriors were in their dynasty, it kind of got boring. When it was LeBron in Cleveland and the Warriors killing it, you knew that the regular season didn't matter, right? We knew that we were going to be in Golden State at the end of the year and LeBron was going to be there and maybe he could beat them, and he beat them one time, but for the most part, it was going to be the Warriors, and it kind of like took any of the intrigue out of it. I love the parity now. But also what you're saying, like you get less free agency movement. Guys want their money up front.
Fewer trades.
There's more trades for like player movement, but less free agency movement, like for guys deciding, hey, I'm going to just decide, like Paul George might have been one of the biggest. Now we're waiting on LeBron. LeBron's 41, going to be 42 in December. He's got the league by the neck because he can just go, well, I'm the biggest name. I'm going to sit around and wait. So I hear what you're saying. The CBA was sort of like a way to make sure that the bombers of the league weren't going to just buy a championship. Not that the Clippers could ever do that, but there's ripple effects for all of it.
The NIL Clippers.
So you brought up LeBron James. You have an interesting approach to maybe what you think he should do at this point.
Oh, yeah. We talked about this before we came on air. Thank you for jogging my memory. He doesn't really have to do anything right now, right? We're all of us, who love basketball, and especially those who cover it, are just like kind of on LeBron watch, and it's gone on for a while now. And we were talking about how this is one of the longest decisions ever, certainly longer than his original. Like the original decision happened in early July. The return was July 11th. Lakers, when he went in 2018, that was in June. Here we are in late July. He could just sit on this. He doesn't have to make a move. He and Rich Paul, his agent, figured out something about that new CBA, which was that there's not a whole bunch of player movement of big names in free agency.
Yep.
Once those names moved early, LeBron and Rich Paul looked around and went, it's just us. We've got this whole thing. We could just have the spotlight on us as long as he could wait into the season if he wanted to and just pick the team.
Like a quarterback waiting to see who gets hurt or what's the best opportunity, and then sometime in, I don't know, December or January, make a decision on which team to join. Is that what you're suggesting?
If he wanted to. I don't think that's going to happen. Right now, I think what's happening is he's jockeying for potentially, there's been new reporting about, could he force like an Anthony Davis to the Warriors? Could he force a Kyrie Irving to a situation in Cleveland? Maybe they do James Harden dirty and ship him off, although James would just get a bunch of money. But maybe he's trying to position to get some of his guys with him, but he doesn't have to do it right now. He could, in theory, if he wanted to, push it into December, January, February, save his body. What team's good? Who's healthy? It's just about saving a roster spot for him because he's not getting max money anymore. So wait, you could do that if you wanted. And now we've got content through the season just about LeBron.
I love an NBA nightmare conspiracy theory. I miss this. John, I do want to highlight your work. You're here because it's WNBA All-Star Weekend.
Okay.
And we haven't heard a lot about a lot of the events that are going on. The skills competition is at Wintrust tomorrow night. What can you tell us about some of the things you're keeping an eye on and you're covering over this weekend?
Well, so, Marshall's wearing the W show. We were talking about this last night. I'm just a casual WNBA fan. I don't actually do it for my job, but I do enjoy the league a lot. And the storylines with the W have been pronounced. People have been talking about how Sabrina Ionescu was really upset about how she supposedly turned it down. She said, how can I turn down something that I wasn't officially invited to? How do you not have Caitlin Clark in it as well?
It's a disaster, John.
Yeah.
It's all a problem.
But that's the thing is you're here because you love hoops. And,
I do.
And I want to know what sticks out to you.
Well, the conversation around the league, I think invariably somehow always comes back to Caitlin Clark. And I was talking to our friend Trista Crick, who you guys have on frequently. And
Shout out Trista,
who's also in town for WNBA stuff and All-Star Weekend. But this morning when the debate was happening over the three-point contest and it was like, oh, okay, they couldn't get Caitlin involved as well. I'm like, can we have one conversation about the W that doesn't involve her somehow? Right? And this is when you know that you like the W, when you're like, now you're just like, I can't have any more Caitlin Clark content. But it all kind of does trace back to her in the Fever, where this morning I was looking at the 5 highest rated games this season in the league. Guess what the common denominator is?
Caitlin Clark.
All 5 games had the Fever in them.
Yeah. And I think that speaks a lot.
Or as I like to say, all 5 games had Kelsey Mitchell in them.
There you go.
Because
she's
better,
a bucket.
Because she's better than Caitlin
She's
Clark.
a bucket.
It's a good team, too.
Yes.
There's that part of it. They are a good team.
Yeah.
That is John Gonzalez. John, thank you so much for stopping in. This has been great.
This was wonderful. Thank you for having me. I'm thrilled that you guys have reunited together. I'm thrilled that you're so successful. I'm thrilled that Chicago gets to have you. It's wonderful to see your smiling faces. Thank you for having me.
And I think we got to call you back at some point because
Please.
I do miss our the NBA conspiracy theories that ran rampant in the Philly newsroom were incredible. The conversations, like think about where Jabari is now. Jabari was a part of those, Jabari Young, and now he's a national reporter. It was an incredible time to be alive.
It was a good room. It was a good room.
It was a good room. Still is with you two. Thanks for having me.
Oh, you
Thanks,
too as
John.
well, John. That is John Gonzalez. Check out his work. He's an analyst for the NBA, CBS Sports HQ. He is at John Gonzalez, 2 Z's on X. Coming up next, I don't know how to do this. There's a bad flashback that I need you all to join me to be a part of. We're going to do this together because I hate myself. Next.
With training camp coming up fast, the Bears will once again be a hot storyline in Chicago, and 104.3 The Score will be covering it all.
Rome Odunze has been a disappointment at the 9th overall pick. This is a huge year for him to prove that he wasn't a bust. Luther Burden right now is a better option in Ben Johnson's offense. Rome Odunze is on the clock.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears. We are Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and live on the free Odyssey app.
Lober Motors once again has been named.
But let's start with the pride you must have felt watching the former Illini cornerback Witherspoon have himself a Super Bowl.
It was awesome. It was really cool, David. More than anything was to watch the game unfold and to see the guy that we had coached and materialize right in front of us. But the best moment was seriously post game to see him get interviewed, and he's just grown into a young man that has got the whole world in front of him. I thought it was crazy, right? Like Kirby Joseph, who plays for us, now plays for Detroit. I think he's the highest paid safety in NFL history, and my guess is Spoon, maybe before it's all said and done here in the next couple of months, might be the highest paid corner in NFL history. And to have those two guys come out of the University of Illinois is just awesome. I kind of knew, even going back into fall camp, in July and August, at the beginning of the season, we had 3 straight years of stability, produced 2 of the back-to-back winning seasons in the history of Illinois football. So I knew that because we had done things well, I knew others take notice of that, right? And I didn't lose, but gained the opportunity to have 5 new guys walk in this building, and had a couple other guys got targeted by some big-time programs that came after my guys. But I see it as a sign of respect. Anytime. The NFL, I think I've lost 5 coaches in the NFL in the last 2 years, and as much as I don't like it, I do like it for them, right? It's an opportunity for them. So I knew you'd pay attention to that Ball Stater getting in here.
Oh, chirp. You knew that. Yes, exactly.
And Ruthie would like this. We might be interviewing a Michigan guy, which is going to pain me.
Oh, love to hear that.
This one goes.
Well, I'm glad you brought it up because obviously as a Big Ten girl, I have to ask you just kind of about the state of the Big Ten right now. Obviously, the last 3 national champions coming out of the Big Ten. What's it like to be a part of this, and what does it mean for your program?
Ruthie, to be honest, I say this all the time, and I know a lot of people want to complain about college football and what's going on around it and what's the logistics of everything as it happens right now. But there's not a better time. I've been a head coach going into my 18th year. There's not a better time to be a college football coach, and more importantly, here in the Big Ten. Tony Petitti, who's our commish, has done an unbelievable job since he arrived to build this conference into the premier conference in college football. Obviously, a lot of really good things happening, but to have 3 back-to-back national champs, 3 different teams too, so it's not just one team at the forefront. And I tell this, we've been a really good team the last 2 years, but we haven't gotten in the playoffs, right? So we've been knocking on the door, but I want to open that door, right? I want to go to a different place than we've ever been, and there's great examples of college football going on right now, and a lot of them are in the Big Ten, which makes it awesome.
You've added 29 prep prospects, if I have the information correct, 17 transfers, and 4 junior college players. But to me, I wonder this. Was that all putting that together as challenging as retaining your own players? And is that just the reality of today's college football coach, that keeping your own guys in the building, in the program, is almost, if not equal to, it outweighs the new guys you're adding to it?
Haugh, it's good. hey, you were a pretty good player. You think about the money you would have made back in the day, right? Like,
I tell him all the time. Tell him all the time.
He came before his time, Ruthie. He came way before his time, right? Like, I just, it's insane to think about, but also, like, in our program, there are 3 driving factors every day when I walk in this building: retention, removal, and acquisition, right? And all 3 of them are pretty big, right? Like, I remember there's a good friend of mine, Ted Kellner, when I was at the University of Wisconsin. He gave me a book called Good to Great, right? And there's a line in that book, right? Everybody thinks it's about getting the right people on the bus, but sometimes it's about getting the right people off the bus. And I think it's equally balanced. We've retained Matt Bailey and Xavier Scott, 2 of the best players, not only on our football team, but I think in all of college football, for sure in the Big Ten. My number one priority when that last game was done was to retain those 2 guys, right? And just like a year ago, to retain Gabe Ackus, to retain Melvin Priestley, J.C. Davis, Luke Altmaier, all the guys that we're reading about in this year's NFL draft. Retainment is priority number 1. And because of NIL and because of revenue share, that's more able now than ever.
Like sports and we don't care who knows. Middays 10 to 2 on 104.3 The Score.
I don't know. What's up yours?
Okay. I see what you did there, Tyler Buterbaugh. So, this is the time where people start reporting to training camp. Rookies are first. Veterans are second. There are new head coaches in the NFL. We'll get into a little bit more on that with Kalen Kaler coming up in about 12 minutes. Marshall's head is in his hands.
This is
because
painful.
you know what's coming.
It's painful.
First of all, let's whiteboard this before we get into it. Of all the teams in the NFL that maybe should have taken Hard Knocks as a cautionary tale, especially the midseason one, like a look inside your team, might be the Giants. And apparently, according to research that Tyler Buterbaugh has done, they decided to have a series on YouTube called Giants Life.
Correct. That is what they have on the New York Giants YouTube page called Giants Life.
And this is behind the scenes, kind of like Hard Knocks.
Yep. Exactly just like Hard Knocks, just like the Temu version.
Well, I think it might extend to the speech that John Harbaugh gave to the Giants to try to fire them up as the new head coach. And this is confirmed. This is real, and this is a clip from Giants Life.
Welcome, man. Good to see everybody here. You excited?
Yes, sir.
A little nervous?
Nope.
Huh? A little nervous? A little nervous, man. Nervous? Excited nervous, Nervous like you're full of game almost, man. So give this thing kick off. Standing up here in front of the New York Giants. The New York Giants. This is a New York Giants sitting in this room. The New York Giants. Wow, it's an honor. It's an honor to stand in front of this room right now. And I know those coaches back there feel the same way, right, coaches?
Certainly, yeah.
It's an honor, man. We've been working, haven't we? We've been working early and we were late getting ready for today. Today. Sitting in this chair, in this seat, getting to work, getting started, our beginning. Because this is where it all begins, together.
Hey, you fired up?
Don't do that to the late Jim Irsay. He wanted to be on WXRT. He could play guitar. What? John Harbaugh basically just told everybody what we're doing right now, sitting in a chair getting fired up about working.
The New York Giants.
First of all, don't you say football there? It has to be the New York Football Giants, doesn't it? I feel like it was missing every time.
I feel like it was missing.
Well, it's that you have to understand he was addressing a room full of players and coaching staff, and there was just no audience return.
There was no mutually shared energy. It was a guy pacing and talking.
And so the longer it went on, the more uncomfortable it got for the viewer, you, the consumer.
You, Marshall Harris?
Me. Yes, you. When I say you, I really mean me. And it made me cringe because that's not what that's not what the Harbaugh life is supposed to be about.
No, it's who has it better than us, nobody, and everybody gets fired up, and you break out your pleated khakis, and then you run through a wall. You throw for 4,000 yards, and you confuse me because your defense doesn't always play well. Wait, a lot of that, but not all of that.
But also, Cam Scatterboo, is he going to be like Good to go. Did he take that in?
Bad decision doing the backflip that you didn't land, Cam Scatterbo at Fanatics Fest. We all want to do the WWE thing and like jump off a top rope and all of the things.
He has a surgically repaired knee.
But that, I didn't have surgery and you did, and you get paid based on athletic ability, and maybe that was not the best choice.
He was just trying to show it off, like how well the doctor did.
I've been meaning to talk about that Cam Scatterbo decision on the air. Secondly, when I put this on the group thread, the clip, Tyler, in his evil retaliation,
it was
did what?
evil.
What'd you do, Tyler?
I might have sent a little clip of, you guys all remember this guy?
The game today, right? This list. Okay, win the physical battle. Did you do that? Yes. Okay. All right. Did you do the basics? Did we block and finish? Did we tackle and finish? Yes, we did. Did we win the ball? Yes, we did. Right? And I said, when we do that right, it will be right. Right? That's what we did. Now, the reason you're able to do this, fellas, is go through all this hard adversity, right? Okay? Is because of the relationships we built. Okay? Because we're tight. And we've always been tight. And we're going to remain tight. Okay? You guys did a great job. Now, we had momentum last week, right? And it poured into this week, didn't it? Right? And it's going to keep going. That's called momentum.
Right.
Tight to death.
I will say that I think all of us know a football coach who was like that. Like, it's not a rare character. But then we rewatched the original clip because we were laughing about loaf, obviously, and hits. And then we saw on the board, WIN. Whatever is necessary today? Was it WINT? What was the original acronym for Jim Harbaugh, or John Harbaugh, rather, Tyler? What was the one? They had it on the clip in the back of the room, and I couldn't see. We talked about it, and that's when I was like, wait, is that WINT?
Yeah, it's WIN, and I'll tell you what it stands
Like, how
for.
many parallels do we need to draw here?
Exactly. Do we really need acronyms? It's just ridiculous.
I like acronyms. They're catchy and easy to remember.
Well, but then there is the ultimate parallel. Yes,
So
Tyler?
it's what's important now.
Whatever is
Win.
necessary today. I don't want to hear this. I don't want to hear anybody stealing from the original. Now it's time for the ultimate parallel. The last level, the final boss of this horrid video game. I'm not even going to play the
A few things
name.
offensively you're going to hear us talk about over and over and over. Physical, tough, smart, and detail. And you can sit there and talk about, like, the one thing we all know when the teams walk off the bus, you're in pregame and you're doing your routes on air or you're stretching daily game. If you look out and you look at the other team and you could say, man, these freaking dudes, this is a physical team. We're walking into a street fight. That's going to be us. That's going to be us offensively. That's who we're going to be. That's a mindset. Physical, right? Physical. How you put that on tape and what you do is a mindset. And then there's the physicality part of it. That every team in the NFL, the 31 other teams, are going to feel that from us. I promise you that. Tough, right? Same thing. Tough. What does that mean? Well, we all say we're tough, but are we really tough? Well, we got to put it on tape. We got to show it in practice. That's mentally tough and physically tough. See, there's a lot of guys that are physically tough, but they're mentally weak. You got to have both.
Physical, tough.
Smart, detailed.
You mean PTSD?
Physical, tough, smart, and detailed.
Matt Nagy? Caitlin Kaler is next.
Chicago wakes up with Mully and Haugh, the most trusted morning show in Chicago sports. Get the latest Bears news with Brad Biggs. Ron Coomer breaks down the Cubs every Friday.
There's a chance that we're going to see Pete win an MVP, and I don't disagree with that.
Plus, Cubs pitching coach Tommy Hotovy joins the show twice a month. White Sox legend Ozzie Guillen checks in Wednesday mornings at 8 to talk Sox.
The starters, they're not going to be 6-7 innings every night. No way. We've seen it before. They need those guys to step it up.
From Hallis Hall to Wrigley Field, the United Center to the South Side, Mully and Haugh cover it all. Start your day with Chicago's most complete sports conversation. Weekday mornings from 5:30 to 10 on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
This segment is sponsored by Benjamin Moore. Ready to refresh your home? Benjamin Moore offers premium paint in over 3,500 colors, backed by unmatched quality and durability. Visit BenjaminMoore.com for a part.
Right. There's guys in our building I know could have went other places and got bigger money, but they knew what we've built in them and what they can be over the next year. And that's really we run this place like an NFL program every day. It's like everything I learned in the NFL for 3 years is what we apply here. And that's probably the most enjoyable part of my job, is seeing these guys, transition into something special over this next year, that I'm preparing them for a day. I just talked to Miles Scott earlier today, who's, going to play safety in the NFL next year. Like, I have tried to prepare these guys while they're with me for the day when I'm not with them, right? Just like when all of us went away to college, you prepared for that moment by what your parents taught you and installed in you. And even though when you went to college, they're not with you in a room, but you still heard them in your mind, right? Like, they prepared you for a moment when their voice wasn't there. That's what I do as a head coach. I try to prepare them for a moment in their career when they're trying to make it to an NFL roster, when they hear me when I'm not there. And that's probably the part I enjoy the most.
I love that, Coach.
I love
That's
that.
great. Thanks so much for joining us. Best of luck, and you're always welcome here.
You know what I was just thinking about? You talked about football utopia in New England. I feel like football utopia when we get to talk to you. That was pretty cool, Coach.
Good stuff.
Thank you.
Well, I say, Ruthie, you're at Mully. Tell them to take the day off every day. You're a lot better than that guy.
We'll pass along. Brett Bielema.
Every day, ILL.
Yep, I just finished this cheer. Oh, my gosh. What's happening to
David.
me? Yes.
Wow.
Oh, it's funny.
I thought he was going to say go blue.
I'll get carried
No. One
of the reasons we were inspired to request to have you on and wanted to make it happen was because one of your biggest fans in Chicago is in our studio, our producer, Robbie Triano. So I cede the floor now to Robbie to ask you a question.
Josh, what's up, King? Welcome to the show. So not to pat myself on the back or anything, but I don't think there's anyone here in the city of Chicago that kind of praises you more than me, damn near glazes. So here's the question. As a long hair hooper like you, how the hell do you keep your hair like that during a game? Because you're playing a lot of minutes, and I understand you probably use some product. How much are you using, and what does your hair budget look like? Because it seems immense.
I don't know what the budget is because my sister actually buys the product for me, but I do. Yeah, every time I get out of the shower, I dry my hair, put product in it. So during a game, when I start to sweat as the game gets further and further into it, my hair gets, obviously more and more wet, and it's hard to keep out of my eyes. But that's kind of when I know I need to cut it, when it starts bothering me to that point. But, I put product in it. But yeah, no, when I start sweating, it does get in my eyes. So I'm actually getting a haircut tonight, funnily enough, you asked that.
Well, you're getting a haircut? Whoa, breaking news here on the score.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
It's a trim. You won't be able to tell, but yeah, it'll keep it out of my eyes.
What do you think of Robbie's question, scale of 1 to 10? He just asked you 2 really good questions. What do you think?
10. Both great.
Yeah! Robbie, well done. You were the inspiration for us to even be bold enough to request the interview.
He's getting a haircut. That's one of the most amazing things I've ever seen. The fact that he plays a game and the hair's never in his eyes, it's insane. How does that happen?
You were made to do a Josh Giddey interview post-game show. You were. So how did you feel about everything? Did you get everything
You guys
off?
nailed it. I had goosebumps. I said the word glaze. I don't know if I should have said that, but I did.
He knew what you were saying. But are you relieved to know, Robbie Triano, that the haircut is only a trim and not like a full-on new look?
Right, but I could see why he was taken aback a little bit by
Right.
that. Yeah.
Do you think he'd ever go with a headband? If we ever get headband Giddey, the league may be on notice.
He's never done that?
I think he's done headband.
I was gonna say, I feel like
I'm pretty sure in Oklahoma City he did a headband thing.
We might have had that.
It would be. Would he do the thin headband? These are the questions on the tops of everybody's
See,
mind.
I said, I'm a long-haired hooper. People call me the Giddey on a pickup court. When I play, I have to have the hairband, or else it's just in my eyes and I can't see.
Let's flash back to the fateful day where Robbie got to interview Josh Giddey. And Robbie said, "What's up, King?" And then he proceeded to ask him about being a long-haired hooper and how Giddey keeps his hair out of his face while he's able to ball. And apparently Giddey said that this is a common topic that comes up, but his sister is the one who helps him out with the hair product.
Listen to every game here on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, an Odyssey sports station.
The Score!
I absolutely want to coach in this league, but I also know that I'm not the only story here.
Yeah.
I'm not the only one with a story to tell.
You're speaking up for decades of this going on and hopefully stopping it from happening.
There are people who have come before me, and I know there are others who have similar stories, and it's hard to speak out. It is, you're giving up, you're making some sacrifices, but this is bigger than football, this is bigger than coaching.
That is Brian Flores on CBS This Morning in 2022 talking about his lawsuit against the NFL that we now know is going to be a public discussion. This is Rahimi Harrison Grote on 104.3 The Score, and it is a good place to discuss what is a very, very, very compelling article that has come out on ESPN.com, courtesy of our friend Kaylin Kaler. She is at Kaylin Kaler on Twitter. She's the NFL senior writer at ESPN. Catch more of her content on Instagram. Kaylin Kaler Reports, TikTok. She is K-Dog Reports. This was Team Journalism with Kaylin Kaler, Chris Rim, and Jason Reed. Inside NFL Rooney Rule coaches say is rigged against them. Kaylin, thank you for coming on with us today.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, team journalism for sure. I've been working on this story for actually exactly a year. Like I first talked to Patrick Graham, who is kind of the centerpiece of the story because he shares about a negative experience that he had while interviewing for the Jacksonville Jaguars head coaching job. I talked to him about his experience a year ago at Raiders camp. And then it became kind of clear to me that his story was really compelling, but I wanted to make it bigger than just him. And I wanted to incorporate more coaches' stories who are similar, of coaches who feel that the Rooney Rule is actually failing them, like this rule that is intended to boost minority hiring and get more Black and minority head coaches in the NFL is, in fact, in many cases, failing the people that it is intended to help and making many of them feel kind of used and abused in the process of interviewing for head coaching jobs.
And Kaylin, this story was wonderfully done, and it's really meticulous. And one of the things that I walked away thinking about when I read it was how this is truly a microcosm in a lot of ways of society at large. And you're seeing this play out in the world of sports where you think it's going to be more merit-based than maybe some other industries. But the Good Old Boy Network seems to be alive and well. With Patrick Graham, your kind of starting point for this and ending point as you bring the story full circle. He has a job. Brian Flores, of course, famously has a job despite litigation against the NFL. How much fear was there in the sources that you talked to, the ones who were on the record and the ones who requested to remain anonymous, that there would be blowback and potential blackballing for even coming forward and talking about this?
There was a ton of fear. Like we ended up speaking to, I believe, 13 Black NFL coaches that are currently in the NFL. And then I would say probably double that amount didn't want to talk even anonymously because, there is so much distrust of the hiring process among particularly Black NFL coaches. And it's totally, founded. I mean, when Brian Flores, a lot of people think Brian Flores, he's currently the Vikings defensive coordinator. A lot of people think he is never going to be a head coach again, and partly because of his lawsuit, which, as Layla mentioned at the top of the show, at the top of the break, is because it is cleared to actually remain in federal court, which is amazing. It's an amazing feat because the NFL is so good at keeping all of this in arbitration because, part of the agreement of if you work for an NFL club is that you will handle disputes in arbitration. It's in your coaching contract. It's in the personnel handbook. It's all over on how the NFL does business is they are able to keep so many of these disputes behind closed doors. And then we as journalists and the public, NFL fans, never get to find out what actually happens. We never get to see the discovery. But in this one, just last week, I believe it was the Supreme Court, declared this is not going to remain in arbitration. It's going to be in a federal court. And the letter from this judge was extremely sassy towards the NFL. It was quit stalling essentially and towards the clubs that are being sued. And so it seems like unless there is a big settlement that convinces Brian Flores and the few other coaches who are part of the lawsuit to end this civil litigation, which is very possible, happens all the time. Hopefully it won't happen because I would love to see the discovery on this one because it's going to be really, really interesting.
Oh yeah.
But there was a ton of fear. It was hard to get people to talk. And I want to give a shout out to Patrick Graham, who is the Steelers defensive coordinator. Huge shout out to him, and Thomas Brown as well, who is a passing game coordinator for the New England Patriots. Both of them shared about specific experiences that they have had in the hiring process as being part of the Rooney Rule. And it's not easy to do. It's extremely brave thing to do, to share a very specific story, because there is a very real fear that it's going to impact you going forward in your coaching journey. And both of those coaches are not done and still have big goals ahead of them.
Kaylin Kaler doing landmark work for ESPN on her Rooney Rule story, along with Chris Rim and Jason Reed, joining us also on Twitch, twitch.tv/thescorechicago. And I can't agree with you more when it comes to the decision. And I think a higher court made the decision to make a lot of these details public. The NFL's shield might take a hit with this, and Brian Flores stands on the line, I think, for a lot of people. I don't know how you don't read the story about Patrick Graham that is your lead and hear him be disrespected and visualize him being abandoned at a table that is a restaurant where he's supposed to have an interview, abandoned because they didn't take it seriously, and not feel for somebody who has worked so hard to get into that job. We say it all the time about head coach jobs, offensive coordinator jobs. There's only 32 of them. So to get to that point and then to be insulted to the point where they didn't even show up, as you report, the Jacksonville Jaguars executives did because they were interviewing Liam Cohen. I don't know who can't identify with understanding the disrespect that is multi-level in reading that.
Yeah, and so his story is really layered. It's an extremely complicated story with this hiring process, because what happened here is that the day before he comes in for his interview, the Jaguars finally fire their general manager, who at the time there was a lot of reporting that nobody wanted to work with this general manager, and they had waited and waited and waited, and they didn't make a change. And then finally, the day before, Patrick Graham is scheduled to come in for his in-person interview, and he was going to be the second minority to interview in person. They had already interviewed Robert Saleh the week before, which means as soon as Patrick Graham finishes his interview at their facility, the Jaguars are Rooney Rule compliant and they can make a head coaching hire. And as soon as they fired Trent Baalke, things changed, and Liam Cohen came back into the equation. And he, at the time, all the reporting was that he was going to stay in Tampa and be the offensive coordinator there, and that he had taken himself out of the Jaguars process. So when Patrick Graham goes to Jacksonville, he's thinking he has a real shot at this job, because as far as he knows, Liam Cohen is no longer a candidate, because Liam had been reported was staying in Tampa. And there were two stories at the time, one by CBS and one by Sports Illustrated, after the Jaguars made the head coaching hire, that, reported that essentially the Jaguars kept Liam's presence secretive that day, which was the same day that Patrick Graham was there to interview, because they knew they needed Patrick Graham to do his interview in order to make their eventual head coaching hire, because they still needed one more external candidate who was a minority to interview to be compliant with the Rooney Rule. So Patrick Graham is not aware of all this when he goes in and he does his interview. And then, according to two sources that we spoke to, as he's leaving the Jaguars facility, he actually sees Liam Cohen entering the facility. So after he completes his interview at the facility, he sees Liam Cohen, and it's a shock, because at that point everyone thought Liam Cohen was out of it. And he was supposed to have a dinner reservation that night with Jaguars executives, including the owner, Shad Khan. And Patrick shows up and he waits 30 minutes and no one is there yet. Ultimately, the team president does show up, but he was the only executive of the four who were scheduled to attend this dinner that ended up attending the dinner. And so Patrick takes a selfie in the 30 minutes that he's sitting and waiting for this dinner that he thought was kind of a continuation of his interview. He's sitting and waiting, and he takes a selfie of himself surrounded by the empty chairs, because the moment was that hurtful to him. And it was so, heartbreaking for him to realize in that moment, because he's seeing, on social media, the insiders at that point were tweeting that Liam Cohen was there, and that they were using language that they were actually negotiating a contract for Liam Cohen to become the next head coach. Now, the Jaguars told me there was no negotiating of a contract being done that night. They were simply interviewing Liam, but the insiders were reporting that a contract was being negotiated. So Patrick's seeing that while he's sitting there, and he's realizing that his interview may not have been what he thought it was. And then he gets the reputation going forward as someone who was the Rooney Rule candidate. And as we reported in this story, we talked to more coaches, we talked to some coaching agents, and a coaching agent told me that his guys, he represents a lot of minority candidates, and he said that the word Rooney now has become this word where guys are like, I don't want to be the Rooney. I don't want to be the Rooney Rule candidate. And this agent said he doesn't like to send his clients into an interview where he knows they don't have an opportunity to get the job.
Caitlin Kaler joining us to talk about her article that she co-wrote with a couple of other writers, Chris Rem and Jason Reed. Inside NFL Rooney Rule, coaches say is rigged against them. And that the fact that the word Rooney has become kind of this derogatory term to say that you are a token fill in the blank that is just there to take up space so they can hire the guy that they want. Look, owners are going to do what they want to do, as you know, Caitlin. And I find it interesting that some of the routes that people take to get head coaching jobs start in a quarterback room as a quarterback's coach. The NFL actually had a program to help get guys access to those quarterback rooms, but it kind of just went away after a few seasons. What can you tell us about that role and what the league is trying to do now going forward in today's political climate where, as we know, DEI and everything else is under attack?
Yeah, this was another really interesting part of the story is the league instituted this program that was actually like doing a good job. Like it was seeing sort of results, but also they didn't do it long enough to see if it really would have great results or not. But for a couple years, they were requiring that every team have an offensive assistant that was a minority, and they were funding half of that position's salary. The league was funding it. So that was to encourage teams to really participate in this, even though it was a requirement. Also, it was the first and only hiring requirement that the league has ever put out there for clubs, which is a big deal because the league can't, it's hard to make clubs do anything, right? And so this was like a big deal for the league to do this. And we talked to coaches. I remember I heard at the combine, someone told me, oh, that doesn't exist anymore. And I was like, really? Because they never announced anything about the program ending at all. And so I spoke to the league about it, and the VP who used to have diversity in his title and no longer does. His title is now like league leadership or something super vague. Diversity is no longer part of his title. He said, oh, well, we didn't end the program. We just stopped funding it and it's no longer required. And I said, okay, so then the program itself doesn't exist. It's not a program. If it's not required and you're not funding it, then what is it? And so he tried to say that they ended it because it was only meant to like spur this action in teams, and he felt that teams were in a good place with it. But when I talked to coaches who had been part of it, I talked to one coach who is currently an offensive assistant for a club in the NFL, and he was intended to work in the quarterback room. And that was kind of the purpose of this mandate, was to get minority coaches close to the quarterbacks, close to offensive game planning, to the key positions on offense, which would be offensive line and quarterback, and close to the offensive coordinator. And this coach told me he was intended to be in the quarterback room, and then they moved him to a different, less important offensive position because it was determined among the team that the quarterback could not have too many voices in his ear, which kind of reminds me of a Caleb Williams scenario from a couple of years ago, his rookie year, when, they were trying to limit who could actually talk to Caleb. So that was really interesting to me. And so this was another example of a program that had the best intentions, that clubs were not always using the way that it was intended. Like they were hiring the offensive assistant who was a minority, and then they were putting him with running backs or putting him with receivers, which are two positions where Black coaches have often been funneled into and get stuck in those positions without forward progress. So that was interesting to me because, we interviewed Nathan Shielhasi, who is the Rams offensive coordinator now. He came out of that program and he was also shocked to learn that the program didn't exist anymore. And he's like, this actually helped me. He's an example of it working. He got access to Sean McVay. He got access to these brilliant offensive minds. And now he's an offensive coordinator and he's, a hot head coaching candidate. He may be a head coach in a couple of years. And the NFL has just ended that.
It's disturbing, Kaylin. And you touched on something that I thought wasn't real. It was just my own miscue. Is the actual erasure and change of the nomenclature and the wording on the NFL website. I am used to going to the operations page to see what committees the owners are on and how that changes. And they changed the definition of the Rooney Rule They changed the spirit of it. And then they also changed the tabs where you find the various committees. And then they changed the inclusion. Like, they are actively doing this in front of us. And I thought that I was like, wait, I thought I knew how to navigate this website. I thought I knew where to go. And that was as big of a part of it to me as anything.
Yeah, it's really hard not to look at that and jump to a bunch of conclusions of like what this means long term or even short term future for the NFL and its stance on inclusive hiring and all of that. But it's interesting because we had been working on the story for so long that things were changing, as we're doing it. And so we had this thing done and we were waiting a couple weeks to like find the right time to publish it. And on Monday, I went back to the Football Ops website because I'm looking at our preview link and I'm like, let me make sure all these things that we linked to are still working. So I click on the link to the Rooney Rule where we were talking about how they had changed the description of it and how they had removed some of the specific language about how it was intended to increase hiring of minorities. They had removed that and made it a lot softer, weaker language. And so I clicked on that link. Come to find out that link doesn't even exist anymore. And I'm like, wait a second, this whole website looks different. So I'm navigating all the tabs, trying to find if they had moved it somewhere. I don't see it anywhere. So I reach out to the league and the league tells me, yeah, we redesigned the football operations website. We're actually in the process of migrating the Rooney Rule information to a new home somewhere on the NFL site. They've said it wouldn't be on the football operations site because it doesn't really fit there with the rest of the stuff on that site. They want to find a new home for it. But when I asked where that would be and when it would be posted, there was no specifics on that. They had no information. So maybe it will reappear, but I don't know. I'm not sure how likely that is or how soon it will be.
It's such corporate speak for obfuscating. And then, Kaylin, I also want to say this. How do you look at all of this and not think of the fact that the Bears didn't even get 2 picks for Ian Cunningham going to the Falcons, and we've gone over that. But I can't not think of that when I read this story and seeing the overall timbre of this article and the attitude of the league.
Yeah, I don't know how to fix the hiring process in the NFL. It's really a mess in every way that you look at it because, the league, when we questioned the league about how the Rooney Rule was actually working and if they feel like it's working and if teams were, following the spirit of the rule, the answer that the VP, who used to be the VP of diversity, Jonathan Bean, what he said was he would rather have something to require teams to be expanding their mindset than to have nothing at all and for it to just be, a free for all with no oversight. And I understand the logic behind that as well. So it's really hard to say, okay, well, here's what should be happening or what shouldn't be happening. And you can look at the example you gave with the compensation picks as well as something that like makes a lot of people uncomfortable around the NFL, particularly the candidates who are of mixed demographics. Like I'm thinking too of like the Vikings GM hire, Nolan Teasley, who is also of, a mixed race background. Like the candidates who are like that feel like it can make them feel very uncomfortable with being defined as this thing, this specific race, so that the team can get the picks. Like it's just a really weird like commodification. And I think it makes everyone involved feel a little bit strange. So that's another part of this as well. That's like, feels a little bit unregulated because it's sort of like, where are the rule? Like what is the actual rule? And then I was talking to somebody yesterday, an executive for another team who had an interesting point. He said, there's a lot of things that, when it comes to like, the way, when it comes to tampering or when it comes to other things that are sort of defined in the NFL rule book with personnel decisions and things like that, like where the league will threaten discipline often if a team is in a gray area or seems to be like fudging some of the actually defined rules. And this person said to me, well, they never threaten discipline when it comes to Rooney Rule violations. Like the last time a team was disciplined for violating the Rooney Rule was, I think we said it was like early after the rules institution. Like it was instituted in 2003. It was very shortly after that with the Detroit Lions. And there hasn't been any violation that a team has been disciplined in terms of a fine. It would be a fine as the punishment. that a team has been disciplined for violating the Rooney Rule since. And there's been some very, transparent breaches, I think, of the spirit of the Rooney Rule, and no club has been disciplined for that. So that's another kind of interesting thing that somebody pointed out to me yesterday is like the league is not treating the discipline of a violation of the Rooney Rule the same that it might with other policies that it has in like the personnel handbook.
In order for the government to work, those who are the constituents must comply willingly with the government laws, and that is the issue at hand. Kaylin Kaler, absolutely outstanding journalism, especially given the combination of NFL Network and ESPN. Can't say enough about being able to do this at a time when it's not easy to get these stories published.
Thanks, Layla.
Thanks, you,
Michael.
Kaylin.
Thanks, Kaylin. Thank you so much. I can't wait to see what, if anything, the NFL does from here on out to respond to what's going on. But it sounds like they've made a decision. Layla, they've drawn their line in the sand.
Their action is nothing. Again, we recommend you read Inside NFL Rooney Rule, coaches say is rigged against them. That is on ESPN.com. Our segment with Kaylin, brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today. Caller 6 to our score contest line, 312-540-0670, will win a pair of general admission tickets to see Tool, Morrissey, Nas, Social Distortion, and more at Riot Fest, Saturday, September 19th. For tickets and more, go to riotfest.org. Tickets are provided by Riot Fest. The Athletic has put out a story that I cannot call clickbait, but it feels clickbait-ish.
It's definitely clickbait because the objective is to get you to click on it. And guess what? They got me to click on it.
Rage click?
Maybe rage read.
Rage read is good. Overrated and underrated teams, and one of your teams is on there. I just don't like where they're sitting. Next.
Baseball coverage on the Score is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. This segment is sponsored by Hattie B's Hot Chicken. Born in Nashville and breaded in Wrigleyville. Hattie B's Hot Chicken is heating up Wrigleyville. Now open right at 3649 North Clark Street. Serving your favorite.
And then I believe it's a like a sim game or something like
He's
that.
6'6"?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
But they don't like him, Dustin. Is that not what you've said?
Both pinkies. Or both baby toes for 6'6".
I do that too. I gotta be. I still want to make the NBAs.
I gotta tell you, man, you don't want to be 6'6".
What?
You
No,
do not.
Mully, you're absolutely wrong.
I'm giving you advice there that you should listen to. If you're 6'6",
Yeah, I can only imagine. I
you
mean,
don't
proper
fit into a
beds,
bed.
you don't- yeah.
You are uncomfortable all the time. You don't fit into an airplane. That's a little bit. That's just a hair too tall. You don't want to be much more than 6'3".
Mully, if I'm 6'6", I'm not gonna be a regular guy. I'm gonna be a superstar. I'm gonna be something that's making money where I have custom made beds. I got
Now you sound
jets.
like him.
Yes.
See, it's like this.
6'6".
idea.
We'd be on the same team.
6'6".
Dave and I'd be on the same
batting
team.
2 and 3 right here.
Yeah.
6'6", Mully? Yes. I would be. Let me see.
If
what
you
would I
were
be?
6'6", you'd be Gabe.
I'd be the Paraguayan goalie.
You'd be a taller Gabe, is what
No.
you would be. You would be just a little bit taller.
You haven't seen my jump shot, Mully.
Oh, my God.
I'd be Jose Alvarado, but in a 6'6" body.
You have to duck in that door to get into B96.
Yes.
The idea
I
that
wouldn't
the
be at
owner-
B96, guys. I'd be making millions of dollars somewhere. 6'6"?
You sound just like Dustin. Dustin has gotten up and done pass blocking drills when we were in Vegas in a tavern one time, just to show what he could do. He told me, which is a nice thing to say, I suppose, that if he had my size, he'd have played in the NFL.
I believe it.
Okay, so I'm a loser, according to both of you.
No, you
Midgets.
chose,
you chose writing. You chose journalism.
No, you chose to play soccer. You played in college. I mean, you did your sport at a very high level. The first time I met Olin Kreutz, I told him, I said, I'd have replaced Hilgenberg and you'd have replaced me, and he almost wet his pants.
Yeah, I don't think I can almost guarantee you he didn't believe that.
That's a guy I wouldn't say it to.
He bent over, absolutely laughing.
I'm sure.
And
about
Olin is a bad dude,
Right.
but he's also not your prototypical height-wise playing on the offensive line in the NFL.
He's pretty tall. How tall is Olin's? About 6'3", isn't he? How tall is Olin?
Maybe with the screw-in cleats.
That's hilarious.
But he had the leverage. He had the know-how.
Well,
he had the mean streak in him. He knew what he was doing.
He was an all-star wrestler.
Right. That's a huge factor.
Yes.
Huge.
All-state wrestler.
Dustin, you know the type of people that say that they dismiss our claims of 6'6" and greatness.
Oh, I hear it all the time.
It's those that are tall and didn't. You know what I mean? They're like, no, it's not as easy as you think.
I know, but for you to think that the only thing that stopped your NBA career, like, dude, you could have been 7'6", and I'm not sure you'd make the NBA.
I don't know. Even if I didn't
You'd
make
be a lot clumsier than you are.
That's an insult. That's an insult.
7'6".
If you could stand up and dunk a basketball and still not make the NBA, that's an insult.
Check my statistics at Lane Tech basketball team. You'd say if you add 6 inches onto it, I think I'd been all right. Bruce Weber. I'll tell you a story. Bruce Weber. I went to I graduated from UIC, but my first year I went to SIU. Bruce Weber was the coach at SIU, who went to Illinois and Kansas State. He was the coach down there, and I thought I was exceptional at basketball. So I went to the open tryouts for SIU. Win the knockout competition, killing on 5-on-5. But there were these two twins that were like 6'5". Dunked on me, dunking on everybody. Bruce Weber comes after.
Do you find the expression "two twins" a bit redundant?
Oh yeah, you're right. Twins that were 6'5". Thank you, Mully. Twins that were 6'5", dunking on everybody. Bruce Weber comes up to me at the end, because obviously I didn't make the team, and he's like,
"So there weren't two sets of twins?"
No. Okay. One set of twins, but there was. Yes, you get it. Bruce Weber puts his arm around me. He goes, "If you were 6'5", you would have made this team." See, Bruce Weber, get him on the phone. Maybe he might remember that story. Mully, I'm getting defensive.
How did you get dunked on though? Like was it Noah Essengate type dunk? Like
no, not that bad. It was we were doing 3-on-2 fast break drills, and so I thought and then I didn't make the team. So
I wonder how many times Bruce told that to a player. Son, if you were only
Middays 10 to 2.
I don't know how many times I gotta tell Mike to stop doing that. Sorry.
On 104.3 The Score.
I know why you did this, Tyler. I know. This article in The Athletic is written by who? 281-830 or 330-8004. I got to take back my Houston card. I thought the same thing. Mike Jones wrote this Athletic article. NFL's underrated and overrated teams in 2026. NFC South could rise. Bears, Bills, Patriots tumble. Please call Mike Jones about this at 281-330-8004. The kids don't know it anymore, and it makes me sad.
What is it that makes you sad about it?
They don't know Mike Jones's number.
I don't know that I know Mike Jones's number.
Well, he put it in that song. He put it in the lyrics.
No, I got
of that
it.
song.
I got it. I'm just saying I don't know that
You
I know
used to
it.
be able to call it, and there was a voice message.
I'm sure there still is.
I don't know. I feel bad for whoever has the number. But the point is Mike Jones wrote this story. And should we get to the overrated teams? Should I read them?
Let's start with the underrated teams.
Fine.
Let's build up.
We'll start with the good stuff, I guess.
Is it good? I have a lot of questions about the
I
decisions
think there
that
are
were
some
made.
hipster picks here. And I'm going to start with the number one on underrated, Atlanta Falcons. Because I fell for it last year. I was like, oh, Falcons are a little bit better. I was like watching some random game. I forget who they were playing at the time. And I was like, oh, maybe the Falcons are better than I thought. They weren't. They say the Falcons are among 10 teams that hired new coaches this offseason, but the cupboard is far from bare. Rahimi Morris led the Falcons on a 4-game win streak that helped them finish 8-9 and tie with the Carolina Panthers and Tampa Bay Buccaneers atop, quotes, the NFC South. But it came after they had already been eliminated from playoff contention based on tiebreakers. So yeah, that was about the time. Also on underrated, Indianapolis Colts. They cite the Daniel Jones ruptured Achilles. Cincinnati Bengals, I think we all know why with the Joe Burrow injury. Carolina Panthers, New Orleans Saints, and then the overrated teams. Number one makes sense. Dallas Cowboys.
But hold up. Explain to me the Dallas Cowboys, like
your five?
Yes, this particular take.
They've gone to a Super Bowl. Like the Bears have gone to a Super Bowl more recently than the Cowboys have.
I don't think anybody thinks the Cowboys are quote unquote rated. Like who thinks the Cowboys
they're on
are good?
national TV every second of the day.
They have a humongous fan base.
Who also doesn't remember that the last time they were in the NFC title game was 30 years ago.
That's like the Lakers having a,
The Lakers won a title recently in this millennium.
It was
still a title.
Okay, that's fair. But even if they weren't winning titles, they would still be on national TV all the time because
There were people in our Twitch mob the other day trying to convince me that the Cowboys were in a better place after trading Micah Parsons. And that is pretty much the life of Dallas Cowboy fans. I agree, overrated. Buffalo Bills are on this list. How do you feel about that?
I feel like that's pretty accurate. Every year I hear about how great. I'm sorry, who do you have as the number one quarterback in the NFL?
Josh Allen, unapologetically.
How many times has he been anywhere
It wasn't
of
his,
note?
That game was not his fault.
Oh? It wasn't?
Not entirely.
But okay, so there is a degree of accountability there.
Didn't you cite to me the fact that there was a game where Matthew Stafford threw, or was it Stafford or what? No, it was Goff threw 5 interceptions and they still won the game?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
That was a Sunday night game, right? Yeah.
It was a regular season game.
Yeah, it was a regular season Sunday night game. But no, what I'm saying is, okay, before we focus, because we're almost there.
On the main course.
Yes. The underrated, all they really said was the NFC South is underrated. Because look at the teams.
I would argue that it is not underrated.
I think it's
would argue it is
rated.
appropriately rated.
Exactly.
When losing is winning and nobody wants to win the division, I don't care.
They had 3 of the 4 teams in NFC South in the underrated category, the Falcons, the Panthers, and the Saints. Now back to the overrated. The Bills are definitely overrated. They haven't been to the Super Bowl. That's all they talk about. They're Super Bowl contenders. They haven't been to the Super Bowl.
They're in the AFC.
I'm surprised the Ravens aren't on this list.
The AFC is tough. Like to say the absolute very least. They're in the AFC.
I don't feel like the AFC this past season was very quote unquote tough.
It wasn't as bad as it had been, partially because Lamar was injured, Joe Burrow was injured, Patrick Mahomes was injured.
And yet, what did the Bills do? So you just mentioned 3 quarterbacks. What 3 quarterbacks did you just mention?
Top 3 of the 5.
And the other quarterback is?
Josh Allen.
And what did he do?
Didn't get to the Super Bowl. They lost to the New England Patriots, who are one of the teams on the overrated part of this article.
Okay. So, and who are the other overrated teams?
Philadelphia Eagles.
And last but not least?
Your Chicago Bears. The explanation from 281-330-8004 is this. Ben Johnson ignited the Bears in his first season at the helm and helped Caleb Williams tap into some of the potential of the franchise saw in the quarterback when selecting him number 1 in 2024. Chicago's defense led the NFL with 33 takeaways. We know this. And the Bears leapfrogged the Minnesota Vikings, Green Bay Packers, and Detroit Lions in the division and reached the divisional round of the playoffs. Expectations have skyrocketed. Don't tell Emory Hunt this is in here. But taking the next step represents a great challenge. Williams delivered late-game heroics, but he and his team can't count on a repeat of that trend. He'll have to improve his consistency by a significant margin, and Chicago's defense can't get away with such a low pressure rate and such struggles against the run. Don't we know it? The Bears feel primed for a step backward rather than forward.
It's like Mike Jones listens to this program because I believe everything that he just cited as
Back
concerns.
then, y'all didn't want him.
Now we're hot.
You're all on him. Apparently, according to 815, the number is still active.
Oh, that is good to know. I will not be calling it. But, okay, he didn't say anything that was breaking news here. But at the same time...
he's very bullish on the NFC South. That is kind of breaking news.
That's kind of why I'm taking this with a huge grain of salt. Although, by grain of salt, it's probably not that big. What I'm saying is this.
We'll say a salt cone.
The part of this that's hilarious to me is he'll have to improve his consistency by a significant margin. You don't think. Everybody knows that, but also if you just take where Caleb Williams was in week 1 and where Caleb Williams was at the end of the playoffs, if he just makes that type of trajectory continue in his 3rd season, will he not continue to improve his consistency by a significant margin?
We have Twitch mob members now who are chiming in. First time chat. Dez is the best. The name tells you everything. Dallas Cowboys will be better than the Bears. Let's put money on that, Twitch mob. I'm not sure how we exchange the funds, but let's put money on that one.
Wait, somebody in the Twitch mob wants to bet that the Cowboys will be better than the Bears?
And that illustrates my point entirely.
Why will the Cowboys be better than the Bears?
Remember that time you were in the same division as the Eagles and also the Commanders who will have a healthy Jaden Daniels?
Can I just take this moment to tell you about the Dallas Cowboys schedule, just so that person can understand what they're really saying here? On the schedule, at the Rams, Jaguars, at the Seahawks, Niners, at the Colts. You know about the division part of the schedule. They've got the Buccaneers, at the Texans, Ravens. What?
I'll. How much money you want to bet on that? Against the team that I grew up watching.
Now, they do have a home game with the Titans. That's all I got for
you. Who called the Bears beating the Cowboys? Who was the only one on the show? Here's the thing about the Bears is that the essential question comes down to whether or not you think Caleb Williams will improve enough out of his completion percentage from last year, which was sub 60, to override a lot of these concerns.
I do.
That's the answer. And then, therefore, they're not that overrated.
Top 5 offense in football next year.
Now, Luis Medina was on here earlier saying...
Tell him what he said.
Luther Burden would have the most yards in the NFL. He did that because he picked a juicy bet, as he called it.
60-1.
I'm here to remind you Jackson Smith and Jigba had almost 1,800 yards.
Well, do we have clarity? This is like the chicken and the egg question. Did he place the bet because he believed in it so much, or did he say it on this show because he placed the bet?
I think he placed the bet because he saw the odds at 60-1 and said, that's a smart long shot. And then because he placed the bet, I think he's now not only rooting for it, but he believes it could happen.
Lawrence or Marshall rather, is a value shopper. Like, you're a value shopper when it comes to bets.
Yeah.
I actually think Lawrence is also a value shopper.
I'm upset I didn't put money on PCA, and then I became unupset that I didn't put money on PCA once I heard an actual MVP voter tell me basically there's no way he's voting for PCA.
Bob Nightingale, yeah.
That was a buzzkill.
It was like the buzziest of kills.
There are so many lists. I know that you have to do this a bit when you're a writer, and I understand that there are certain teams you want to put on the list. But when you decide that the NFC South is the majority of your underrated list, I have some questions.
Well, basically, we'll know whether or not Mike Jones. I love how it says "who" next to his picture at the top.
No, it does not.
I put that there. Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah,
I was like,
that's
no,
not on the website.
Don't do that, Ray.
I did that to see if you guys would notice.
I noticed.
Obviously, when I see his name is Mike Jones, I'm like.
So look. If the NFC
I'm
South,
reading the digital copy that did not have Mike Jones' picture.
Let's be honest. You remember how it came down to a weird, funky 3-way tie at the end of the season? Who was going to win the division last year?
Yes, where nobody wanted to win the division.
Okay. If multiple teams from the NFC South go to the playoffs, then he will have been right. That is, I'm going to say that out loud.
Okay.
Fair?
Yeah.
That's fair. If the Cowboys go to the playoffs, I guess they'll just be rated, because if they're already overrated, I don't.
I think the Commanders still have a better chance of making the playoffs than the Cowboys do.
Yeah, Jaden Daniels exists.
But so does Dak Prescott, who's on a lot of people's top 10 list.
I do think the Indianapolis Colts and the Bengals are both underrated. So he's got a couple of teams that, why are you looking at me like that?
Why do you think? Number one, I think the Bears are not overrated.
Okay.
And then, because I feel like they're still on the come up.
I don't think, like, if I say they're going to go 10-7, is that me overrating the Bears?
Theoretically, possibly, because it's less than their previous record by a win. But they also have a first place schedule.
Thank you.
And then it's the delusion of the Cowboys fandom.
I like delusion. Delusion's a fun place to be sometimes.
How many times are you going to say Dak and the boys are going to take it this year, and then cue up We Them Boys and look into the distance and ask yourselves, after you traded away Micah Parsons? I would love to be wrong about this.
If Dak has the same career he's had to this point.
It's not just Dak on the team.
Hold on. No, this is a different question. Times 2. Like, take what he's done so far in his career, times 2. Is he going to Canton?
I'm not ready to even answer. I don't know how to answer
I just said
that.
if it's times 2, I'm saying whatever he's done now, multiply it by 2. Is that Hall of Fame worthy? I like that. I like breaking Layla's brain on live air.
Live TV. We're
live
Twitch, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I can't deal with the Cowboys are overrated, and there's just gonna have to be an acceptance of it. 480, yes, I was essentially doing Steiner math. We're up to 120% of people steal, I heard. Coming up next here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote, as I just get angry about a team that hasn't been to the title game in 30 years. Number one, we're giving more stuff away. Caller 6 to the Score contest line, 312-540-0670 wins a pair of general admission tickets to see Tool, Morrissey, Nas, Social Distortion, and more at Riot Fest on Saturday, September 19th. For tickets and more info, go to riotfest.org. Tickets provided by Riot Fest. In the meantime, back to something real that happened. Unlike how I feel about the Cowboys. It's an anniversary, a notable one, and one I think you can sing along to. So we'll do it next.
Hey, it's Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons 2 to 6.
We're bringing you the most up-to-date Chicago sports talk on 104.3 FM during your commute home from work.
Do you want to watch us do the show live? Hang out with the Twitch mob or on YouTube. We're talking all of Chicago's teams every day.
And if you're working from home, listen to the show on your smart speaker or the free Odyssey app.
There's no one way to listen or watch Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons from 2 to 6. So listen and watch your way today.
7 feet tall.
Hey, I'll take it.
Because Gabe took that and he ran with it the whole way.
And I'm telling the story 20 years later.
He's in the NBA. He's mentally in the NBA, and he's giving up digits to get there.
Pinky toe. I wish it would have happened.
Wow.
It's all right. Sorry, Mully.
Can't we just accept that we are as God made us and not try to just wish our
with
life
all that
away?
money, I could buy new pinky toes. I could get them back.
Yeah.
Right. See Deion Sanders, right?
Could have put it back on there. That's all right.
See,
but you know
Deion
what? Fortunately,
Sanders?
we're
he got new toes. He had to have them removed because of.
We have reached a level.
Isn't that true? Did I not misread that? Deion had it he got new toes.
You don't get new toes. They don't grow back.
Got new toes.
He got it's like a prosthetic. It's like a prosthetic.
Yes, the prosthetic toe is not a new toe.
You buy a new toe. I mean, you bought them. They're paid for.
Good God, Dustin. If you had a prosthetic leg, you think that's as good as your leg?
I never suggested that he grew a new toe.
I would call a prosthetic leg a new leg. I got a new leg.
He go to Home Depot. He got the best Miracle Grow out there and soaked his foot in it. I mean, no, of course.
Dustin said,
Chia toes.
Dustin said, look, Lieutenant Deion got new magic toes. Lieutenant Dan has magic legs. Good God, that is so weird. It's weird that you both have the same kind of secret, I don't want to say desire, but bizarre self-belief that you would have been this had you only.
So what else would you have needed to have been a pro soccer player?
Like a new body, like a different identity,
like a prosthetic body, or
I need
a brand new one.
I needed to lose about 5 inches.
Well, perhaps you were too tall, right? You were too tall.
No, I've always enjoyed I've always felt I was the right height for me, just for me.
Comfortable in your own skin.
Yeah, I kind of accept how I turned out.
Yeah.
That's it. What are you going to do? Mm-hmm. I've never wished, oh, God, if only I was 7 feet tall.
And sometimes people like to listen to a podcast about crime because it provides justice. There's an element of somebody being brought to justice. Do you like Law and Order? You probably like seeing a perpetrator be brought to justice. So when I saw this story, I thought it fit into that. U.S. man, this is from The Guardian, Alabama man, dies while discarding body of girlfriend he fatally strangled, officials say. Justice.
Wait a minute.
Eye for an eye.
Can you read that headline one more time?
Man dies while discarding body of girlfriend he fatally strangled, officials say. Well, you can't ask him. A man died in Alabama from a heart attack while trying to discard his girlfriend's body after he strangled her, according to authorities. At the center of the unusually macabre case was Daniel Robbins and Jessica Folds. Chambers County Sheriff's deputies reportedly found them dead next to each other on the morning of June 10th in a wooded area nearing an abandoned vehicle in the town of Lynette. So he died of a heart attack while he was trying to bury the body. Investigation by local and state law enforcement combined with autopsy results determined Folds was strangled the woman, and appears the man, Robbins, was attempting to dispose of her body in a remote location. The truck near the bodies was still running, and the driver's side door was open when deputies arrived to find them. The tailgate was down, and there were drag marks into the dirt, into the woods where the couple was found. So he wasn't like covering up the tracks or anything.
I'm guessing he's an amateur murderer.
574. Can we even read that on the air?
On Chicago Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score.
Alexei!
You gave it away. Everybody, it's time for a sing-along because it is the anniversary of Mark Burley's perfect game. What disturbs me is it's the 17-year anniversary, and I refuse to believe that in my heart. It was on July 23rd, 2009. Mark Burley pitched a perfect game against the Rays at what was called U.S. Cellular Field, a.k.a. The Cell, in front of 28,036 fans. In true Burley fashion, the game occurred from 1:07 p.m. Central to 3:10 p.m. Central, lasting 2 hours and 3 minutes. The shortest perfect game since Tom Browning's on September 16th, 1988, which lasted 1 hour and 51 minutes. So without further ado, I feel like we have to hear the call.
With Darren Jackson, Ed Farmer at U.S. Cellular Field. Mark Zarang is our engineer here. Score Studios in downtown Chicago. Joe Ostrowski and Chris Tannehill work there.
Call your sons, call your daughters, call your friends, call your neighbors. Mark Burley has a perfect game going to the ninth.
Everybody up here at U.S. Cellular. Sox 5 runs, 6 hits. The 2-1 to Bartlett. Swing, chop to short.
Alexei!
Yes!
Yes! Yes! Yes! Yes! History!
He's mobbed by his teammates. A perfecto!
It couldn't happen to a better guy.
Alexei! Every time.
Alexei!
Yes!
116 pitches, 76 of them for strikes. Back when people knew how to go the distance.
Mark Burley invented the distance. He didn't, but he was the best at going quickly.
I just like I like nostalgia. I'm a fool. I'm a victim.
I just love this sing-along every single time. Alexei! Yes!
Is that what you were calling a sing-along?
Of course. Who doesn't do that?
I got it, but I
That's
don't
like
think
a Chicago reflex.
I don't think of that as a sing-along, so I was expecting like music when you said that.
No, there's only one other thing that I think is also a sing-along. Did we get the quarterback right? No. That's it. Everything else is there. That was a sing-along.
It's
for
more
a
like
while.
a say-along, though. I'm just telling you. That's why I was confused when you were like,
"Do we win enough?
Are you ready for the sing-along?"
No. Do we get the quarterback right? No. Everything else is there. What was the first thing I heard when Alexei Ramirez was in the World Baseball Classic? Alexei! When I heard that he was part of the Alumni Home Run Derby field, although he later was not able to play. Alexei!
Oh, when I heard the home run derby field, I thought, you can put it on the board.
No,
Yes.
but so, of course, for Mark Burley's perfect game, I think of Mark Burley, but I also think of...
Alexei!
It's impossible. It's impossible to not separate the two.
I wonder if Mark Burley... I don't know. I like Mark Burley.
It was also nice to hear Farmio's voice. I agree, 815. Makes me happy. That was not the only great moment that Mark Burley gave us. He also gave us a no-hitter against the Texas Rangers, where I was sitting with my friends at Buffalo Wild Wings in Sherman, Texas, eating the meal that I could afford to have outside of my home once every 2 weeks. And I was enjoying my time until I realized that the Rangers were getting no hit by Mark Burley. And then to add to the matter was a colleague of mine who naturally went to Northwestern, the Medill School of Journalism, and was a White Sox fan. So he had to buy us all a drink after Burley had the no-hitter, because that was the only way I was going to be able to cope with that moment just then. I mean, the Rangers were good at the time, too. Like, they had Sammy Sosa on the team that year. Did it stop anybody? No, didn't stop Burley. Didn't stop him.
Is he inevitable?
I love Mark Burley for many reasons. He was the pitch clock before the pitch clock in the modern era of baseball. He hated hazing. His story of pitching in the World Series and being asked to throw when he had been enjoying a social sparkler is legendary. He's the man.
I enjoyed Mark Burley because he lived up to his last name. He looked Burley.
That too. The 18th perfect game and 263rd no-hitter in Major League history. The second perfect game and 17th no-hitter in White Sox history. 5-0, the White Sox over the Rays on that day, July 23rd, 2009. I don't know that we'll ever stop celebrating the anniversary of it either, because it's one of those where we have the video of the game and it's in such good quality and we all know it so well that it becomes just one of the ones you celebrate when it comes to notable days in the summer in the history of the team.
Something I didn't know is that he had the same home plate umpire for his perfect game as he did his no-hitter, Eric Cooper.
I did not know that.
That's interesting, right?
That is. Laz Diaz was part of the umpiring crew that day.
That is also interesting.
But yeah, it's fun to hear the calls. You know, it's fun to hear the mashup. I'm sure that was Tanny's in the back of the producer studio. Did you create that? Was that your work? I figured as much.
I mean, you heard his name, right? You put like a signature basically in the middle of it.
Did he? All I heard was, Alexa!
He also, in the control room here, reminded us that Sammy Sosa was the lone base runner in that game and was picked off.
Why do you have to do that?
First no-hitter.
I was just trying to enjoy my boneless buffalo wings at Buffalo Wild Wings that day with my friends on some, I don't know, bazillion degree day in the summer. Enjoying my salary where I made less than $20,000 a year. And no, Mark Burley had to come in and ruin it in like 2 hours' time, like he always did.
Are you one of those people who gets upset, like if it's a perfect game, but it's against your team? Or do you be like, I got to witness a perfect game?
A perfect game to me is more sacred. Burley had the no-hitter against the Rangers, but nobody wants to be no-hit.
I hear you. I was just curious. That was more of a general question.
No, yeah, here's the hardest part is, it is, I think, an essential baseball sideline reporter fear that you are going to be covering a team who gets no hit. Like, I covered some bad teams in my day. And I definitely covered multiple 100-loss season teams. And I'm like, is this the day?
I'm trying to think if I ever covered a team getting no hit.
Inside in the pit of my stomach is the fear that when I was a field reporter, I would have to cover a team who got no hit. A lot of them won't tell you, but I will admit it. Do I feel any better for saying it out loud? No.
I think you should feel great that you got to witness greatness.
It's just fun. It was like one of those initiation rites at NBC Sports Chicago. At the time, Comcast Sportsnet Chicago. You just knew. And then we just played the video over and over again. Now, that's not my favorite Hawk call. My favorite Hawk call is a very, very, very underrated moment of a ground ball out to first that ended up being a base hit in a random regular season game. And only, I think at this point, like 3 people who I worked with at NBC Sports Chicago who are all producers and Chris Tannehill know what call that is. And I'm just going to leave it there. The mystery. Spiegel and Holmes are next.
Have we gotten the quarterback situation completely right?
No.
Have we won enough games? No.
No.
Mully and Haugh,
Everything
Chicago's
else is there.
#1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
The most secure coach in the division is Ben Johnson. He's got the paper, he's got the roster, he's got the pedigree. Ben Johnson has arrived. Even though it's full of guys who are capable of leading their teams to the division title, I'm not sure there's anybody that will go to training camp. Your summer is over, and there won't be a more secure coach in the NFC North than Ben Johnson.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
This segment is sponsored by Chicagoland Roofing Council. Have you been affected by the crazy weather here in Chicago? Do you need a professional roofing
Marshall, aren't they all amateur murderers until they become serial killers?
Well, yeah, 574. I had the exact same thought. It's true. You got to kind of build up to that status. Not that you should be aiming for that.
Okay. How about this? What I was asking is...
It's not a murder-suicide because they didn't plan on dying.
Yeah, nobody planned on dying. One man planned on the woman dying. Look, the amateur...
It's not tempers. A lot of times it's related back to shame. Did you know that? It all goes back to shame that they can't acknowledge.
No, I don't doubt that.
There's behavioral science studies.
Now
we're just getting
text responses.
630, he was keeping his amateur status so he can murder in the Olympics.
Can't have the United States lacking in that category. Come on.
Everybody, because Layla was laughing so hard, might not have heard that. 630 texting, he was keeping his amateur status so he can murder in the Olympics.
How did you say that? How did you just do that?
So, no. Listen, when I said amateur status, I was like, do we know if he was a repeat offender, if he had murdered anyone else? That's what I was asking.
Oh, my word.
If he had a record.
No.
Y'all are hilarious today.
847, can you still declare for the supplemental? I can't.
It's not going to be a supplemental draft this year. Brendan Sorsby wanted me to tell y'all.
Will you please?
Who's on your serial killer Mount Rushmore? 312-644-6767.
815. His record is 1-1 now.
Okay. I'm going to try to just read these so they
His
make
record
sense.
is 1-1 now.
You went out even.
I can't do it. I can't read
my
these
goodness.
enough.
Speaking of can't do it, the guy that used to do that segment on this radio station coming up at 1225, Danny Parkin.
Okay, I'm going to try
that's a good update. That's a good date.
I keep just looking at the text tonight.
815. Premium membership at Naperville Top Golf. Oh, my goodness.
Nope. I can't.
Now, his record is 1-1 now. Might be the top that might be the top text.
847. Can he still declare for the supplemental murderer draft as an amateur? I can't breathe. Oh my goodness.
I mean, some have been waiting for me to have my Cubs meltdown after the start of this season. Well, we finally reached it. The kettle is boiling. It's ridiculous. Kyle Schwarber has hit 225 home runs for 3 different teams since he left Chicago. He hit 20 in 2022. He hit 46. 23. He hit 47. Oh, last year 56, and then he had that down year in 24 where he hit 38. Okay, the Cubs had 3 guys hit 30 last year. 2 of them at 30. But besides that, it's been quite some time since Cub hitters have had 30. You know when you go back to 2019, you know who did it?
Yes.
Kyle Schwarber.
I do know.
Kyle Schwarber.
Thank you.
I mean, give me a. You know when the last time a Cubs had 40? Well, I don't know, but Kyle Schwarber somehow managed to have it 3 times. So again, you can't let that guy go. And then tonight, we're going to have an opener because we're afraid of Kyle Schwarber. Why don't we just cancel the game?
You should be afraid
Why
of
don't
Kyle
we
Schwarber.
just cancel the game? Just little league it. We don't have enough good pitchers. We are afraid of Kyle Schwarber, who we let go.
Who do you think is making that call?
I have no idea.
Front office or Craig Counsell?
Good question.
Is Craig Counsell making that call? You think Craig Counsell? Are you calling Craig Counsell afraid?
That's why I'm really curious because of the way it's been handled and all. So we don't want Colin Ray to face Kyle Schwarber. So we're going to get tricky. We're going to have it. So are they going to bench Kyle Schwarber because the Cubs are going with an opener? Oh, no. That's what the Cubs do with a guy who hits 30 home runs. They bench their left-handed hitter against a left-handed pitcher because they got no onion. So now how about a standing ovation for what he did? For the first thing out of his mouth to apologize for what is going on.
Here, and we'll be covering it every step of the way. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you by your local Hyundai dealers. This is where Chicago goes to talk Bears. We are Sports Radio 104.3 The Score. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, an Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score! Physical, tough, smart, and detailed.
PTSD. Whatever is necessary today. Y'all knocked it, but he had a point now, didn't he? Thanks to our guest. Thanks to the Twitch mob for messing with a delusional Dallas Cowboys fan. We call that NFL fandom. Thanks to Ray Diaz, Tyler Beaterbob, Brandon Fryer. Thanks to Cody Westerland, Connor O'Donnell, Jacob Stutz, Max Curtis. Thanks to our bevy of guests today. We had Nick Friedel, we had Luis Medina, John Gonzalez, and Kaylin Kaler with just an absolutely outstanding article I think I need to read a few times to fully absorb.
Yep.
Yeah. Thanks to Mark Burley. Thanks to Alexei Ramirez.
Thanks to Ramon Castro. That's
Amen.
who was catching.
AJ, did he catch Umber's perfect game? I forget.
He did not. I was just looking it up as we were discussing.
Was he already with the Rangers at that point?
I'm getting to the Umber. It was caught. It was caught by AJ Przinsky. Hold on a second here.
Wait a minute.
Now,
He's not dead.
He didn't catch the Burley. Ramon Castro caught the Burley.
That's what I just said.
Yeah. See?
That was me.
Just listen to Lawrence.
That's what happens when you get real deep.
I was Googling Lawrence.
When you get real deep in the stats. Yeah.
The only person to catch 2 perfect games is Ron Hasse, who caught Len Barker and Dennis Martinez a decade apart.
Do you remember
Isn't that cool?
Do you remember how close AJ got? It was the Yu Darvish versus the Astros, where the last batter the last batter of the game was Marwin Gonzalez. Ends up getting like a weak single.
It's your cousin, Marwin. Listen to this.
And Umber, I think, was still on the Astros at the time. And he told me, he's like, I looked at AJ and we just looked at each other and he was like, almost, man.
Wow.
I caught a no-hitter in college.
That's impressive.
Shout out to Dan Bolin, the pride of D.D. Eisenhower High School. He went out there and went 7 innings and no hit.
Still pretty good.
Ironically, I got hit twice in that game.
What the hell?
Yeah. It wasn't fun.
Life as a catcher.
I got beat up in that game.
Were you waiting until the very end of the pitch clock to make eye contact with the pitcher? Is that what you were doing?
I was like,
I would have thrown at your ass.
I was turned, and then I was like, all right, now I'm ready to hit.
Of all the sports things that I would like to do, buzz the dome high and tight every now and then would be one for me.
And then just pretend you weren't. They're like, oh,
rattle the cage.
Sorry about that.
I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm a girl. I can't throw. I didn't know what I was doing.
I don't want to go high and tight on someone, but
fair.
Rib cage,
make you spin out a little bit.
What about the love tap?
The thigh. How about just the thigh? The big meaty part of the thigh.
If you got pinpoint control, I feel like this is a good area. But you want to get it like inside and be like, oh. Slipped.
Got away from me. What you don't want to be is Riley O'Brien in the All-Star game when he hit Junior Caminero.
Good God.
He looked so sad and freaked out.
Yeah.
And then he did it again, by the way. He did it again to lose a game the other night for the Cardinals. Yeah, hit somebody with the bases loaded for a walk-off HBP.
You never want to hurt someone. And it's a weapon. And it definitely is a weapon at that speed. Mm-hmm. And you never want to hurt someone. It's a terrifying feeling. And that sound... If you hit someone clean and you hear it hit bone.
On the bone, yeah.
No, or like the hamate bone that they, that's always the one that can. Oh, no.
AKA the Jose Ramirez is back.
Jose Ramirez back last night. What do you have, 2 for 5? With a couple of ribs? Yeah, I know. Doesn't matter.
You're right. It doesn't matter because it's scary. And this is when it gets real.
Stephen Kwan has turned it on, by the way.
It's getting very real.
They make a trade for a little more offense, with their treasure trove of pitching in the minors.
Okay, Speeds. You're not going to talk me off that ledge.
Well, Lawrence is the one who talked me onto it.
Really?
Yesterday he was talking about it. I was like, wow.
DeLauder's back too.
Yeah. What's the population of Worrytown over here today?
It's always full.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of places for sale. People can come over and visit. We have nice restaurants in Worrytown because they worry about your comfort.
Am I paying a toll for the bridge just in case?
You're paying on the toll to get back. You can get here for free. Wow.
You gotta pay to
That's
get
not how I
out.
see Worrytown, though. I see Worrytown as a place that like people leave because it's summertime, and there's other places to go.
And that's right, Marshall.
You can check
but
out.
they got to pay.
You can't leave.
You can check out anytime you like. You can never leave Worrytown.
The total to leave Worrytown when I got to Worrytown was $1, and now it's $300, and I never paid.
It's like the inside of a Vegas casino. Good luck getting out.
Right. That's just smart mayoring by Lawrence to make it free to get in.
Come on over.
Yeah, come on over.
Now try leaving.
Good luck. Here's the other thing I noticed.
It's going to be 1080. Oh, wait, that's the Skyway.
Last time I was in Worrytown,
Bears.
the coffee shops were not very full. Nobody needs caffeine over in Worrytown. They're already
Hell
amped
yeah,
up.
we do. Anxiety. Let's go.
No, that's why the bars were packed.
Yeah.
Some of us like to live even more dangerously, friends.
Like 4 deep at every bar. What are you doing,
A lot
man?
of ladies' night specials over there, so keep the place.
We're doing the best
The
that we
ladies'
can.
night special is the coffee on top of the anxiety, sir.
Okay.
Speaking from experience.
Hey, man.
Saying the club life is.
Look at my
clubbing.
hand. See how steady it is?
We be clubbing.
That's some bit from something that I copied, and I don't know what it is.
I'm not being defensive. You're the one that's being defensive.
Sue me.
Yeah.
Sue you. Sue
Steady as a
everybody.
rock.
It's Martin Short as Nathan Thurm, the lawyer for the Minkman joke company on Saturday Night Live.
One of the best bits
Do you-
ever.
Do you think the poor construction workers have looked at us all day like, what the hell is this show? Because I feel like that's what's
I
happening.
don't think they're doing. I think they're looking at us like we're in their way. Like that's how I feel
they're
like.
yes, we know why we were sent to destroy this office. We get it now after listening.
Peter the intern just went through the plastic
Are you allowed to do
tarpaulins.
that?
I don't think so.
No, he followed people in there. He didn't just
what's
do that
going
on his
on in
own.
there?
And his new name is Johnny Maroon.
Oh yeah, Johnny Maroon.
Why
That's
is he
right.
Johnny Maroon?
Well, we were talking about the Boers and Bernstein show because we talked about Jason Benetti. And
Who's Johnny?
They used to have Johnny names. Like you would get a name kind of attached to who you are. So Jason Benetti's was Johnny Carmelo because he went to Syracuse while Carmelo Anthony won the national championship.
That's amazing.
So we were like, well, let's take Peter and let's give him a Johnny name. So because he is a graduate student at DePaul, but was an undergraduate student at the University of Chicago, so he's now Johnny Maroon.
That actually makes sense.
I love the process.
Yeah, but you gotta dial it in.
Who
in.
was Johnny number 5?
I don't know if there
that's a
ever
good
was a
question.
Johnny number 5, and maybe that'll be our next intern that we have.
What do you mean, Johnny 5? What's happening to me? That's a
Johnny
different-
5 is still alive.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we'll make the next one that. I said this to Spiegs, and it's gonna sound weird because it's something that we do every day. But last night or yesterday afternoon when you guys left, did you guys smell the air? Because it smelled great.
It was a lovely day.
Oh, you mean like outside?
Yeah, it was such a nice day.
It just didn't smell like a smoked brisket.
No, it was a little bit more than that. Like for me at least. Like I got out the car in Hyde Park and I was like, that is.
I'm feeling Speaks. No mesquite in the air.
Yeah.
Was it the feeling you have when the headache goes away? Like when
maybe
you
that's
realize-
what it is.
Like that, I'm with you. It did smell good, but also I had this other side thought that was dark and kind of interesting. I saw a lot of people smoking outside the day that the air quality was the worst it's ever been, and then I was like, is this the day to smoke because it's a zero-sum game?
Yeah,
like you're doing the least amount of damage, relatively speaking, to your lungs.
I honestly couldn't believe how many people I saw smoking in Toronto
But
on
then
that specific day.
But
I was
that's
like,
it.
wow.
Was anybody a smoker for a little while in their life? I was for a while. I'll tell you.
I had a
Ray
cigarette on
was.
Sunday.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not
Sunday
talking
before
one.
last.
I'm talking
just
like
one. It was a slim.
whole
Somebody gave it to me.
Wait.
I didn't inhale.
Speaks, hold on, because I want to hear about this.
There's not a lot to say.
But I have a follow-up here because we both had a partner who, when the partner drank, they somehow then started smoking cigarettes. So I want to know.
We both did?
Oh, yeah, Dan. This is what
Oh, I
happened
thought
with Dan.
I thought you meant like emotional in life, like dating or marriage.
No, Dan would. Dan
I was like, I don't think I did.
We'd be down in Bourbonnais, and all of a sudden he'd be like, "You want got a cigarette?" And we're like,
Dan?
Yeah. That was the
man's
thing.
business.
So I need to know: was this connected with a night out?
I mean, yes, but not Dan.
No, not
No,
with
he's
Dan.
saying
I'm saying,
alcohol involved.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, that's a thing.
This woman next to me had hair that looked like it was from like the mid 80s, and then she offered me a slim, and I was like, I don't know what dimension I'm in, but I'm into this. Challenge accepted.
Back to the Future is a movie.
You come a long way, baby.
Dude, she had the coolest hair. It seriously was like curly Pat Benatar hair, and I'm like, wow.
Like, give me that.
And she was like, do you want? I was like, yes, random person.
Do you remember that?
I trust you.
That brief period of time where like
Shouldn't admit this.
bars and clubs would have little smoking sections, and they'd try to pretend that you could keep it separate. There was a place in LA that had an enclosed glass smoking room, but you could walk on the outside around every level, so it just like was the smokequarium. You'd see people go into this giant puff of smoke and just come
people
out
used to
stinky.
be able to smoke on planes.
Yeah, right. Like, well, you're in the section behind row 20. The air gets smoky.
Well, but like, isn't
There's
that what
also
restaurants were
Richards.
growing up? You go to a restaurant, they have a smoking and a non-smoking section. I'd
It's
be
ridiculous.
like, we're sitting in the non-smoking section, but everything still smells like smoke.
Yeah, it's absurd.
Sometimes, especially if you had like a grandparent or something who smoked, like sometimes the smell just hits in a nostalgic way.
Sure.
I had a friend who buried his aunt with a big container of Vicks Vapo Rub.
Oh, hell yeah.
And a carton of Salem cigarettes because that was what
That was their relationship?
Listen, we're not going to have Vic slander in the Rahimi Diaz household.
It was positive. Vicks for everything.
That's right.
Yeah, that's the point.
Yeah.
It's
whatever
like
you
Tussin.
need. And they're like, you know what? She was never without her Vicks Vapo Rub, but she was never without her Salem cigarettes. So let's send her off with some. Good luck, NLC.
Like, why not?
Did you see our friend Wes Loop Tom on the smoke day had the best tweet of the day?
Did not.
He said the air quality had gotten so bad in Chicago that people were going into Richards to get fresh air.
Ah, there you go. Richard's the only bar you can still smoke? Is it the only one?
I don't know, but I have.
And we've talked about it enough that maybe you shouldn't, but, at least they still do. Good
It
for
was
them.
the zero-sum day. Like, that was the day, I guess, if you needed to smoke, you should smoke.
Well, I was going to say in terms of smoking on the day that's that smoky, when you're a smoker, you just smoke. You don't care. You don't care like what the air quality is, if it's hot, if it's cold or whatever. Like, time for me to smoke because you're freaking addicted, as I was.
No, you were.
How'd you
what?
break it?
Oh, I just stopped one day.
Cold?
Yeah,
That's impressive.
The night before, I think I had an entire pack in like 3.5 hours. I tried to intentionally get myself disgusted.
Okay, and it worked.
And it worked?
It worked.
That's actually brilliant.
Any temptations?
No, never for that.
Interesting.
Lots of other temptations.
So my grandmother had the best line when she quit smoking that cracked me up. Oh, I got you, Lawrence. I got you. She was like, she's like, why didn't anybody tell me how bad Sweet and Low tasted?
Sugar pie, honey bunch.
I was right here.
I missed it, man. Sure, we do some temptations. You said any temptations. Yeah. If it gets requested, of course.
Did you like Sweet and Low pre-smoking and then hated it after?
No, I
Wait,
never.
those things are connected?
I never liked Sweet and Low.
My grandmother was like, why did nobody tell me how bad Sweet and Low tasted? I'm like, I don't know, you're smoking.
You're saying
people
she
have
couldn't taste it.
Their generations, especially women, smoked to not eat. That was a thing.
Yeah.
I don't think she did that. I don't think that's what that was.
And then
there
later
was,
on,
yeah.
a little bit later on, a whole bunch of women used cocaine to not eat. Like models. We're all about the cigarettes and the cocaine to not eat.
I don't follow the habits of glamorous models like that, but I get
did
the
for
idea.
a while.
Yeah.
I did for a while.
Glamorous model habit talk on the
for you.
score.
Hosted a podcast. No, I didn't.
The glamorous model habit talk.
Can I just tell you how excited I am for one of our guests today?
Who's that?
Well, last year when I saw the Savannah Bananas on the South Side, I had a lot of questions about the business model. Like, how big is this thing? Because it's a massive endeavor. Like, what are the plans? Like, how do they make this happen?
Oh, it's big.
Today, the director of operations for the Savannah Bananas, who is also one of the coaches on the Bananas and coached Tristan Peters back in the day, is going to be on the show. So Adam Virant with the Bananas at Wrigley, we got the director of operations. I'm so excited about that.
They have some world-class dancers on that team.
They have everything.
Like, I have seen some guys who are throwing down some advanced turns, and I'm like, okay, kids, not only do you have like the traditional athletes, but they have some amazing dancers.
Like, it's got to be as big as like a big time rock and roll tour as it's touring around.
I was thinking the circus.
Yeah,
it's more like
it's got to be like a circus, right?
Right.
You got to bring all this different stuff.
Right. But like, there's so many people that they're employing to make it work, and just both dugouts.
And you also
both
have
teams.
to be really good at baseball.
The baseball in it was really solid. Was really good last year, and I don't have tickets yet. I'm going to try it. I think I'm going to try. Anybody going this weekend?
No, because I just assume it's sold out.
And
there's two. This is one of those wonderful Chicago summer weekends where there's too much
There's
going
a lot
on.
going on.
WNBA
Yes.
All-Star, that's a priority for me. DePaul women's basketball has extended a sweet invitation to me for Friday night for the skills competition.
Oh, wow, that's cool.
And since they are arbiters of women's basketball, I was really flattered, and I'm excited to go.
As you should be.
So what are you doing for the skills competition? You shooting, dribbling?
Yes, I'm watching and observing.
Those are skills.
Yes. Since
Listening.
I have
Listening is also a skill.
which I'm still working on.
They might want to, extend formal invitations going forward.
Oh, here
though.
we go. That 3-point contest?
Yeah.
I definitely can't do that.
Disaster.
I think, Layla, honestly, I think that you would be a great person to help them wrangle some of their problems overall, because you got players being like, hey, yeah, you know how everyone's saying that I'm not going to be involved in the 3-point contest? Ain't nobody asked me to be a part of the 3-point contest.
That was Sabrina Ionescu, and it was just a damning statement for her to get in front of cameras and the press
and
be
nobody
like,
asked her.
And
no, there's
she
reports
wanted it
everywhere.
To be, yes, and she wanted to be made clear. Hey, nobody asked me a damn thing about the 3-point contest, even though I've won it twice.
And then another player who was supposedly turned down the opportunity said, "Yeah, I got basically a half-ass text to my agent 48 hours.
An invitation.
Do you know what I like about the women of the W? They don't gatekeep.
They really don't.
They're not out here. They'll tell you what time it is. They'll
If you
tell you
ask
the
the
truth.
right question, you will get an answer. They are not afraid.
I mean, think about Nafisa Collier and what that took to speak publicly against management.
And
like
you know
that.
what? They've been on Kathy ever since. It has not let up on Kathy Engelbert, the commish.
Right, and things weren't just magically fixed as we've seen since they got their new CBA. It doesn't really work that way.
Marshall's wearing the WNBA shirt right now with the sweet logo.
Got a big weekend of young ladies basketball ahead of me at the EYBL Nike Nationals, the final tournament of the year, where I'll be doing 12 games in 3 days starting on Saturday.
Which is insane.
Ask him how many boards.
This is going to be on NBA.com, NBA's Fast Channel, and also on the NBA app.
Look at you hustling. That's tremendous, man.
How many boards? Tell him how many boards you have to do.
There's 32 teams participating. 32 boards will be prepared, and then the day of, we will find out, because they play the final games of pool play in the morning. Then we broadcast the night games with the elimination games, and so I'll find out about 4 hours before each game. I'll find out which game we're doing.
I admire the play-by-play grind of acquiring a different sport and 32 different teams and developing the knowledge while working a day job.
It's my third time doing it, so I've got it down to a pretty good system, but unfortunately it takes me out of the mix for all the WNBA All-Star festivities.
Within our listening audience, actually, shout out to Howard Kellman, who's in the middle of his 50th year of doing play-by-play for the AAA Indianapolis Indians.
That's awesome.
That's wonderful.
50 years?
50 years of a AAA life.
The stories he can tell.
And he does. He once, he was a guest on the PBP. My nephew used to be his partner. Jack McMullen was his partner for a couple of years.
Wow.
And they were great partners together. But Howard is an amazing guy and a good dude.
And Jack's doing big things this fall, too.
Yes, he is. Jack is...
not Conference USA. Is it Conference USA?
Mountain West.
Mountain West football. So Northern.
Mountain West football and basketball.
Northern Illinois University. Now Mountain West football school.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Oh, yeah. I knew
so
that.
those nights, Lawrence, those Mountain West football naps that you'll be having, among your favorites. I know. You'll be hanging out with Jack McMullen for those.
There are
After
actually
dark.
some trips that might be taken.
Oh, really?
With NIU's football schedule this year. Because I think they play at Air Force and they play at UNLV.
So Air Force is Colorado?
Yeah. Colorado Springs.
Which
it's
is gorgeous.
It's a beautiful stadium, and the
It's
backdrop
a
is
picturesque
incredible.
backdrop, as they say.
That's nice.
Pretty pictures.
Yes,
The vista.
and NIU plays in Tucson. They play at Arizona this year.
That's a
They
tough
play.
draw.
They play at Wyoming this year.
Cowboys.
I've never been in the state of Wyoming.
Well, I think the elevation for that
7,200.
stadium. Yes, thank you.
I want to go to the Grand Tetons. That's Wyoming, right? It's supposed to be beautiful.
They are. It is beautiful. Yes.
And it makes me excited because this year Hawaii's coming to DeKalb. But that would mean that sometime soon,
maybe next year, maybe the year
NIU's
after.
going to Hawaii.
Can you imagine being an NIU athlete? It's like, oh, we got a road trip coming up. Let's go.
Let's go.
Extend by a week. Invite the fam.
I always, when it comes to this, and I know that we're like in a weird place with college athletics overall.
Yes.
Is this one of those things where you make it so that if your schedule is like where you're on the road at Hawaii and then you're at San Jose, it just...
Yeah, why are we coming back east?
Yeah, don't, like, you just set up shop in San Diego or something and you just stay there for a while.
That's that Lawrence Holmes travel plan.
Yeah,
I think you just got some ideas.
He could have said San Francisco, Sacramento. No, he said
Bakersfield.
San Diego, below LA.
Actually, San Francisco is probably the place to stay because I believe because of Earth curvature, it's a faster flight from San Francisco to Hawaii than San Diego to Hawaii.
Why, yes, Marshall, it is. United refers to San Francisco as its westernmost point in the continental 48.
There you go.
There it is.
All right,
Don't know why I know that.
Now I've
Sorry.
got two jobs for you. You should be running air traffic control, and you should be in charge of all of the stuff that needs to be done in the WNBA.
Yeah, and you have to
This seems
preside
like
over
a lot, guys.
You have to
does.
preside over all skills competitions in women's college basketball as well.
College basketball?
You said DePaul? Oh, WNBA.
No, I'm like, okay, that's an interesting wrinkle.
Got you.
Well, first you got to start with who wants to be in. So let me find out who wants to be in, and then we'll go from there.
A texter says, I guess Sophie Cunningham wanted to be in and no one asked her either. Why would you not? Okay. All right.
Who did the asking here?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like anyone did. It seems like there were a lot of assumptions.
Did they rely on carrier pigeons or something?
When I say it goes to the top, is that Kathy or is that Adam?
Well,
that's the next question.
Well, why don't we check the golf course and then we could find out. But when you make assumptions, you make an ass out of you and Umption. It's a very important thing.
I thought it was and me, not just me.
Because it's an assumption.
Yes, it's an assumption.
That's why.
I got it.
Here's what we got going on today's show. As Speak said, Adam Virant is going to be on with us, and we can talk all things bananas with him. Dave Wanstedt is going to join us at 5 o'clock today. We are very much looking forward to that. We do a segment every day called Trade Targets, and we've got a picture for both teams. We'll find out if it makes sense for the Cubs and the White Sox. Don't know if you guys know this, but Patrick Kane is back with the Blackhawks. We are going to discuss that today. We apparently had that news weeks ago. Like, Chelly just, dropped stuff on Mully and Haugh.
I think between Shelley and Sutcliffe, all news is broken whenever they're on a show.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. We are going to start off, though, talking a little bit about PCA and Craigers. We had a wonderful conversation with Craig Counsell yesterday, and I believe it is the subject of today's Open, which, if Tanny does it, it is must-listen radio. It is next. Good job, Tyler, here on The Score.
Thanks, Lawrence. This segment is sponsored by Packy Webb Ford.
It's Maggie Webb at Packy Webb Ford. During our summer event, get 0% financing, $1,000 towards your down payment, plus a 2-year maintenance.
And owning it and saying, I have to take responsibility for this, and I do. And then just amplifying on what you said there, Mully, that was going to be my part where Bryson talked about we will come, we will get together and we will, get the next head coach of the Bulls. And he was like, no. This is, I interviewed you. I learned about you. This is now your organization, and I'm going to stay out of the way. And we get that from George McCaskey a lot too. I'm not the football decision maker. You guys are. And I think what we heard from Michael Reinsdorf, I'm not the basketball decision maker anymore. You are, and I like that.
And for those not watching on Twitch, Dustin actually was standing when he talked.
And he was
Mully would joke that I wasn't really standing.
No,
I was actually standing.
He might have been standing in a hole, but he was, for him, standing.
But Kyler Gordon's there, to be fair.
Yeah.
Like I'm saying, he's at the facility, he's in the meetings, he's watching the tape. Listen, does Jalen want to be any form of a leader at all? I mean, okay, why did you have to get married? You know the calendar. These are not voluntary. It's just another excuse. Like, oh, I got married. Oh, I want to see my. Everybody on that team has a wife or a girlfriend or a mom or a dad or a son or a daughter or a niece or a nephew they want to spend more time with. But this is not the week or 2 weeks to do it, or bring them here while you're doing it because you're not there all damn day.
Yeah. Who else? Anybody else? Dustin, do you have any favorite team?
I would go with the Phillies. I've never been to Philly, and that probably would change it very quickly based on what I've heard. But obviously, I still struggle with Kyle Schwarber not being a Cub, and I know he was with other teams, and that I know. But the point is that I like the way the Phillies slug. I know how chicks dig the long ball. I dig the long ball. I like the way the Phillies slug. Okay, that's what I like.
And you are beautiful. Let me just say
Appreciate that. Compliment. Mark that down. 554. Mully compliments Dustin. It's Friday, clearly. Yay! Jalen decided to go to work. Woohoo! Good for you. Way to go, buddy. Come on. Yeah, I love Ben Johnson. I'm still happy for him. So
you'd be killing Jalen Johnson if he didn't show up. Come on, you can do more than a golf clap. You would. You'd be killing him, right?
Oh my God. Okay. There's a nice pregnant pause while Dustin refuses to answer another question.
We have wanted, hoped, prayed, and dreamed for some of the things that have ended up happening. This is the 6th best offense in the NFL in terms of yardage. Forget since the bye, whatever. Season's done. Let's look at it.
And you would have been happy had it been 12th.
Yes! You're the 6th best. You have the 3rd best running game in the NFL.
And you would have been happy had that been 15th.
Yes. You are 9th best in scoring. You are a top 10 offense no matter how you slice it. How about this? How many times did Caleb Williams get sacked last year?
68.
They have the 3rd best sack percentage in the entire NFL.
He also doesn't turn the ball over very often.
They have the number 1 best interception rate in the NFL. They do not turn the ball over. And this quarterback, who you feared might be another Justin Fields in terms of holding the ball too long and causing sacks to happen, has become what he's become, the 3rd best sack rate in the NFL. With all the investment on the offensive line and his development and the change in the offense is something to celebrate massively.
And then you add in the magical stuff. You add in the games that you felt like they were going to lose, the games that you were used to them losing.
Yes.
As a Bears fan, you're sitting there going, I've seen this movie before. I know exactly. I did not know how this movie ended because it ended with Caleb putting on a cape and making some incredible throw, and the Bears won it.
They had 6 comebacks in the final 2 minutes, which is insane. And guess what? There's 3 others that they could have won in the final 2 minutes, including yesterday. 3 others. And that hurts because they kind of left the 1 seed sitting there on the
Here we go, sports fans. Afternoons on The Score.
Cubs manager Craig Counsell joins us.
I heard that you were at the Noah Khan concert with a buddy. Is that something we can ask you about on the air?
I was there with Mark Kotze, who's the manager of the Athletics, and our families were there. Yes.
And right now with 2 out, let's check out our Fix the Click. Terry Hanley and all the great folks out at Bolingbrook. We're going to go with Mark Kotze.
Nico was at the concert too, and he brought something up that makes a lot of sense. If you're a Cub and you go to a concert at Wrigley, you've got home bathroom advantage.
You know, funny still like kind of dipping back to the locker room to go to the bathroom or grab a drink. We were definitely spoiled in the hospitality of that concert, yeah.
And I want to know, did you take advantage of home bathroom advantage?
The pichador? They got a pichador in this place. It's in the pichador. Camilo, where's the pichador? Downstairs, go left.
I did, absolutely. Absolutely. Access to the clubhouse, absolutely took advantage of it.
We'll build restrooms. We'll make this a place that people want to come and spend time.
That's a beautiful thing when you're at a concert for a couple of hours. You're like, you know what? I'm going to go to my office. My office is right over there.
Yeah, it was my first time doing it. Really cool. I had a blast.
Anywhere in the city.
Anywhere in the city, I'll tell you the best public toilet.
Okay. 54th and 6th.
Sperry Rand Building, 14th floor, Morgan Apparel. Mention my name. She'll give you the key.
All right. 65th and 10th.
Are you kidding? Lincoln Center, Alice Tully Hall, the Met. Magnificent facilities.
The official adventures of
Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons 2 to 6 on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is the Spiegel and Holmes show, and we've got a full boat for you tonight. There's a lot that we need to get done. Wani is back. Dave Wanstead joins us at 5 o'clock.
Whoa.
Yeah. Categories will be at 3:25 today. I know people are building haircuts around it and all sorts of other things. So 3:25 today. If you have an appointment for a haircut at 3:25,
yeah, might want to move that to 2:25 or 4:25,
or make sure that your barber puts the station on.
There you go.
You can get your haircut while listening to and you guys can all scream out the answers that we don't know.
I didn't come here for a haircut, you know what I mean?
You can also, in some barbershops, people don't even get haircuts. They just go and hang out.
It's quite a thing.
It's definitely a thing. All right.
Hello, boys. How you doing?
Peter is here, a.k.a. Johnny Maroon. Baby T is still sitting in for Alex, who is traipsing across Europe. Because Patrick Kane is now a Blackhawk again, Tanny is rocking his Blackhawk cap. That man said his catchphrase, and his name is Matt Spiegel.
I already said the homage to Terry Boers has already taken place. I love, hello, guys, how you doing? There it is. I love that Craig Counsell and Nico and many others got to feel that vibe of concert in a ballpark, and even cooler when it's your own ballpark that you get to play there. But man, like, I wasn't a big Noah Khan fan going into the week.
I know a lot of other people who were at that concert too. I was seeing stuff inside of my feed and I'm like, oh wow, like this person's there, and I wonder if this person knows that that person is there.
It's crazy. Like, Christine, a huge fan, and so I went and had an absolute blast. And just that feeling of ballpark as emotional amplifier and musical amplifier. It's well built for such things. Craig was in a good mood with us yesterday.
He was really terrific. It was fun to talk to him, and I
his ball club went out and played,
not great.
Ass.
Not great. Wasn't great yesterday, but it's baseball, and there's still 60 games to go.
Nope, that's it. That's it.
The season's over.
The way they played is the way it's always going to be.
Yeah, but if the season's over, they're in the playoffs.
Oh yeah, so it worked out okay.
So it worked out all right.
Good
but
point.
no, he was terrific yesterday. That was a lot of fun to talk with him. I do kind of dig, although I don't want it done all the time, but when a ballpark or a stadium has a multi-purpose and there's something else there. The White Sox did a football game over there. I think it was Northern, right? I think it was Northern and Akron played over there. And they also did a fight over there. And I'm like, I kind of like the idea of this place being something different.
They did a boxing match?
Yeah,
over there?
they did a boxing. And I remember running into Ozzy. Like, Ozzy was just there because he enjoyed watching the fight. And I was like, this is kind of cool and surreal, all of the White Sox people that were around it. So with the Cubs over the last couple of weeks, between the Noah Khan concert and John Mulaney over at Cubs, I mean, it's been interesting for sure.
And those three items, the Noah Khan, the Mulaney, and now the Bananas, have been three absurdly hot tickets.
Bananas. I love them.
And that's where they'll be over the weekend. And, as we mentioned, talking to the director of operations for the Savannah Bananas at 4 o'clock on the show. But yeah, you talk about concerts in ballparks. You know that video people have seen of like the Beatles at Shea Stadium? Beatles played Comiskey twice. 1965, the Beatles with like a little sound system and a tiny stage out there in the middle of the center field and no seats on the field either. Just everybody back in the regular seats. Must have sounded terrible. That's why they stopped playing, is they hated playing those kind of venues.
Well, look, we've come a long way with Wrigley in particular, because the sound system at Wrigley used to be trash, and now it's pretty terrific. And if for a game or for anything else, I'm glad that the Mulaney concert went off as well as it did, and he did all sorts of stuff. Like, there was music. Buddy Guy was there. Like he did all sorts of cool stuff. So
I thought it could be tricky for stand-up, though. You got to hear every nuance of every word in pristine detail.
Especially with that guy. But it seemed to work. And you're right. Like, setting the stage for the Bananas is and they're doing football stadiums and racetracks now. Like they're getting 100,000 people to watch Banana Ball. So to see that play out and us getting an opportunity to kind of get a little bit of a nuanced view of it is kind of cool.
Affable Craig was also informative Craig yesterday.
Very much so.
And the station turned around some of the PCA comments into a promo. And that's always cool to hear the work that Russ Matera, Rick Party, and next week, Chris Tannehill. Congrats in advance, Tanny, for getting to do that job as in addition to your regular one next
Thanks for
week.
reminding me. I appreciate you.
I know you love that. Lawrence, would you like to take on an extra full-time job next week in honor of Chris Tannehill doing the same? Yeah, no, me neither.
No, thank yous.
Yeah, but, Tanny will be busy.
How many more roadblocks must I encounter before vacation?
I mean, they're all right here in the hallway.
Those are hall blocks. Whatever. That was the weirdest thing when I see Peter and Baby T just like traipsing through. What'd you call it? Like the outbreak?
Yeah, it's like the movie Outbreak.
Unzip that. Go in there and hang out with the virus. Go in there.
That's a fun movie.
It is not. It is not, Daniel Norris. It is not a fun movie. But yeah, that's what it looks like when Peter's headed in there. Man.
I was afraid that they would disappear and never come back.
Yeah, or it's like Stranger Things when they wall off the room where the monster is.
Look at you making a young person reference.
Thanks, Lawrence.
We need it. You gotta get younger in the demo.
Gotta stay towards that low end of the demo.
Baby T tested it out. It's all good.
Thank you, T. Thank you, Baby T. I haven't seen, what's the old person
How
Stranger
do you do,
Things?
fellow kids?
The old person Stranger Things on Netflix right now.
Twilight Zone?
No. With Alfre Woodard and others. It's a new series on Netflix, and it's like
I'll look it up.
It's a sci-fi.
I only
thing.
go to Netflix to watch baseball, Speaks. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's a
Doesn't
thing.
everybody, Tanny?
Yeah. Old Stranger Things. Alfre Woodard.
People love this.
Yeah. The Burrows. The Burrows is a show. Alfred Molina.
It's about like Cincinnati Bengals?
Oh, it's a sci-fi supernatural series set in a retirement community with Gina Davis, Alfre Woodard, Bill Pullman, and Alfred Molina.
Those are all like sci-fi legends too.
Yeah, right. Let's go. It's right. Gina Davis and The Fly.
Yeah.
That's good stuff.
Bill Pullman and
Independence Day.
Mm-hmm. Alfre Woodard was in the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yep. She's the one that sets Iron Man straight about some things. Sets him straight.
And she knew what she wanted in Blue Chips as well.
That's right. She's Isaiah Thomas's. No, not
Penny Hardaway.
But the Isaiah Thomas character, because they were from. It was the same high school. They were from the west side of Chicago. Yeah, that's what they were doing with that. That's what that was. And if you got the reference to Blue Chips...
Welcome aboard. Stay right here. Tell your friends that are your same age.
Correct. You are fine. You don't have to get your affairs in order if you don't want to, but it's probably still a good idea.
It's probably still a good idea.
Shout out to Butch McRae, the legend.
Shout out to Butch McRae.
Yeah, man. So sometimes when we get affable Craig, we get informative and thoughtful Craig too, because you asked him about PCA.
Because PCA is leading baseball in Fangraphs WAR at 6.3. Here's what Craig said about PCA and where his game is at right now.
I mean, he's just playing out of his mind. That's the fact. I mean, that's, whatever growth you got, he's just playing out of his mind right now. It's been fun to watch. He's the best player right now in the game, playing in the field. There's no question about it. So it's just been great to watch. I've never seen a player whose kind of swing decision profile has changed this fast and this abruptly, but it's testament to just a great athlete at a young age, kind of moving forward in the game. Just the growth of a great athlete. I mean, that's what I think this is. Comfort as experience, trust in yourself, going through some failure. So those all contribute to it. But this is a great athlete, coming into the prime of his career.
That's pretty cool. Craig comfortably talking about Pete and everything that's happening. The growth. Yes, but also just the excellence of being in the moment.
If I can make a supposition about, because we were talking about this in the pre-show about what Craig meant, because when you said it, I thought about like, oh yeah, maybe he just meant fielding. No. I think what he's saying is, as far as position players go, Pete's the best. And the F-WAR number suggests that as players playing in the field, because Ohtani doesn't play in the field.
You think it was an Ohtani sub-reference?
Yeah, I don't think he's throwing shade. I just think that, like, my guy plays center field every single day.
Yeah.
And he's the best. And when you look at the F-WAR number, he's the guy right now, and it's cool. You know who else is getting stuff done, Speegs?
Who's that?
The White Sox bullpen. The White Sox bullpen is getting stuff done, and Will Venable is doing an incredible job managing it. Let's talk about last night's game and this run that the Sox bullpen is on next here on The Score.
Bears fans, the countdown continues. 6 days to go to Bears training camp. It's year 2 for the Ben Johnson era.
It's just a matter of how many reps can we continue to pile on over the course of training camp.
And star quarterback Caleb Williams looks to continue his growth.
There's so much to unlock. There's so much to get better at.
Keep it on The Score as we bring you coverage of Bears training camp every day as the team gets ready for the 2026 season. We are Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, live on the free Odyssey app.
Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA. What's up,
Tanny, you were going through the Dempster baseball reference page.
Well, it's just like it's not often we have a chance. Like usually when Demp comes on, it's like 15 minutes at a time here or there, and we're talking about a specific thing. It's not often we have a big leaguer in the house to go over their career, especially someone who played as long as Demp. So
right, and you've never asked me about my baseball reference.
The phone's
page.
ringing. Well, it's not good actually. Yeah, your reference page is not particularly good.
It really isn't.
So we were looking at. I was wondering, Demp, do you know who you faced the most in your long career?
I think it's Albert, but it could be It could be like an Astro, like Lance Berkman.
I think you know your baseball reference page because Berkman is number 1, with 87 plate appearances, and Pujols right behind him at 79, number 2. Other notable names, and this is just a way to remember some guys. It's not a quiz per se, but Jason Kendall up there. Ironically, Jason Kendall, you hit him 4 times.
Yeah, we were just talking about that at the All-Star game.
A couple more real quick before we get to a break. Do you know who had the most amount of hits against you?
Skip Schumacher?
You do know your baseball reference page. Wow. 22 hits.
He named his dog. He got a dog, and he named his dog Dempster. I swear to God, that's a factual statement. It's unbelievable.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
It's so weird because you look at the list. It's like Skip Shoemaker, Lance Berkman, Albert Pujols. That's
one
the top
of these
3 right
things
there.
is not like the other
Yachty's
one.
there, Prince Fielder in the top 10.
Yep.
So let's go with guys that Dempster owned. All right, so you have 2 Hall of Famers on this list. I'm gonna go minimum 10 plate appearances. Right.
Oh, if you give me a little bit more less play, like 7, I got a couple more Hall of Famers on there.
I know. I do have one with 7. Well, I think it's who you're talking about. But there's a lot of pitchers on here, obviously, and I won't name them except Glendon Rush had 16 at bats and hit 063 against you. And Glendon Rush, friend of the station,
yes.
So just got to shout him out.
Friend of Ryan Dempster.
Yes, great friend. Son Cade Rush just drafted by the Detroit Tigers.
Oh, love that.
Yeah, didn't take up pitching until 3 years ago, FYI. So for all the travel ball parents out there who thinks you need to take your kid to every tournament from here to Indonesia, you don't need to do that. You can go a different route too. Back to you.
All right, so who are the two Hall of Famers? One of them hit 000, nothing against you, and the other one hit just 143.
But they're both pitchers?
No. They're position player Hall of Famers.
And this is minimum 10 at bats?
Well, one of them 7 at bats. The other
Joe
one 13.
Mauer with the 7 at bats?
No,
he got a hit.
No, Mauer's got 13 at bats. He's the 143, so he hit only 143.
I doubled down the line, I believe, and then a single. I also, at one point, by the way, Joe Mauer in 2 games, he was 0 for 7 with 6 strikeouts, and I'm one of only 3, I believe it is, starting pitchers to ever strike him out 3 times in 1 game. Small caveat: I had a nice strike zone from Corey Blazer behind home plate.
Way to go,
it's about
Corey.
this far off the plate.
I wish you were a White Sox. I wish you were a
up.
White Sox from the years 2003 to 2010 for that reason. So
Mauer
the other Hall of Famer with 7 at bats hit nothing against you. 0-0-0.
Wow, nothing against me. Hall of Famer.
Just 7 ABs.
Just 7 ABs. It's a West Coast guy then, right? It's my guess.
Well,
maybe an East
he
Coast.
bounced around a little bit. Prime years, American League catcher, but also won a World Series as a catcher.
Ivan Rodriguez.
Yeah, Rodriguez hit nothing against our guy Demp here.
Tony Gwynn 1 for 7. Another one sneaky
That's
in there.
awesome. All right. Other notables here: Sammy Sosa hit just 222 against Ryan Dempster.
2 homers though. Totaled 7.8 miles.
Yeah.
felt like Germany was getting slighted here. They're going to what? They're going to the Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico and London and Seoul, South Korea. We didn't say Germany. Didn't see Germany on the list, Flula. Does this upset you?
I'm deeply upset. I know we may only have perhaps one baseball player from Germany, Max Kepler, from the Minnesota Zwillinge, which is German for twins. How fun would it be for you guys to hear the Minnesota Zwillinge up to bat? It sounds exciting.
And as always, rolls off the tongue, that beautiful language of yours.
Oh, you know it. And all of your Chicago Cubbies, imagine hearing Nico Hörner, Kühle Hendricks, Michael Tauchmann. That's so fun.
Yeah.
To second base. My drop makes the play. Ball game. White Sox win the finale here in Texas 4-2. And they will win this series over the Rangers, their third straight series win.
No, it's great, when you have guys that are available and in good spots, and we're trying to find ways to, find our path through the game, and what that might look like is going to be different every day. We've talked about that, but I think having so many guys locked in, it gives you more versatility and ways to find, the end of these games on the winning side.
The White Sox did shut him down yesterday. They got 5 innings from Anthony Kay, who hit a guy again.
19 on the season. Leads the major leagues.
There needs to be some sort of podcast with him and Antonacci.
where Kay just hits him a bunch. Like it should be a video podcast. And put Antonacci in the batter's box and Kay on the mound.
Yeah, White Sox Social, you're welcome for this idea.
Yeah, really.
All right, take it and run with it. Antonacci and Kay, get them in a video together talking about what it's like for a hitter and what it's like for a pitcher.
Welcome to the HBP. I'm Anthony Kay. I'm Sam Antonacci.
That's all you got to do. But Kay was really solid, and then Jordan Hicks has an 11-inning scoreless streak right now?
11 games.
11 game scoreless streak.
He changes the possibilities of what you can do.
Look what they did last night.
And look at the spots you can target if you're Will Venable. Like Grant Taylor has now, it's been very clear. Grant Taylor is not just a closer, and he's no longer an opener. He's the dude you throw at the most difficult 2 innings that you're worried about from the 6th on.
He's Weapon X.
I love it. And this is, we need a name for this.
I just said Weapon X.
Weapon X is really good. I forget. We ran through a few.
It was something like Stopper, but it was like the Iceman or
whatever it is.
Something like that.
Let's go with
Viper.
Weapon X. The Viper.
That's what it was.
Either way,
but I like Weapon X better. I think.
You look at his game log, and Baseball Reference can show it to you, where starting in June, innings 6 through 7. Next game, the 9th. Next game, innings 7 and 8. Next game, the 8th. Next game, the 7th. Next game, 10th. Next game, the 8th. Last night, the 7th and the 8th. The game before that, it was the 9th. Like, it doesn't matter. So he's not going to get a save every night. And Will Venable has successfully gotten him to not care. Don't worry about the stats. Just be the Viper and get out there and get it done.
Managers will tell you it's about the players. And Will Venable, like the way that he has managed the bullpen and managed the struggles of Sir Anthony Dominguez, and honestly managed the struggles of Taylor too, and been like, all right, we got to figure out how we're going to get games done. For those guys to come in and throw 4 hitless, scoreless innings last night and striking out 8. The streak that the White Sox bullpen is on, I saw this in Merck's piece today.
Yep.
They have now only allowed 8 earned runs in their last 45 and 2/3 innings. That goes back to July 8th. That's a bullpen that is getting it done for you.
And it absolutely is. And, Jordan Hicks being born again hard this way, as with the arm slot changed, and now the accuracy, the control, along with the absurd stuff and the dominance. Sir Anthony Dominguez is your 3rd most important righty out there, if that. But Will can still say stuff like he did last night. Like, yeah, we used Grant in the 7th and 8th. That meant we felt good about having Huddy and Nuke in the 9th and Sir Anthony. Like, he's got Sir Anthony in the back pocket, and Sir Anthony can think about it as like, well, I might get a shot here in the 9th inning. And Will's doing a great job of managing a modern bullpen. Really is.
The game log for Brian Hudson is pretty strong, too, when you look at what he's done over the last few games, where it's, one earned run in his last 6 appearances. Like that's incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're doing all of the things where, like, I've talked about the White Sox as a team that doesn't need a position player, although I could be convinced
catcher.
That part, and apparently Rosenthal is saying that they are close.
Ken?
Yes.
Saying that the White Sox are close?
Close on getting a catcher. Because
I hadn't seen that. Is that today?
Yeah, this is maybe a couple minutes ago. While I was dodging the construction, I was looking at stuff.
Oh, that's interesting.
So, I mean, but other than that, they're not starving for outfield help or power.
Mm-hmm.
They've got all that stuff. You get a veteran catcher who knows what they're doing, and maybe you upgrade. Maybe you upgrade offensively like some of the guys that we've been talking about over the last couple of days.
Well, look at that. I'm very pleased that we have brought this up over the last 2 days, that we got aggressive about this idea. With the injury to Kyle Teal, Edgar Caro has not been able to hit, but he's nice defensively. Drew Romo has not been able to hit, and he has his moments defensively managing pitchers, but not really as a framer or a thrower. They've got the worst OPS in all of baseball from the catcher position, and here it is right here from Ken Rosenthal in a piece that broke 21 minutes ago, Lawrence. Good call. The Chicago White Sox facing the loss of catcher Kyle Teal for 8 to 12 weeks. That's different than the 6 to 12. Are, quote, working hard, unquote, to acquire a catcher, according to a person briefed on their plans. It'll be easier said than done. The catching market is thin, and the Rays, New York Yankees, and Los Angeles Dodgers are among the other teams seeking help behind the plate. Dodgers? Really? They want everything? I know Will Smith is hurt, but Dalton Rushing is putting up numbers.
He is, but he's also
a bag.
I don't know if he's a bag, but he struggles to communicate with people effectively.
That is kind.
So, but he's young, like he's learning, and everyone's trying to help him.
I'm gonna go with bag.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but sometimes you have more empathy and kindness for me than I do when talking about a young athlete and their struggles.
You know how, young guys,
Yeah. He's a little volatile.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, this is how things work.
Got it. When Nico Horner regrets not telling you to F off.
That's true, though. You're right.
Then you know.
I really should have told that guy to go bleep himself.
Oh, wait a minute. Nico, like the kindest dude in town.
No, you're right.
I regret not telling that guy to go F himself.
Just ruminating in his forerunner about what he should have said to Dalton Rushing.
Man, yeah. Just sitting there getting ready for a Zoom with us like, God, I missed my chance to tell that guy to go screw.
The Renaissance man of Major League Baseball is regretting the fact that he didn't tell this guy to go bleep himself.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, then you know what? I that pushes me over the edge. Probably a bag.
Probably a major bag alert.
Bag alert.
Major bag alert.
I can confirm. Remember, I was sitting up close when the Dodgers were in town.
Oh,
Miguel
that's
Vargas
right.
challenged a pitch in the 9th inning of a blowout game, and Rushing's getting up in his face for challenging a pitch that late in the game.
Well, and honestly, actually, to go back to Lawrence's angle on it, remember Dalton Rushing talking in the clubhouse about how he needed support from his team, and he was embarrassed and ashamed to have needed support, and he was like bad-mouthing himself for not having just the toughness to put his head down and get through it. And it's like, man, that ain't it. So that really goes to your point of a young guy not realizing, put a name on your feelings or however you want to describe it.
And he's in a clubhouse with Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman and
Kyle Tucker.
Well,
that's the trouble right there.
Well, bag alert. I just like that song. It's not connected to anything.
$119
It's like
million.
this. It's like this.
Yeah, that thumbs down doesn't mean anything.
Not a thing.
Not a damn thing.
It doesn't mean a thing at all. All right, we need to take a break. When we come back, the news of the day, we wanted to make sure that we gave it proper space. Patrick Kane is back in a Blackhawks sweater. And there were some people who apparently already knew that this was happening. And we actually got out in front of this too a little bit, and that's exciting. We had a guest on, was it last week? 2 weeks ago, that talked about this being a possibility and why it makes sense. Kaner is back, and we're talking about it. It's the Spiegel and Holmes show on The Score.
Blackhawks fans rejoice as Patrick Kane now returns to the Hawks. But BetMGM ambassador and Blackhawks legend Chris Chelios sees this story first days ago, right here on The Score.
I am not going to lie to you guys. It is down to Buffalo and Chicago. I know that because I spoke to him.
Breaking news on The Score. Patrick Kane is rejoining the Blackhawks on a 2-year deal.
Woo-hoo-hoo! Chris Chelios, you were right.
Caught me off guard for sure. Springing the question on me, not having any coffee or anything, not jeopardized our friendship with Kaner, but it was a private conversation. Glad it worked out for Kaner and his family. Kaner still got.
Matt Snyder's with us from CBS Sports. Damn good hat wall behind you. Really impressive.
Yeah, we need to talk about that.
I've got the championship one right above my head, if you can see. Right there.
Folks are watching you on Twitch and on YouTube, so I've got some questions about this.
Good, me too.
Is this form or function? Like, do you actually pull caps from there, or is this your set for when you come on and hang out with people like us?
It's a great first question.
It's the set.
Okay.
It's just there. I don't really wear hats. So yeah, it's just the set. I pretty much you can see a bunch of the World Series ones.
Yes.
I buy them when I go to the World Series there. And I went to Indiana University. So, this one is new, and it's my pride and joy right now.
Yeah,
so,
for anybody who can't see, there's 8 rows of baseball caps, and there's a lot of Cubs hats. The entire row on the left, other than a Twins hat for some reason.
Well, there's the White Sox Batterman.
The White Sox Batterman cap is my question, Lawrence.
The Homestead Grays.
Yeah, well, is beautiful.
Well, it was my wife actually at an insurance seminar got it autographed by Jason Benetti. You can see the autograph.
The White Sox hat.
Yes.
Yeah. See, that's what we're wondering. You're an avowed Cub fan, an open and comfortable Cub fan with a White Sox hat on your wall. I was going to ask you to explain yourself.
I don't hate the White Sox that.
Good for you.
Yeah. I hate the Cardinals. You won't see any Cardinals stuff anywhere.
See, this is where I feel like White Sox fans and Cubs fans can shake hands.
They can
and be like, you know what? I don't like them neither.
What, the Cardinals?
Yeah, but the Cardinals Cardinals fans try to attach themselves to the White Sox, and they're like, hey, we don't like the Cubs either. And we're like, no, our neighbors are fine. Get out of here, hayseed.
We're all Bears fans, so we can just talk about football then, and that's. Yeah,
there's a Bears hat on the bottom of row 7, as a matter of fact. But
there's a couple behind me too.
I echo the fact I have a couple of those World Series destination hats,
You do?
certain rivalry. Yeah, I mean, there's the 2 that I've been to that in the stands. The Red Sox Dodgers in 20. What year was
18.
that? Yeah, 18, and the Cubs Cleveland one in 2016. But those are good commemorative hats. I have like Stanley Cup hats from being able to be at Blackhawks Stanley Cup hats. Those are excellent buys.
So what's the bacon cap?
The Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs.
Yes.
Gosh, it would have been like 2013 or 2012. They had a promotion where they had bacon uniforms, and I wrote about how cool it was. And they just emailed me and said, do you want a hat? So I was like, hell yes, I do. I'll put it up here.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful cap. So now that you have opened the door, let's talk about the Bears. What was your favorite Caleb Williams moment this past year, Matt?
I think the fourth down to Rome. No, because, gosh, there were so many. It's tough to – maybe the playoff fourth down, but that came at a loss.
Yeah. Fourth down touchdown.
And then you think about the walk-off touchdown to DJ, but that was regular season.
Yeah.
Maybe the DJ touchdown against the Packers, because that would have been like
Saturday.
a playoff game, knocking the Packers out. We don't lose in the playoffs to the Packers. So maybe the Packers game clincher to DJ is probably that.
I think that's a great answer, and I think history will probably point towards that one on the top of the list. The only one I would add is the bootleg left touchdown to Cole Kmet in Philly.
I think that's my favorite.
Oh my
Black Friday.
God, the Black Friday. It was just like after managing the game all day and getting his Jalen Hurts on, he had to be special, and that throw was special. And they announced themselves as we can beat anybody.
Yeah.
There were just so many. That's why that season was so great.
Yeah. And that's why our Chris Tannehill decided to tune in to Green Bay Packers post-game radio.
That's right, folks. Sometimes you love sports so much you got to have more sports, even when your team's not playing. But I will check out because I like to know about the North. Sometimes turn the page is not enough for me to learn about the North.
It's an old score move to use the app.
Usually it's meant for bigger games than that last night, but I was in the mood to have to enjoy that a little bit because when you can check out our guy Mark Tauscher, who is I've been a fan of his for years. These Packers offensive linemen, that's the thing that sucks. They have so many great.
Thanks to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, an Odyssey sports station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
This historic pick, first time ever the Chicago Blackhawks have had the first pick, and we proudly select Patrick Kane.
What's up, Chicago?
Kane's going down the slide. He's got the puck. Score! Oh, boy! First NHL goal. Patrick Kane, a spinorama, backhand, he scores! Patrick Kane putting on a show on St. Patty's weekend for savoir-faire. Is that a Superman, Kane? He is Clark Kent and Superman all at once. That's not fair. Kane, backhand shot, he scores! A playoff hat trick, playoff performances create superstars. You've got one in the making here. What chaos! Patrick Kane with the shot. Word has gotten to the Blackhawks what you have just seen. One of the more unusual finishes, but it's a goal. The Stanley Cup to the Chicago Blackhawks. He's a big-time player. He's got hardware now to back it up. Conn Smythe Trophy winner.
And the Hart Trophy goes to Patrick Kane.
2 seconds and one. The Blackhawks are Stanley Cup champions. Let's hear from number 88, Patrick Kane. They've waited a long time for this to be at home. For the third time in 6 years, the Blackhawks are Stanley Cup champions. Kane delays. He'll drag it his shot. He scores! That's 400 for Patrick Kane. 1,000 points for Patrick Kane. And look at the mob scene. The bench is going to empty.
That's hockey, baby!
Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons on the Score.
Get down! Get down! Kane! Kane is back! Oh my God! What's he gonna do, JR?
He's probably gonna choke slam you.
Oh my God! Kane is here!
Patrick Kane is back with the Blackhawks. He signed a 2-year deal with the Blackhawks. So if you were looking at this season and being like, man, it's a bummer that Connor Bedard is not going to be available until probably December or so. Well, now you've got someone to at least help with the goal scoring and points scoring burden in Patrick Kane.
And the narrative of the season opening and the PR and the ticket selling and all that gets a little boost without Bedard for a couple months too.
Yeah, because that's the guy that I wanted to. I want to go see Bedard, right? That's where I've spent my money on Blackhawks tickets the last couple of years. Is I'm gonna go see the kid. I'm gonna go see him, and with him out, it's like, oh, that feels like a waste of a quarter of a season. And now it kind of doesn't have to be.
Yeah, I mean, Kane is, I think, about to be 38. I think he's 37 right now.
Yeah, I was a little surprised that it was a 2-year deal, but when you have another bidder.
Yeah, and when you've got room, they've got room under the cap, and this can reward him and spread it out. And clearly it's about the end of his career here and sliding comfortably into an ambassadorship and all of that. But
he can still play, though, too.
He definitely can still play. But there was a time, and you're talking about Bedard appropriately right now, but there was a time where, Patrick Kane was must-watch stuff in this town for a long, long time. I remember thinking and tweeting one night, I like living in the city where Patrick Kane does his work. Because you could turn on a Blackhawk game and be like, oh my sweet Jesus, watch that guy. Some dudes have the necessary artistry in moments where you gotta be really good, whether it's, on a breakaway with a puck or in a shootout with a puck, or like Barry Sanders in the open field, Devin Hester in the open field.
The artistry plus athleticism.
Yeah, and it's for a purpose. It's for a purpose. Like Kane,
don't worry.
at his best.
He would also give you some of the stuff that was unnecessary too.
Little bit of dip on the chip.
Yeah,
sure.
And why not?
Right. But sometimes it would be necessary.
Sometimes it would be. He would come up with creative ways to score the puck.
Yes, and you'd be like, "Oh my God!" He just put that behind the back and like put the stick, through his pant leg for some reason, or like whatever it was, and you'd be like, "Holy hell!" And that dude is, third all time for the Blackhawks in games played, third in goals, second in assists, second in points in the team's history.
First in points of American-born players. I'm looking at the list right now.
All the American-born players.
Is this going to be a category?
No, it's not.
All
Not
right,
today.
You want to play a little mini category?
Oh, boy. Yeah, sure.
I am looking at the top 20 American-born points leaders in NHL history.
Jeremy Roenick.
Yes, he is number 5 at 12-16.
Mike. Oh, sorry.
Wait,
go ahead,
not
Tanny.
your turn.
Yeah.
We actually are going to play categories in the next segment.
Oh, yeah, later this hour.
Tanny, with your Blackhawks cap on.
Yeah. I'm just going to say, we're going to hear from him a couple times in this segment. Chris Chelios.
Chris Chelios is 13th at 948. Baby T. Think Blackhawks. There's another Blackhawk on here. All right, Baby T is out.
Tony Amonte?
Very good. Number 16 with 900 points. Tanny.
Mike Modano.
Yeah, that's good.
Mike Modano is third on the list, 1374. I believe Kane passed him in goals last year. In points last year. That's what it was.
Pat LaFontaine? Pat LaFontaine on that list?
Pat LaFontaine, number 11 with 1,013. Tanny? A lot of people would call one of these guys a bag.
In hockey?
Yeah.
Well, you've got... Well, yeah, so here comes the run on
bags?
Bobby Hull?
No, but Brett.
Whatever. Yeah, because Bobby, not American, but Brett, American.
Brett Hull, number 2 with 1391. We knew that's what you meant.
Oh, how many Kachucks are on there?
There's one Kachuk on there for now.
Keith?
Yes.
So Keith is on there.
Keith at number 7 with 1,065.
I think I have one more guess in my back pocket.
We got a lot of good stuff here. We could just keep going because we know our pucks.
Yeah, clearly. My only other guess.
There are some guys that are not in the top 20 that are coming though.
Austin Matthews,
number 25.
Okay, yeah, that was the one I was going to guess. Well, so speaking of American-born players, and
hold on, let me finish the.
Oh yes, sir, please.
List.
Yes, sir, please.
Patrick Kane, number 1. Brett Hull, number 2. Mike Modano, number 3. Phil Housley, number 4. Jeremy Roenick, 5. Joe Pavelski, number 6. Keith Kachuk, 7. Joe Mullen, number 8. Doug Waite at 9. Brian Leach at 10. Pat LaFontaine. This is the guy I was thinking of. Phil Kessel. He is at number 11. Who else? Chris Chelios at 13. I'm sorry. Phil Kessel, number 12. Chris Chelios, 13. Blake Wheeler, Neil Boren, Tony Amani, and yada, yada, yada. I'm losing the screen here. It's like there's an ad that's popping up in the middle of the screen. I'm like, oh, wait. Paul Stasny at number 20. Gary Suter at 19. Bill Guerin at 18. Zach Parise at 17. And Tony Amani at 16. Now we're covered.
Oh, man. I was wondering why you were punting on the list. Because the screen was jumping up to bite you.
Eddie Olczyk, number 22.
Oh, interesting.
On the list.
I was there the day that Chris Chelios' sweater got raised to the rafters at the United Center.
What about the Raptors?
There were no Raptors. There was music afterwards. That was fun.
Everybody, you weren't down there, I was.
But when he, in the middle of his speech, referenced Patrick Kane, who was in town as a member of the Red Wings, I feel like a love affair was kind of rekindled. Because 2023 at the trade deadline, Kyle Davidson deals Kane away, and it was like definitive. It's like, now, where we're going, we don't want this guy anymore. We don't want him anymore. And then that day, the love affair, I think, was rekindled as Chelios made his speech.
This guy will go down as the greatest American-born player. Kaner, Patrick Kane, unbelievable.
It's not how long that is.
That jersey looks kind of funny, Kane. Big row on you. And don't worry, it'll work out in the end. You'll be standing here same as me.
How about that? I forgot that Chelly even said that. That really felt like that was the most electric moment of the day that wasn't about Chelios himself, was that Patrick Kane.
Well, you remember how that night ended?
With Kane
walk-off.
A Kane overtime goal. Yeah. And then it ended with me singing Bob O'Reilly.
Well, for most of us, how it ended.
with
Watching
Eddie
the
Vedder.
game on TV.
Yeah.
Can I just say that Chris Chelios has a very interesting relationship with being an ambassador. Like at this point in his career, I like that he knows stuff and he's not gatekeeping it.
Oh no, he'll tell you.
I
got a little Rick Sutcliffe in him in that way.
I really like that. I really like that if I want to get some Blackhawks news, that it might come from a Blackhawks great. Mm-hmm. So like those segments with Mully and them boys, you should be listening to, because you never know what little nugget he might drop on you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's been all sorts of stuff in recent months. Yeah, he dropped some non-Blackhawks news a few months ago. I forget what it was. But yeah, to your
Chris Chelios.
Hey, Chicago! This one goes out to one of the greatest Cubs ever. The captain. Bring us a World Series championship. No better guy on the field, no better guy off the field. So to Anthony Rizzo and his family, if he is retiring, this one's going out. Let's hear Rizzo.
That was it. He retired Anthony Rizzo publicly before Anthony did it himself.
Yeah.
Before the 7th inning stretch. That's amazing. To your point. And then this past week, he's been on with Mully and Haugh and straight up broke the Patrick Kane news, basically.
Yeah.
You caught me off guard for sure, springing the question on me, and then not having any coffee or anything. I not jeopardized our friendship with Kaner, but it was a private conversation, and I'm glad it worked out for Kaner and his family and the Blackhawk fans and everybody. But you don't get me too often. You got me good there. To come back at this time, especially when the Hawks are on their way up, and Bedard being out is going to be a great boost for the team. In the beginning of the season, Kaner's still got lots of gas left. Finished off really well last year, so it's great. You have to have that culture, and Kaner's part of that culture. That's the success that the Hawks had with the 3 Stanley Cups and what he built here. So it's tremendous. He's going to boost that power play, no question.
I mean, that's pretty cool. So that's Chelly following up on the fact that last week he basically leaked that what it was down to. And that's before the official news this morning, when he basically told them it was going to happen.
So look, we were ahead of this a little bit too, because we are the hockey station. But we had Darren Pang on, and we were talking with Darren Pang about Connor Bedard, because he has that really great relationship with Connor Bedard, and it was great to talk to him about that. But this is what he told us about the possibility of Kane returning.
Well, I you know what I love about Patrick Kane, and you'll love this, guys, because as everybody knows, I was in St. Louis for 14 years. The team that I never played for, and the team that we as Blackhawk fans hated St. Louis, and St. Louis hated Chicago. And when I was invited to come back to the convention center, probably from 2010 to 2014, every alumni were invited back. It was Patrick Kane was the only guy that would take me aside and give it to me. He's like, oh, how's the Blackhawk doing with St. Louis? Like he endeared himself to me because of the way he said it and the way he's just ribbing me. But like Jonathan Toews was really polite, and Seabrook and Keith, they're all like, hey, how's it going? What's going on? Hey, how do you like that guy? How do you like that guy? And then Kaner would come by and say something. So I'll let you know what I said to him when he joined the Detroit Red Wings. I went into the room and I go, oh, how is it here in Detroit, Kaner? And I love it. So you're asking me a question? Listen, I could, honestly, it would be very enjoyable if that were to ever happen, and see him end his career as a Blackhawk. Man, I would have a lot of fun, because he's greatness. He's just a great player, one of the greats to ever play, and I've really enjoyed getting to know him. First from a distance, and now maybe a little bit closer. So that'd be a thrill. That would be a thrill for me and Rick Ball. I'll tell you that right now.
I forgot how good Darren Pang was talking about that. Lawrence, you had suggested that before the show to give that a spin, and I'd forgotten, because it's just like that Chelios moment. It's not just the hockey part of it; it's the connectivity part of it, and it didn't look right to see him as a Red Wing. Didn't. And it's going to look better to see him as a Blackhawk, and it goes out that way.
But it's weird, though, because didn't Chelios play more seasons with the Red Wings than he did the Blackhawks?
Yes, but he's from here.
No, I get it.
So he reconnects that way.
Is it 13 and 12?
Yeah. No, but it didn't look right to see Kane as a Blackhawk.
I know, but I'm saying, even Chris Chelios spent more time in Detroit than he did in Chicago.
I think it took a while for some Blackhawk fans to
let it go.
Yeah, to re-embrace him, because he did play more there. He played so long there. But, Chelly's just sort of one of those undeniable dudes.
Yeah, he's a made man as a Chicagoan.
The parties...
He played so long.
The parties that weekend of his ceremony... Cindy Crawford was everywhere. Like they're pals. Like all the Malibu posse of people who just are Chelly buddies.
Was there Pepsi? Cindy Crawford was there.
Oh yeah, no, but she was getting it done.
Detroit 10 years for Chelly, Blackhawks 9, Montreal 7, and Atlanta for a year.
Those are 3 different fan bases that can claim Chelly. If they want.
Yeah, the Thrashers.
Patrick Kane is the last of the 7 Blackhawks who won 3 Stanley Cup titles to still be playing. He's the last of the 7. Should we play categories? You guys want to name the other 6? Oh, no,
Wait, give me the category again. No?
There's a core group of 7 players who won 3 cups with the Blackhawks. Baby T, you dropped out last time. Who do you got? See how many
I got to go Jonathan Toews first.
That's one.
Good pick.
Yeah, good job. Keep going, Baby T.
Brent Seabrook.
Yes.
Brent Seabrook.
Yes.
Duncan Keith.
Yes.
Nick Jarmelson.
Oh, very nice.
Corey
That's 5.
Crawford.
No. Corey Crawford.
Not in the first one.
Came in and got the second one.
Auntie Niemi, first time around.
Uncle Auntie.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
We're missing 2. So you got Hjalmarsson, Seabrook, Keith, Kane, and Toews. Mr. Handsome. Patrick Sharp.
Oh, sharp-dressed man.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking to Baby T, so I said go ahead for it.
And then the guy who received the greatest parody song in the history of parody songs. Guy whose family was marching around singing this parody song.
Oh, yes, Hossa. Yeah.
Hossa is number 7. So that's the 7.
You have a very special relationship with Mary Hossa.
I asked him if he worked out, and he did. But I had to get definitive proof. You know what I mean?
You should have asked Kyle Teal.
You know what? I will. If we get a chance to talk to Kyle Teal.
Do you work out a lot, Marion?
Oh, boy.
You sound the same. It's crazy. All those years later.
Let's talk about a bag.
Do you work out a lot, Marion?
That's really it, huh? What? I would have hated listening to me back then. Do you ever hear the sound of yourself from when you were younger? Do you like it? I do not like it.
I do like to have the students do it because they need to hear themselves, and it can be jarring.
Oh, yes.
It can be jarring for them the first time that they hear their own voice. And you're like, that's what I sound like?
I saw a video of myself at age 20 in my buddy's student film, and I was just talking like I knew how the world worked, just so pompous.
In your 20s? No way. Couldn't be.
It was not the confidence, the earned confidence. It was that blatant arrogance.
Well, the beauty
pre-humbling
about where things stand now is now that we're on FM, people are like, oh, that's how they sound. Because there's now more, there's more sonics for us now with us being on FM as well as AM.
Mm-hmm.
So people can hear the bass a little bit more in our voices. So that's good.
Do you work out a lot, Marion?
All right, burn that tape. Go ahead, just burn that.
It's not a tape.
Oh, damn it. Delete that file.
Don't worry, it's all going to crash sooner or later anyway, so we'll lose all of it.
I mean,
especially when the construction gets to the control
one more
room.
hammer to the wall. and
Boom, 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 boom.
It's not hammer time. I mean, apparently it
is.
It is.
Everywhere you look.
Like it's
at the start of our meeting.
Yeah, as
Not a
soon
peep.
as soon as we were like, okay, let's put the show together. Jackhammers, hammers. It felt like the building was imploding.
It really did. I thought, hey, Kool-Aid was just going to burst through our wall.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Baby
Who
T.
knew Baby T had that in his bag?
That's exciting.
This kid, let me tell you something about Baby T.
Go ahead.
He's fixing to usurp Mark Grote as the Score's official impersonator around here.
Sounded like, hey, Kool-Aid was right there.
He hit on
in the
some
room.
impersonations earlier today. I was like, look at you.
By the way, is his name Hey Kool-Aid or is it Mr. Kool-Aid? What's the Kool-Aid?
Dr. Kool-Aid.
He's Captain Kool-Aid. He also didn't
So
serve.
he's a captain.
Honorably.
I can tell you that the Kool-Aid Man's official name is simply Kool-Aid Man.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You're right. In Canada, they call him Captain Kool-Aid.
Captain. Because he didn't serve. He may have served in the Royal Army, but
I think that's my favorite cause of yours, is trying to remove the stolen valor from Cap'n Crunch.
yeah.
That
He's
man-
not a captain. Make sure you say it right. He be capping. That's what he be doing because
Yeah.
he didn't serve.
Uh-huh.
All right? He's he's got those epaulets on his jacket and the admiral's hat. He's got an admiral's hat on as a captain. Now, the cereal's delicious. He didn't serve. And as long as you say those two things, we can be friends.
Ruben the other day said, as he said, what kind of Captain Crunch do we have? I said, the regular one. He said, is that the one with the berries? And I'm like, no.
that's Crunch
That's
Berries.
Crunch Berries. But he thought that Crunch Berries was the standard, was the original, and that Captain Crunch was a varietal.
We strive to give them a better life than what we had. So you're doing good in that regard, Speaks.
Yeah.
Seriously.
But just
I mean,
know,
why would you not go Crunch Berries if you're going Captain Crunch?
when you are in the grocery store and you go down that aisle and you think about saluting him, don't. Because he didn't serve.
Yeah, no. He doesn't deserve your respect.
He didn't serve.
I hope that guy didn't get his hair cut yet, or he's just now finished, because we're about to play categories up in this piece.
What are the categories today?
I'll tell you when we come back.
I tried it. All right, categories is next on the Score.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on The Score.
How confident are you that Caleb Williams will be a top 10 NFL quarterback?
Caleb Williams is a really good quarterback who could end up being great and possibly even elite by the end of the season if he takes care of a few things. And if you just want to narrow it down to accuracy, you can. He has to get better at that, and I think that is something he can get better at. But until I see that, I'm going to keep him out of the top 5.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio. 104.3 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Jewel Oscar.
Not to be mean, but I hate that shirt. Yeah, something like that. Not to be mean, but your nose is too big. Something like that.
I don't think I've ever gone that.
Okay.
Not to be mean. Mully.
But whenever you say that, I'm always expecting, like, here comes the hammer.
Here comes but that guy doesn't belong in the major leagues.
Yeah, right.
That's the kind of thing. You know who does belong is Mark Grote. Grote time! Can't believe it!
I love Zuzu's pedals. Big fan of Zuzu's pedals. Always have loved them.
What's up?
That's a recording of me imitating Baby T. And Baby T playing it. No, Fryer played it.
Morning, Mark.
And,
Morning, Moon. Morning, Sunshine. Morning, Prudential Building. Morning, Power.
Layla Rahimi in the building. In the house. In the studio.
Wait, should I do the imitation of you imitating me?
do that.
Whatever,
Do
the Bears suck.
Whatever.
Nobody has conquered the Layla impersonation yet.
No,
we just do. We just do a higher pitch.
When I heard that you were working on one, I was like, I bet it's going to sound a little like Mickey or Minnie Mouse, and then it did.
Yeah. Well, I didn't want that. So
Technically,
that's why
both. No, why not?
I mean, it's just an okay impersonation. So that's I stand
Man,
by it, but it's just okay.
If you don't get a Grote impersonation, like, are you even here?
No.
And I do that too, by the way. I did the not to be a jerk thing yesterday when I was looking up Baseball Savant stats, but I was kind of a jerk about it. But like, if pointing out unfortunate information is a jerk, then guess what? We're all jerks.
It's the same thing as when people say it goes without saying that.
Yes.
Well, if it goes without saying,
why must you say?
Don't say it.
Zip
Yes.
it.
Zip it.
Yeah.
I think there are times where people
Zip
say
it.
things to soften, and
Yes.
in journalism, we are taught to not do that because those are words that we need for other
Brevity.
other
Layla.
space.
Brevity.
Yeah,
It's totally underrated.
Dave Feldman.
I don't have it.
Dave
I'm
Feldman
sorry.
was the great horse racing writer at the Sun Times.
I love when you talk about
And
Dave
whenever,
Feldman.
and whenever two or more ex-Sun Times guys get together, they talk about Dave Feldman because the stories were unbelievable.
I know.
But his line was always, he would say, "Don't get me wrong, I like the guy," and then whoom,
Boom.
here it comes.
And boom.
I mean, wham. I love that one.
Oh my God, you are wearing a Detroit Lions t-shirt
Yes,
today.
Get out of here.
Thank
Are
you.
people moronic?
Thank you.
I thought it was a
anyone-
Chicago Lions
I
shirt.
love-
Has anyone been to Chicago?
Mully's civic pride and Chicago card was compromised for a moment. And Mully's like, "No, it's the Art Institute, you fool."
I take pride in my lion.
I know you should.
That's a lion joke.
Also, like, does
White Lion
Detroit
Pride.
does
Yes.
Detroit get all the
That's a
lions?
band, by the way.
Pride of Lions.
Do you remember the band?
I don't know.
They don't get all the lions.
Not to be rude, but you're crazy.
No offense. No offense is another one. No offense.
No
but I
offense.
hate your family.
Yes,
Got it.
My
Chuck
night
is
is
on
made.
fire.
Dalen
Thank you,
Swain
guys. On fire.
from
What
the
a-
University of Texas.
Oh my God.
Chuck Swirsky. Yes. Can we go to the
He's
gas
batting
station?
nearly 1,000.
I told you guys. That's
Hey,
crazy.
I'm telling you
Nearly
right now,
1,000.
this is a great first round.
Tell me
for the
why.
Bulls.
Tell me why, Chuck.
Because he's every slap. That's exactly what Bryson Graham has preached from day one.
Unbelievable. Dalen Swain from the University of Texas.
I love it. I flat out love it.
The only major.
Bryson Graham for mayor.
This is it. Onions, baby. Onions. Dalen Swain in the building. Last year, second team All SEC.
Oh, he's got Bill Duffy representing him. He's great.
Okay.
Like you said, listed as a guard there, but he's got size, right? 6'7".
Yeah.
Should be around 225 pounds when he reports for training
That
camp
kid's a
for the Bulls.
stud.
So this is like you said, staying in line. Already going to it, Chuck. Absolutely love it. Played at Texas last year,
Yes,
obviously,
he
but
did.
he played at Xavier
Yep.
prior to that. There were some inconsistencies at time at Texas with his defense, but he was better at Xavier, and I think Longhorns had a little bit tougher year maybe than they expected last year and such. So really, really good rebounder for his position as well in that. So that gives the Bulls optionality there just as they fill out their roster. Don't know his exact role yet, but certainly a guy who should play on the wing for years to come.
100%.
They said best player available. That's what Bryson Graham said. So certainly that's what he feels about 6'6",
And he can
211 pounds.
A key point for Dalen Swain. hot grease now, man.
Afternoons on the Score.
So, I think it's time to play the game.
We're playing the game.
Yes, we're playing the game.
Do we have to play the game?
What's the game?
The game is categories, but just a quick breaking news thing beforehand. It's not like breaking news for like Chicago, but it is interesting. On the day that Fernando Mendoza signs his $57 million deal, the guy who finished second in the Heisman got cut. Diego Pavia got cut by the Ravens.
Wow.
Before training camp.
Wow.
You know, the time when they need as many arms as possible to throw to a whole bunch of guys.
Yeah, he can't even be a camp arm? Man, that's an interesting human.
Yep. So, like we were saying, categories, it's a lot of fun. Speegs usually comes up with the category, and then we make guesses on that category until it is exhausted. And then we crown a winner. But we all know that the real winner is you, the listener. Or the viewer.
Yeah, I think so.
Hello to everyone on YouTube and Twitch.
Hello, everyone. I am holding in my hands the three categories, 2 sports, 1 non-sports. We start with Soccer's World Cup. These are
no thanks.
The winners and finalists. Since 1930, Tanny, I'm looking for countries
Winners and finalists.
who have won the World Cup. 8 different countries have won the World Cup. 5 countries did not win it, but were runners-up since 1930. So 13 countries total here on this list. Lawrence Holmes, a World Cup winner or finalist since 1930.
Spain.
Spain has won twice. Correct. Tanny.
Brazil.
Brazil. I'm from Brazil. 5 times Brazil has won it. Baby T.
Argentina.
Argentina has won it 3 times. Correct. Lawrence.
France.
France has won the thing twice. Yes. Tanny.
2020 champs, I believe it was, Italy.
Italy has won the World Cup 3 times. 1938, 1982, and 2006. But thank you for playing. Yes.
20th anniversary is what I meant.
Yeah, that's
Obviously,
right.
you knew
Nailed that. And 1934. They've won it 4 times, actually. Baby T, I need a World Cup winner or finalist.
How about Germany?
Germany. They won it 4 times. West Germany 3 times, and Germany once between 54 and 14. That is correct. Lawrence.
England.
They won it in 1966. That is correct. 1966. Tanny. Now you got troubles.
Argentina?
Argentina's already been named.
Colombia.
Colombia was not a finalist or a winner in the World Cup.
What am I going to do now?
You're going to watch The Sopranos on your phone. Baby T, what do you got?
How about Chile?
Chile has never won it or been a finalist since 1930. Lawrence, one more for the win.
Portugal?
Not Portugal either. Means everybody's back in. Tanny.
I'm busy.
Baby T. Man is watching The Sopranos on his phone. Baby T, got another country? This is where it gets tricky.
He's also watching Sopranos.
Tanny's right in my ear.
Lawrence?
The Netherlands.
Netherlands were a runner-up. Absolutely. A couple of times. The Netherlands is correct. Lawrence wins. Uruguay is the only winner not mentioned. And then the Netherlands, Croatia, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, and Sweden.
It's like going to Czechoslovakia.
Next category. No team in baseball has used more pitchers than the Chicago Cubs.
Ooh.
They've used 34 pitchers on the season. I'm looking at all 34 pitchers used by the Chicago Cubs. Tanny, you're first. Give me a
Matthew Boyd.
Matthew Boyd is, of course, correct. Baby T.
First guy that popped in my mind for some reason, Trent Thornton.
God
that was
bless
the first
you.
guy?
That's amazing. Trent Thornton, of course, has pitched in 27 games for the Cubs. Lawrence.
Shota Imanaga.
20 games pitched for the Cubs. Tanny.
Cade Horton.
Cade Horton. Oh, yeah, that's sad. 2 games pitched for Cade Horton.
Yeah.
Baby T.
Jamison Tyone.
Yes, Jamison Tyone. 14 games pitched. Lawrence.
Ben Brown.
Ben Brown, you betcha. 20 games pitched. 8 of them were starts. He gone, at least for a while. Tanny.
Gasalencia.
Daniel Palencia. 19 games pitched. Baby T.
Caleb Thielbar.
Caleb Thielbar. 35 games pitched for Caleb Thielbar. Lawrence.
Phil Maton.
31 games for
31
the
games.
oft injured and when not injured bad Phil Maton. Tanny.
Ryan Rollison.
Ryan Rollison. 35 games for Ryan Rollison. Baby T.
Corbin Martin.
Wow, that's a deep pull. Corbin Martin, you betcha. 7 games for Corbin Martin. He gone. Lawrence.
Carson Kelly.
Yes, Carson Kelly has pitched in 1 game for the Cubs. That's an amazing pull. Tanny.
Justin Steele.
No.
He didn't pitch once this year.
Not a game.
No.
Oh, no.
What am I going to do
I think you'll watch
now?
the Pine Barrens episode.
Oh, no.
Of The Sopranos.
You once told me that I'm not supposed to do that. You once said to me, don't do that. Like with the phone and put it up to the microphone.
But this is for a comedy bit.
Yeah. Oh, all right. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Baby T, I need a Cubs pitcher.
I'm going with the other Martin. I'm going Riley Martin.
Damn right. Riley Martin was real good for a while, 8 games, and then he gone. Lawrence.
Colin Ray.
21 games, including last night. Baby T.
Javier Assad.
Javier Assad, 16 games. Lawrence.
I think Baby T's got it. I'm
Yeah.
out.
You out? One more, just for the win, Baby T.
Drew Pomeranz.
Drew Pomeranz. Very nice. Jacob Webb, Hobie Milner, Jordan Wicks, David Peterson, Vince Velasquez would have been a good pull. Jaden Murray, Yaxel Rios would have impressed me. Charlie
Didn't
Barnes.
he just win Summer League?
That was Lendeborg.
Oh.
And Ty Block. There you go. 34 pitchers.
Oh, Vince got into a game, huh?
Vince Velasquez, he sure did. 2 of them, in fact. 2 of them. He was very
What's your
effective.
favorite?
Yeah, the one in Milwaukee that he finished, a blowout win. All right, bananas. I love them.
Bananas are awesome.
They're awesome. I'm looking at the top 20 fruits sold in the United States in the calendar year of 2025 by percentage of households that purchased them. The top 20 fruits, Baby T. Give me a top 20 fruit sold in the United States.
Got any grapes?
Grapes, number 4 on the list. Bananas, by the way, number 2 at 83% of the households.
You're supposed to let us guess it.
Oh, yeah, I should have. Lawrence, you want bananas?
Bananas.
Yeah, number 2 on the list. Very good, Lawrence. Tanny.
I'm going for the joke, even it may not be on the list. But how about in honor of our 5 o'clock guest?
Mango?
Number 17. Dave wants to. Not a fan of mango in beer form.
Mango?
Number 17 on the list. Baby T, give me a top 20 fruit.
How about orange?
Oranges, damn right. Number 8, oranges. 50% of households purchased an orange in 2025. Lawrence.
Between Washington and Michigan, apples.
Apples. How do you like them apples? Number 3 on the list at 78%. Tanny.
I don't know if this qualifies as the oranges category, but the clementines, cuties, either of those two.
You know, I got
Wait,
two other.
wait, hold on. Think about what some of our leagues are when we talk about baseball.
Well, no, I don't need I won't take the hint. That's like not above
Yeah,
board.
no, the clementine or the cutie.
All right, well, let me get another guess then.
That's what I was saying.
It's a thing that I buy in the produce section every week, and I eat them. That happens to be a fruit. So if you don't want to give it to me, I will just say grapefruit.
Grapefruit is number 16 on the list.
Almost said cactus.
Absolutely.
Not
Baby
a fruit.
T. Baby
Grapefruit
T.
was my next guess. How about blueberries?
All berries is one grouping.
Oh.
They put all the berries together, and that's number 1. 84% of households have berries that they purchase. Lots more on the list here, Lawrence. Lemons. Wow. Hold on.
You got to be kidding me. Between Florida, Arizona, and
Number
California.
12.
Thank you.
Number 12 on the
This
list.
is where it starts, Lawrence.
I got it. We're good. Relax, Tanny, and give me a fruit.
Limes.
Limes, number 15 on the list. Very nice.
Make Sprite.
Baby T.
Watermelon.
Melons, all together. They've put all the melons together. 70%, number 5 on the list for all the melons. Lawrence.
Tomatoes.
Tomatoes. Not listed as a fruit.
I am tapping my helmet. We are going to the ABS on tomatoes.
Dalton Rushing hates it.
All right, fine. Pineapple.
Pineapple, number 10 on the list. Number 10, absolutely. Tanny, I want to get... Mandarin is a clementine, isn't it? Is a mandarin a clementine?
Well, I don't know if it's just branding and the company that provides them. I don't
Or
know if they're
cutie?
technically. Yeah.
I'm going to give you mandarin. 'Cause I think that's-
Retroactively, great. Well, then I'm using that right now.
Okay,
Next.
mandarin, good job. Baby T.
I think Baby T might have to tap out here.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. Baby T is out.
I'm out.
Lawrence, I need another fruit.
Cherries.
Number 11 on the list. 41% of households. Tanny.
Pomegranate.
Pomegranate. Number 18 on the list.
Bang.
Wow.
What a messy disaster it is to buy a pomegranate. I have no idea how to cut them. It's all seeds. Everything gets stained. Never again. Done with you, pomegranates. That has been my editorial moment on pomegranates. Lawrence.
Kiwi?
Number 14. Very nice. 20% of households.
I, too, am shocked.
You guys are running the category here. There's only a few more. Tanny?
I'm taking a shot with one of those that may or may not be a fruit. Avocado
is number 6 on the list.
So wait, how does avocado
I
on the
know.
list?
So I said it's where it starts.
Hey, this is, it's a very reputable source that I don't remember where I got it.
It's theinternet.com. Spiegs went all over the whole internet.com.
Lawrence, there's only 4 more here on the list.
Oof.
Yeah.
Said cherries.
Yeah.
We've done pineapple.
Mm-hmm.
Peaches,
nectarines, and plums are all looped together at number 9 with 49%. Tanny. This is amazing. The run on fruits.
And I do the shopping in our house, and I can picture myself in the
with
produce
you. What
section
else
right
is
now.
there?
I got nothing, man.
Yeah, I understand.
I got nothing.
Lawrence, one more for the win, just for fun? Or are you good?
I'll guess it's not on the list, though.
What is it?
Plantain.
No plantain. Pears is on the list.
Lucas Giolito's favorite.
And 2 more orange varietals, tangerine and tangelo, are on the list.
Tangerine.
Those are apparently not clementines or cuties.
So when I reference
mango,
you guys remember, Speaks, I know you remember when we did on the old show, we would collect anytime a guest would mention a fruit, and we called it the Score Fruit Salad among many of our contributors, and we just wanted to assemble an audio fruit salad, and here's what it sounded like.
Bananas.
Apples.
Strawberry.
I'm going to say a peach.
mango.
I like oranges.
Pineapple. Man, I love avocado. I love it.
We should have just done that as the category.
That's incredible. That's like what Michael Irvin, Boomer Esiason, Olin
Hub.
Kreutz, Hub Arkish.
Doesn't get any better than that.
Beat me to it. There it is. The
I was in
category.
there too.
The winner is was it Lawrence or was it Tanny? Yeah,
I didn't win a single one.
I won
yeah.
2 categories
Lawrence
today.
is the winner of categories,
But
but
really-
as always, we know the winner.
The listener.
Thank you, Baby T.
Baby T.
On fire.
Look at you.
Good stuff,
Oh, yeah.
everybody.
Oh,
Hey,
this guy.
Speaks, good job. Good job. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Worked hard on that.
Wow.
Gave it to myself.
Dig yourself.
I do, Hud. I do.
The real winner is Speaks.
Oh, dig yourself.
When we come back, we are going to have a very different conversation about Aaron Rodgers.
It's time.
Next on The Score.
The Cubs are now on 104.3 The Score and the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
It's got a chance. Cubs win the ball game.
Northwestern Medicine, leading the way to better medicine. Learn more at nm.org.
From the FIFA World Cup.
Jason Benetti and I connected the other day, yesterday, and we were actually the day it happened on Sunday, because he called me when he found out the news, because he was in Chicago, he was doing the Cubs game, and we shared a laugh. We were silent on the phone for a second, and obviously anybody who knows JB, same deal. You love him because he had some really just the right words at the right moment. And we were both just like, I'm so sorry. He was both of our friends. He was both of our partners. JB, obviously a longtime fill-in for the Bulls too. And we were kind of silent for a second. And in perfect Benetti fashion, he goes, do you remember when you guys did that game in the studio, the Sox game in the studio? And I just started laughing because Stacy and I did a White Sox game from studio when they played the Royals, and I knew exactly what he was talking about. There was a 2-hour or something 3-hour rain delay, and Stacy had ordered. We were doing this at the NBC Tower, and Stacy ordered P.F. Chang's for dinner, like on DoorDash or Uber Eats or something, and the guy couldn't get. NBC Tower is like impenetrable. It's like Fort Knox. And the guy couldn't find the entrance, and Stacy had ordered like $80 worth of Chinese food, and the guy couldn't find the entrance, so he ordered it again. And we never got the food during the rain delay, and then we had to call like a not very fun Sox Royals game from studio. and he never got his $175.
It happened
worth
twice?
of PF Chang's. Neither person who tried to deliver the food could find the entrance at the NBC Tower. And Benetti didn't even have to bring up the whole story. He was just like, remember when you guys and the delivery guy, and we both just started cracking up, which was the first laugh I had that day, and it was courtesy of JB, which and that's not shocking at all if any of you know Jason Benetti, that he would be have the ability to do that. But that's another, like, most people haven't heard that story. Some people have, but like there's, for the next, I don't know, year for sure, and probably forever, somebody somewhere in some bar or restaurant will have a story on Stacey, and it will range from he took a photo with me to he held my kid on his shoulders to we tweeted at him and he brought us down to the floor after the game and let us take photos at center court, which I never ever thought my feet would ever touch the United Center floor, to he was having dinner at this spot and he was nice enough to like say what's up and tell me about the playoffs. Like, it's going to range from all through that. Somebody somewhere in this city will have a story on him. And I always thought like Harry Carey and, like Johnny, Red, Norm Van Leer. I kind of always just thought that they were like men about town and they could walk in anywhere and like they didn't have to pay for a dinner or a drink or whatever like that. That's kind of how Stacey was, and I never thought of him that way because he was just our buddy. He was our friend. He was our colleague. We don't think of our friends necessarily in that manner, but that's what he was to a lot of people. I imagine Stacey, when people, say, oh, that guy was the life of the party. When I think of life of the party, it's not the guy who barrels in through the front door and starts screaming and yelling. That's not who he was. He's the guy that glides in through the front door, has a different aura about him, and not only does he differentiate himself because of that, he then decides, well, I'm going to get everybody into this, and pulls everybody in a little bit closer where you do interact with the people around you. And I'll tell you this quick story, and then I know we got to go. The juxtaposition of Stacey to me when we were in Paris for the Bulls playing the Pistons, and
Thank you so much. You're always welcome here.
Appreciate it. I mean, today, it was definitely a good day. It was definitely a good day, for sure.
Afternoons on The Score.
11 guys on the field, Sometimes it's my fault.
Yeah, that felt a little weird, him saying that. Sometimes it's my fault. And usually the quarterback would be like, it's my fault all the time, period. But whatever, he's lived a different life and been a different type of quarterback for 20 years. And Aaron Rodgers is going to play, and it looks like one of the things that people would always hold against Aaron Rodgers in his bag alert was that he wasn't getting along with his family. And let me just say, Spiegel, before we get into it, that is not always fair to the person who is no longer talking with their family, depending on what has happened with the family. That being said.
Yeah. No, but I think that's true. I think to me it always seemed like another data point to add to the Aaron Rodgers calculus, as you kind of diagnosed him or whatever. But who knows? I mean, the rumors were that his parents were very strict religiously, and that he kind of had an awakening of sorts along the way. But he's had lots of awakenings, gone in a lot of directions. Whatever. Like, I genuinely am glad that he and his family are back and talking, because life is too short to have an estrangement that keeps going and going and going, assuming that there's no genuine ill will and nefarious stuff
or
going
abuse, right? Like that, and that's one of the reasons why a lot of people. It's a whole movement. Like, if you look onto Reels, for example, like there's a whole thing about adult children
with
separating,
different found family.
Yeah, like separating from their family because of childhood trauma.
That I would never urge someone to get back with a family member who abused them, especially if they were not coming clean about it and like really helping you deal with it and heal from it. But that doesn't seem to be what this was from what we had heard, because Aaron had talked about it, his brothers had talked about it on different reality shows and documentaries and what have you. But like seeing these pictures, like, I don't know. Maybe
it's nice.
Maybe I'm being a soft touch.
You are.
But I have blasted away at Aaron Rodgers for years and enjoyed doing so. And then I saw this and I'm like, you know what? Good for him.
One step closer to you guys being friends. Like now it's got the ayahuasca and the and you guys, like vibing on. What was the other thing that you guys vibe on?
Darkness retreat?
No, there was something like, you're like, I get it. And I was like, well, that's your man's, Aaron Rodgers. So I forget what it was. No, I don't. Well, I mean, whatever. But now,
Mr. Pfizer.
No,
it wasn't. I've been immunized.
No, wasn't that?
Begging grandmother to let me purge whatever was inside of me and needed to come out.
Who was grandmother in that circumstance?
I believe in the ayahuasca ceremony, like the person who administers is referred to as the grandmother if it's a woman. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, Lawrence. What was it?
There's other things going on, like doing Pancho Carmen.
It might have been connected to the ayahuasca, like the idea of trying to find a higher cause that way.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you guys have vibed on something and it scared you.
Sounds like there's already conversations going on that aren't involving me, which are interesting.
Are you trying to push me back to hating this man? I mean, I will. And it feels good to lean into it.
Also dated Blue of Earth.
And Olivia Munn. I did.
Olivia, Aaron Rodgers is kind of an ass, right? I don't know.
Yes. Oh, boy, I laughed hard at Steven Shrippa on that one. Really did. Was he in the episode you watched during categories, by the way?
Of course, yeah. Pine Barrens, yeah.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Yep.
Yeah, I maybe it comes from like, there was a friend of the family when I was growing up. There were two brothers who had worked together in their 20s and 30s, and then they just stopped talking, and they finished their lives like that. 40 years without talking, and their children didn't talk. Like cousin relationships were severed, and it was like, man, what is going on with that? So maybe that's the soft touch in me here.
I think that all of us want to have like a sense of family. I do think that it's important for people because people get the blood is thicker than water, quote, wrong. It's the blood of the womb is thicker than the covenant of the water, meaning that your friends, the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. That's what it is. That your friends, the family that you find, is actually can be more important than the people that you are related to. So wherever it is that you find your family, as long as you treat them as such, then it's great. And if you have multiple families, like you have your work family, you have your pickleball family, you have whatever your thing is, when you find your family, it can be that. So
that's fascinating. I never knew that the phrase had been turned around.
Yes.
That the blood of the covenant, meaning friendships and commitments that you choose for yourself, is thicker than the water of the womb, referring to the family that you are born into. So you do get a chance to define your own relationships and family that way.
And it's possible that Aaron's family that he built got him to a place where he was like, okay, now I have the tools to repair some of the damage between me and my family.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's very possible. Like, good people can help turn you around.
So you said, so it's kind of there's a thing out there in Reels, like, and you see it a lot as a trend. Like, I wonder if it's more common now, and you see people kind of breaking off, even if there was not abuse necessarily, like political differences and such.
Yes, I mean, that's been one of the ways of it. Like, just the general toxicity of some of those relationships, or people being like, well, you have to be nice to your mother. Well, not necessarily. Like, if your life, I have to be nice to my mother because my mother's great. But some people don't have that experience. And then they are left with all sorts of trauma and baggage that they have to carry. And so people were trying to, one of the real viral clips on this is that someone was trying to explain this to Oprah, and Oprah didn't quite get it. that one could walk away from their familial set. And I will say that just culturally speaking, like this has become like a subset inside of black and brown families. I haven't done enough research on like white families. That's why I just wanted to give that caveat. But that's where I've seen it play out, where there is a guilt that is handed to people saying, well, you have to be nice to your brother. You have to be nice to your sister. And like, no. And people are saying, I can choose not to do that.
Yeah.
And it feels weird to us for people who have like strong bonds with their family to see. And that's why I think that it touched a nerve with a lot of people and maybe was even a red flag on Aaron Rodgers for folks, because they hadn't gotten to that place of understanding that sometimes it's just not the right mix.
It's interesting. It's interesting. You're making me think about it, because I think it was a red flag for me, and it has been, and here I am feeling good about it. I'm the youngest of 5. I get along with all my siblings and have made a point all of my adult life to maintain those relationships, and there's been a lot of good in that, but I mean, I'm sure that I've lost myself every once in a while in it too, because the same stuff that is your strength can be your weakness a little bit. So it's interesting. It's interesting to think about. Well, I admit that I feel good for Aaron Rodgers, and that probably won't last.
I mean, he'll give you something,
Yeah.
right?
Baby T, you feeling good for Aaron Rodgers? You feeling some kindness and warmth for the man?
Baby T is not having that.
He's not having
that. Would you like to know how the Bananas came to be and how they do what they do? Well, if you would, we've got the director of operations coming up. Adam Virant is going to join us, and we'll talk banana ball as they get ready to take over Wrigley Field. That's next here on The Score.
Bananas are awesome.
Chicago wakes up with Mully and Haugh, the most trusted morning show in Chicago sports. Get the latest Bears news with Brad Biggs. Ron Coomer breaks down the Cubs every Friday.
There's a chance that we're going to see Pete win an MVP, and I don't disagree with that.
Plus, Cubs pitching coach Tommy Hotovy joins the show twice a month. White Sox legend Ozzie Guillen checks in Wednesday mornings at 8 to talk Sox.
The starters, they're not going to pitch 6-7 innings every night. No way. We've seen it before. They need those guys to step it up.
From Hallis Hall to Wrigley Field, the United Center to the South Side, Mully and Haugh cover it all. Start your day with Chicago's most complete sports conversation. Weekday mornings from 5:30 to 10 on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
The Chicago Bears select Dylan Thieneman.
There it is.
Defensive back, Oregon.
That's again. It was a clean sweep before the pick, and as we went around the horn and said who we would like to see them take. Just a quick rundown of Dane Brugler's sort of write up on Dylan Thieneman. 1-year starter at Oregon, a productive post safety at Purdue for 2 seasons, transferred to Eugene for his junior season, earned a 2025 All-America nod for the Ducks with both of his interceptions clinching victories late in the game. Collected more than 300 combined tackles in 3 college seasons, averaged 7.9 tackles per start. Open field athleticism, says Thieneman has a lot to offer in the NFL because of his versatility, making plays over the top, in coverage, or downhill versus the run. Shows impressive range and anticipation from the deep half of the field, as well as the intelligence to understand what opponents are trying to do. Although he doesn't always play up to his testing numbers, he can guard both sidelines and sort through routes. He can clean up some things in the run game too. He has a nose for the ball and doesn't hesitate flying to the contact point. That sounds like exactly what the Bears needed in that secondary, Ant.
This is exciting. This is a really exciting draft pick for Ryan Poles, for the Chicago Bears. I can only imagine what that war room at Hallis Hall looked like, how it exploded as more and more picks came off the board, leading to this particular player being available to them, because I do think he suits exactly what the Chicago Bears are going to be looking at the safety position opposite Kobe Bryant. And as much as I've covered literally every game of Dylan Thieneman's career, the 2 years he spent at Purdue, the 1 year he spent at Oregon, he is a Big Ten safety, so I've seen what he's done at a really high level. You go back to him being the Big Ten Freshman of the Year back in that season at Purdue. Ryan Walters was his head coach And at that time, he had Dylan Thieneman playing as kind of a center fielder, like a deep safety. And that's where all those interceptions came back in his freshman season 3 years ago. And year by year, his role continued to be tweaked and adjusted. Second season at Purdue, sometime at strong safety, sometime in the box. Here at Oregon, this past season, he was utilized in that Dan Lanning defense, Tosh Lapoy's defensive coordinator, but it's Dan Lanning's defensive scheme that they were running, and he was moving around quite a bit. He spent some time at the second level, spent some time deep, did a lot more stem and disguise than we had seen at either point in his previous seasons of his college football career, and also a player that, being only 3 years removed from high school, you can just tell he's learned more and more about the sport of football, more and more how to play defense at the major college level every year he's been doing it. I actually comp him with Kevin Byard, the player who the Bears just moved on from because he's on the other side of 30, but no player in the National Football League has had more interceptions than Kevin Byard during the time he's been here. He was such a key cog in the Bears' success that they had last season. When you look at Dylan Thieneman, he's 6 foot, he's over 200 pounds, he's versatile, he's a sure tackler. He's not the thumper that some of the other safeties in this draft cycle are, but he is a physical football player. He tackles with urgency, which I really like to see that. He will continue, I think, to get even more formidable with the way that he's able to run the alley and attack the line of scrimmage. So his style of play, not only does he have the awareness and sort of the field generalship that he showcased this past season in Eugene playing safety for the Ducks, but he's going to continue getting better as a guy who's 3 years removed from high school. And the testing numbers being off the charts, it just ended up assuring everybody that what they were seeing on film is really legit for what it can project to at the NFL level.
Yeah, and you talk about the combine numbers, and we've heard a lot throughout the offseason that one of the main priority on the defensive side of the ball was adding some speed. This guy ran a 4.35 40 at the combine, and he definitely brings that speed that Dennis Allen and the Bears want on the defensive side of the ball.
And even when you're comparing him, whether you're talking Emmanuel McNeil Warren or even Caleb Downs, these safeties who are projected as first-round picks, none of them throughout their career have shown as a playmaker the sideline-to-sideline range that Dylan Thieneman has shown he can do. He can be a guy, if you just want to line him up deep as a center fielder, as a single high guy, as a free safety, and just let him stay back there and look for passes.
As high as Bears training camp practices are almost here, and we'll be covering it every step of the way. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented to you by your local Hyundai dealers. This is where Chicago goes to talk Bears. We are Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Welcome in, friends, to Banana Ball Live on ESPN2. We've got a full house here at Rate Field.
Now coming to bat, please welcome AJ Berzinski. Please welcome Mark Burley.
And Mark Burley gets the job done, thrown to AJ Berzinski.
Please welcome Paul Konerko.
With Metallica blaring.
Please welcome Ozzie Guillen.
He is already having words with our first base umpire, John Burr. And Ozzie Guillen dancing with the Savannah Bananas. What a funny world we live in.
It's time to meet the teams. From the Chicago White Sox, outfielder Tristan Peters.
I think you're referring to the Bananas, and a lot of people have got a few banana nicknames. And yeah, I only played for them for a month. I will clarify it was college summer ball. It wasn't banana ball like it is. Some people think it was, but it was still, we were doing dances and stuff. But I think that adds to it. And you know what?
At first, your Coach Viro, like what is your gig on a daily basis with this thing?
Oh man, that's such a loaded question. So to break it down, I'm responsible for all the banana ball operations that through our 6 teams, and we actually have a 7th developmental team. So really anything and everything that a general manager might do. And I love coaching. So I've been coaching with the Bananas organization for 6 years. This is my 6th tour. And, everything that's asked of a coach, but bananified. I mean, it's crazy here. Some of the things that I'm asked to do, from building football fields to, making sure a pitcher's hand doesn't get completely caught on fire when he throws a pitch, everything in between. So you name it, it's a cascading responsibility that I have here.
What's your baseball background?
What's baseball?
I'm just curious, if before Banana Ball, if you were a hardcore, red ass baseball coach somewhere.
Yeah, certainly. So I grew up in Omaha, Nebraska, and grew up loving the College World Series. So I'm a traditionalist at its core. I love the game of baseball, and played college baseball. Played at Fort Scott Junior College down in Kansas. Made my way out to George Mason. I was a catcher, and unfortunately had a career-ending injury, and became a lawyer. And in some confounding way, I made my way to the Bananas, and here I am. But I love baseball. It is my first love. I can sit and watch a 3-hour pitcher's duel. And I love it, but I really love Banana Ball and what it brings to just kind of adding some excitement and energy into the game that might be lacking for a lot of newer fans or fans of the younger generation that just needs some instant gratification.
This is the town of Bill Veeck, who as a young man planted the ivy at Wrigley Field where you guys will play. And as a middle-aged man, bought the White Sox and invented the exploding scoreboard, among a million other things. And his son, Mike Veeck, has carried it on. And his grandson, Night Train Veeck, has carried on. And what Jesse Cole has built and you guys run is simply astounding. It feels like a circus, but it's kind of just a brilliant entertainment idea, like the Globetrotters or like Cirque du Soleil. As a business story, it is staggering. How big is the operation? When you're traveling to a place like Wrigley and you're going to be here all weekend long, and you've got the Bananas and you've got the firefighters and you've got the merchandise and you've got the carnival stuff. You've got everything you need. How many people are we talking about in terms of the size of the operation?
We are a traveling circus. We travel with upwards of 200 people of our own staff members, and that includes, as you mentioned, our merch team, our ticketing team, our own broadcast team, all 2 teams of players, and all of the entertainers that make the magic happen in the stands, out front, after the game, when the players are on the field. So, we travel with our Dancing Up and our Man-Annas and our fire drum line and everybody in between. It's an interesting group of really motivated people who really care about creating just a fantastic fan experience. If you love the game of baseball, you're going to love Banana Ball. I promise you. If you gear more towards music or dancing or comedy or whatever it may be, think Disney meets Cirque du Soleil, meets rock show, meets baseball game, meets some other thing that you may not be waiting for. It's a nice little blend of everything. And there's really something for everything when you come to a Banana Ball game.
So last year when you guys were on the South Side, I believe there was another Bananas team playing a different team in another city on the same weekend. Is that accurate? Is there an entire other shadow venture sometimes going on at the same time?
We have 6 teams in our league. We just started league play, the Banana Ball Championship League. And so we have the Savannah Bananas that started the whole thing, the Party Animals, the Firefighters who were playing this weekend in Wrigley. And then we have the Texas Tailgaters, the Loco Beach Coconuts, and the Indianapolis Clowns, which is a revitalized, very famous Negro League team that we have drawn so much inspiration from. We are so proud of that team. So now any given weekend, we are in 3 different cities. So not only do we travel with 200 here, we're traveling with 100 to 125 at some of the smaller stadiums. So it is a massive operation. The logistics, the planning is next level, and we have to do it every weekend for about 35, 40 weekends. And so it's a huge, huge operation.
I remember last year being at a local establishment, and I think, were you guys in Knoxville last year at Neyland Stadium last year? And I was
this year we played in Knoxville.
And I was sitting there going, wait, that's a place that holds 105,000 people. Like it's one thing to do this in some of the smaller, like baseball, but now you guys are selling out football stadiums and racetracks and all sorts of other stuff. When you first got involved in Banana Ball, did you think it could get this big?
I certainly didn't. I knew we're onto something. I knew it was going to be successful. I didn't know the gravity and the size that it would become. And Jesse Cole, our owner, who is absolutely amazing, is a visionary of forecasting what he wants us to become. And I remember about 3 years ago, he said, we're going to be playing football stadiums. We're going to be playing in front of 100,000 fans. I want to play a game in front of the most amount of fans ever to watch a sporting event. And everything that he said that he wanted to do has come true in a very, very fast-paced manner. And so, yeah, we're playing at football stadiums. We played in about 12 football stadiums over the past 2 years, from college to NFL. We played at Neyland. We played at Kyle Field, which are our 2 largest crowds. I would have never bet. I would have lost that bet that we would have had the success at these large-scale stadiums so quickly.
We're talking to the director of operations and a coach with the Bananas right here on the Spiegel and Holmes show on The Score. Adam Virant is our guest. So, there's part of me as a baseball lover, and Lawrence and I are both baseball people and have been for decades and can go chapter and verse on some of the traditions. I wanted to be a little offended. You know what I mean? Like, I wanted to be...
You wanted to rage against the machine a little bit?
These guys are, like, baseball's not interesting enough for these guys with the constant attention offerings and the dancing and stuff. But it was just too damn fun, man. It was too damn fun. And the baseball's legit. Like, there was real good baseball that was going on at the same time. Do you think you're winning baseball people over, like crusty baseball farts? Are you winning them over every weekend when you're playing, Adam?
I think we're proving a lot of people wrong. A lot of people see us on social media and they see snippets of those kind of produced dance pieces and some of these kind of things that we do. And so a lot of people, I think, believe that we are one thing, that we just dance on a baseball field. What they don't understand and what they realize when they come and actually watch a game live or on YouTube or any of the broadcast partners that we broadcast on is that the baseball is really good. And about 4 years ago, we were playing down in Florida, and Tim Kirkchin was there. And we talked to him before the game, and he said, I don't know what to expect, but if the baseball's not good, this does not work. Luckily, we played the most amazing banana ball that we've ever played on the field. And so I ran into him after the game and I said, well, what do you think? And he goes, I have no idea what I just saw, but the baseball was very, very good. So the game has to be good because we need people to come and realize and have the same experience that you had, that, hey, you know what? These guys are really good. And we've gotten better. We have about 40% of our rosters across all 6 teams who are former affiliate baseball players. We have a former major leaguer, Jackie Bradley Jr., on the Indianapolis Clowns. And everybody else has played very high-level baseball. So these are serious baseball players, and they have to be in order to make this whole thing work.
That's kind of where I wanted to go next. Like, how do you recruit? Like, if you have someone that's got charisma and ability and talent, but maybe isn't the best baseball player, can they be a banana?
They could be in our organization if they do something on the baseball field that nobody's ever seen before. So we stress trick plays. That's kind of the lowest hanging fruit to set yourself out. You don't have to be the best hitter, but you have to do something on a baseball field that people have never seen that's going to wow people. So if the first thing, you nailed it, they got to have the charisma. They got to be able to just kind of get outside their comfort zone and do some of these things that we ask them to do, which aren't crazy, but it is wildly different than traditional baseball. Yeah, they can be very successful. We have a lot of players who come into the organization, maybe aren't the best baseball players, but they learn what they're good at and how they can succeed in our organization. The biggest challenge is having a tremendously talented baseball player who can certainly do it on all levels. Can they get outside that comfort zone? Can they really lean into fans first? Can they really lean into what this whole thing is about? And we recruit just like a major league organization. We have Barry Aldridge, our director of recruiting, and he is scouring the release wires and reaching out to everybody. He is talking to all the coaches across the country, all the college coaches, who fits into banana ball. And now that we kind of have a proven, we have had a lot of success. It's a lot easier to convince some of those more traditional baseball players that, hey, this is a safe place. We're not going to embarrass you. You're going to have the opportunity to perform on the field, but we're going to ask you to do some other things if you want to stick around.
I'm trying to remember, and maybe maybe it's come up. Didn't Wilt Chamberlain choose the Globetrotters as opposed to the NBA at one point in his career? Do you think there's going to be a moment where some MLB guys are going to be like, you know what, I'd rather play for the Bananas, thank you, or maybe it's already happened, Coach?
We're already seeing at the affiliate level, at the minor league level, a whole host of our players, current and past, who signed on with us, have been offered affiliate contracts that they have turned down because they get taken care of very well here. They love it. For the first time, they're kind of re-engaging and having more fun than they've ever had on a baseball field. What we really want to see is we want to see a kid getting drafted and turning down a major league contract or signing with affiliate to opt into the Bananas. And so I think it's going to come. It's got to be for the right player, but I don't think we're going to see a bona fide major leaguer saying, you know what, I'm going to turn down this money and this thing that I've been working so hard for to go play for us. But who knows? We keep getting surprised and shocked every single day. I hope it happens because it will be across every news wire in the country.
Here's the thing with some of the proposals that are going on between the Players Association and the owners, I actually don't think it's that crazy of a thought. I think it's very possible for a middle round draft pick to be like, you know what?
Hey, man,
I'm not doing this.
How about next year, just in and of itself? There might be a big old vacuum for you guys to step into next season. I'm sure you're aware of that, Coach.
Yeah, that has been discussed internally about, hey, if they're locked out next year, they got to play. They got to stay ready. Are we going to see current major leaguers who no longer have a contract to show up play for us for a temp time? That's a very real scenario, and we would welcome them. But again, they have to fit the mold. Yeah, we can get any former big leaguer to come play for us generally. So they have to be able to do it. We don't want them to just be a sideshow, but we would welcome any current major leaguers who want to have the most fun that they've ever had on a baseball field since they were playing Little League or, in their youth level. So we might see it next year.
How proud is everyone at Savannah Bananas in the league of Tristan Peters?
Oh my gosh. When they announced him as an all-star, internally it just blew up. And we've had 8 former Savannah Bananas who played in the college summer league, just like Tristan did, make it to the big league. So Tristan is our first all-star who ever played with the Bananas, but so proud of Tristan. I mean, those players, they came in, they took a chance on us when they were in college, and we are so proud of Tristan and every player that's made it to affiliate ball in the big leagues. But Tristan, man, I tell you what, he played for the Bananas when I first started in 2021. That was when the One City World Tour, when we started dabbling with banana ball. So he came in right in that summer, right after the spring that we did our first tour. And I mean, geez, he is an elite defensive center fielder. He has a great bat to ball ability, and so he's just way more refined, a lot bigger and stronger. I think he was only with the Bananas for about a month because the draft happened and he left. But man, I mean, it's really cool to see the comments on social media about former Banana makes it to the big leagues, because now it's undeniable that we're real. And we produce baseball players, and we produce good people who can go do great things in the big leagues or anywhere else. And Tristan, being an all-star, Chicago White Sox, leading them that division race, top of the division, fired up for Tristan. So proud of him, and so proud that he's proud of acknowledging that he used to be with the Bananas, and he doesn't want to define him, but we're very proud of him.
He had it sewn into his jacket on the red carpet at the All-Star game, had a banana sewn in there. And I was like, man, what a moment for him. What a moment for you guys.
Yeah. I mean, so proud of him. And the more that we go through this and we have success and we have this proof of concept that people are really gravitating to, a lot more of those kind of hard-nosed baseball players who may have had an attachment or played with us are so proud to now say that they played for the Savannah Bananas, which, pretty much almost a household name nowadays.
I think I might have been most blown away by the dude on stilts who actually threw strikes, the backflip catch, maybe the shortstop like throwing across to first, like through the legs, just an absolute rifle. What's your favorite of like the baseball related, the trick plays that are absolutely legit? Like it takes a tremendous amount of baseball skill, but it's also insane that it can even be done. What's your favorite?
I got to go with the backflip catch. DR Meadows was the first one. He's our current center fielder who ever did the backflip catch. And cool story about him, he was an infielder. We didn't have any infield slots. And he said, you know what? I can play outfield. So moved him to outfield. He said, day one, you know what, coach, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a backflip and catch a ball that's hit to me. I said, okay, you know how to do a backflip? And he said, nope, but I'll learn. 2 weeks later, he landed his first backflip catch in practice. And then another month or two later, he landed it in a game. And I got to tell you, it was like lightning struck. Everybody just kind of stopped. And they're like, what just happened? And the backflip is great. Now, not everybody, but a lot of our guys can do backflips. But DR Meadows plus it about a year later. And he's like, you know what? I've already done the backflip catch. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of my glove, do a backflip catch, and catch it barehanded. And he landed it. And it's only been done once in the history of the world by DR Meadows, our center fielder. And that is just, those don't get old. But Ryan Cox, our shortstop, does amazing things. He takes tons of inspiration from basketball. So a lot of dribbles, a lot of backhand passes, a lot around his back. Truly exceptional. But you just never know what you're going to see when these guys go out there because they want to one-up everybody. They want to compete with the other players. But that backflip catch, that is super special.
A texter points out how you win innings kind of like skins in a golf skins game, and I'd forgotten about that. Any innovations that you think MLB should incorporate and anything that they might incorporate as a league?
Well, one thing that I love is batters can steal first base on a pass ball or a wild pitch. And it is so cool because it adds a whole nother dynamic to catching and offense. And I think that would be a really cool and an easy one to kind of implement. So on a pass ball or wild pitch, batter, if they want, they can take off to first base. It turns into a force play at first base, kind of like a drop third strike. But that's kind of a very easy one that you can implement into the major leagues because it already exists with the drop third strike. I don't think you're going to see how we score differently. I don't think you're going to call guys out for stepping out of the batter's box. Fan catching a foul ball, which is my favorite.
It's my favorite too.
I don't think they're going to implement that. But, I know that we have a good relationship with MLB. I know they've been watching us. I know they've been kind of minding us and seeing what works. Time will tell.
Adam, thanks so much for jumping on and explaining a lot of this stuff. It's amazing what you guys have done. It's fun to see something that's so grassroots, like in Jesse's mind. And I remember some of the features on him 5-6 years ago where you're like, is this guy crazy or is he a genius or is he both? And now you look and you go, this is everywhere. This is the biggest thing right now. And it makes me really happy that you guys are finding success and finding jobs for people and entertaining folks. And when you guys come to town, whether it's on the north side or the south side, whether it's in Nashville or in Chattanooga, people love seeing you guys come through. So thank you for entertaining the public.
Hey, we just love spreading joy and happiness. That's what it's all about. And we want to bring families back to the ballpark. And we think that we put a really nice product together that we're really proud of. And we're only in the first inning. We haven't even got started yet. And so I don't even know what's going to happen this weekend in Wrigley. I don't know what's going to happen 1 or 2 years down the road. But buckle up. And every show will be absolutely fantastic.
Adam, what a pleasure. Thanks, man. We appreciate you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
All right. Have a great weekend. That's so great, man.
It's a good call getting that guy.
Oh, a shout out to Ryan Porth, who worked with the Bananas and found a way to get that guy. And that was the right guy who could really think about the entire endeavor. I'm telling you, man.
Yeah, like a holistic approach to us talking about Savannah Banana and Banana Ball.
Yeah,
we'll talk about Ryan Porth and what's going on when we come back.
We will?
I don't think so. That's not what's on the dock?
That's interesting.
We were going to talk about John Harbaugh and Matt Nagy.
Yeah,
Ooh.
we should definitely do that.
But before we do that, Speegs, while we were talking with Adam, I saw something cross MLB Network that is uncomfortable if you are a Cub fan.
Oh, really?
According to MLB Network, the Brewers have reached out to the Tigers about Skubal and the Padres about Mason Miller.
Wow.
I don't like that.
You know what's interesting? The Tigers might be trying to do a thread the needle thing where they trade Skubal but get a legit major league pitcher back so they're not punting on this season right now because they're in that weird kind of netherworld of not being a playoff team but not wanting to be a full-on seller. And the Brewers certainly have people that they can offer in that regard.
Yep. So look at the Brewers. This is the question about them. Will they do what it takes to get over the hump? And that would definitely be, those two moves would be sick. Like, those would be sick moves for them to make.
Yeah. Yeah, either one of them, frankly. By the way, Wilt Chamberlain played for the Globetrotters because he didn't want to play at Kansas anymore, and he wasn't allowed to go to the NBA.
That's right.
So he played a year for the Globetrotters as an in-between. But I don't think they're far away from guys choosing them
especially
over MLB.
Since the minor leagues might get chloroform.
Right.
You know, like it's possible that there are going to be really good players that don't have a home, and maybe they'll find their home instead of struggling in the minors, like making a living wage playing banana ball. I don't think it's that crazy. I think it's not that far down the road.
Yeah, my dad used to like teach small business development and like ran the small business development center in his hometown. And so like I just want to talk about this thing with him because it just as a business endeavor.
It's incredible.
It's amazing as an American business endeavor. What a brilliant thing to take something old and beloved and make something completely new out of it.
100%. And then the mind of Jesse Cole, right? Whew. Like just inside of his head. And like now here you are.
Hey, but you referenced Harbaugh and Nagy.
Yeah. It had vibes of something else, didn't it?
Cringe. A lot of cringe going on.
Yeah. It also sounded like someone. John Harbaugh sounds like someone, and when I saw the video, I had to do a double take. I was like, wait, I've heard that voice before. We'll find John Harbaugh's voice cousin and hear from the sad Giants next here on The Score.
104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio, your laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 104.3 The Score. We're live and local. 104.3 The Score. Hey, Score listeners, for all station contest rules, go to thescorechicago.com/rules, and good luck.
This segment is and look for passes to pick off. He can do that at a really high level. He plays with anticipation, and the ball skills are what are really off the charts.
The Cubs are going to perform for Dustin, is what I've learned.
That's pretty cool you're going. I hope the weather's nice. I hope it agrees with you. Maybe you could give us a report. If you get out there before 11, give us a report on Inside the Clubhouse.
Did you happen to see what the giveaway is tomorrow?
Oh, my gosh. Is it Pat Hughes Sweater Day?
Almost. It should be Dustin Rhodes Vest Day.
Is it?
It is a Cubs puffer vest.
Is that why you're going?
Well, part of it. I mean, if anybody needs to have that Cubs giveaway, it's I wear a vest if it's 20 below out or if it's 79 degrees. I wear a vest.
We call you Puffer Rhodes.
Dork thinks he's going to drown.
That was his selling point. I saw him look at that vest like all week.
All week, you probably got tickets right after the promotions came out in the calendar in January at Cub Fest.
Yeah,
Cub convention.
What you saw is just fantasy. Yeah. He's getting ready for the vest. That's all. Appreciation of his purchase.
Is that what he was talking to Crane about at Cub convention?
I don't know.
Lining up the
puffer vest,
the promotional items. That's good. So the first 10,000. You better get there.
Yeah, you gotta. Ballet better go quick.
That
over
would be
at the
awesome.
Forest Dance.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rhodes. You're 10,001.
Oh,
we just ran out.
Would that be something?
Here's those Alex Bregman bobblehead.
I would ask Bruce, but I know I'm going to beat Bruce there because he's going to be working with you tomorrow, right?
Yeah, Bruce is 9-11. We got
See,
we got guys.
Now, will he
We're set up.
Will he do it from here, or will he do it from Wrigley?
No. Come on, technology. He's doing it from Wrigley.
Okay. So he'll beat me to Wrigley then.
He'll beat you to Wrigley. He'll be there 8:30 in the morning.
Nice.
Yeah, he's ready.
When do they start giving out the
does that count as one of the first? If he's there at 8:30, he'll be one of the first 10,000.
He should now be one.
But he's not. He's going in the media. He's not. He's not at the.
That's true. He's going in the media entrance, and they frown upon that stuff. They don't even give you towels anymore when you walk through, like at the Bears games or whatever. If you go through the media entrance,
no rally towels.
No rally towels. No give outs. I couldn't walk out of there with a vest.
You got to pay for that.
You got to pay for that stuff. Well, that's exciting. Then you're going to get a vest. Kate Horton's going to deliver, and the Cubs will be 500 again.
Fingers crossed on the vest.
Fingers crossed.
Really? You think it's going to be that close? You're really going to be delayed that much
to get the vest?
Yes.
Well, my daughter. It's just my daughter and I. It's a dad-daughter day, and she's got to do ballet. So we got ballet finishes, and we're going to come right down.
It's not a competition.
No.
It's
just class, but
yeah.
you can't miss class.
Okay.
What time does class get over?
I want to say 10:30.
Oh, you're going to be cutting it close,
right? Yeah.
You're going to be cutting it close. Yeah. Maybe.
And Av Noon, the famous ballet instructor, likes to keep them a little bit late.
The tension in that car driving downtown is going to be just thick enough to cut with a knife.
And for Lent, I gave up road rage. So when I get in a pickle, I say a Hail Mary or an Our Father.
He gave up a road rage. How do you have road rage when you're driving 35 miles an hour in a 50
Because
zone?
people are giving me a look as they pass me and cut me off.
And everyone in a car right now just heard you say that and say, no, that's cute. How do you give up road rage? Come on.
How do you get road rage when you drive as slow as you're driving? I don't understand.
Well, road rage isn't necessarily speed of driving. It's the decisions that are made that put you in a spot like I can just imagine Dustin flipping off somebody who happens to not give him the right of way on when he's turning left.
Yeah, but he could never catch up to him.
Have you driven next to me before?
Oh, that would be fun.
Weren't you going to kind of have to watch a few starts before you determined if he was back as the same guy or if he
no
was,
doubt about it, Mully.
You know
would be
what I mean?
cautious. There would be trepidation.
Yes.
There'd be all kinds of things. You'd be looking for cues and holding your breath, start to start.
And now
inning
it's going to be worse.
But now it's like, oh, God, exhale. Give me some of that Malort that Craig Counsell was drinking.
He did a shot of Malort, huh?
Yes, he did.
The Score's very own sports podcast, the Spiegel and Holmes Show.
Afternoons on the Score.
It's not fun. This is not fun.
Where in the world is
Matt Nagy?
Is it still triggering to hear Matt Nagy, or has time passed enough?
I mean, it was fine until today.
I mean, he's the offensive coordinator for John Harbaugh and the New York Giants. So he gets to work with Cam Scatteraboo, the back flipper, and
Jackson Dart. He has to keep Jackson Dart safe. And as we know, as Justin Fields could tell you, Matt Nagy, not great. Not great at keeping quarterbacks safe.
I remember when I talked to y'all when I first got here, and I explained to everybody here that this offense, it takes a few years to get going.
It's too many years. Ben Johnson just laughed.
It did not work.
A few years.
It's important to note.
Who has a few years these days?
That Andy Reid gave him his soft landing spot back and then was like, so how's that going with that whole coaching search that you got going on?
How's that next job going? Now, you don't have one yet?
Because you don't have one here.
Yeah, well,
much longer.
We wish you well.
It's no one's fault other than everybody's.
They put out a press release and a graphic wishing that man well. That was the softest firing I might have ever seen.
And knowing, we already have your replacement. He's here.
Yeah, we're good.
He's also a part of the family.
Mm-hmm.
So Matt Nagy thought he was getting a head coaching job. He didn't. And he ends up with an OC job for John Harbaugh. And John Harbaugh has been an excellent coach for 20 years in the league. And now he's got a new challenge. And we got a window into how he's approaching this. And it was, you listen and you tell me if you're inspired.
Welcome, man. Good to see everybody here. You excited?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, a little nervous?
Nope.
Huh? A little nervous? A little nervous, man. Nervous? Excited nervous, Nervous like a full of game almost, man. So give this thing kick off. I'm standing up here in front of the New York Giants. The New York Giants. It's the New York Giants sitting in this room. The New York Giants. Wow. It's an honor. It's an honor to stand in front of this room right now. And I know as coaches back can feel the same way, right, coaches? Certainly. It's an honor, man. We've been working, haven't we? We've been working early and we were late getting ready for today. Today. Sitting in this chair, in this seat, getting to work, getting started, our beginning. Because this is where it all begins, together.
I am not fired up. I am far from fired up.
It was clear that he was going for, a response. Like he wanted call and response, and people were not having it for some reason. There was no call and response.
Who did it sound like to you?
It sounds like Joe Biden.
There was
like they are voice cousins at the very least. And
we've been working, haven't we? We've been working early and we were late.
We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by go. You know the thing.
You know the thing.
We've been working, haven't we? We've been working early and we were late getting ready for today.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the White House.
Oh.
If there's a little extra excitement around the White House today, it's probably because the cup is in the building. And we're here today to congratulate and welcome to the White House the Stanley Cup champion, Tampa Bay Lightning. To the players and coaches and to the owner, Jeff, everyone involved in this team, it's an honor to have you all here. I want to thank Commissioner Gary Batman for being here as well. And
we've been working, haven't we? We've been working early and we were late getting ready for today.
Coach Biden got a better response from the crowd.
Well, the owner, Jeff Everything. That's the owner.
It's been a great thing.
Thank you. President Biden?
It's been a terrible thing.
How about when he said pause? You guys remember when he said 4 more years? Pause as he's reading the teleprompter.
Here's a question for you guys. Who sounds more like John Harbaugh and Joe Biden or Arturas Karnisovas and Tiago Splitter?
That's a very good question.
That's great, baby T.
That's good stuff. Sound-alikes.
Shows he's been listening to the show.
Yeah, it's true.
That's good, baby T.
Can I also add in
I like when he
that
refers to himself as baby T.
for the most part,
Yeah.
I get that they are brothers, but John has always seemed different than Jim. He is moving towards Jim.
He's morphing for real, yeah.
That's
He
interesting.
is moving towards Jim.
Well, he's got to sell himself now in some new territory. Like
New York Giants.
What Ozzie Newsome built and Eric DeCosta carried on in Baltimore might be bigger than John Harbaugh's skill set. Like as a scouting and development and team building enterprise, the Baltimore Ravens as a machine over the last couple of decades might have been more impressive than John Harbaugh as a coach.
Well, we're going to find out. And you know who's going to help him?
Who's going to help John Harbaugh?
Yes. You know who's going to help him?
The guy who sang about penis and Cracker Jack.
Matt Nagy. Here's him talking about, wait, this can't be right, can it? It can't be right that he has an acronym for PTSD.
Seems like it.
Well, we're certainly going to give him one if he doesn't already.
All right.
So
a few things offensively you're going to hear us talk about over and over and over. Physical, tough, smart, and detail.
Oh, my
Physical,
God.
right? Physical. How you put that on tape and what you do is a mindset, and then there's the physicality part of it. That every team in the NFL, the 31 other teams, are going to feel that from us. I promise you that. Tough, right? Same thing. Tough. What does that mean? Well, we all say we're tough, but are we really tough? Tough. And then smart. You guys can tell, and when you watch it on TV, you go home after a game, you watch a team on TV, and let's just talk offense right now. And you see a team that's smart on offense, situationally smart. They run out of bounds when they need to stop the clock in 2 minutes. They stay in bounds when it's 4 minutes. Situationally smart. You can see they practice it. That's going to be us. Our objective is to be the smartest football team, smartest offense in the NFL. And in detail. If there's one thing about me that I'm psychotic about, it's details. I'm psychotic. We're going to be detailed. And that starts in here. Physical, tough, smart, and in detail.
Oh, man.
When we say Oski!
I had to give in after I was briefly enthusiastic for Matt Eberflus.
Oh, it definitely has that vibe.
Right? The acronym thing as a coach is really troubling. It's just not a good sign.
Hustle, intensity, taking care of the football, taking it away, and being smart situational players.
Physical, tough, smart, detailed.
It's like, and he said smart situationally. And I get, no, that's a great idea. It's a great idea.
Situationally smart.
Just say.
The S is being smart situationally.
Oh.
Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack.
You should have added that in. Also,
shout out to my guy Nicholas Moriano, who was like, "Yeah, this is giving off Eberflus vibes."
It really is.
It is.
And you mentioned it, Tim Beckman vibes. Mm-hmm. Like I can no longer fight against the idea that the acronym is a problem. I saw our former colleague Dan Bernstein in the lobby one time.
He must be going crazy about this.
But I asked him, what about Bryson Graham and slap? Because we feel good about Bryson Graham right now, but he brought an acronym to the NBA party. He brought slap. And Bernsey, of course, found a way, and I get it, to intellectually differentiate it because it's a scouting acronym. It's
slap. That's exactly what Bryson Graham has preached from day one.
What?
Yeah. But so it's not like this is how you need to think. This is how we identify players and dissect players. Does that work for you?
We use the word Oski.
That's the best. Like that long form Beckman, Oski, wow.
He went so far, and I'm like, that doesn't even make any sense.
Didn't get anywhere good. Nowhere. He drove far and did not end up in any place appealing.
Physical, tough, smart, detailed.
I don't mind guys using acronyms because I get the idea of like simplifying things. But do you think there was ever a point where he looked at this and was like, oh, that's PTSD? I probably need to change.
Yeah,
physical, tough, smart, detailed.
I mean,
or is this a lean into it? Because
he's got the 4 words, one in each corner of the graphic. You know, with the capital letter. Like, he's got to know. Because he doesn't say it, Tanny, right? You listen to an 8-minute video.
Yes. You know, when I talk about being an essential hero around here, this is the type of stuff that I'm talking about. Leading from the front.
You got PTSD.
Yeah, watching a 9-minute, basically, video on NewYorkGiants.com.
Looking to see if he flat out refers to it as PTSD, and he does not.
It must be subconscious, which makes it even more awesome.
Yeah, Speaks, this is why I said he needs a walkabout.
He needs a longer one than he took.
He didn't take one. He went right back into coaching. This man needs to.
Do you know where he should walk and get his steps in? Around these studios.
No, because they don't go to anywhere. It used to be you could go around, and now I'm like, here's what my walks are like now.
Okay.
And you'll appreciate this because I know you're very good at this game too. It's Miss Pac-Man. That's what's happening with me. I'm like, oh, well, can't go there.
Uh-huh.
Is there energy pellet here?
It's the garden at the Overlook Hotel out there.
Like, here comes Blinky and Sue, but I'm apparently trapped in this corner.
We're going to get to the end of his show. There's no Lawrence. We're going to find him the next day, frozen over with icicles coming out of his mouth.
Yeah.
There in the maze.
Did you ever do a corn maze at like a county fair, and then
This
you
is
like
what it
legit
is.
get lost?
Oh, yeah,
and
it's the
you get
worst.
scared for a little bit.
There's one at the Arboretum out there in Lisle, the Morton Arboretum. It's amazing, the hedge maze, but it's horrifying at the same time. Somebody get me out of here! I need help. That's Lawrence walking the
Shoeless
hallway.
Joe's out there passing you by.
It's just like there's bags, there's zippers on bags. Well, bag alert. They've got that going on.
Yeah.
You walk to a hallway. Sometimes it's stuff that was there yesterday.
It's gone.
And it's gone today.
It's flat out
There's
gone.
doors that don't open. There's doors that don't close.
Yeah.
It's just a whole thing. Like, and it's like I'm saying with Miss Pac-Man, where
Yeah.
I'm just expecting to walk through one door
Yeah.
and then end up on the other side of the screen and come back through another door.
It's like a CD-ROM adventure game from the late 90s here.
Once you get to the gnome, give the gnome a gold coin.
If you want to get back to the studio, go out one side and come out the other. And that reminds me a lot of the Giants offense. Okay, note to self, don't draft anybody on the New York Giants offense in fantasy. Not a single player.
847 texter says Matt Nagy gave Justin Fields PTSD.
See?
You are correct on that.
Yeah.
I think. We got trade targets for you. We'll trade target, singular, for today. Whether you're a White Sox or a Cubs fan, you'll want to hear what Speaks has come up with next here on The Score.
Situationally smart.
The S is being smart situationally.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on The Score.
How confident are you that Caleb Williams will be a top 10 NFL quarterback?
Caleb Williams is a really good quarterback who could end up being great and possibly even elite by the end of the season if he takes care of a few things. And if you just want to narrow it down to accuracy, you can. He has to get better at that, and I think that is something he can get better at. But until I see that, I'm going to keep him out of the top 5.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio 104.3 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
The path to the PGA Tour runs through Chicago's North Shore as the Evans Scholars Invitational returns to the Glen Club, July 23rd through the...
Is that
He celebrated his 900th victory with a shot of Malort, according to Taylor McGregor on Twitter.
Why would that be a celebratory shot?
The Chicago thing.
No, but Malort is meant to, it's supposedly like it tastes awful. I've never had a shot of Malort.
Well, I know you haven't.
And I'm from
proudly
Chicago.
You say. I know.
And I never heard of it.
It's not for everybody.
Until I was well beyond my shot drinking days. So we didn't have Malort when I was in college. So I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know the context. I don't know where they got it. I don't know why he in San Diego had a bottle of Malort handy. It might have been all that was handy.
It's funny because I was at a wedding and there were gift bags for everyone going to the wedding, and the gift bag included a little bottle of Malort.
Yes.
And I looked at it and I thought, that stuff's meant to be especially nasty.
It's supposed to be a Chicago thing, right? I know you guys.
I don't know.
Chicago handshake. It's a shot of Malort and an
So
old
that's
style.
probably why. Somebody may have brought it. Okay, so light them up. 312-644-6767. If you were going to celebrate a milestone, what would you do a shot of?
Maybe champagne. Something classy.
A shot of champagne?
No, like maybe.
What would you do a shot? But you're doing a shot, not a glass of. You're not like toasting. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my family.
It's a really
good.
No,
you're just doing a shot.
It's a very good question. Like
I know what I would do.
If you were having a shot, what would you want a shot of?
I know what I would do.
Give it to me.
Peanut butter whiskey.
Yeah. Okay. Now you lost me. I mean, a shot of whiskey. I suppose.
A peanut butter whiskey.
But
a shot of peanut butter
like
whiskey is excellent right now.
The screwball peanut butter
Yes.
whiskey.
What about a little bit of whiskey in a glass that you could sip it and enjoy it, as opposed to.
I would do that, but that's not the question.
Shooter, not a sipper.
That's not the question.
So if I was doing a shot,
yes,
didn't a listener buy you a shot when we were out at Jared Payton's place for a Bears remote? I thought didn't they bring over 3 shots for you, Olin, and Pat Manley?
Yes.
Was it JMO?
I think it was
shots of
Jameson.
Jameson.
Yes.
That would be a fine choice. So you'd go with Jameson?
I had a shot of Jameson.
I'd go peanut butter whiskey screwball.
I wouldn't. I
like halftime.
I would if I were going to do a shot, I'd probably do a shot of tequila.
Okay.
Because it's get a little.
It's a good answer. Yeah.
Get a little lime and a little.
I need the training wheels for the tequila.
What would you have?
Oh, that's
The
like rocket fuel. That
Your
gets you
900th
fired
successful
up.
show with the score.
Oh boy.
I guess successful is the key word.
Yeah, still working on it.
I mean, my typical shots
Yes.
are either Fireball or a Southern Comfort and lime chilled.
Wow, that sounds fancy.
What is Fireball? Is that
Like a cinnmin
cinnamon
whiskey?
Cinnamon.
It's like a hot.
It's
taste
good.
It's got a little. It's like that gum. Remember the gum? Like what was the name of that gum? Like the cinnamon gum.
Big Red.
Big Red.
Big Red.
Big Red.
It's like imagine that.
How
kind
did you
of
forget Big
burn.
Red?
I don't know. It just didn't come to me. Too many shots of.
Brandon?
I will go with Hennessy.
That's
Love me
nice.
some Hennessy. It's smooth.
I'm here for
Smooth.
you, buddy. I'm here for you.
Craig Counsell chose Malort, or somebody chose it for him, and he celebrated 900th victory. A little odd choice.
I wonder if he said, "Oh, where's the peanut butter whiskey?"
I caught you off guard there, didn't I?
Peanut butter whiskey.
It's really good. Screwball, I think it's called.
A screwball. I thought.
Yeah, screwball
was,
peanut butter whiskey. Yep.
Yeah.
It's newer. It's newer to the market.
It's newish.
A screwball is a drink, though. It's isn't it like vodka and orange juice or something? Is
That's
that
a, that
screwball?
no that.
It's a screwdriver.
That's a screwdriver.
Screwdriver.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All these.
The power is on display as Langoliers launches his 21st home run of the season.
You know, if it makes sense for us to make a move to help us, then we're going to consider that.
Targets. Clay Holmes facing his former team, the Yankees. Chisholm with a big lead, not running, swing and a miss, strike three. Third punch out for Clay Holmes.
Said a number of times, I think you have to go into the deadline and think about it analytically. There's so much uncertainty about who's going to be buying, who's going to be selling.
Where'd you get this? In the toiletries section. Hey, where are you going? Sweet Mary Heart, I found it!
Targets. Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons on the Score.
Our segment Targets. When it comes to trying to find some help for two baseball teams that are contending in this city, Speaks is like, let me go look and see around what we can find out about some of these guys.
I'm enjoying focusing on the realistic targets. We started out with Clay Holmes. Then yesterday, who did we do yesterday? Robbie Ray. Robbie Ray. And let's look at Brady Singer of the Cincinnati Reds, who pitched very well last night. The former Kansas City Royal has been known as a dependable guy, at least 24 starts in every one of his 5 previous seasons, more than 150 innings in his last 4. But over the last 6 weeks, he's been a lot better than that. He's made 9 starts. He's got an ERA under 3, 52 strikeouts and 16 walks in 52 and a third innings in that particular time frame. And Brady Singer, real good again last night, is 100% available via the Cincinnati Reds. Had the opportunity to talk to our old friend Gordon Wittenmeyer, he of the Sun-Times, NBC Sports Chicago, and more, now in Cincinnati with the Cincinnati Enquirer. And he brought up Brady Singer as an option for the White Sox unprompted.
Brady Singer. Part of the reason he doesn't have great numbers, he got up to a really slow start because he had a blister issue in his last start or second to last start of the spring, and it lingered into the season. Unlike Lodolo, he pitched with it, and it limited what he was able to do. And so it's been a while. It's taken him a while to get his legs under him this season, his finger under him this season. Do whatever you want with that. But he's pitched better lately. And you're right. He knows that division really well.
Yes.
And he's pitching for a contract. A change of scenery is probably the perfect thing to get lightning in a bottle out of this guy. And he's not going to cost a lot. He's a rent-a-pitcher to start with, and his numbers aren't good. So if you're the White Sox with tons to trade, but you don't want to trade tons, you're going to be very appealing. And these guys have had talks in recent years, if for no other reason than on and off again interest in Luis Robert the last few years. So they've already got a sort of
Dialogue.
Professional trade dialogue relationship, yes.
Gordon Wittenmeyer on Brady Singer as a fit for the White Sox.
Scary whip. 1.384. It's a scary whip.
I get you. And it's not a front of the rotation arm.
It's another arm, and that's good. It's one that has... Tanny, am I remembering this right? Didn't he have beef with the White Sox at one point? Did he hate bat flips or something? Like when he first got to the league,
Well,
maybe?
Brad Keller was the Tim Anderson bat flip hater on the Royals.
Who it was.
But Brady Singer is definitely like, I don't know about as much now, but earlier in the career, he definitely had a little bit of the Carmine Fanny going quite frequently when he was a younger guy.
Yeah, I feel like he threw at a couple of White Sox at one point.
You might be right.
For some stuff.
But, you know, I think he's not going to cost a lot. He's pitching really well right now, and he's pitching for a contract, and I think he's going to move. Let me give you one other name on the Reds to expand it. The catcher, Tyler Stevenson, who is available. So if you're the White Sox, could you go out and get Brady Singer and Tyler Stevenson?
Just bring them over.
Yep, in a little package. Bring yourself a battery from over there to give you make you better armed for the stretch run.
And as I said in the last segment, according to MLB Network, the Brewers have reached out to the Tigers about Skubal, and they've reached out to the Padres about Mason Miller. So,
yeah.
I got some better news for you, though, if you didn't think that was good news. Dave F. Wanstead is going to join us next here on The Score.
Whoa. The Cubs are now on 104.3 The Score and the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network. It's got a chance. Cubs win the ball game. Northwestern Medicine, leading the way to better medicine. Learn more at nm.org.
This segment is sponsored by Chicagoland Roofing Council. Hey, Chicago, if your commercial business needs a new roof or has persistent leaks.
So with the 10th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, hey. The Chicago Bears select Colston Loveland, tight end, Michigan.
Okay. Man, so the Bears were one of those teams that had a better grade on Colston Loveland than Tyler Warren. The Bears get the tight end out of Michigan, 6'6", 248, a 3-year starter at Michigan. Colston Loveland to the Chicago Bears. Dave, what do you think?
Well, I love the guy. I mean, he's he's a first-round pick. I think a little bit of unfairness that this year he was banged up a little bit. And Michigan, doing Big Ten football, I watched every one of their games, and it was a Rolodex at quarterback. You know, they benched the Warren kid. I mean, they put some guys on the bench. They started a freshman kid. It didn't work out. They took him in. So he didn't have a fair opportunity from the standpoint of a great quarterback or great non-existent passing game. But I'll tell you what, don't lose sight. Jim Harbaugh recruited this guy, and that Michigan offense, when they won the national championship, they were a physical team. So I think that what they're looking at, the Bears said, okay, we know we got a tight end that we can flex out and get him in a nice matchup, just like Sam Laporta against a linebacker. We like that. Okay, well, what are we going to do with him when he's in line at the line of scrimmage? This guy was an in-line blocking tight end for Jim Harbaugh in Michigan, and they ran the football. So you're getting a tough guy. You're getting a tough guy, and you're also getting a tight end that you can move around and do different things with. So it's, I think it's a good pick. I like it.
How about Muhammad?
I think Muhammad's interesting because this is a guy that I think the Bears got a steal on. I think he was drafted a little lower than you would have expected.
Right.
You look, he played started 30 games at Texas against top-level competition. All of his testing profiles, 4.42. He can play zone, his own admission. He can play man. He says he can play inside. He can do anything you need. He's a guy that, like Ben Johnson says, if you take football away from him, you don't know what he's going to do. That's him. That's that guy. And I'm not going to mention his comments he said, but he had probably one of the funniest quotes at the post-draft talking about why he plays so well in big games. I really like this kid. I think it's going to be a real competition with him, Tyreek, Terrell Smith to see who wins that starting job. I don't think he starts off there, but I think at some point he'll start a game.
Keyshawn Elliott?
Keyshawn Elliott, as a third linebacker, I think it's a good possibility. I spent some time watching solid 25 minutes of tape on Keyshawn Elliott. I was more impressed than I thought he was. I wanted to see how he got all these sacks. The guy had 7 sacks last year. And it wasn't the way you would think. There was some quarterback scrambling. There was some late triggers. But he can blitz. He's a delayed blitzer. But he was faster than I thought. All the scouting reports talk about doesn't have great play speed. He ran a 4.58. So I'm like, let's get to the bottom of this. I think this guy's fast. He's physical. He's a green dot guy, team captain. He won their weight room award for the guy that spends the most time in the weight room taking care of his body. He's exactly the type of linebacker you want.
But they got a lot of linebackers, right?
TJ and Devin Bush. So it'll be a battle between.
Well, and they brought back the kid from
Sanborn. So yeah, he'd be battling with Sanborn.
No, I was going to say
DeMarco Jackson.
DeMarco.
There's a weight room award?
The weight room award at Arizona State. He won that award for the guy that puts the most time, that cares the most. It's like the strongest, and that's him. He's a captain, a green dot guy. He's calling the defense. But I think his main contribution will be on special teams, David. I David Weight Room Award. David never spent time in the weight room in college. But, yeah, there's an award.
Then the favorite, maybe my favorite prospect that the Bears have, the 6th-round defensive tackle out of Georgia Tech, Jordan Vandenberg.
I mean, it's funny. Bears Twitter absolutely loves this guy. And it's hard not to. When you look at his profile, David, I looked at I was telling you this last night about the relative athletic score. You know what that is, Mully? They put together relative athletic score. His was a perfect 10.
Yeah, that's amazing.
The second guy ever in the relative athletic score, a defensive tackle, to have a perfect 10 relative athletic score.
Who was the other one?
I didn't even know who the other guy was. But this is like, you look at his numbers. This guy weighed 310. He jumped 36 inches, had a 10.5 broad jump, 4.9 40. Like, I looked at this at 35 reps.
Can he beat a double team?
I don't care. I don't care.
He's a rugby player.
Yeah.
So,
Dave Wannstedt.
5 o'clock. Make sure someone write that down for Alex so he has it, okay?
Taddy, you write that down for Alex.
Write that down for Alex so he knows.
NFL head coach for 11 years.
The Bears came in here, and Dave Wannstedt, there's a happy group of overachievers that have been well coached.
College football national champion.
Dave Wannstedt, one of my, really idols.
Super Bowl champion.
These guys, it's tough to get you can see it's tough to get any serious work done here, but
football analyst for NBC Sports and the Marquee Network.
I heard a couple of people have told me that the whole thing on The Athletic was pretty good. Yeah.
It's so good.
So this is a giant. It's like the Bill James baseball abstract.
There's about 700 pages of breakdown on all the guys. So
is there stuff on Tim Raines in there?
I can look, but probably not.
Probably
I
not.
have all the position groups that we've talked about flagged.
If you were the scout and that was your report when we were at Dallas, halfway through your reading, Jimmy Johnson said, "Pass me the salsa for these nachos, please." I don't care about his bubble butt or whatever you said.
The bubble, yeah.
Bubble.
How about his knockback?
Sloppy midsection?
Sloppy midsection? I don't even know. I've never used those terms.
Those nachos had a sloppy midsection.
Pour me something tall and strong. Make it a hurricane before I go insane. It's only 12:30, but I don't care.
You don't care.
You don't care. And I don't care.
You don't care.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
And that somewhere is here in the city. Beautiful. Dave Wannstedt joins us now on the Potawatomi Casino and Hotel Hotline, the Midwest Best Casino. Coach, how you doing?
What's happening, guys? It's great to hear your voices, although I do hear your voices once in a while when I'm listening. So it's good to visit with you and talk to you and talk little Bears or Cubs or Sox or whatever you want to talk about. You know me, I'm ready to talk.
Well, tell us about your off season, Coach. We want to know how you're doing and if you and Jan have been enjoying yourselves.
Yeah, it was great. Obviously it goes so fast, but I didn't get into the golf like I say every year that I want to, but I did enjoy myself. Went down to a couple mini camps. My guy from Pitt, who I gave a job to, got the offensive coordinator's job at the Steelers. So I circled through there, Brian Angelico, and then Jeff Hafley, my guy from Pitt. He get the Dolphins job, so I went over to the Dolphins. So I actually was involved. I was in the middle of football, it seemed like, the whole off season. And but it was good. It was good. Back here now, and God, the Bears, I'm just loving what's going on here, and this city's on fire, and they should be. Just waiting for the countdown to get this thing started. And as we used to say, there's no turning back now, fellas. Here we go.
Yeah, we're not far away from it at all. We're going to have conversations. Well, we're not, but the press corps is going to have conversations with Ryan Poles and Ben Johnson in the next few days, and then we get underway. You've got two teams right now that are already in camp as we get ready for the Hall of Fame game, which is 2 weeks away. So, yeah, we're definitely in that position right now. When you go to these mini camps, and I've seen you at Bears camp, but when you go to these mini camps, what do you look forward to seeing, not just as a coach, but as someone who loves football?
A combination. I mean, I love obviously seeing because I do, the Big Ten Network stuff, I kind of track the college game pretty good, and with Pitt. So I like seeing the talent. I like seeing the young talent, and then anything new, sitting in meetings. I bounce around to all the meetings and just hearing what's going on in the game, what's changed in the game. What are people doing new? What's circling back from the old school days. And then just, communicating with the coaches. I mean, there's nothing like it. It got me a little bit when I was over at Miami because I said, okay, guys, what time are we all coming in tomorrow? And the coaches said, well, to be honest with you, we get in here at 5 and we work out at 5:30 and then have breakfast and we're ready for the 7 o'clock meetings. I said, okay. I'm thinking of myself. I said, I'll see you at 5. So I did that for a couple of days, getting back to the hotel at 9 at night, so I had to, I didn't have that afternoon nap. So I kind of had to adjust my schedule a little bit from Naples time. But it was all good. It was all good. I loved it. And I was texting with Ben last week. Obviously I told him, he knows, we talked a long time last year. And I said, want to come up and don't want to come up when the guys are in their underwear. Let me know when they're going to hit somebody. So he sent me the best days and highlighted them. And so I think I'm going to go up August 4th is the day that I circled with them and go up there. They're going to be in full pads that day, and they're going to get after it a little bit. So that would be able to I'd keep my interest in that type of practice.
That is outstanding. So that's August 4th, the day after the MLB trade deadline, by the way. We'll be talking to Jed Hoyer on Spiegel and Holmes that day as the Bears will be having a contact practice, and Dave Wanstead will be there.
We're going to talk to Dave Wanstead, too, after that practice.
Yeah, Coach, book yourself.
Yeah, you've been slack, so you're going to be on the show on August 4th, just so you know.
We look forward to
I'm part-time. Come on. I am part-time, okay?
What, you're not? Are you doing something? I guess you are. You're not available. That's too bad. But maybe
I am. You know what I'm doing? My oldest daughter is moving. Her husband took a nice job, as a not real nice job in Pittsburgh. And my oldest daughter, who was born in Pittsburgh, their family is moving back to Pittsburgh, and they are packing the boxes. And they are loading up the truck this weekend, and they are heading out to the Steel City.
Wow.
So, obviously, for me, with Pitt and the Steelers and Penguins and, I don't have many contacts anymore with the Pirates, but, that's my stomping ground like Chicago. So, it's Tony Wise will be probably meeting him at the airport. Here we go.
Man, is there any better airport greeter than Tony Wise? I don't think so.
No. We went up to. I got to tell you guys this. We went through Pittsburgh and we get on to watch practice, and I talk him into going with me to drive, and he says, "Okay." So we get on to practice, and we sit there. And the offensive line comes out. They start doing individual drills, and obviously he walks over. He's there 2 minutes, and he turns around and he walks back. He says, "I'm ready anytime you are." I says, "Tony, the guys, we were out here 5 minutes." He said, "I watched 5 minutes of practice, and I did not see one offensive lineman put his hand on the ground. I'm ready to leave whenever you are."
Wow.
Tell my said hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, he says, "I didn't see one guy put his hand on the ground. I've seen enough. I'm ready to go."
Hey, Coach, you know what's a nice housewarming gift for your daughter is some Icy Light Mango. Might be a very nice Pittsburgh housewarming gift. What do you think?
Well, with all my guys back in Pittsburgh from high school and college and everything else, that will not be a problem. Trust me.
Okay, good.
That
It's
will
true.
not be a problem. I don't know if they'll go for that, but we'll see. We'll definitely get them from Annie Brothers, and I'll take them down to Woolies and get a fish sandwich that's like unheard of. So down there in the Strip District. So I'll get them around a little bit. You know?
What are you excited about in terms of Ben Johnson, who you were texting with? What are you excited about in terms of Ben and Caleb in this Bears offense, Coach?
Well, I think the culture is set. The players know what's expected. Ben will have so much better feel for the talent that he has, the players, who can do what, strengths and weaknesses, and starting with Caleb and the quarterback. So, and that works from a standpoint of, hey, we know what Caleb does best. There's nobody better than Caleb in the last 2 minutes of a ball game when he's got the ball in his hand and he's got to make something happen. He's proven that over and over again. So I'm sure that the area that they're focused on is, okay, what can we do to improve Caleb's game on first, second down? Completion percentage, is it, runs after the catch? Is it quicker throws? Is it more play action? Is it more movement passes? What do we got to do to help Caleb and make him a little bit more consistent in that area? And then I think Ben's excited about the defense, and I said this earlier in the week, people forget real quick about injuries. I mean, a lot of coaches get fired, everybody feels bad for your injuries until the end of the year, and then they forget real quick. But last year, we went into the first 3-4 games of the season with 3 out of our top 5 defensive backs out or hurt. And Dennis Allen on his defense, when they were healthy during training camp and I was up there, it was all the pressure stuff and walking guys up and moving guys around. Well, when you don't have the corners and you don't have the nickel guys out there that can cover, you can't do that stuff or you'll give up, you won't stop anybody. So I really think that, providing that we stay healthy, I'm assuming we will, that this year is going to be a real nice improvement year for Dennis, Allen, from the standpoint of the defense improving, just because we're healthy and we got our top guys out there.
Coach, we've been talking a lot about Ben's offense from a defensive guy's perspective. When you look at the personnel that they have and that they've added and subtracted in the case of DJ Moore, what do you think is going to scare defenses this season with the Bears offense?
Well, it's his time. He needs to step up. And, it's funny, Lawrence, that you mentioned DJ Moore, because I was probably like most of Chicago. As the season winded down, I was getting a little bit uncertain about my man DJ, okay? And, and it wasn't because of the Rams game and did he undercut the route or slow down on the route, whatever. Take that play out of it. It happened earlier. I think it was the Green Bay game, whether it was a regular season at the end of the playoffs, and they were in a 2-minute drill, and he took himself out of the game. And I remember Tom Brady really caught my attention when Tom said something to the effect, and it's not, hey, we're in the last 2 minutes of a game and we're behind. You do not get tired and you do not take yourself out of a game. And that really kind of caught my attention from a standpoint of, Tom, I think you're right. That's on, you don't do that. I don't care how tired you are. You don't do that when DJ Moore, I thought, obviously he's our best receiver, hands, run after the catch, experience, on and on. So I say that because as I talk to people around the league in the off season, the one guy that the people in the NFL said I'll be curious to see how the Bears replace DJ Moore. I know that the NFL has more respect and love for DJ Moore than maybe Chicago did at the end.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm putting myself in that same category. And now he's up there with Josh Allen. I'll bet you the guy catches 100 balls. I mean, I don't have any doubt in my mind that he is going to have a fantastic year because of the situation. And he's talented enough. And when you get these talented guys, it's like Kyler Murray. Hold on with Minnesota. You get these talented guys that their team says, we don't want you anymore for whatever reason. They usually, maybe it's 1 year, but they usually come out and play big in that next year with they're gone with a chip on their shoulder.
Coach, I think context is more important in football in that way than any other sport. Like, just because DJ Moore might have a huge year there with Joe Brady and with Josh Allen doesn't mean that the Bears should have kept him. You know, that's,
I agree.
Yeah, that's not what that's going to mean. How about Luther Burden to step in to the void here? Don't you think Luther Burden could have a massive year for the Bears?
Oh, absolutely. And it's probably the 10th time that I said this, but we got to go back to it because we saw it. When he came out of the draft a year ago, he had the second best percentage of yards after the catch explosiveness of any receiver in the draft. And I think we got a little taste of that he is a guy that when you throw him the football and he catches it, you better be able to get him on the ground or he can go the distance every time. So I think he's going to continue to grow. And I think now that they know what Colson is and he's healthy, he was gimping around early in the year, a rookie and not knowing the system. Where was he going to fit? Nobody knew. I look for him to be more of a part of this offense in some capacity. And then the guy to me, Rome Odunze, it is your time, my man. It is time for you to step up. I don't have any questions that Burden's going to do it. And Colson, there's no doubt in my mind there. To me, for the Bears to really continue taking steps in the passing game, it's our man Rome. Rome's got to do what he's done in the past and what he's capable of.
Coach, what if people around football told you about Dylan Thieneman?
Oh boy, they loved that. They thought there was people that had him rated higher than Downs. What's his first name? Michael Downs, the guy at Ohio State that went to the Cowboys. Not Michael Downs.
Caleb Downs.
Cowboys.
Caleb.
Yeah. Michael Downs played for me at the Cowboys. That was a safety we had. But anyway, Caleb Downs. I mean, there were some people that not many, but my point is that this guy was a top 10 pick, Downs, and nobody disputed that. But they thought that our man Thielen some people thought that he was, of that type of talent. So for the Bears to get him where they got him, I think he's going to be a great addition for a long time, and he can do a lot of things. It's tough to find those safeties that, usually they're soft and they can cover, or they're tough guys, but they can't cover. This guy can do both. And he's proven that. And he's played college football at the highest level. And so I'm excited to see him play. I really am. I think he could be, they didn't blitz him much like they did Downs at Ohio State. But I could see him being like a Hamilton type of safety, plays for Baltimore. And they move him all over the field, and he does a lot of things. He has that type of ability. He's a smart guy, too, obviously going to Purdue out of high school,
Man, it's cool to think about that. Think about Thieneman as like a Kyle Hamilton type, because Kobe Bryant's got some of that in him. They might have both of them. What would it be like to have those two toys like that? When you think about your front seven, knowing you got two toys like that, what does it free you up to do as a defensive coach?
Well, you feel good about that. If you do pressure and they run it and it breaks the line of scrimmage, you got guys that can get them on the ground. That's the first thought that comes to my mind. And then the second thing is that they're both smart guys, and so you can do a lot of things with them. They're not your stereotype. You got to be a deep middle safety, and that's the end of it because you're old or you're coming off a bunch of injuries or you can't really do much else. That's not the case with either of these guys. So that's exciting. And, we mentioned him. I mean, I'm telling you now, the second and third round pick, I went back and forth with Kurt Ferentz, the head coach at Iowa. We're talking about Jones, the center. And I texted with the offensive line coach the night of the draft. And these two guys, Kurt Ferentz told me that he is as good offensive lineman and has been at Iowa as what they've had come out of there. And that's pretty impressive. I think because he's not 6'6", 320 pounds, that people might underestimate this guy. But there was no doubt coming out of Iowa that this guy's a starter in the NFL. It's going to be real interesting. And then the guy that coached our tight end from Stanford, he played for me. I recruited him at Pitt. He played for me for 4 years and played in the NFL. Nate Bynum, I think he's the run game coordinator out there. I don't know what his title is. But I talked to him, and he said, this guy had 3 different offensive coordinators. He said he's smart, and he says, Coach, he is tough. You're not drafting this guy to be a Loveland down the field, Colson Loveland receiver. But this guy, and all they took him was to replace Smythe from last year, the third tight end, who they played as fullback. He was the extra tight end. He was a blocker, a protection guy. And I think this guy will come in and grasp the offense quick. And I think he will fill that role. So without getting into, all the picks, I love their first 3 picks. I think they got 3 guys that they're going to hit on. I really do.
Coach, did you hear that Patrick Kane's back with the Blackhawks?
I did. How about that? Patrick Kane, he was up at Buffalo when I was with the Bills. I never met him, but he lived 2 doors down from Jim Kelly, and I was over at Jim's house, several times back talking University of Miami stories. But no, that's that's exciting. Exciting. I guess Bedard, I guess he wanted him. I read some quotes that he was all excited about before he even signed. Just getting him on the squad. So that all worked out. So yeah, that I tell you, all the sports, and then our draft pick,
Caleb
Williams.
Wilson.
Oh my, or Wilson. I'm sorry. God, he lit it up, and I saw a couple of those summer league games or whatever they call them, preseason. And he's a star. So I mean, you look at all the sports. What are you guys calling me for? What are you calling me for?
Because
you got Sox, you got the Cubs, you got the Blackhawks, and you got the Bulls, and you're calling me.
We love you, Coach.
Oh,
you know everybody, and then we know you, which makes us feel like we know everybody. It's the best.
I don't know. I will get around Mario Lemieux and some of those Penguin guys. Oh, I promise you that. When I get back to Pittsburgh, I used to play in Mario's golf tournament, back in the day. He had a great charity golf tournament when I was coaching. And so I will reconnect with some of those old Penguins,
This is why we call you.
This is exactly why we call you.
This is what we do. Hey, by the way, so have you noticed that we don't have Alex? Have you noticed that? We've got Lawrence. We've got Tanny.
Where's Alex?
He's
in Europe, Coach.
Oh, God. Really? That disappoints me.
He's been gone for 2 weeks.
Why does that disappoint you, Coach? He's on vacation.
He wanted to get ready for football. So he's like, I'm going to go take a vacation. I'm going to go to Europe. And then I'm going to be ready for football when I get back.
Alex should be out in Wyoming somewhere on a dude ranch or something. You know what I mean? Riding horses. What's he doing in Europe? I mean, come on.
He did say he was going to try to go to Monte Carlo, Coach. It's fancy.
Yeah. I gotta see that. There you go. I gotta see that.
Maybe there's a dude ranch in Europe. We'll find. We never know.
Yeah. He needs to. Yeah. Alex needs to get down to the south side down there with Mitch. That's
where people live.
Please.
Coach.
Yeah, exactly.
You're the best. Thank you so much for taking the call. We'll see you soon.
All right, guys. Didn't mean to bother you. Bye-bye.
Never a bother. I love that man.
Believe me, I'll be seeing Mario Lemieux. You believe me?
Yarmer Yager.
How about? Oh yeah, I used to live a couple houses down.
Everybody, anybody. Oh yeah, the tight end, his coach at Stanford.
I recruited him.
He played. What? I was talking to Kirk Ferentz the other day. I mean, it's just one after another.
And now we've got the Infinity Stones of where's everyone on the show. We are complete now.
I did that for you.
Yeah, well, yeah. Thank you very much. He even gave it to us twice.
Yeah,
yes.
Because we didn't get it clean the first time.
I know. I was worried. I stepped on it the first time, and he came back with it.
We've got.
Where's Lawrence?
We've got.
Hey, where is Spiggs?
We've got.
Where's Tanny?
And now.
Where's Allie?
Turnaround. That turnaround is outstanding.
Well, it's the only thing. I mean,
it's the only thing he's been waiting for all day. Yeah. Literally all day. He said during the meeting, it'd be great if we could get Wanted to ask where Alex is.
How much fun would it be to take Dave's phone on a random day
and just call people?
Just look at the text messages. The ingoing and the incoming and the outgoing text messages and being like, Kirk Ferentz, Jimmy Johnson, like all of these guys that he's Tony Wise, like multiple times with Tony Wise, like all of these.
Don't my shit alone.
We will. All these people that he's in contact with on a daily basis.
Tony Wise disgusted by offensive lineman drills in Pittsburgh.
We're probably coming up on the Tony Wise sleepover weekend, I think. Maybe. It sounds like it's in the reverse, though, this year.
Two of them with the footy pajamas, watching old movies together, pouring through offensive line tape.
Yeah, The Searchers. You should watch it.
Dave, pass me the popcorn.
I just love it. Like I was walking around this morning in the neighborhood, and the Kenwood kids are having their practices. And I'm watching kids like with their pads, like carrying their pads on their helmet, and I'm like, we are like it is happening.
Yeah, you start to feel it. You start to get romantic, and I want to look at Brady Singer's baseball savant page.
I want you to do that too.
I do. I want to do that.
Next week's gonna be rough for you, though, Speaks.
I know it is.
Bears training camp. I'm going to Big Ten Media Days.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking forward to talking to some people about Illini football.
Yeah, it's awesome. No, it's not gonna be rough. I'm gonna love that. And I mean the fact that Tuesday is Ben Johnson and Ryan Poles day.
Ryan Poles, yeah.
I mean that's tremendous.
So I'm gonna go because I think Brett speaks at 11:15 on Tuesday. I'm gonna go talk to some of the good people over at the Big Ten.
Mm-hmm.
It's right down the street. It's perfect. And then come over here and listen to Ryan Poles and Ben Johnson.
Amazing.
And then we're off to the races, man.
Yeah.
Like, you've got that. You've got the Cubs and the White Sox. By the way, Cleveland lost today. So they've now lost 2 to the weird-ass Minnesota Twins. That's the only problem with this. The only problem is Cleveland lost, but Minnesota won. So now they're 4.5 games. I don't think they're very good, by the way.
Just keep taking care of your own business. You're still in a spot to keep taking care of business. White Sox are doing some very good things.